Raven Griffith, a scoundrel, a rogue, a slave to his carnal desires, and the last heir of a baronial family. Soon, he is destined to become a sacrificial victim in a gruesome ritual. With no retreat possible, he must forge ahead, utilizing his composure and intellect to break through the deadlock. Yet, the true peril has only just begun. Greedy nobles, corrupt bureaucrats, a rigid ecclesiastical hierarchy, ferocious foreign races, and merciless cults reveal the grim fangs of fate directed at Raven. He must rely on the knowledge and wisdom from his former world, along with the instincts and experience accumulated in this body, to amass wealth, expand his territory, and enhance his power, shattering the relentless crises that beset him. From baron to viscount, count, marquis, duke, and ultimately king. Years later, Raven, adorned in the majestic armor of the Ninth Order, the blood sovereign, and wielding the endless blade, sits upon the throne, declaring with righteous indignation. Many allege that my ascent to the throne was orchestrated through madness, shamelessness, deceit, and cunning. But such claims are mere calumny. My achievements stem from the profundity of my wisdom, nobility, elegance, and compassion. The tides of history are never merely judged by right or wrong. In the midst of gentle warmth lies the glimmer of blades amidst the capricious clouds of intrigue. Treachery abounds, culminating in a theatrical unveiling. Murderous intent etched on the face, forgiveness nestled in the heart, yet ultimately surrendering fate to providence. Chronicles of the Empire, Volume 1, Chapter 1, Transcended, yet on the brink of death. I beseech the Mother of pure black, the deity of life. May your divine power heal me of the curse of bloodline inheritance. Within the confines of a cramped chamber, slender lines carved into the hard granite floor form a pentagram, filled with vibrant blood that on either side of the array lie a man and a woman, their wrists slashed, their blood combining to depict this sinister formation. At the center of the array, a tall and corpulent figure kneels naked, hands clasped over his chest in fervent supplication. That moment. The man lying down opens his eyes, stiffens his neck, and slowly surveys his surroundings, only to tightly shut his eyes again. Awoke too soon, seeing pigs conversing. Back to sleep. After a few seconds, Gao Yang opens his eyes once more and clearly observes the curly white hair on the man's bond this day. The priest and second-tier sorcerer Lux from the Church of Light would arrive at Eagle Town, marking a period of utmost laxity in Raven's surveillance. However, just as Raven prepared to depart, Donald personally knocked on his door, leading him into a dim chamber. Gazing at the walls and floor stained with dried blood, resembling rust, Raven swiftly drew his crossbow for self-defense, only to have it knocked away by Donald's swift slap, followed by a punch that rendered him unconscious. In truth, only 2 minutes had elapsed since Gao Yang's awakening. Gao Yang no, Raven sighed inwardly. What a despicable wretch. Turning slowly, he observed Donald fervently praying, while the blood within the magical array flowed with increasing fervor, becoming increasingly translucent, akin to red crystal. Undoubtedly, this was a sacrificial ritual, with the offerings consisting of a man and a woman, with Raven among them. Soon, the ceremony would reach its completion, and he would perish beyond revival. Considering the crimes Raven had committed in his previous life, being executed multiple times would have been just, yet dying once seemed a mere stroke of fortune. But I am innocent. Having just transitioned from a life of toil, liberated from a 996 existence, and at 27 years of age, never having touched a woman's hand was this fate meant to grant him. Another death? NMD, WSM. Whom had he offended to incur such wrath? Calm down. Raven forced himself to regain composure. Such blood rituals typically demand both flesh and soul. His arrival here suggested that the original soul had likely been sacrificed. If he could endure until the ritual concluded, his demise was not guaranteed. Yet, on the other hand, blood sacrifices, especially those involving clergy, were intolerable to the Church of Light. Donald would undoubtedly leave no survivors. To survive, he had to eliminate Donald. The target became crystal clear, but how to kill him? Donald towered over 6 feet and weighed over 250 pounds, resembling a mountain of flesh. Moreover, he was a second-tier blood knight. Raven had witnessed the prowess of second-tier transcendence during a gang conflict. The Fangtooth Tiger Honduras wielded second-tier flame energy, cleaving 3 hefty men in half with a single strike. The disparity between them was akin to that of an elephant and an ant. Raven felt his body growing heated, blood coursing rapidly through his veins, his heart pounding fiercely. The magical array radiated a crimson light, bright as a spotlight in a park, indicating that the critical moment had arrived. At that juncture, Raven found clarity. His gaze wandered until it landed on the crossbow nestled in the corner. Its arms were of a sturdy steel, and the stock was made from heavy iron pair, with the most valuable aspect was the bowstring, which, infused with less than 2 grams of starlight iron, accounted for a significant portion of the crossbow's value. 8 gold coins. Now, the bowstring was taut, and on the stock lay a barbed, enchanted armor-piercing arrow worth 2 gold coins, its tip coated with a layer of castor oil, reflecting a dark green. HUE.IT was his sole hope for survival. He shifted his body slightly, extending his hand toward the crossbow, his weakened form nearly succumbing to shock from blood loss. The magical array exerted a tremendous pull, as if Donald were pressing down upon him, compounding the effort required for every movement. Like a faucet turned on, cold sweat broke out on Raven's forehead, yet he strove to suppress his breathing, ensuring Donald remained oblivious to his struggle. At last, he managed to maneuver his fingers to grasp the crossbow's grip. Clang. The sound of steel scraping against the hard floor emitted a sharp, jarring noise, causing Donald's tightly shut eyes to snap open. Raven's scalp prickled with no time for contemplation. He hoisted the crossbow, pivoting to aim at Donald, and forcefully pulled the trigger. This sequence of actions flowed with such grace that it felt instinctive to the body he inhabited. The starlight iron bowstring snapped taut, propelling the arrow towards Donald's throat. With a distance of less than 2 meters, even a child could not miss. Raven, Donald roared, his body enveloped in a thick crimson glow, resembling a transparent wetsuit. This was the precursor of a battle armor, offering resistance against magic and formidable protection against physical damage, no less than that of ordinary leather armor. His corpulent form was unexpectedly agile, and his broad, ore-encased palm intercepted the arrow's path. The intricate magical patterns along the arrow glowed, activating the attached enchantment of basic sharpness, which penetrated Donald's aura, driving through his palm and relentlessly piercing his less than obvious throat. Puff. Blood gushed forth, transforming into a mist of crimson. Donald clutched his neck, eyes filled with blood, fixated on Raven, disbelief etched on his face. His lips trembled as he attempted to articulate something, but life was irrevocably draining from his body. Struggling to take a single step, this imperial baron collapsed with a thud, his corpulence still trembling. Huh. Raven gasped heavily, gradually rising to his feet. This world is far too perilous. Fortunately, my skills surpass his. A hint of pride emerged on his pale visage, yet this smile was fleeting. Impossible, more is coming. For he noticed that the blood spilling from Donald did not scatter, but was absorbed by the magical array itself. The light dimmed gradually, yet the ritual appeared to persist. Raven was oblivious to the specific purpose of this ritual and array, but he was certain it was no benevolent affair. He scanned the surroundings for anything that could dismantle the array, his gaze landing on the corner where Donald's clothing and his personal dagger lay. Raven strode towards the corner, but as he took a step, pain and weakness surged from his legs, reminiscent of the exhaustion felt after running 5 kilometers during university. His legs felt utterly foreign. At that moment, a series of gurgling sounds erupted, akin to village children kicking a water-filled pig's bladder. Raven turned and froze, instinctively reaching for his belt. Before him, Donald's body began to swell alarmingly, his already hefty form doubling in size, layers of white fat writhing grotesquely, resembling a giant living maggot. With a pop, this mass burst like a balloon, splattering a viscous, mucus-like green liquid everywhere, and a grotesque creature emerged from within. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, it was muscular and devoid of hair, its skin and muscles almost translucent, revealing the skeletal structure, blood vessels, and organs. Beneath, like a prop used in medical demonstrations. Yet unlike a mere model, Raven could see the flowing blood and the pulsating heart, and its features retained the unmistakable visage of Donald. The ha. Donald erupted in laughter. Raven, my dear nephew, I am truly grateful to you. For all these years, I have sacrificed Ted, sacrificed Monka, and even my beloved Lisa, for which I was compelled to slay my own lover. Yet I have never achieved success. Now I realize it was merely a step I had overlooked. Only after death does one experience rebirth. Only after breaking free from the chrysalis can one transform into a butterfly. I have never felt such exhilaration before. To reward you for assisting me in completing this ritual. Donald exaggeratedly opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Let's merge into one. Chapter 2. Beauty, let me explain. Forget it. I have no interest in men. Raven gritted his teeth, cocked the crossbow with a forceful thrust of his knee, and aimed it once more at the monstrosity before him. Observing this, Donald scrutinized his distant nephew, a man of approximately 1.8 meters, possessing a well-proportioned physique. His raven hair was styled into a slicked-back coiffure, revealing a broad, prominent forehead. Deep-set eyes housed a pair of obsidian irises, complemented by a distinguished full nose that lent his face a chiseled, profound handsomeness, the quintessential Griffith family visage. Ah, my dear nephew, Donald mused, I must concede that I misjudged you. I never imagined that a scoundrel known only for deceit and dalliances with women would possess such composure and valor. Not everyone can muster the defiance to confront such a situation head-on. Perhaps it is the Griffith lineage asserting itself. Donald's gaze lowered, his tone imbued with a nostalgic resonance. If Ted and Monka were alive today, they would be about this age. How did they meet their end? Raven inquired. Already knowing the answer, but needing time to recuperate. Donald sighed. Ted was my most esteemed son. From his youth, he exhibited composure and decisiveness, and his aptitude for combat surpassed the norm. I had no desire to slay him, but he was too feeble, with merely a slit to his wrist. He wailed in agony, imploring me for mercy. The Griffith family has no place for such weakness. Witnessing Donald's contorted visage, Raven's lips twitched. And Monka? Monka was an utter degenerate. Donald's voice escalated abruptly, erupting in a tirade. I approached him as a father, requesting a mere half of his blood, yet he drew his sword against me, demanding that I seek penance from the clergy. Such a rebellious offspring could not be spared, so I eliminated him. Raven suppressed the urge to retort and pressed on. What of Lisa? Was she too frail or defiant? Ah, little Lisa, my little angel, Donald responded, a tender smile gracing his lips, his tone softening. She was truly the most benevolent and endearing girl in existence, inheriting her mother's fiery red hair. As lively as a fawn, with a sweet smile perpetually adorning her apple-like cheeks. You see, as a baron, I have numerous matters to attend to. But no matter how preoccupied I was, her presence invariably dispelled my worries. Donald's lips trembled, revealing a morbid smile. I recall that evening vividly. It was her 12th birthday, and I brought Lisa here, adorning her as if she were a porcelain doll. Father requires just a bit of your blood. Only a little, I told her. Do you know how she responded? Before he could complete the sentence, Raven resolutely triggered the crossbow. He had always prided himself on his ability to extrapolate, claiming to have seen every imaginable scenario. Yet, merely through Donald's description, Raven could sense an abyss of despair and suffocation. Moreover, he had identified the opportune moment. Thud, the bolt pierced the skin, burrowing into Donald's brow, yet the sound was muted, as if striking a mass of rubber. Donald's head snapped backward, nearly touching his spine, before slowly righting itself amidst a cacophony of creaks. The immense pressure exerted on his cranium forced his eyeballs from their sockets, contorting his jaw grotesquely, like a dilapidated puppet. Yet his voice persisted. She said, Father, it stings a bit, but I can endure it. It's all right. Lisa is so cold. Could you embrace Lisa? Raven's brow furrowed in agitation as he retreated, reloading the final bolt. Donald seized the crossbow bolt protruding from his head, extracted it, and cast it aside with a clang. The wound on his forehead began to heal at an unnatural pace. Ah, my little Lisa, I truly did not intend for her to perish, but she was too young. Her body containing insufficient blood. To complete the ritual, I had no choice. Raven, this is all your fault. Had you arrived at the castle sooner? Had you completed this sooner, they would not have had to die. They would not have perished. The distance between them was negligible. Donald lunged toward Raven, who had just finished reloading the final bolt, and seized him by the chest, swinging him in a wide arc before slamming him onto the ground. Ugh! A torrent of blood erupted from Raven's mouth, yet he tenaciously clung to the crossbow, aiming it at Donald's back, but refraining from firing. The latter turned, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. It seems you have discerned that your enchanted weapon of this caliber is incapable of slaying me in my current state. Raven. My dear nephew, I must concede that you are composed, steadfast, and resilient, indeed, a worthy Griffith. Alas, only one Griffith shall emerge from this chamber today. And it shall not be you. Donald lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to Raven's ribs, sending him careening into the corner like a discarded sack. Yet, he immediately scrambled to lean against the wall, raising the crossbow with both hands, aiming at Donald, his head tilted back, his eyes brimming with contempt and scorn. I may be a complete scoundrel, but compared to you, I am practically a saint. He coughed violently, residual blood seeping from his nostrils, his complexion paling. His breathing becoming labored, his body racked with pain as if he were enduring a fever of 40 degrees. Yet, his eyes burned with a flame of defiance. Fixated on Donald, I had lamented being thrust into this wretched body, but now I comprehend. I am here to slay you. Donald erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, kill me? This is the mother of pure black's gift, an imperishable, divinely bestowed form. How do you intend to slay me? With your toy? Perhaps Raven possessed some cunning and displayed a resilience and composure that exceeded expectations, but what did it matter? He was merely a mortal, not even a first-tier transcendent. Donald could already envision the look of despair on Raven's face after this attack failed, along with the humiliation of his powerlessness. Yes, slay you. Raven abruptly lowered his hands, redirecting the crossbow from Donald's heart to his abdomen, and resolutely pulled the trigger. With a soft thud, the bolt pierced the skin, sinking into the fletching. Donald's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. His hands trembled as he reached for his abdomen, but his body gradually succumbed to a loss of control. His fingers contorting and twitching in an unnatural manner, as if their bones were being snapped, his face contorted with disbelief. You, how could you? How could you possibly discover my weakness? With a clang, Raven discarded the crossbow and reached for the enchanted rapier in the corner. The seemingly transparent skin is merely a painted facade, designed to make one believe that you are still a humanoid creature. But you are not. You possess no skull. He gestured towards Donald's somewhat disfigured head. No humanoid creature lacks a skull, nor is any humanoid creature hatched from a chrysalis. Compared to humans, you resemble an insect more closely. Raven, leaning on his rapier and against the wall, slowly rose. Fortuitously, I happen to know the vital point of insects. Impossible. Impossible. Donald roared, black blood spilling from his mouth. The existence of chrysalids is a closely guarded secret, even within the Light Church. How could you possibly know? With a metallic flash, Raven's rapier was drawn, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. Have you never eaten silkworm pupae? They make an excellent accompaniment to wine. Donald's pupils dilated in shock. Insects were never part of a nobleman's diet. Don't kill me. Donald's body had completely stiffened, and black, viscous fluid seeped from the wound in his abdomen. I am an imperial baron. If you kill me, you won't leave this castle alive. Raven scoffed. The Griffith family is burdened with a bloodline curse. No man has ever lived past 40. Uncle Donald, if my memory serves me correctly, you are already 39 years old, are you not? What is so unexpected about your death here today? Donald's pupils constricted with despair, his lips trembling. This. Raven intensified his assault. I am now the first in line to inherit the Griffith family title. Upon your death, I shall be the next baron. Raven, ode to Griffith. I suspect your charm is not sufficient to make others offend the current baron, is it? And all of this is thanks to you. Raven ambled to within 3 steps of Donald. Who told you to personally murder your 3 children and your original wife? With difficulty, he raised his arm, and the meter-long enchanted rapier glowed with a faint white magical light, and he thrust it towards Donald's abdomen. No, the rapier pierced the skin, delving into the flesh, striking a hard object. Amidst the chaos, Raven heard the faint cry of an infant. He gritted his teeth and forced the blade forward another inch. A surge of potent energy coursed back along the blade, flooding into Raven's body, rampaging along his arm, and ultimately settling upon his eyes. Within his soul, dozens of voices overlapped. Unflappable composure, keen insight, courage to challenge formidable foes, and a never-yielding soul. We bestow upon you the key to unlock the Griffith family's bloodline shackles. Eyes of truth. The voices vanished as quickly as they had appeared, as if they had never existed. But the scene before Raven's eyes had been utterly transformed. He could see that a dense miasma was dissipating from Donald's rigid corpse, the residue of the mother of pure black's power. The magical rapier in his hand, like the enchanted crossbow bolts scattered on the ground, shimmered with a pale green light, a hallmark of basic enchantment. At that moment, Raven understood that, in his eyes, different enchanted items would possess entirely different colors. Green represented excellent, basic enchantment, blue signified refined, intermediate enchantment, purple denoted epic, advanced enchantment, gold symbolized legendary, mythical enchantment, and dark gold, that was divinity. This was the eyes of truth, capable of discerning the essence of magical power. As if he had obtained a novel toy, Raven's gaze darted around, discovering a glimmer of blue light among Donald's discarded clothes in the corner. A refined item. Suddenly, Raven felt his steps grow lighter. After all, who doesn't enjoy the looting phase after defeating a boss? Crouching down and rummaging for a moment, Raven grasped a thumb-sized glass vial, filled with a viscous red liquid. A basic healing potion? Raven scratched his head in confusion. It's a basic enchanted item, so why is it emitting a blue glow? Still, something was better than nothing. Raven uncorked the vial and downed it in one gulp. Instantly, a warm current surged down his throat into his stomach, then flowed through his limbs. A tingling sensation arose. and Raven raised his arm, noticing that the previously lacerated wound was quietly healing, leaving not a trace. The dull ache between his ribs had also vanished. This was the efficacy of a basic healing potion? Truly miraculous. No wonder they were so expensive. The basic healing potions sold by the Light Church cost a full 5 gold coins per vial, a price Raven had never been willing to pay. Oddly, the blue glow on the vial hadn't dissipated. Strange. Could it be that the vial itself was an intermediate magical item? Raven was somewhat perplexed. Replacing the stopper, he was about to put it away when he noticed something amiss. At the bottom of the vial, which should have been empty, a faint shimmer of liquid had accumulated. This is... Raven's eyes lit up. Raising the vial, he aligned his fingernail with the water line and stared intently for a full minute. After a minute, he was delighted to discover that the amount of liquid in the vial had indeed increased slightly. Could this vial continuously generate basic healing potions on its own? Though he didn't know how long it would take to produce a full vial, one vial was worth 5 gold coins. 5 whole gold coins. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins. In Minjin City, a pound of black bread cost 3 copper coins, and a liter of milk cost 10 copper coins. 5 gold coins were enough for a small middle-class family to live on for a year. In this remote backwater of Eagle Town, most people had never even seen a gold coin. Having a few silver coins was considered quite affluent. If he returned to Minjin City now, Raven could become a petty bourgeois simply by selling healing potions from this vial. Donald, you had some wealth, didn't you? Raven jumped up in excitement. The rewards for this newbie boss are quite good. Stowing the vial on his belt, Raven composed himself and turned his gaze to the woman still lying quietly on the ground. She possessed a cascade of dazzling golden hair, a delicate, oval face that seemed almost translucent, her eyes closed, her brow furrowed, and her tender lips pursed tightly. Her clerical robes, woven from cotton, were an overall creamy white, with the edges of the overlapping lapels embroidered with golden patterns. A pair of gold and silver sun and moon emblems were embroidered on her chest, tightly enveloping and compressing her voluptuous figure, making her appear exceptionally three-dimensional. 90, 60, 92. Having seen countless films in his previous life and countless people in this one, Raven was beholding such a flawless figure for the first time, and the radiant white light flowing within her body signified her status as a second-order cleric. Lux, the only cleric in Eagle Town's church. Does the Light Church eat this well? Raven scratched his head, walked to Lux, leaned down, and reached for her chest. Below her nose. Thank goodness, she's still breathing. Raven breathed a long sigh of relief. The Light Church wielded immense influence in the Kindi Empire. The coronation of every king was presided over by the Pope, and the status of clergy members was exceptionally high. If this cleric were to die mysteriously in Eagle Town, Raven could forget about inheriting the title. Being hanged would be a great boon. The stake would be his only destination, confirming her survival. Raven's gaze shifted to the lifeless body of Donald, his brow furrowing tightly. In his current state, it was evident to anyone that Donald was linked to the malevolent deity. Both the Holy Church and the Kane's Empire maintained a singular stance towards anything associated with dark gods. Better to wrongfully execute 1,000 than to let one escape. Just 2 years prior, an incident in Minjin City involving the summoning of a dark god led to the Holy Church's tribunal taking away an entire street, 65 households, over 500 souls, none of whom have returned since. Should the connection between Donald and the dark god be discovered, Raven would not only forfeit his claim to the title, but consider it a miracle if he managed to escape the pyre alive. Ah, what luck I have. Standing beside 2 pyres yet not having been burned, he jested, though his expression remained far from cheerful. The immediate priority was to dispose of his uncle's corpse before Lux awakened. However, those familiar with the act of killing knew well that while taking a life was simple, disposing of the body was a daunting task. Donald's towering frame measured nearly 2 meters and weighed at least 200 pounds. Raven, struggling to stand, realized that even in his prime, he could not lift this hefty carcass. What to do? Raven gradually sank to the ground, contemplating his next move. Inside the castle, there were 3 guards, a cook, and a steward. Outside, Donald's widow, Denise, and his stepson, Viscount, awaited. Concealing the body in a locked room? Impossible. Setting aside the cook, the chief guard and steward were staunch allies of Donald. If he attempted to keep the death a secret, they would likely side with Denise. Though ranked after him, Viscount still held a claim to inheritance as a blood relative. A plan began to form in Raven's mind, and as he rehearsed it repeatedly, the smile on his face grew increasingly pronounced. This was the way forward. With determination, he swung his arm forcefully, striking something soft. Trembling, it felt surprisingly pleasant. Wait. What did I just hit? Raven turned slowly, only to find his hand resting upon a taut priestly robe, perfectly shading the sun. A soft hum escaped as Lux opened her eyes, revealing iridescent blue orbs that sparkled like gemstones. Raven was engulfed in anxiety. My lady, allow me to explain. Yet at that moment, his hand seized involuntarily, gripping tightly. Chapter 3. Raven, you fiendish scoundrel. Within the chamber, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt almost tangible. Lux cast a glance at the hand resting upon her chest, then her gaze shifted to Raven's face, her fair countenance as frigid as frost. What are you doing? She demanded. At that moment, the instincts honed from a life on the streets granted Raven an uncanny composure. He met Lux's eyes with unwavering sincerity, proclaiming cardiopulmonary resuscitation. His gaze was earnest, his tone steady, the very picture of a knighted ministering aid. Lux might have believed him, had his hand ceased its ministrations. A sage once posited that with 10,000 hours dedicated to any pursuit, one becomes an expert. If this holds true, then Raven was undoubtedly a connoisseur of women. And one hallmark of an expert is the ability to transmute intricate techniques into instinctive actions. As such, despite harboring no untoward intentions, Raven's hand had begun to move with practiced ease. Thus, when he once again perceived Lux's gaze fixed upon his hand, his expression was particularly sheepish. This is also part of the resuscitation. If I were to cease now, you would immediately succumb. To dare desecrate a cleric of the Lightbringer is an unpardonable sin. Lux raised her hand, uttering an incantation, Great Lord of Light. Grant me the grace to invoke your divine retribution upon the foe before me. A sliver of dawn-like radiance emanated from her hand, the second-tier divine spell, reprimand. But as the final syllables were about to escape her lips, Lux's voice faltered, her arm bending like pliant reed. She had, once again, succumbed to unconsciousness. What is happening? Raven lamented, regarding his withdrawn hand with a wry grimace. Was I truly performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation just now? Of course not. Judging from Lux's pallid complexion, her swoon was likely due to excessive blood loss. As a second-tier cleric, Lux possessed a constitution far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Her life was not in immediate danger. Her unconsciousness was, perhaps, fortuitous. The sight of Donald's corpse would only compound the trouble. Without pause, Raven swiftly began to rearrange the scene. He dressed Donald in his formal attire, including gloves, wig, and stockings, then positioned a chair in the corner, upon which he arranged the corpse. Next, he retrieved a rapier and thoroughly lacerated the area between his chest and abdomen. In the dim light, only a close inspection would reveal Donald's unnatural state. Subsequently, he lifted Lux and placed her upon another chair, carefully smoothing the creases in her attire. Once everything was in order, and after mentally reviewing his plan, Raven used the soul key to unlock the chamber door. Half an hour later, Raven returned with 2 men. Raven led the way, followed by a burly figure clad in heavy plate armor, bearing a studded round shield and a broad hand-and-a-half sword. A thick, brown beard peeked out from the gaps between his helmet and breastplate. Most striking were his eyes. The left eye was wide and fierce, befitting a warrior. The right eye, however, was less impressive, as if the creator had grown impatient while sculpting it, leaving only a shallow indentation no larger than a peanut. This was Eric Davinson, Chief Guard of Eagle, a first-tier heavily armored warrior who had led the party that brought Raven back from. Trailing behind was a man who appeared to be in his 60s, with silver hair, a wrinkled face, and eyes that held the wisdom accumulated over time. A gold-rimmed monocle adorned his right eye, giving him a resemblance to Gandalf from the Lord of the Rings. This was old Gordon, the steward of Eagle. Raven, what has befallen the Baron? Eric demanded. We are here now. Surely you can speak freely. Raven ignored him, silently unlocking the door. Please, come in, he said to the 2 men. Humph. Eric snorted, striding in and deliberately bumping into Raven. In contrast, old Gordon was more courteous, offering Raven a slight nod before entering. What is the meaning of this? Eric roared, drawing his sword and pointing it at Raven. By the Lightbringer, Raven, what have you done to the Baron? Thud. The chamber door creaked shut, and Raven strolled in. It is not what I have done to him, but what you have done to him. Eric was taken aback. What? What do you mean? Raven bypassed Eric and stood beside Lux. Eric, Chief Guard of Eagle, harboring resentment for being denied knighthood after 15 years of service due to your peculiar appearance, exploited Donald's trust, launching a surprise attack and dealing a fatal blow. You seek to frame me. Eric's sword was now aimed at Raven's throat. The chamber was not large, and although heavily armored warriors are not known for their speed, he was confident he could subdue Raven within 5 seconds. But Raven's blade was faster. Raven held a crossbow pointed at Lux's temple, a rapier pressed against his own throat. Your crime was discovered by myself and the cleric Lux. Enraged, you decided to silence us both. Eric felt an unprecedented weight in his hand. He stared at Raven's unwavering hands, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, dampening his beard. The Baron's assassination was a dereliction of duty for the Chief Guard. If the cleric and the Baron's heir were to die here as well, he would be the prime suspect. The wrath of the Church and the Empire would descend upon him, a mere first-tier warrior, and inevitably implicate his family. Scoundrel. Eric trembled. I had no reason to assassinate the Baron. Raven stated calmly. Yes, you did. You struck a deal with Donald's widow, Denise, to assassinate Donald, allowing her stepson to inherit the title. in exchange for your knighthood. These words sent a chill down Eric's spine, for they were plausible and aligned with the kind of conspiracy theories people are prone to believe. Once such rumors spread, he could not imagine how to clear his name. Eric waved his hand and a half-sword. I did not do it, nor would I ever. I shall go to the noble assembly and expose your plot to frame me. The next moment, a crimson streak appeared before him, halting his steps. Raven had pushed the rapier's blade, cutting the skin on his neck. The blood snapped Eric back to reality. He dared not move, for he was certain Raven had the courage to commit suicide. Madman, you are a madman. What do you want? Raven smiled. Finally, we have reached this point. His gaze shifted from Eric to old Gordon, who had remained silent. Mr. Gordon, would you do me a favor? Gordon bowed deeply. Your commands shall be obeyed, my lord. Then, I ask that you immediately draft a document in Mr. Eric's voice, Raven stated. The content should be Mr. Eric's admission that, driven by avarice for a knighthood, he accepted Denise Griffith's terms and personally assassinated Baron Donald Otter Griffith. I did not. As for you, Mr. Eric, Raven continued, if my judgment serves me correctly. You are a native Nord, are you not? Eric retorted with agitation. What is it you intend to do now? Raven fixed his gaze upon him. Swear fealty to me upon the spirits of your ancestors, and then affix your signature to the document. So long as your loyalty remains steadfast, the contents of that document shall never be divulged. Eric moistened his parched lips, but I still have a choice. Indeed. You could slay me here and flee forthwith, Raven responded calmly. You are a Nord warrior trained in the Imperial military. I have no doubt you possess the ability to traverse Eagle Mountain and vanish into the Crimson Heights. But can your 11-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter truly endure such a protracted journey, truly adapt to the brutal environment of the Crimson Heights? Eric's lips twitched, the veins on his forehead throbbing incessantly. Despicable. Unscrupulous. Filth. Madman. Demon. Gordon circumvented Eric and presented a document to Raven with both hands. My lord, your perusal, please. Raven examined it and nodded. Then, Mr. Eric, if you would be so kind as to sign. Witnessing the text upon the document, Eric's lips continued to twitch uncontrollably. He was loath to yield, yet he could not abandon his children. He removed his gauntlet, grasped the quill, and signed his name. As the quill left the parchment, it seemed as though Eric's very soul had been extracted. With a thud, he knelt, the edge of his blade tracing a line across his palm. Smearing his face with blood, I swear by the spirits of my Nord forebears, I, Eric Davison, pledge my allegiance to Raven Griffith, vowing unwavering loyalty, never to stray from your side. Excellent. Raven sheathed his rapier and crossbow, placing a hand over his chest. I, Raven Griffith, accept your fealty. Henceforth, so long as your loyalty remains unyielding, I shall ensure you receive the glory, renown, and wealth that are your due. Eric rose, silent and impassive. Raven paid no heed to his demeanor. He approached Donald's corpse. Now that you have sworn fealty to me, there are certain truths you must know. With that, he gently nudged Donald's body, which fell to the ground with a thud. You, Eric began to protest but immediately ceased, for he had noticed Donald's almost translucent skin, a complexion that should never be found on a human. Raven approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Indeed, it was I who slew Donald. Now, you have witnessed the reason. Eric's eyes were filled with perplexity as he looked at Raven. This. But why? Since Donald was associated with an evil deity, the psychological burden of switching his allegiance to Raven was reduced. He was, after all, a vassal of the Griffith family, and allegiance to the heir was his duty. But he could not comprehend why, if Raven's reason for killing Donald was entirely justified, he had to resort to such lengths. Why risk his life to deceive him? Raven stated, I am aware you harbor many questions, but now is not the time for explanations. I require you to find a stretcher and transport our esteemed cleric, Lux, to a guest chamber. Eric felt his mind reeling. But Nord men possess one admirable trait. If they cannot comprehend something, they cease trying and simply execute orders. At least for now, his family was safe from any threat. Together with Raven, he carried Lux to a guest room. The former departed on his own accord, but Eric could not suppress his curiosity. He seized Gordon by the shoulder and asked, Old Gordon, what is going on? Why did Raven do all of this? It is Lord Raven. Gordon calmly corrected his diction. Now that Lord Donald is passed, Lord Raven is the first in line of succession. You must address him as you would a baron. Very well, Raven, Lord Raven, Eric said with some unease. Can you tell me now? Gordon inquired. First, a question. If you were an uninvolved observer and came across Lord Donald's corpse, how would you react? Well, Eric paused to consider. I would report it to the theocracy, but that is sufficient. Gordon adjusted his spectacles. You are aware of the theocracy's stance on clandestine cults and evil deities. If reported, the Griffith family's title could be revoked. Lord Raven is sufficiently cautious. He did not know how you would react. Therefore, he had to compel you to swear fealty, ensuring that you would not divulge the secret. Eric's comprehension dawned. I see. But why did he reveal the truth to me at the end? Because Lord Raven is sufficiently astute, Sufficiently wise, Gordon stated. You swore the oath solely out of coercion, and keeping a resentful individual close is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Therefore, he needed you to know the truth to dispel the resentment in your heart. Eric struggled to process this information, scratching his head as he spoke. Lord Raven is truly cunning. It is wisdom, Gordon said with a smile. After generations of decline, I have a premonition that the Griffith family will, under the leadership of this lord, attain a new era of glory. At that moment, Raven's voice echoed. Mr. Gordon, please come here. I require your assistance with certain matters. He had overheard their conversation and deepened his understanding of both men. Gordon was indeed a steward who had served the Griffith family for nearly 40 years, astute, insightful, speaking with utmost discretion, and knowing what to say and what to conceal. The reason he provided directed Eric's thoughts towards the theocracy. Yet he allowed the latter to overlook the most crucial point. With Donald's death, Eric was the sole remaining transcendent being within Eagle Keep. Although Raven was the first in line of succession, he was not the only heir. Donald's stepson, Weston, also had a right to the inheritance. Whichever side Eric stood on would gain an advantage in the ensuing struggle for the title. Thus, Raven was willing to risk everything to secure Eric's allegiance. Of course, Raven had another option, to quietly dispose of Donald's corpse, relinquish his claim to the title, and return to Moonin City to eke out a living. But why should he? In this world, the disparity between nobles and commoners was akin to that between two different species. The former could revel in wealth, glory, power, and women, possessing and enjoying all the benefits this world had to offer. The latter were merely the benefits themselves. Raven had no desire to return to the life of a rat in the gutter in Moonin City. Therefore, the barony was his for the taking. Lord Raven. Old Gordon bowed respectfully. Your loyal servant awaits your command. Come with me, Raven stated. I need to understand what kind of person Denise Griffith truly is. Indeed. This would be the most formidable obstacle he would face upon inheriting the baronial title. Chapter 4. This shall be my domain. Gordon anticipated that Raven would lead him to the study, but instead, they navigated a circuitous route to the kitchen. As befitting a castle of considerable antiquity, the kitchen at Eagle Keep was quite spacious. At its center stood an island, a 5-meter-long expanse formed by 2 conjoined wooden tables. To the right, against the wall, was a massive oven, large enough to accommodate an entire pig. Behind the island was a stove featuring 3 fire pits and 6 burners. Its surface blackened by years of accumulated soot. Hanging above the stove were hams and cured meats, their origins lost to time. In the center pit, a few embers still glowed. Raven's gaze swept the room, settling on the rightmost shelf, where 3 pre-baked, baton-shaped loaves of bread rested. These loaves were nearly a meter in length and as thick as a forearm. When struck, they produced a resounding thud, making them a plausible substitute for a crowbar. Observing their mahogany surfaces and feeling their heft, Raven exclaimed, "The cook here must have been a blacksmith in a past life." Gordon, perplexed, inquired, "My lord, what are you?" "Hungry," Raven replied. "Would you care for something to eat?" While a nobleman typically maintained an aloof demeanor before commoners to project authority, such formality was unnecessary with Gordon. As the Griffiths family's steward for 4 decades, he was inextricably linked to the family's fortunes, sharing in their prosperity and decline. He would never act in a way that might jeopardize the family's reputation or interests. Gordon demurred. "No, Lord Raven. You'll regret that," Raven said with a smile, placing the bread on the island. He then stirred the ashes in the stove, adding straw and kindling. As the fire began to blaze, Raven retrieved 2 onions from beneath the island and began to prepare them with practiced ease. "Mr. Gordon, tell me about Denise." Gordon chose his words carefully. Denise is 34 years old. At 20, she married Federo, a wealthy merchant from Moon City. At 21, she bore him a son, Vesper. At 26, Federo passed away, and Denise inherited all of his assets and property rights. 4 years ago, at the age of 30, she offered a dowry of 2,000 gold coins to become the second wife of Lord Donald. In exchange, Donald recognized Vesper as his stepson, granting him inheritance rights to the Griffiths family. Raven, having already diced the onions, began to prepare fresh mushrooms. "Mr. Gordon, your account seems to omit certain details." "I have only stated what I know to be true," Gordon replied politely. "My personal opinions would only color your judgment of the situation." Raven nodded approvingly, placing an iron pot over the heated burner and adding a knob of butter. "Federo Commerce, I've heard the name. It's said to specialize in grain trading. I hadn't realized it was managed by a woman. She must have been quite beautiful to marry into a wealthy merchant's family as a primary wife at the age of 20. In this day and age, it's far easier for a woman to become an inheritance than to inherit one. She must be exceedingly shrewd and resourceful to have acquired Federo's entire estate, and to marry Uncle Donald, offering such a substantial sum of 2,000 gold coins to ensure her son's inheritance of the title, demonstrates a clear mind and purpose. As the rich aroma of mushrooms filled the air, Raven inhaled deeply and added a touch of flour. "If I'm not mistaken, Denise likely hasn't shared a bed with Uncle Donald since their marriage, has she? Gordon responded cautiously. She has indeed returned to Eagle Keep infrequently since the marriage, maintaining a frequency of once every 3 months, staying for only 3 days each time. As Raven slowly added milk to the pot, he formed a clearer picture of Denise in his mind, a beautiful and wealthy woman, a shrewd businesswoman. Business people always prioritize profits and excel at weighing advantages and disadvantages, especially shrewd ones. Raven began to formulate a strategy for dealing with his unseen step-aunt. When is she expected to return next? Gordon consulted a notebook, adjusting his monocle. In no less than 2 days, and no more than 4. I see. The broth in the pot thickened, releasing an intoxicating aroma of milk and mushrooms, making one's mouth water. As he stirred the pot with a ladle, Raven inquired, "And Vesper? What sort of person is my cousin?" "He is quite tall and robust," Gordon replied. "He was expelled from the Academy of Aspel earlier this year for assaulting a classmate. Since then, he has remained at home, receiving instruction from a private tutor." Raven nodded slowly. The Academy of Aspel was a renowned academy for nobles in Moon City. Education was secondary to networking. The academy's enrollment was restricted to those aged 7 to 12. Vesper, at 13, must have remained in the academy through significant expense, revealing Denise's indulgence. Yet, despite such expenditure, his expulsion suggests he committed a grave offense, angering someone of consequence. A spoiled, foolish scion of wealth, a weakness of Denise's that can be exploited. Adding a touch of salt, Raven declared the cream of mushroom soup complete. "Would you care for some?" Raven asked, serving himself a generous portion before turning to Gordon. The latter swallowed, tempted but mindful of his servant's decorum, and declined. Raven did not press the matter. He sat at the island, scooped a spoonful of soup, and his eyes narrowed in satisfaction. The flavors of butter, mushrooms, milk, and sautéed flour blended perfectly, creating a rich and mellow taste that invigorated the weary Raven. Confucius once said, "One should never tire of refinement in food, nor of meticulousness in preparation." Raven strictly adhered to the sage's teachings in this regard. He could compromise on anything, except for his own palate. This was why, despite earning only 7,000 yuan after taxes, he still rented an apartment for 2,500 yuan. Simply put, it had a kitchen where he could cook, dipping small pieces of bread into the soup, allowing them to absorb the liquid before lifting them with a spoon. The pure wheat flavor mingled with the rich soup. The once hard crust softened yet retained its resilience, offering a dual sensation of texture and taste. Observing Raven's enjoyment, Gordon mused that this young Lord Raven was indeed different, while his appearance remained unchanged. His gaze upon arriving at Eagle Keep had been restless and unfocused, betraying a lack of preparation for inheriting the title. His speech and actions had been tinged with a common, almost mercenary flavor, devoid of the dignity and composure befitting a nobleman. But Raven's actions today had impressed him. The manner in which he had bound Eric to his cause was both mature and decisive, seemingly rash, but, in reality, quite cautious. While he had employed threats, he had done so without causing Eric undue resentment, displaying remarkable skill. Furthermore, he showed no prejudice or disdain towards Denise, viewing her as an opponent to be taken seriously, revealing a remarkably seasoned mindset. Having served the Griffiths family for 40 years, Gordon knew everything about the family, including the secrets that Donald believed he had concealed perfectly. Out of loyalty to the Griffith family, he chose not to expose the truth but silently committed everything to memory. Thus, he remained largely unaffected by Donald's death, and held no particular bias towards Raven. However, the circumstances had shifted. He now perceived in Raven a glimmer of hope for the revival of the Griffith family and naturally wished to assist him in inheriting the title, rather than allowing a merchant devoid of the Griffith bloodline to tarnish that name. Perhaps Lord Raven had sensed this, which explained his focus on Eric rather than himself, showcasing his remarkable insight. "What is it, Mr. Gordon? Is there something on my face?" Raven inquired, having finished his meal. "No, my lord," Gordon replied, averting his gaze. "It's merely that age has a tendency to cloud one's thoughts." "Then you should rest early. I must take my leave as well." Raven stood, approached Gordon's side, and added, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. We shall reconvene tomorrow to discuss how to handle Uncle Donald's affairs." Gordon nodded, "As you wish, my lord." Following his recollections, Raven entered the Baron's chamber, hastily shedding his shoes without even the time to remove his clothes. Overcome by an exhaustion akin to a relentless week of overtime, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. In the haze of his dreams, he thought he heard the complaints of the King of Hell. This slumber was particularly refreshing, leaving him invigorated and filled with youthful vitality, reminiscent of his 20s. This realization stirred within Raven a sense of unease. Such restful sleep typically signified that he was late for something. Jerked awake, he gazed out at the bright morning light, and his heart lightened, a smile gracing his lips. "I am now Raven Griffith, the primary heir of the Griffith family." Indeed, he had transcended his former existence. No longer trapped in the monotonous grind of daily labor, this body was undeniably 20 years old, brimming with vitality. Thus, he could relish this tranquil, uninterrupted slumber. Expansive enough to revel freely within his bedroom and the entirety of the castle. Eagle's fortress was nestled against the mountains, sprawling over approximately 5,000 square meters. Beyond its walls and courtyards, the castle itself occupied about a quarter of the land. Towering at 17 meters, the castle boasted 4 levels, encompassing all the necessary and unnecessary amenities befitting a baronial residence: a grand hall, armory, prayer room, conference room, reception room, study, kitchen, and lavatory. Additionally, there were ample sleeping quarters for the lord, guests, and servants, totaling no fewer than 40 rooms. On his first day, Raven accomplished little more than exploring the estate, which consumed a good portion of his time. In his previous life, he had resided in an apartment that was merely a subdivided dwelling, measuring just over 20 square meters, where even the slightest noise would incite complaints from neighbors. Now, within this castle, he could act with abandon, unbothered by the scrutiny of others. With a loud yawn and a stretch, Raven rolled off the smooth silk sheets, his bare feet sinking into the soft carpet as he ambled to the window, his hands resting on the cold, hard black granite sill, while his heart ignited with passion. This was the pinnacle of the castle, offering the most expansive view. To the south lay an endless expanse of green plains, with Eagletown nestled within, wisps of smoke curling above like morning mist, enchanting yet imbued with the warmth of life. To the west of the town, hundreds of acres of fertile farmland had already been cultivated, where some vassals toiled while others, wielding hoes, urged their oxen to join in the labor, creating a vibrant tableau of activity. The golden ribbon of the Golden Sand River flowed from the northeast to the southwest, bisecting the land. On one side lay the farmlands, while the other was a tapestry of even more diverse scenery. The easternmost region extended into the mountains, rich with forests yielding pine for fuel and vast groves of high-quality beech trees, prime materials for crafting sturdy bows. Directly to the south, a quarry built into the mountains yielded fine granite, widely sought after, with over 300 workers laboring within. Eagle's fortress was constructed using the very stone extracted from this site. The mountains stretching southwest from the quarry formed Eagle Mountain, beyond which lay the bloodied highlands, a den of iniquity renowned across the continent and the source of surrounding unrest. To the west lay an even larger town, Shining Gold Town. A road connected the quarry to Eagletown to the east, while another road extended southward, making a wide bend to link with the holdings of Viscount Walton. Following this route for several days would lead one to the peril of the northwest of the Cairns Empire, the city of Ming. Due to its advantageous location, Shining Gold Town had become the most prosperous trading hub within a 100-mile radius, with its population and tax revenue far exceeding that of the primarily agricultural Eagletown. As far as the eye could see along the riverbanks, it was all Griffith family land. A spark of ambition ignited within Raven's heart. In his past life, he had been but a cog in the machine, consumed by the relentless 996 grind of work, burdened by presentations, summaries, and reports, rarely finding respite. A good dream would consume most of his time, and he had no chance to recuperate before plunging back into toil, devoid of ambition, let alone dreams. But now, it was different. He was Raven Griffith. Once he inherited the title, he could add the term Otta to his name, officially becoming a noble. Raven's gaze roamed the land with greedy intent, slowly clenching his fists as if to grasp everything before him. This shall be my domain. No one can take it away. Why on earth must I endure this wretched backwater? It's utterly tedious. A robust complaint erupted from the middle carriage of a convoy composed of 3 horse-drawn carriages. Veston, quiet. Denise shouted from the first carriage, before sighing at her perpetually immature son. The clatter of hooves transitioned from crisp to dull, and Denise realized they had arrived at Eagletown. With a thud, the carriage jolted, and the maid Freya quickly steadied her mistress. Old Idjin, if you cannot drive, there are plenty in town who can. The driver hastily explained, apologies. The horses sank into the mud. I swear, there were no potholes when we came 3 months ago. Denise silenced Freya with a glance, who was about to voice her complaints. She parted the curtain of the carriage door, and a foul stench wafted in, accompanied by swarms of flies and unidentified insects. Idjin. Stop, my lady. Freya hesitated, sensing Denise's intent. Perhaps we should wait in the carriage a little longer. Denise ignored her. Mother, the ground is filthy. My new calfskin boots will be ruined. Veston complained loudly. With Freya's assistance, Denise disembarked, casting a glance back at Veston, who promptly fell silent. Although she tried to lift her skirts to tread carefully, her hem inevitably became soiled. The dilapidation of Eagletown weighed heavily on her heart, further souring her mood. The houses were low and crumbling, the gravel paths uneven from neglect, and the streets were not filled with rainwater but rather the filthy runoff from laundry, mingling with both dry and wet excrement. It was no wonder flies and mosquitoes thrived in such conditions. The thoroughfare was lined with denizens, their visages obscured by dishevelment. Matted hair cascaded haphazardly, and tattered linen, adorned with patches, served as their raiment. Many were even bereft of shoes. Their gazes, occasionally cast toward the passing caravan, betrayed not envy or resentment, but a profound sense of apathy. The town was devoid of vitality and animation. A mere 5 years prior, Eagletown had not been thus. However, with the enactment of the lease agreement, whereby Flashgold Town was ceded to Duke Luke, Eagletown, deprived of commercial sustenance, swiftly declined. Subsistence solely from a few hundred acres of arable land was already a challenge for the town's 800 inhabitants, compounded by the burden of taxes owed to the baronial estate. Were she to assume stewardship of this town, Denise was confident that within half a decade, she could sate the hunger of its denizens, and within a decade, provide them each with new attire. She retained this conviction contingent upon resolving a minor impediment, which now presented itself. Raven, clad in ill-fitting formal attire, flanked by Gordon and Eric, bore a courteous yet disingenuous smile, characteristic of the aristocracy. "Ah, my esteemed aunt," he greeted, "you have finally returned." He executed a refined bow, his gaze scrutinizing the astute businesswoman. Though 34 years of age, she appeared no older than her attendant, perhaps owing to the benefits of affluence. A cloche hat concealed her raven tresses, while a delicate black veil accentuated the alabaster complexion of her oval face. Her brows, though meticulously shaped, framed large, expressive eyes that exuded a keen perceptiveness. Most striking were her full, sensuous lips, their captivating curvature harmonizing flawlessly with her countenance, imparting an air of grandeur, elegance, and allure. If Lux represented untainted innocence, Denise embodied a burgeoning wild rose, perpetually enticing the deepest desires of conquest within the hearts of men. Raven appraised Denise, and she reciprocated in kind. His stature was tall and commanding, yet not excessively corpulent. Ebon locks cascaded over his shoulders with an air of nonchalance, while chiseled brow bones, a prominent nasal bridge, and obsidian eyes coalesced to form striking, masculine features that few women could resist. Yet, she harbored no affection for the man before her, owing to his reputation and the fact that he was the primary obstacle to her son's inheritance of the title. Despite her reservations, she extended her right hand. Raven, eschewing a boorish handshake, bowed deferentially, clasping her fingertips and bestowing a delicate kiss. A flawless basemane. However, Denise's brow furrowed, and her respiration quickened. Raven's tongue had darted forth, and his little finger teased her palm. His techniques of dalliance were remarkably seasoned. Could he truly be only 20 years of age? "Very well, Mr. Raven," Denise interjected, withdrawing her hand and concealing her distaste. "Let us proceed with our business." Raven, inwardly chiding his body's instincts, responded with a smile, "Indeed. However, might I suggest you first change your attire?" "Unnecessary," Denise demurred, anticipating various possibilities. "I do not intend to linger." "Understood. Please, follow me." Raven led the way, and the party soon arrived at the drawing room. As they took their seats at either end of the long table, a corpulent figure abruptly descended onto a chair between them. Turning, they beheld a mass of flesh, at least 1.70 meters in height and 200 pounds in weight, ensconced within the chair. Greasy, center-parted hair clung to his head, and his face was as round as a balloon, obscuring his neck. Were it not for the acne dotting his face, Raven would have mistaken him for the resurrected Donald. "What are you gawking at?" the balloon-like face retorted. "Insolent wretch." Raven turned to Denise. "This is Viscount Winter, your brother," Denise replied. "Ah, so this is he." Raven was taken aback. "This physique. You claim he is 13 years old." Observing Raven's stunned expression, Denise felt a pang of awkwardness. "Winter, your mother and brother have matters to discuss. Why don't you go and play for a while?" Winter's features contorted. Though not yet of age, he was a man and resented Raven's gaze upon his mother. "But, mother." "Him?" Denise responded, turning her head. Winter deflated, extricated himself from the chair, and stalked out, with Freya hastily following. Denise felt a flicker of surprise. Why was Eric so compliant to Raven? Soon, only Raven, Denise, and old Gordon remained in the room. Denise inquired, "How did my unfortunate husband meet his demise?" "A most lamentable tragedy," Raven sighed. Uncle Donald was excessively concerned with the development and progress of the estate, to restore Eagletown to its former glory. He labored late into the night, poring over documents until his health deteriorated. He was aware of his declining condition and sought the assistance of Miss Lux, the cleric of Eagletown, but, alas, Raven produced 2 slices of onion, held them near his eyes, and managed to squeeze out a few tears. It was too late. In his final moments, he grasped my hand, imploring me to uphold the honor of the Griffith family and to continue managing Eagle Estate. Denise's lips twitched. Even she had to admire Raven's acting and storytelling abilities. Concerned with the development and progress of the estate? Was that why Eagletown was in such a deplorable state? Furthermore, the Eagle Estate had been dismembered, leaving him little to manage. Most infuriating was his invocation of upholding the honor of the Griffith family. When had Donald ever cared about such things? They had only known each other for 3 days. However, Denise would not dwell on these matters. Since Raven had adopted this narrative, he had undoubtedly prepared thoroughly to ensure that his lies would not be exposed. She decided to address the core issue directly. Sniffling, her eyes reddened. Oh, my poor Donald. As a wife, I failed to alleviate his burdens and to be with him in his final moments. It is my greatest regret. Therefore, to atone for my failings, might I view his remains? Raven's brow twitched. This was indeed a formidable opponent. However, he was prepared. That may be problematic. Uncle Donald succumbed to a sudden illness and left instructions that he wished to be remembered in his prime, not in his weakened state. Gordon produced a parchment. This is the late Donald's will. Please, peruse it. Accepting the parchment, Denise's gaze grew somber. The contents were simple, yet preposterous. In addition to Raven's aforementioned statements, the document contained effusive praise for Raven, extolling his integrity, kindness, fairness, courage, and wisdom, and declaring Donald's willingness to entrust his estate to his care. Denise was mentioned only once, with Donald instructing Raven to take good care of her. A flicker of annoyance surged within, yet it was swiftly suppressed by Dennis. The will was undoubtedly drafted by Gordon, the long-serving steward of the Griffith family, who had stood firmly by Raven's side for 40 years. First it was Eric, and now old Gordon. What sorcery had Raven employed to recruit these two within such a brief span? With a swift motion, the document was tossed lightly onto the table. And Gordon expressed his discontent. Madam, you are implying this will is forged, Dennis asserted resolutely. What I possess is the genuine article. She opened her handbag and revealed another document. It was yet another will. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Raven's eyes. This new will was far more detailed, with clearer stipulations, asserting that regardless of the discovery of other blood relatives, Wiston would be the primary heir of the Griffith family. Madam, the document in your possession is the counterfeit. Gordon adjusted his monocle, stating, all documents pertaining to the Griffith family have been drafted by me. There are always exceptions. Dennis countered unwaveringly. If Mr. Gordon and Raven insist on the authenticity of that will, perhaps we should seek an appraisal from the Nobility Council. Raven's brow twitched slightly. A lethal strike, aimed directly at the heart. The Nobility Council was an institution of the Kane's Empire dedicated to handling aristocratic affairs, including the inheritance of lower noble titles such as viscounts and barons. Raven had limited knowledge of this organization, but based on his 2 decades of experience in Mongan City, he knew there was no problem that gold could not solve. The dilemma lay in the fact that Raven lacked the funds, while Dennis evidently possessed ample resources. While feeling the weight of Dennis's formidable nature, Raven also felt a sense of relief for having drafted the will in advance. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an utterly passive position. At the very least, the development of events remained within his control. Very well. The news of Uncle Donald's passing was delivered to Mongan City 2 days ago. I believe within a month, someone will arrive at Eagle Fortress to confirm the situation. I hope you enjoy your stay at Eagle Fortress during this time. Let us await the outcome, Dennis replied, retracting the will. Before that, I must see my husband. Where is his coffin? He simply wished to spend a moment with his coffin, Raven said. Dennis leaned slightly forward, assertively stating, as his widow. Is such a modest request too much to ask? Clad in a somber black gown that enveloped her form with meticulous precision, her forward lean accentuated the delicate curve of her alabaster neck, evoking an irresistible curiosity to glimpse the treasures concealed within. Raven averted his gaze. You certainly possess that right. Please follow me. Donald's coffin rested within the prayer chamber, and Dennis declined Raven's offer of accompaniment, entering alone, as the heavy door to the prayer room closed. Raven extended a finger, feeling the slick, icy coldness of sweat in his palm. Mongan City was a considerable distance from Eagle territory, at least half a month's journey. Donald's death had occurred 2 days prior, while Dennis had still been en route. Raven had assumed that the will he possessed would catch Dennis off guard. However, he had not anticipated her prior preparations. Dennis must have been privy to the secret of the Griffith family's male descendants' premature demise, having prepared this will in advance, keeping it close at hand to guard against unforeseen events. Such foresight surpassed Raven's expectations by a wide margin. She was indeed a formidable adversary. My Lord Raven. Young Master Wiston has returned to his chamber, Eric approached, speaking in hushed tones. Why bring her here now? This is not in accordance with our plan. Raven replied quietly. Dennis produced another will. What? Eric exclaimed, taken aback. Should we not speak the truth now? Silence. Gordon shot him a disapproving glare. My Lord Raven's command is all you need to follow. Eric retorted, but this highlighted the distinction between Eric and Gordon, despite their skill. The coerced loyalty of Eric wavered at such a critical moment. Honesty is indeed a noble virtue. Raven felt compelled to reassure the only extraordinary individual in Eagle Fortress, yet that also means we must entrust our future to Dennis's mercy. Seeing that Eric still did not comprehend, Raven sighed and continued softly, imagine if we had not planned ahead and intended to speak candidly with Dennis, what would we face? Without waiting for Eric's response, Raven elaborated. She would present the will and slam it in my face. My denial would matter little. As long as the nobility council recognizes it, the will would be deemed legitimate, and I would forfeit my inheritance. Old Gordon had served as steward for 40 years. No matter who managed Eagle territory, his assistance would be indispensable. However, Eric, you differ. You are extraordinary, never having gained Danis's trust, and now you stand by my side. If I lose my title, Danis will swiftly replace you upon taking control of Eagle Fortress. Will you, as a grown man, then find yourself begging her for mere sustenance? Pleading not to be cast aside? Eric's expression darkened. He was a quintessential Nord, utterly averse to bowing before a woman. My Lord Raven, what shall we do next? Initiate Plan B, Raven instructed. You will be burdened these nights, remain vigilant for my messages. As Eric departed, Raven's gaze turned somber. My Lord Raven, Gordon murmured. After this matter, should we not consider? Mr. Gordon, are you testing me again? Raven shook his head. Eric is a commendable warrior. His loyalty and capability are beyond doubt, yet he remains insufficiently convinced of my cause. The art of leadership lies in clear rewards and punishments. Presently, I wield only a feeble stick without the alluring carrot, making it impossible to tame this beast. However, I believe that when he wholeheartedly pledges his loyalty, he could become my most reliable weapon. With a click, the sound of the lock disengaging echoed, and the heavy oak door swung open, revealing Danis emerging from the prayer chamber. Aunt Danis, Raven inclined his head in a gesture of respect. What words were exchanged between you and Uncle Donald? A smile graced Danis's lips, nothing of consequence, merely some heartfelt exchanges between spouses. After all, I am your aunt. I wish for no secrets between us. Raven's eyes betrayed a well-timed surprise. Of course. Danis glided away gracefully, and Raven entered the prayer chamber, where the scene remained unchanged. Donald's coffin lay there, crafted from oak and adorned with the emblem of the Griffith family, a soaring eagle battling a dragon. He crouched down, his palm brushing against the coffin's base, collecting a bit of dirt streaked with dust that clung to his hand. Danis, you have indeed enacted your plan. Upon her return to her chamber, Freya awaited Danis's arrival. Upon seeing her, Freya immediately stood, smoothing her slightly disheveled skirts and taking a deep breath to mask the crimson flush on her cheeks. Madam, Danis furrowed her brow slightly. Has Wisdom been here? Young Master Wisdom and I shared a few light-hearted jests. Freya carefully chose her words, but rest assured, madam, he did not overstep any boundaries. Denise was unsurprised. With Viscount being the only man in the household, every maidservant harbored fantasies of sharing his bed. Even if they couldn't become the future mistress, another Denise, they could still reap considerable benefits. Her gaze, reflected in the mirror, settled upon Freya, 20 years of age. With slightly disheveled red hair, smooth, taut skin, a sweet, dimpled smile, and a scattering of adorable, pale freckles on her cheekbones, a picture of youth and vivacity. Few men could resist such a woman, least of all Raven. I know you weren't intentionally trying to seduce Viscount. You simply wanted to test your allure. Denise's voice was calm, yet it made Freya incredibly nervous. She hastily lowered her head. Madam, I have a more effective method to help you verify that. Denise's vermilion lips parted slightly as she put her arm around Freya's shoulders, her warm breath caressing her ear, causing her face to flush crimson. Go and seduce Raven Griffith. Ask no questions and tell me everything you hear. Freya's neck began to prickle with goosebumps. But madam, go, Denise said, staring into her eyes in the mirror. Raven will be the heir to the Griffith family. If you were to conceive his child, it would be advantageous for both of us. Freya nodded, walking out in a daze. Denise stopped her. Not so fast. Let me find you something to wear. A quarter of an hour later, Freya left the room, a glimmer of hope and ambition in her eyes, just as Denise had when she first met Federal. The difference was that Denise knew exactly what she wanted and what she possessed, while Freya knew nothing. But that didn't matter. If Freya were truly like herself, Denise would never have used her in this way. The door closed, and Denise removed her hat, hanging it on the coat rack before reaching up to undo her collar. Her long gown fell to the floor, and two supple, alabaster feet, encased in nude stockings, emerged from within. Denise gazed at herself in the mirror, tilting her body slightly, a confident smile playing on her lips. Although she was 34 years old, her skin remained smooth and firm, possessing a mature sensuality that a girl could not match. This body was worthy of a baron, and she was ready to take over this territory. Donald's coffin was empty, and combined with the contents of the will in Raven's possession, it was clear that Donald's death was highly suspicious. And this would be the key to seizing control of the entire territory. Ah! Her pale fingers caressed her shoulder, undoing a ribbon. And a surging tide immediately swelled forth. A scoundrel is still a scoundrel, thinking these petty tricks can conceal his guilt. Such vulgarity. She had deliberately hinted at Raven, in order to flush him out, to make Raven aware that she had discovered the secret of the empty coffin. She believed that Raven would undoubtedly take action next, and that would be the best time for her to strike. At this moment, following Denise's instructions, Freya arrived outside Raven's bedroom. Her emotions were a complex mix of nervousness, excitement, and a hint of anticipation. Denise had instructed her to seduce Raven, something she had long anticipated. Raven was far more handsome than Viscount, and he was also the Baron's first in line to inherit. If she could climb into his bed, or even conceive his child, she might become a baroness. A genuine baroness, not a second wife. The thought of the usually aloof Lady Denise fawning before her made her heart stir with excitement. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Raven, who was already prepared, opened the door, and even the battle-hardened veteran was momentarily captivated. Freya was originally only a 60, but Denise's makeover had easily elevated her above 70. The pristine white lace gown enhanced her pure and sweet demeanor, while her exposed lotus root-like arms and a glimpse of her smooth collarbone were even more enticing. Coupled with the delicate bow in her hair, she was practically a gift on a silver platter. He had expected Denise to come in person, but instead, she had sent a servant. It seemed she didn't truly consider him an opponent. However, that was fine. It would make it easier for him to carry out his plan. Lord Raven, Freya said, clutching the hem of her skirt, her eyes lowered. Madam has ordered me to come and be your personal maid. Raven suppressed his dissatisfaction and stepped forward, gently caressing Freya's small hand. How personal. There was no reason to refuse a cake that was offered. Besides, he had consulted his second brother, and his second brother had given his approval. Freya's face flushed as red as an apple. As you wish, my lord. 2 hours passed. Raven leaped out of bed, refreshed, and glanced at Freya, who was asleep and covered in sweat. He smiled faintly, and while buttoning his clothes he walked into the outer room. After he left, Freya opened her eyes. Her face still flushed with afterglow. She pushed the damp hair from her forehead and sat up, gently lifting the quilt. The mere act caused her brow to furrow and her breathing to become labored. It wasn't her first time, but Raven's ferocity had far exceeded her expectations, nearly crushing her. That damned man. Gazing at the discarded condoms on the floor, Freya spat softly. Her ambition had been thwarted by these thin sheaths. She walked barefoot on the carpet, feeling her way along the wall to the door, and eavesdropped. Lord Raven, you're finally out. The pit has been dug in the abandoned mine in the back mountain. It was Eric's voice. No one saw you, did they? Raven asked. Rest assured, Gower and Link are loyal lads and won't leak anything. Very well, I'll go myself. You keep watch at the gate, and make sure there are no loose ends. 2 sets of footsteps, one light and one heavy, gradually faded away. When the sounds had completely disappeared, Freya tiptoed out of the room. The castle was large, with many passageways. Soon, she returned to Denise's room. The latter was not surprised by her arrival. How did it go? He's an animal. Freya deliberately flaunted her allure. I've never encountered such a vigorous man. He didn't stop for 2 hours. I thought I was going to die in bed. The strong scent of hormones emanating from her made Denise's face darken, and her dissatisfaction grew. A woman's body was a great weapon, but if a woman only possessed this one weapon and was proud of it, then she was pathetic and foolish. However, such a foolish woman was perfect for the equally base Raven. I don't want to know about your affair. I'm sorry, madam. Freya suppressed her thoughts and recounted what she had heard. Heh, what a vulgar fellow. Denise tossed a pair of leather gloves to Freya. Put them on. Freya was stunned. Madam, this. Put them on, Denise said coldly. Freya had completed her mission, and now it was time to make the most of her. It was highly likely that Raven had killed Donald, and such a scandal would disgrace the Griffith family. Denise desired to avoid scandal in her domain. She merely required Raven to relinquish his claim to inheritance. Freya, in that instance, could serve as a bargaining chip to appease him. Moments later, a rope descended from the castle's second story, landing near a carriage. Denise and Freya descended the rope in succession. Denise, now clad in hunting attire suitable for activity, took her seat on the carriage's driver's seat, with Freya beside her. At the crack of a whip, the carriage began to move, heading towards the back hills. Before long, another carriage materialized before them. A wheel had broken off, lying in the grass, and the carriage was overturned. Raven stood nearby, seemingly at a loss. A torch ignited in Denise's hand, immediately drawing Raven's attention. Ah, it's Aunt Denise, Raven said, his face unnaturally pale. What brings you here so late? Denise handed the torch to Freya. In the torchlight, Denise's figure was clearly visible to Raven. During the day, her formal attire concealed her figure, but the hunting outfit accentuated her physique. A leather vest adorned her shoulders, revealing her collarbones, and beneath it, a tightly fitted cotton shirt that could not conceal her ample form. Perhaps due to years of restrained living, her waist was strikingly slender. Brown leather pants accentuated her hips and thighs, her voluptuous and powerful legs stretching the fabric taut. Denise felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing her allure surpassed that of a young girl like Freya. Pleased, she inquired elegantly, I'm more interested in why you're here, and what's in that sack? Just some kitchen waste, Raven replied, subtly shifting to block Denise's view. I doubt you'd be interested. Denise's wrist flicked, revealing a sharp dagger, an enchanted blade she had purchased for 200 gold coins. As light as a leaf yet incredibly sharp, she had used it to subdue several ill-intentioned individuals. Some stronger than Raven. Well there, Raven said, raising his hands and slowly backing away. Wielding blades isn't something a lady like you should be doing. Denise scoffed. A man like you has no right to judge me. She crouched down, detecting a putrid odor, the sin of corpses. It reminded her of Federo, her first husband. To fully inherit his estate, she had kept the man's body in bed for 17 days before placing it in the coffin. The stench then was far stronger than now. But she wasn't repulsed by the smell. Federo's death meant she had finally become a true merchant, and Donald's corpse would make her a true noble. A noble's wife is not necessarily a noble, but a noble's mother certainly is. Madame Denise, Raven's voice was unusually calm and refined. I advise you to think twice. Once you see what's inside, you may not be able to withdraw. Is that your final bluff? Denise asked with a cold smirk. Before a sound could be heard, her dagger had already sliced open the sack, and an arm fell out. The light was dim, and without Denise's prompting, Freya held the torch closer. In the darkness, Denise's pupils, once dilated, constricted to pinpoints. Inside the bag lay Donald's corpse. His head was twisted as if a doll that had been crushed. His body limp as if boneless. Most horrifyingly, his skin was translucent, revealing his veins and bones. His heart was even visibly beating in his chest. Evil god. Dark magic. The words flashed in Denise's mind, causing her heart to pound, and she realized a fact. Freya's piercing scream echoed through the mountain path as the torch fell to the ground. Lights flickered on in the once dark castle. Denise's brow furrowed, and she stepped behind Freya, gently embracing her shoulders. As if finding a haven, Freya nestled into Denise's arms, still crying. The church. I need to report to the church. Madame Denise, I. Her voice ceased abruptly, leaving only spurting blood and the hissing sound of a severed windpipe. With a thud, Freya's body collapsed to the ground. Denise, pale and cold, wiped the blade clean on her deerskin gloves. Bravo, Raven clapped rhythmically. Aunt Denise, your decisiveness and composure far exceed my expectations. Likewise, Denise replied. I didn't expect a lowly thug like you to possess such cunning. Now, and Denise, if I were you, I wouldn't say things like that. Raven approached Denise, hooking his finger under her chin and gently lifting it. After all, I'm the victor now. In the moonlight, Denise's face appeared particularly pale, but her eyes remained defiant. What do you want? Madam, you wouldn't want the church to discover your husband's collusion with an evil god, would you? Raven placed his hand on Denise's shoulder, moving behind her, resting his chin on her shoulder, embracing her tightly, and inhaling deeply. If that happens, you'll be seen as an accomplice to the one who communicated with the evil god. You and your son will be bound to the stake. And your hard-earned empire will be destroyed, and I will become the great hero who slayed the evil god and exposed a major cold incident. Denise's body felt weak. She wasn't one for abstinence, but she had always been rational. Human hearts are unpredictable, and ambition grows with status and wealth. If she had a man, her hard-earned empire might fall into another's hands. Compared to men, she loved wealth more. So even after marrying Donald, she had always kept her distance. All these factors combined, she had avoided men for over a decade. And Raven's skills were so refined and outstanding, he seemed to know her body better than she did herself. Denise, her legs trembling, managed to take 2 steps forward, turned around, and asked again, what do you want? Simply a little compensation, Raven, unwilling to let go of this alluring prey, stood side by side with Denise. Your husband dragged the entire Griffith family into the abyss for his own selfish desires. I'm merely cleaning up the mess. With a soft smack, Raven gently tapped her, astonished by the softness and elasticity, almost wanting to change the conditions he had in mind. But reason prevailed over instinct. He faced Denise, gently rubbing his fingers. I just want some tangible, golden compensation. The latter bit her moist lips, suppressing the humiliation and resentment in her eyes, and tried to maintain a calm tone. How much do you want? Raven raised a finger. 1,000 gold coins. Impossible. Denise refused decisively. That amount would drain the Federal Merchant Guild's cash flow. All that awaits me is bankruptcy. At the foot of the mountain, torches cast light upon 3 robust figures. Eric, Gaul, and Link, the castle's only guards. The hour is nigh, Raven remarked with a smile. Should those 3 arrive here, I fear you would be compelled to keep the unfortunate Freya company. Denise glanced at the wide-eyed corpse of Freya, sighing melancholically. She had surmised Raven's scheme and was profoundly awestruck by its audacious intricacy. Donald was suspected of consorting with malevolent deities, a conclusion any observer of his corpse would draw. Raven, bereft of wealth and with meager resources at Eagle Castle, could not single-handedly obscure the ensuing scrutiny from the Council of Nobles, thus precluding his inheritance. The most prudent course would have been candor, soliciting a bribe from her to relinquish his claim to the barony. Had she been Raven, she would have adopted this approach, as it was the safest. Instead, Raven had chosen a different path, deliberately exposing vulnerabilities to lead her to believe he had murdered Donald. He then proceeded methodically, ensuring she discovered Donald's body in the wilderness. The advantage of this maneuver was the complete exculpation of Raven, twisting the narrative into an alternate reality. The rustics, lacking in discernment, failed to perceive Donald's aberrant behavior. Denise, in an attempt to obliterate incriminating evidence, surreptitiously absconded with the corpse under the cover of night, only to be apprehended by Raven. In the ensuing confrontation, she chose a desperate resistance, compelling Raven to dispatch her on the spot. A plausible narrative, indeed. However, the plan was fraught with peril. Had she not fallen for the ruse, the arrival of the noble council's inquest would have exposed Donald's corpse, implicating Raven and old Gordon as Donald's principal accomplices. In such a scenario, Raven, to avoid immolation at the stake, would have been forced to surrender control to her, becoming her subservient pawn. But such contingencies were non-existent. Denise conceded that she had underestimated Raven's audacity and avarice, particularly his unexpected tenacity for the barony, despite his humble origins. Now, she was compelled to atone for her misjudgment. 500 gold coins, Denise declared. That is the utmost I can offer, the entirety of what I brought. Furthermore, you must pledge to preserve Viswinter's right to succession upon inheriting the barony. I could simply slay you and seize the 500 gold coins, Raven retorted. As the torchlight drew closer, Denise regained her composure. The die had been cast. Now, damage control was paramount. If you were to do so, my assets would be seized by the Church of Light, leaving you penniless. The Griffith family's title would also likely be forfeited. 500 gold coins versus the barony. I trust you comprehend the stakes. She presented the dagger to Raven, her gaze unwavering. Either slay me, or accede to my terms. Raven accepted the dagger, idly twirling it before fastening it to his belt. I accede to your terms. Raven retrieved a parchment and a sealing wax. Then, if you please, affix your seal to this document. The document's contents aligned with Denise's expectations, detailing her support for Donald's profane rituals and her shared enjoyment of their spoils. Without hesitation, Denise pressed her seal upon the document, signifying her and Viswinter's renunciation of any claim to the Griffith family's inheritance. Raven displayed a satisfied smile, forming a ring with 2 fingers and emitting a piercing whistle. The torchlight on the mountain path flickered, then retreated. Raven extended his hand, his gaze betraying an undisguised acquisitiveness. May our collaboration prove fruitful from this day forward. After all, we share a common predicament, do we not? Denise's beautiful eyes reflected fatigue and repugnance. Remember always, I am your aunt. Time will tell, Raven chuckled. Frequent and intimate exchanges may assist my memory. Denise departed without a backward glance. The night wind howled, and Raven's gaze settled upon Freya's corpse. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, remarking with a hint of lingering trepidation, a formidable adversary, indeed. In truth, Denise's acumen and composure had surpassed his expectations, particularly the pre-prepared will, which had caught him off guard. Fortunately, she had underestimated him, and he had secured Eric's loyalty. Otherwise, what leverage would he have had to compel Denise's surrender? Now, the meticulously crafted trap had yielded its reward. The greatest obstacle to Raven's inheritance had been surmounted, accompanied by a generous gratuity of 500 gold coins. After a brief respite, Raven began to tidy the scene, loading the corpse onto Denise's carriage and proceeding towards the abandoned mine. The pit had been prepared, not by servants, but by Eric himself. After interring Donald's body, Raven drove the carriage back to the castle. Upon returning to his chambers, a satisfied smile graced his face. A delicate sandalwood box rested upon his desk. Approaching it, he gently opened it. The smooth surface reflected the candlelight, bathing the room in a golden radiance. Within the box, stacks of 10 gold coins lay in repose, radiating a fatal allure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 25, 26, 27, 48, 49, 50. A full 50 stacks, 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins. Sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence in fine food, wine, and revelry for a resident of Moonin City. After 5 years of toil in Moonin City, Raven had amassed a mere dozen gold coins. Even abstaining from all pleasures, 500 gold coins would require 2 centuries to earn. Most importantly, the God-given elixir, capable of awakening one's life seed and ascending to transcendence, retailed for 300 gold coins per dose. Transcendence. Having mingled in Moonin City's underworld, Raven had witnessed the awe-inspiring power of transcendence and understood the chasm separating the transcendent from the mundane. It was a power distinct from nobility, capable of inspiring dread and controlling life and death. Legend held that high-ranking transcendents could single-handedly subjugate entire nations. This was a power Raven had never dared to dream of. But now, the opportunity was within his grasp. Uncle Donald, you have truly bequeathed me a generous inheritance. Raven caressed the box with both hands before slamming it shut and embracing it on the bed. Sleeping with gold coins was indeed a comfortable experience, albeit slightly lumpy. The following morning, before Raven had fully awakened, Gordon knocked on his door. Lord Raven, Priestess Lux has awakened. Chapter 6. Oh. Poor Raven within a guest chamber of Eagle Keep, a fair maiden reclined weakly against the bedstead. Her golden tresses were plastered to her brow with perspiration. Her ample bosom heaved with labored breaths, and her delicate countenance was pallid, almost translucent, with scarcely a trace of color upon her lips. With a fragile arm, she attempted to lever herself upright, only to collapse back onto the mattress, her brow furrowed in pain as a soft moan escaped her lips. This marked Lux's seventh endeavor. It was mortifying that a second-tier divine spellcaster could not even muster the strength to stand. It reminded her of her mentor. The seventh-tier divine spellcaster Crouch's assessment. A competent divine spellcaster, an exceptional theologian, yet a deficient cleric. He's right again, she thought ruefully. She had come to Eagle Town to serve as a cleric, hoping to prove her mettle, but she had scarcely arrived before succumbing to a fainting spell within Eagle Keep. Furthermore, she had been subjected to. Recalling the events preceding her unconsciousness, her complexion darkened, her brow knitted, and her lips pursed as she struck the bedstead in vexation. Just wait until I regain my strength. The resulting muscle ache prompted another wince. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A series of knocks reverberated through the chamber. Who is it? Lux inquired warily. Raven Griffith, a resonant voice replied from beyond the portal. May I enter, esteemed cleric Lux? The voice, possessing a timbre of assurance and employing impeccable diction, allayed much of Lux's apprehension. Yes, please do. Thereupon, a man of towering stature and striking visage entered, pushing a serving cart. His countenance bore a sincere and affable smile, and his obsidian eyes possessed a limpid clarity akin to polished black crystals, inspiring immediate goodwill. This man seems vaguely familiar. Where might we have encountered each other? Before Lux could ruminate further, the cart was positioned before her. The cover was lifted, releasing a fragrant plume of steam that revealed several perfectly toasted slices of white bread, a bowl of steaming oatmeal, a glass of warm milk adorned with a delicate skin, and thinly sliced, impeccably fried cured meat. This immediately captured Lux's attention, temporarily eclipsing all other thoughts. Having been abed for 2 days, she was ravenously hungry. With meticulous care, Raven adjusted the cart to serve as a reliable table, then deftly and courteously fastened a napkin around Lux's neck. I give thanks for the beneficence of the Lord of Light, Lux intoned, closing her eyes in supplication before partaking of her inaugural repast at Eagle Keep. Raven stood by, observing in silence. A vision of loveliness. Even after 2 days without sustenance, she maintained an air of refinement as she dined. Her slender fingers, like verdant scallions, wielded a table knife to sever a small portion of bread, which she then skillfully enveloped in a slice of cured meat. Her rosy lips parted slightly as she conveyed the morsel to her mouth. The confluence of rich, smoky flavors and the wholesome essence of wheat captivated Lux. Her eyes crinkling into crescent moons, her eyelashes fluttering gently. She ate with grace, yet without undue delay, soon finishing the breakfast. Thank you, Lux said, her faculties returning. She placed her cutlery back on the plate and dabbed at her lips with the napkin. Forgive me, I was simply famished. I am gratified that you enjoyed my humble fare, Raven replied with a smile. There is more in the kitchen, should you desire it. That won't be necessary. Lux demurred, slowly raising her gaze. Forgive my earlier lapse in decorum. Given your surname is Griffith, might I inquire as to your relation to Mr. Donald? I am his nephew. I see. Lux nodded, enlightened. Oh, no wonder you seemed so familiar. This nonplussed Raven. Could she have forgotten what transpired that day? Surely no one could be so oblivious. Or is she feigning amnesia to lull me into a false sense of security, intending to denounce me upon her return to the church? With this in mind, Raven ventured, Miss Lux, do you recall the events preceding your lapse into unconsciousness? Prior to losing consciousness, Lux's alabaster forefinger massaged her temple. I merely recall Mr. Donald inviting me to appraise a magical artifact. We repaired to the vault, where I partook of a cup of tea, after which I remember nothing. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that someone had dared to. Her recollection sharpened, and her ire grew with each word. She was a divine spellcaster, a cleric of the Church of Light. Her body was consecrated to the Lord of Light. Yet that detestable wretch had subjected her to such an indignity. It was utterly unforgivable. She would never forget his visage, dark hair, dark eyes, a prominent nose. Though he bore a resemblance to this Raven, he possessed a far more lecherous mien. Wait, a resemblance? She looked up at Raven, her eyes widening. I remember now. It was you. Raven was taken aback. Had she truly only now recognized him? Had hunger addled her mind? Cleric Lux, allow me to elucidate. Great Lord of Light, grant me the use of your grace. As she summoned forth a radiant emanation, Raven sighed inwardly. He was no longer perturbed, and began counting his fingers. 3, 2, 1. Scarcely had the words left his lips when Lux collapsed back onto the bed. Upon entering, he had invoked the Eye of Truth, discerning with absolute clarity that Lux's energies were far from restored. Now, having overextended herself, she was bound to faint. Yet now, it seemed that Lux was genuinely naive, and Raven's plan began to crystallize. Minutes later, Lux stirred, emitting a startled cry upon seeing Raven seated before her. Stay back. I demand to see Baron Donald. A hint of sorrow flickered in Raven's eyes as he intoned, Uncle Donald is deceased. What? Lux exclaimed, aghast. How could this be? It seems you truly recall nothing, Raven sighed. It was a tragedy. You should know that Uncle Donald cultivated sanguineous martial prowess, and the nature of one's energies often influences one's thoughts and spirit. Lux nodded slowly. According to the doctrines of the Church of Light, positive energies fostered benevolence and equanimity, while negative energies fostered gloom, extremism, and even malevolence. As a cleric of the Church, Lux held this tenet as inviolable. My poor Uncle Donald, Raven breathed, drawing in a deep breath and feigning tears. On that fateful evening, the sanguineous martial prowess within him suddenly surged uncontrollably, rendering you unconscious. I arrived upon hearing the commotion. Lux inquired, did you save me? No, though I wish I could claim such a deed, Raven demurred. I am but a mortal. Whereas Uncle Donald was a second-tier transcendent, I could not possibly have prevailed against him. His eyes were bloodshot, and his entire being was engulfed in a mantle of martial prowess. Here, Raven's countenance betrayed a hint of bewilderment. He could have slain you, and me as well, but for some reason, he stood frozen in place, his left and right hands vying against one another. He said to me, Raven swallowed, as if reluctant to relive the moment, slay me. I could never have done such a thing. He was my uncle, perhaps sensing my thoughts. Uncle Donald cast his sword at my feet, uttering to me. Lux, completely engrossed in the tale, pressed, what did he say? Raven, pinching his brow with his right hand, as if lost in deep, distant memories, recounted, Raven, I know you are a kind, naive child, but as a nobleman, you bear the glory and future of the Griffith family on your shoulders. I am not a competent patriarch, eagles perch wains under my rule. And now I am about to commit the heinous sin of slaying a divine cleric. Now, you must end my transgressions. Take up the sword. For the glory of the Griffith family. Slay me. As he spoke, Raven's tears streamed down, his fingers digging painfully into his flesh. Lux was utterly captivated by Raven's woven narrative, her sapphire eyes glistening with tears as she wiped them away with her fingers. Oh, the great Baron Donald. What an extraordinary man. Few could resist the malevolent will brought about by the berserk aura. Thud. Raven suddenly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Cleric Lux, I must confess my sins. He was my uncle, yet I took up the sword and, please, on behalf of the Church of Light, judge me. Lux shook her head, replying, No, Mr. Raven, it is not your fault. It is my fault. Raven interjected loudly. Not only did I slay Uncle Donald, but I also concealed the true cause of his death to inherit the title, and I kept you in the castle without reporting it to the Holy See. These are all my transgressions. Observing the tears on Raven's handsome face, Lux suddenly felt a pang of regret. She had not imagined that this simple and kind young man harbored such a profound secret, personally slaying his uncle, such a dreadful act, and to fulfill his uncle's last wish. He had to conceal the truth, locking such a terrible secret deep within his heart. Lux could almost envision the scene. To safeguard Donald's reputation, Raven insisted that Donald had died naturally, then had to reject all inquiries into the remains, single-handedly confronting the misunderstanding and animosity of all relatives and friends. Bearing the accusations of heartlessness, selfishness, and greed, enduring this unjust grievance. How pitiable, how resolute. Yet she, as a party involved, not only was unaware of all this, but also mistakenly believed he had ulterior motives toward her. How utterly inappropriate. If he truly had any intentions, how could she still be lying here unscathed? Oh, my poor Raven. Lux embraced Raven's shoulders, as if comforting a sister in the church scolded by the matron, pulling him into her arms. It is not your fault. You safeguarded Baron Donald's reputation, fulfilled his last wish, and harmed no innocent soul. Weep, weep. The merciful Lord of Light will forgive all your sins. Raven's breathing ceased at that moment. Lux's bosom was as vast as the sea, but softer and more fragrant than the sea. It held the unique scent of a pure maiden. He inhaled deeply, then sobbed softly. A dozen minutes later, Raven slowly raised his head, his eyes bright and clear. Cleric Lux, thank you for your comfort and understanding. I shall now reveal the truth of my uncle's death and never betray the teachings of the God of Light. Lux shook her head, stating, No, Mr. Raven. You must not do so. Mr. Donald used his final will to protect my life and the reputation of the Griffith family. I will not allow his last wish to be disturbed. His reputation must be upheld. Raven revealed a touched expression, but still said, But that does not align with the teachings of the Lord of Light. To bring happiness to his followers is the sacred wish of the Lord of Light. And as his representative, I am obligated to practice his teachings. Lux's face was resolute as she extended her hand. I am willing to share this guilt with you. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Lux's face, making her countenance appear so pure and divine at that moment. For a moment, Raven even felt a slight twinge of guilt. This was the first time since transmigrating that someone had sincerely and earnestly helped him, not for profit or calculation. But Raven would absolutely not reveal the whole truth, only keeping this in mind to compensate her in the future. Thank you for your trust, Cleric Lux. Taking Lux's hand, Raven properly performed a kiss on her hand. This time, he restrained his instincts. The formerly stiff atmosphere melted away. Lux said, "Now that Mr. Donald has passed away, Mr. Raven, you will be the next Baron. I am the cleric of Eagle's Perch Church. We will have many opportunities to jointly atone for this sin." Raven nodded. "I look forward to that day, but I have only recently arrived in the territory and do not know what matters require special attention. My knowledge of territory management is also limited. You had best ask Steward Gordon about the affairs of Eagle's Perch." Lux pondered and said, "However, there is one thing you need to note. In 2 months, the western bloodstained highlands will usher in the rainy season. Whenever this happens, roaming bandits and marauders descend from above to plunder supplies and wealth. Before, Eagle Keep had Baron Donald stationed, and few dared to attack, but now, I can only suggest that you strengthen the territory's defenses." Raven nodded slowly. "Thank you. Then please rest now. I will discuss preparations with Mr. Gordon." "No. I must leave as well." Lux, having regained some strength, stood up by the bedside. "I am a cleric, now that I can stand. I have an obligation to uphold my duty. I will see you off." A few minutes later, watching Lux's figure leave the gates of Eagle Keep, the last stone in Raven's heart fell to the ground. The troubles Donald left him had finally been resolved. It was time to realize his grand ambitions. Mr. Gordon. Fetch Eric. Chapter 7. Baron Raven owed to Griffith thus. "These are all the possessions bequeathed to me by my dear uncle." In the conference room of Eagle Fortress, Raven flung a withered purse onto the table, causing 3 gold coins to leap out and roll precariously along the uneven surface until Raven smacked them down. A total of 13 gold coins. Old Gordon awkwardly adjusted his monocle. To be precise, it amounts to 13 gold coins, 50 silver coins, and 37 copper coins. Raven inquired, "Why such a meager sum?" "You are aware that anything related to magic is exceptionally costly." Old Gordon carefully chose his words. Lord Donald became engrossed in the study of magic, depleting the family's gold coins, and even went so far as to lease out all the lands across the Golden Sands River. The lands of Shanjin Town, the Eagle Quarry, and the Thousand Needle Pine Forest account for 90% of the population and income of the Eagle Territory. Raven's brow twitched as he asked, "Then, what is the annual income from these 3 lands? And what is the duration of the leases?" At the mention of this, Gordon let out a weary sigh, flipping to a specific page in his notebook and sliding 2 contracts across the table to Raven. The latter scrutinized the documents, his brow furrowing deeply, before he finally sighed heavily. The most valuable of the lands is Shanjin Town, although it has merely 2,000 subjects. Its thriving commerce yields at least 400 gold coins in taxes annually, and during prosperous years, it can even reach over 700. The other 2 lands, the Eagle Quarry and the Thousand Needle Pine Forest, while not as lucrative as Shanjin Town, collectively support over 2,000 subjects, generating an annual profit estimated between 320 to 470 gold coins. However, Raven's uncle, Baron Donald, had leased these 2 places, the former to Viscount John of the Luke family and the latter to Baron Angel of the Walton family. With a lease term of 50 years, there are still 40 years remaining. Though a total of 16,000 gold coins were exchanged, none of it fell into Raven's hands. "Donald, must you be such a spendthrift?" Raven silently roared within, before turning to Eric with a stoic expression. "What is your annual salary?" 60 gold coins, my lord." Eric was puzzled. For a first-tier extraordinary, this was a perfectly reasonable amount, not exceeding Raven's expectations. On the contrary, Old Gordon's capabilities impressed Raven. With less than 500 acres of arable land, he managed not only to sustain 800 serfs, but also to maintain a surplus while supporting a first-tier extraordinary. It can only be said that Gordon is indeed adept at financial management. That equates to 5 gold coins a month. Raven pushed the remaining 10 gold coins toward Eric. "This is an advance for 2 months' salary. Now, go to my room and fetch the chest from under the bed." With a clink, another gold coin arced from Raven's hand into the purse. "Consider this a bonus." A glimmer of joy flickered in Eric's eyes as he tucked the purse away and turned to leave. Soon, Eric returned, single-handedly lifting the chest onto the table. Raven hesitated momentarily before opening it. "Mr. Gordon, let us discuss our forthcoming plans." Old Gordon unfurled a document on the table, adjusting his monocle as he said, "To organize your succession ceremony, as well as Lord Donald's memorial service, we first need to allocate 100 gold coins for the castle's refurbishment." "Can we not economize a bit?" Raven interjected. "After all, the guests will be few. A simple repair of the hall and a few guest rooms should suffice, no?" Gordon replied, "My lord, this is already the utmost limit. Any less would be a disgrace to the baronial title. Moreover, the scope is strictly confined to the hall, guest rooms, and restrooms." "Wait, restrooms?" Raven pulled the notebook closer, frowning at the details. "Why must the restrooms be renovated, and at the cost of 10 gold coins?" Gordon earnestly explained, "My lord, the restrooms will be frequented by guests. Thus care must be taken. Furthermore, we are already striving to minimize costs, Had we not some leftover granite, the expenses would be even greater. Raven had to concede that Gordon had a point. All right, then what is next? Your attire, Gordon stated. This will require approximately 120 gold coins. How much? Raven sat up abruptly. 120 gold coins? My Uncle Donald's old garments could be altered to create 3 sets. Gordon elucidated. As a noble, your attire must be custom-made, perfectly fitted, and befitting your esteemed status. This garment requires gold and silver thread, along with precious ornaments blessed by the clergy of the Lord of Light. Additionally, there must be emeralds representing your noble lineage. This is a tradition accumulated over centuries. Failing to adhere to it would render you unable to integrate into this circle. Raven sighed in resignation. The adage respect the robe before the man still rings true in this realm, though he disdained such so-called traditions. He had neither the inclination nor the strength to oppose the entire noble class, so he resolved to conform. Understood. What else is there? Gordon adjusted his monocle. The bulk of the remaining expenses pertains to the donation to be presented to the noble council as auditor. You know, this is to allow Lord Donald to rest in peace. This will require around 200 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Gordon looked at Raven, surprised to see that the latter remained remarkably composed, merely waving his hand in approval. For Raven, past experiences had taught him that in this world, matters resolvable with money are best left uncomplicated. Consider it 200 gold coins for securing a baronial title. As Gordon began to discuss the next expenditure, a sudden knock interrupted. Upon receiving Raven's permission, the guard Link entered, extending a document with both hands. My lord, a knight riding a griffin just delivered this letter, insisting it be handed directly to you. Raven nodded, taking the document. You may leave. Once alone, he grasped the letter, scrutinizing it closely. The document was styled as a scroll, crafted from fine parchment, sealed with wax, and bore an intricately elegant inscription of NC. As he unfurled the letter, Raven's expression darkened, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Gordon and Eric exchanged puzzled glances, sensing Raven's displeasure but unsure of what to inquire, resorting to wordless stares. After all, it was rather impolite for the cultured old Gordon to fixate on Eric's small eyes. Huh? Splendid, splendid. Raven slammed the document onto the table, laughing in anger. The noble council, what a farce. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he tossed the scroll onto the table. You may examine it yourselves. Gordon took the document in hand, adjusting the focus of his monocle, while Eric, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned closer to read. Gradually, Gordon's hand began to tremble. And soon the entire table shook from Eric's quaking hand. The usually composed old Gordon's lips turned a deep shade of purple from rage. Shameless. Utterly shameless. This is a desecration of the noble title. Damn the parasites, the filth. Eric slammed his fist onto the table. I truly wish to drag this Winston over here and shove gold coins down his throat, one by one. The language of the document was far from cordial. In fact, it was deliberately provocative. The narrative commences with a thorough portrayal of Raven's humble origins, employing an array of vocabulary and rhetorical devices, including exemplification, parallelism, and metaphor. A comparison is drawn between Raven and vermin such as rats, cockroaches, and bedbugs, ultimately concluding that, in certain respects, Raven surpasses these creatures. Subsequently, a disparaging critique of the eagle's territory is presented, suggesting that only a lowly individual like Raven would cherish such a fragmented and impoverished land. The nobleman Winston Oda Engel, as if bestowing a favor, provides an address for Raven to deliver 360 gold coins and genealogical information to the Knight of the Corner Eagle within 3 days, thereby granting him the title of Baron. This is a blatant act of extortion. The genteel Lord Gordon reacts with indignation. My lord, these coins must not be handed over. I shall draft a petition and submit it to the noble council in the capital. We must seek justice. Raven, however, has regained his composure and surmises Winston's intentions while drafting the document. The members of the noble council are primarily nobles without inheritance rights, as true nobles disdain involvement in mundane affairs. Winston's middle name, Oda, indicates he is a legitimate viscount or baron without lands, typically referred to as court nobles. In reality, they are often called landless nobles, pitiful dependents, or lackeys of the king. Nobles without territories resemble dogs with broken spines, no matter how high their titles. They hold no true status. The aggressive tone of the document likely stems from jealousy akin to the fable of the fox and the sour grapes. Calm down, Lord Gordon. Raven remarked with a smile. It is merely the impotent barking of a stray dog. Possessing the title is what truly matters. Yet, Gordon remained somewhat dissatisfied, but, Mr. Gordon, I understand your sentiments, Raven interjected, grasping his frail, aged arm. As a member of the Griffith family and the Lord of the Eagle's territory, trust me, my fury is no less than yours. However, anger is futile. Until the formalities are completed, I am not even a noble, lacking the privilege to challenge him to a duel. What we must do now is secure the baronial title, manage our territory wisely, and wait until we possess substantial gold, at which point he will surely seek us out. The operation of the noble council is entirely reliant on the donations from local nobility. Gordon inhaled deeply. I understand, my lord. He organized the documents in his hands and tore out a few pages. This way, the expenses for decoration and attire can be postponed. But there remains one necessary expenditure: security. Gordon explained. Every July, the bloodied highlands experience the rainy season, rendering the roads muddy and difficult to traverse, often leading to bandits crossing the Eagle Mountains to pillage nearby areas. Although we currently control only Eagle Town and Eagle Fortress, we must not neglect our defenses. We must protect the citizens. While Gordon referred to the citizens, Raven knew he truly meant the Lord, the Baron still bound by mortality. Raven inquired, "What do you propose?" "To go to Flashgold Town and hire a mercenary band," Gordon suggested. A standard 12-man mercenary team typically includes one first-tier extraordinary individual. We need not prepare equipment. Hiring them for a year would cost approximately 110 gold coins. Raven's fingers drummed on the wooden table as he slowly shook his head. No, he was no stranger to mercenaries. Their reputation in this world was notoriously poor. They are often rude, disrespectful, and volatile, frequently abusing their strength, appearing law-abiding, yet easily transforming into robbers, murderers, and kidnappers when funds run low. With only Eric as an extraordinary individual at his disposal, Raven lacked the means to balance a mercenary group's might. It is easy to summon a deity, yet difficult to dismiss them. Should these individuals refuse to leave, they could jeopardize Raven's already tenuous foundation. He articulated his concerns, causing Gordon's brow to furrow. But Eric had an idea. "My lord, I once served in the Iron Brigade and know some retired friends for various reasons. If you are willing to provide them shelter, I can recruit them in Mongan City." Unacceptable. Old Gordon immediately dismissed the proposal. "Currently, you are the only extraordinary individual in the territory. You absolutely cannot leave." Raven silently committed Eric's suggestion to memory, agreeing with old Gordon's viewpoint. "Indeed, this matter can be addressed once our finances are in a better state." Eric inquired, then, "What shall we do?" "Train our soldiers." Raven tapped the table decisively. "As a baron, I may possess 5 knightly vassals and a private army of up to 500 men. Since we lack available forces, we shall train our own." He turned his gaze to old Gordon. "How much food and equipment do we have in the granary?" Gordon promptly reported the figures. "My lord, we currently have 50,000 kilograms of coarse flour, 1,300 kilograms of cured meat and jerky, and approximately 500 kilograms of cheese. As for weapons and armor, I just inventory checked 2 days ago, and we are left with only a dozen tattered leather armors and around 50 rusted weapons." "I see." Raven rose and commanded, "Eric, take the gold to Flashgold Town immediately, locate that Knight of the Corner Eagle, and purchase enough leather armor and spears to equip 50 men. At once, my lord." Eric stood, his fist striking the armor with a resounding thud. "Mr. Gordon, you shall accompany him," Raven instructed. "The Eagle's territory requires revitalization. Every coin must be spent judiciously." Old Gordon rose and bowed. "I shall heed your command." Eric drove a cart, slowly departing with Gordon. Raven stood by the window, watching the two recede into the distance, his gaze profound. Undoubtedly, Donald had left him with a troublesome legacy, a fragmented territory, strained finances, and scant military power. Yet the objectives were equally clear: reclaim the land that rightfully belonged to the Eagle's territory, amass greater wealth, and forge an army of his own. 2 days later, Eric and Gordon returned, bringing with them 2 carts of equipment and a document. By decree, following a fair, enlightened, and prompt examination by the noble council, Raven Griffith, of pure lineage and commendable character, exhibiting the humility, integrity, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, and nobility befitting a nobleman, is hereby granted the right to inherit the baronial title of the Griffith family, permitted to use the illustrious middle name Oda, and endowed with the unabridged right to inherit 2,200 acres of the Eagle's territory. Gordon read this proclamation with clarity, then, disregarding the dirt beneath him, knelt on one knee and presented the gilded document with reverence. Raven accepted it, affixing the accompanying emblem to his left breast. Eric also knelt, bowing his head. "Congratulations, my lord Raven, on your formal inheritance of the baronial title." Raven stood amidst the morning light, flanked only by his 2 loyal vassals. The scene felt somewhat desolate, yet Raven's heart burned with unprecedented fervor. From this moment forth, he was Raven Oda Griffith, Baron of the Empire. In the future, he would have more than just these 2 at his feet. "Rise," Raven urged, helping them to their feet. "Our journey has only just begun. Eric, sound the bell. Assemble all the able-bodied men of Eagle Town. Prepare for drill." Chapter 8. Restoring greatness to Eagle Town. The resonant chimes reverberated across the skies of Eagle Town. infusing this languid settlement with a semblance of vitality, as the townsfolk bustled forth, resembling a swarm of migrating ants converging upon Eagle Castle. Among them was Simon, a 17-year-old who had resided in Eagle Town for as long as he could remember. His father had succumbed to illness 5 years prior, and to support his elderly grandmother, mother, and younger sister, he had taken upon himself the weight of the family, becoming a proficient laborer in agriculture. Today marked the first occasion in his life that Simon had heard the bells toll, followed swiftly by the announcement from the Lord's guards that the newly appointed baron was seeking to recruit personal soldiers. This was a momentous opportunity. Simon had heard the village elders speak of the privilege of serving as the baroness' private soldier, which would not only relieve him from the arduous toil of the fields, but also provide sustenance, clothing, and a monthly ration of 30 kilograms of coarse flour. 30 kilograms of flour. This bounty would ensure that his remaining family could dine on bread rather than subsist on meager gruel. He was among the first to reach the castle gates, but as the sun ascended higher in the sky, more people gathered. 1, 2, 3. Simon began to count, soon realizing that even his 10 fingers were insufficient. The sheer number of men was staggering. This realization dawned upon him for the first time. Eagle Town harbored a multitude of males, counting them with hands and feet combined would likely prove futile. Each of these individuals stood as a competitor against him. Clang, clang. The sound of clashing armor pierced the air, prompting Simon to lift his gaze and behold the chief guard, Lord Eric, emerging. A young man with dark hair and eyes, adorned in splendid leather armor, strode before him. Without a doubt, this was the newly appointed Baron, Lord Raven. Simon instinctively puffed out his chest and tilted his chin upward, hoping to catch the Baroness' attention. Yet, Lord Raven did not notice him. Instead, he whispered something to Eric, who soon approached with Link and Gore, ushering familiar faces like Old Hark, young Wyland, and young Wales out of the line. With each dismissal, Simon's heart raced, silently praying to the Lord of Light to spare him from rejection. Before long, Eric stood before Simon, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he lightly patted Simon's chest before moving on to the next individual. A long sigh escaped Simon's lips as his heart hammered in his chest. He had been retained. As he relaxed, he began to discern the Baroness' criteria for selection. Those dismissed were either too old, too young, or too short. While he may not have been the tallest or strongest, he ranked among the foremost of those remaining. This revelation bolstered his confidence immensely. Gradually, the once crowded throng began to thin. Simon mused that he could now count the remaining individuals with 4 or 5 hands. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed, and Simon's attention turned to Lord Raven, who, resting his hand upon the sword's hilt, ascended a makeshift wooden platform and proclaimed, "Congratulations on advancing past the first round of selections. By standard metrics, you are now eligible to become my personal soldiers. However, I, Raven, am no ordinary noble. My standards are far more stringent, yet correspondingly, the rewards will be more generous. Each of you standing here today, regardless of whether you pass the next round, shall receive a reward of 5 kilograms of coarse flour. Those who succeed will not only have their needs catered to, but will also receive an additional 50 kilograms of flour each month." Simon's breath grew heavy, and his heart raced. 50 kilograms of flour. The annual ration for each individual in Eagle Town barely amounted to 200 kilograms. He could secure enough sustenance for 3 people for an entire year. Not only would this provide ample food for his family, but it would also allow for surplus provisions to be exchanged for various necessities, a blanket for his grandmother, a sunshade scarf for his mother, and perhaps, after saving for several months, a new dress for his unfortunate little sister, Nina, who at 10 years of age had never worn a new garment. Simon's gaze swept across the assembly. He was not alone in this fervor. Everyone was imbued with the spirit of competition, unwilling to forfeit such advantageous provisions. Under Eric's guidance, Simon surged with the crowd into the castle. The expansive courtyard was overgrown with weeds, with a section hastily cleared to display various challenges. On the far western end lay large stone blocks, cut into various sizes, small ones weighing around 30 kilograms and the largest possibly reaching 100 kilograms. In the center stood a beam resembling a balance beam, approximately 1 meter high and over 20 meters long. To the east, a wooden table displayed 3 longbows and 2 quivers of arrows. Eric, standing beside the stones, bellowed, "Follow me," one by one. Within the crowd, Eric harbored doubts about the reliability of these tests, yet chose to proceed. The gathered townsfolk were equally perplexed, compelled to obey Eric's commands amidst their anxiety. Meanwhile, Lord Raven remained composed, having taken a seat at the entrance of the hall. "Lord Raven," old Gordon approached. "Isn't your selection criterion a tad lenient? There are 93 individuals here, each entitled to 50 kilograms of flour monthly, amounting to 4,650 kilograms each month, or 55,000 kilograms annually." Raven interrupted with a smile. "Mr. Gordon, your concerns are unwarranted. In my eyes, if a third of these individuals remain, that would already be commendable. Gordon furrowed his brow. My lord, I do not wish to question your judgment, but with these criteria his words trailed off. Yet the implication was clear. I understand your point, Raven replied. The 3 stones weigh 30, 60, and 90 kilograms respectively. As long as one can lift the middle stone and repeat this 5 times, they will qualify. Indeed, most should be able to manage that. The archery test is merely to gauge any potential aptitude for shooting. He gestured toward the balance beam. However, the middle challenge will prove more formidable. Gordon remained skeptical. My lord, these townsfolk are serfs. They excel at traversing fields without trampling seedlings. How could they possibly before he could finish? A startled cry erupted as someone tumbled from the balance beam, landing heavily on the ground. Almost immediately, a second individual ascended, but soon met the same fate. A third contestant lasted a while longer, but lost balance just shy of the finish line. What is happening here? Gordon adjusted his monocle. Raven chuckled. It's a secret. He had long envisioned a strategy for selecting soldiers. These townsfolk had spent years laboring in the fields, possessing no physical shortcomings. By noble standards, they would all qualify as soldiers. Yet, Raven could not sustain such a large number. The timing was critical, as it was the peak of the farming season. These townsfolk constituted the backbone of agricultural labor. If they were all withdrawn, the harvest would undoubtedly suffer. Though agriculture may not yield immediate profits, it remains the bedrock of any nation or territory. Ensuring self-sufficiency in food is an instinctive duty for every lord. Thus, Raven sought to select only the finest. In this era, health examinations were non-existent, and the hardships endured by the townsfolk had likely fostered various ailments, particularly in their backs and legs. The balance beam served as a means to assess their physical condition. Following the rigors of the initial trial, the subsequent phase demanded profound mental composure and unwavering focus to sustain equilibrium. Any lapse in concentration or physical ailment would inevitably lead to failure. Alas, a cascade of aspirants faltered in the second ordeal, their cries of discomfort echoing through the air despite the meadow's softness. The cacophony reached the ears of Denise, who was engrossed in administrative tasks within the castle. Dressed in a simple, homespun gown, her hair cascading over her shoulders, she frowned at the disturbance. Tossing her coal back into the inkwell and reclining against her chair, her alabaster skin momentarily exposed. Rising, she approached the window, her brow furrowing with disdain as she surveyed the assembled populace. A scoundrel can only beget more scoundrels, she muttered. The Griffith family's reputation is surely doomed. Retreating to her chambers, Denise sought solace in her bed, only to be tormented by a nightmare. In her dream, Raven had successfully trained his militia, who were now wreaking havoc upon Eagleton, preying on its inhabitants and violating its women. She was trapped within the castle, witnessing the town's descent into chaos. Powerless to intervene or escape, Raven's avarice grew, leading him to defile Lux, the town's priestess, before besieging Denise herself within her own sanctuary. The relentless pounding on the door intensified her terror, culminating in a desperate cry as she awoke. I would rather die than submit to you. Startled awake, Denise gasped for breath, her garments clinging to her skin, drenched in perspiration. The knocking persisted. Who is it? She demanded, her voice laced with irritation. Mother, it's Winter, came the reply. Very well. Denise reluctantly donned a dark robe and opened the door. Before she could speak, Winter burst in, exclaiming with glee, Mother, it's a pity you weren't there. What is it? Denise inquired, perplexed. Raven's training, of course. Winter replied, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Never have I witnessed such ineptitude. Intrigued, Denise asked, has he completed the selection process? Indeed, a mere 30-odd remain, Winter stated. The selection was unremarkable, but the subsequent drills were a spectacle. These rustic folk, despite their outward appearances, are utterly devoid of intellect. Raven's ambition to equip them with leather armor is nothing short of a disaster. I have never seen such clumsy fingers. Some struggled even to don a helmet, attempting to fit the codpiece over their heads. Under Eric's guidance, they eventually managed to don their armor, only to stumble and shed their footwear at the slightest movement. A few even brawled over whose foot had been trod upon. Denise's spirits lifted. And after that? She inquired. Winter paused to quench his thirst. Eric was compelled to flog them like beasts and painstakingly teach them how to tie their laces. The filth under their fingernails resembled fertilizer. Once they were marginally presentable, Raven attempted to arrange them in 3 ranks, but they proved incapable of comprehending even the most basic instructions regarding height. The formation resembled a mountain range, necessitating Eric's intervention with a whip. Simple commands such as left face and right face were beyond their grasp, resulting in collisions and near kisses. Truly, circus monkeys exhibit greater obedience. Denise's brow furrowed. Despite the absurdity of Winter's account, she recognized a semblance of method in Raven's approach. Could he have stumbled upon a viable means of training the Griffith family's private army? Noticing his mother's concern, Winter scoffed, Surely, mother. You don't believe Raven capable of achieving anything of significance? Denise cautioned. There are exceptions to every rule. Not in this instance. Winter retorted, his jowls quivering. What genuine talent could a mere rogue possess? Should he succeed in training these men, I shall leap from the castle's highest tower in celebration. Unbeknownst to Raven, Winter's boast would have done little to assuage his frustration. As dusk descended, he declined Gordon's invitation and chose to dine with his newly selected soldiers in the Great Hall. As he had anticipated, less than a third of the initial candidates had proven capable of enduring the trials, leaving him with a mere 34 recruits. He incorporated Gaul and Link into their ranks, dividing the men into 3 squads, crudely renaming them sections, and appointing Gaul, Link, and Simon, the most promising candidate, as their respective leaders. The cook, exhausted by the task of preparing meals for so many, had dispensed with any pretense of culinary artistry, providing each man with a generous bowl of vegetable stew with smoked meat and an unlimited supply of dark bread. Be seated, Raven instructed, gesturing to Eric and the section leaders. He broke off a piece of bread, tossed it into his stew, and ate heartily. In truth, the day's training had yielded meager results. The recruits' lack of aptitude had exceeded even Raven's pessimistic expectations. Most struggled to distinguish left from right, and their execution was woefully inadequate. Simple commands to halt and march resulted in chaotic collisions. However, their lack of independent thought offered a glimmer of hope. With diligent instruction, they might yet be molded into something resembling a fighting force. The atmosphere at the table was somber. Raven, chewing on a mouthful of bread, smiled at Simon. How are you settling in? He inquired. Caught off guard, Simon swallowed his food hastily and stammered. No problem, sir. Relax, Raven chuckled. You are now under my command. Address me as officer. I am new to this land and unfamiliar with its ways. How fares your family? Simon, flustered, struggled to focus. The 50 kilograms of coarse flour you provide each month will make a significant difference. Raven's interest piqued. Was life so difficult before? He asked. Gaul and Link attempted to signal Simon, but the young man's mind was blank. Yes, officer, he replied. My family of 4 received only 200 kilograms of coarse flour per year, most of which was consumed by me, the strongest laborer. My grandmother, mother, and sister often went hungry. My grandfather sacrificed his share of the grain for me 3 years ago and starved to death. Silence descended upon the hall. Some guests began to sob quietly, for they, too, had endured such hardships. Raven's heart grew heavy. Having been raised in the countryside himself, he understood how quickly food could be depleted without supplementary provisions and the necessity of prioritizing the strongest member of the family. Yet, he had underestimated the extent of Eagleton's poverty. Raven patted Simon's shoulder, beckoning him to sit before rising to his feet. As your liege lord, he began, I must offer my sincerest apologies. It is a dereliction of my duty, a failing of the Griffith family, that any under our protection should suffer hunger. However, his voice deepened, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Why do your family starve? Because Eagle's Nest is impoverished. And why are we impoverished? Because our lands have been forcibly seized. He posed the rhetorical questions with resounding conviction. Because we are weak. Were we strong, none would dare usurp our territory. And we could reclaim the wealth that is rightfully ours. You are my personal guard, but also the sons and daughters of Eagle's Nest. I train you not merely for my own glory, but to imbue Eagle's Nest with the strength to defend itself, to restore its former grandeur. I, Raven Griffith, pledge to you here and now, his voice resonated, carrying to every ear, that so long as you remain loyal to me and heed my commands, I guarantee that every family among you, every household in Eagle's Nest, will have food enough to sate their hunger and new clothes to adorn their bodies. Empty words would hold no sway over these common folk, but Raven's words were far from hollow, for upon their official induction, 50 kilograms of coarse flour had already been delivered to each of their homes, and now their bowls brimmed with meat stew, a luxury they had scarcely dared to dream of. Simon was the first to rise. We are willing to follow you, Lord Raven. Then, more and more of the private soldiers stood up. We are willing to follow you. Excellent, Raven exclaimed. Bring forth the wine. Jugs of wine were brought up and poured into each person's bowl. Raven raised his bowl high. Gentlemen, a toast. To our future. More than 30 men shouted in unison. To our future. One sip of the wine, Raven felt cheated immediately. The taste was so sour and astringent, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of unsweetened hawthorn fruit. And his facial features were almost twisted together. Is this wine? It's obviously vinegar. Did the cook secretly change the wine? He was about to get angry. But he saw every private soldier, including Simon, showing an expression of enjoyment, and even Eric was very satisfied. The banquet continued, and Raven pulled Eric to his side and whispered, This wine, how do you feel? Great, sir. Eric said with a flushed face, This kind of red wine is worth 5 silver coins plus 70 copper coins a jar. Raven was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. It was the light of money. This broken thing is worth so much money a jar? Then I'm going to get rich? Hey! On the castle wall, viscount threw a stone far away, and it landed in the yard with a bang. A private soldier was distracted and was immediately whipped 3 times by Eric, who came over. What are you looking at? You are in the queue now. And the training ground is the battlefield. If you go to the battlefield in the future, will you also look around like this? Hold the gun well. After speaking, Eric raised his head, glanced at viscount with a gloomy look, and continued to train the team. After he turned his head, viscount made a big face and laughed. Viscount has been very happy recently, not only because he escaped the boring courses of the private tutor, but the most important thing is that he can see all kinds of jokes. Raven's training process can be said to be his source of happiness. He never gets tired of watching it, and there are new tricks every day. For example, on the second day of training, early in the morning, the private soldiers stood in the yard, one by one with their chests up and heads up, looking like something. As a result, the prototype was revealed as soon as the exercise started. With the slogan of "Look to the right, 12 heads in one class can turn out 8 directions." Raven also had a whimsical idea, and even asked these serfs to put the leather shoes on their left feet on their right hands, and start marching in place. And also invented a slogan, "Leather on the right, human skin on the left." What surprised viscount even more was that these humanoid animals could shout out such an unesthetic slogan. His proudest thing is to interject when they shout slogans, "Leather on the left, human skin on the right." The effect is great. Shouting can mess up these people for most of the day, but he only shouted once. Because Raven's fist also works well, making his left eye swollen for 3 days. Unexpectedly, in these 3 days, those guys who were originally like animals really distinguished between left and right. And it was this simple achievement that Raven was willing to buy a sheep to give them extra meals, and Raven personally cooked it. The aroma was so delicious that viscount lost his appetite for the bacon in his hand just by smelling it. But the damn Raven didn't give him meat, but only gave him 2 bones. This is simply an insult to him, although the bones are really fragrant. After distinguishing between left and right, according to Raven, these soldiers should be trained in formation. In detail, these people are arranged in columns and units of classes and then start walking, while also maintaining the formation. This time, before they made a mistake, Raven directly found a way. He didn't know where to find 3, 5, or 6-meter-long sticks, and asked these people to lift the sticks together and hold them in their hands. The amplitude of the sticks should be kept consistent when walking. This link doesn't need viscount to make trouble at all. These people are holding the sticks and moving. They are the big fun themselves. As soon as Eric shouted go, 2 of the 3 sticks flew out directly, almost hitting Raven, and one of them didn't go to the sky, but directly stuck into the ground and scratched the fingers of 2 private soldiers. It took 2 full days to be able to walk with a pole, and then there were all kinds of troubles. Some only cared about the movements of their hands and forgot to move their legs, and were dragged on the ground. Some swung their hands together and hammered the crotch of the person behind them and then fought. Some were too nervous and jumped up directly when walking. There are so many tricks, only people can't think of, nothing they can't do. Viscount sometimes even forgets to eat, and all his energy is immersed in it. This is more fun than watching a circus. This fun lasted until 2 days ago, which was the 8th day of training, because the next step was a very boring military posture session. Under Eric's leadership, these people were wearing full sets of leather armor, holding long guns in their hands, and stood there straight. If anyone didn't stand straight, or the long gun in their hand was crooked, they would be whipped immediately. And Raven, that guy, also got into the kitchen at this time, and he didn't know what he was busy with. In short, no one except the chef could see his face. This is also Visdom's most boring time, but soon he found a new way to play. Since Raven wasn't there, no one could control him at all. He would yell around these soldiers, deliberately causing them to be distracted, and then be whipped by Eric until they cried. Looking at them being wronged and unable to cry, Viscount was really happy. It's so fun. Serves them right. Who made them private soldiers for Raven? The guy who robbed me of my title. They should suffer. Who are you going to bully today? A smirk appeared on the corner of Visdom's mouth, and he grabbed a prepared stone in his hand, choosing a target from a high position. This stone was carefully selected by him. It was the size of a cantaloupe and had a round shape. It must be able to throw far and would never just make a loud noise to scare people like the previous few times. That big guy? Too dull. No fun. That white-haired guy? Too ugly. No sense of accomplishment. Got it. His gaze fixated on a rather handsome young man with naturally wavy, light golden hair. It was him. A commoner, yet possessing a beauty that surpassed my own, and had even risen to the rank of squad leader commanding 12 individuals. Truly intolerable. Out of sheer disdain for Simon, Weston had deliberately targeted the members of his squad, resulting in training outcomes that fell short of expectations. Just last night, he was punished by being denied dinner and made to stand with his weapon in the courtyard until the early hours of the morning. His sister had come to check on him, returning in tears. Yet, rather than being looked down upon by his comrades, they held him in even greater esteem. What could possibly explain this? Today, I shall ensure you receive a fitting retribution, leaving your face in disarray. With this thought, Weston slightly parted his legs and summoned all his strength to hurl the stone in his hand. Eric heard the rush of air and turned back, wishing to intervene. But it was already too late. Simon ducked. Just as Simon was about to move, he hesitated and failed to dodge. The stone struck him with a resounding thud on his head, blood oozing through the seams of his helmet and staining his face crimson, before he crumpled to the ground. Eric rushed forward, cradling him in his arms, anxiously questioning, "How are you? Can you speak? Are you hurt?" "And no. I'm fine, sir," Simon stammered, his lips trembling just a bit. "Dizzy. Why didn't you dodge when you clearly heard it coming?" Eric pressed. Simon coughed lightly, "Because dodging would hurt my comrade." Upon hearing this, Eric's eyes flared with fury as he raised his gaze towards the city wall. "Weston, get down here this instant." Startled, Weston retorted, "I am a member of the Griffith family. You have no authority over me." He then muttered under his breath, "Just a commoner. What's the big deal?" Eric's lips quivered in anger. "Everyone stay put and rest. Gaul, fetch Priest Lux. Link, invite young Master Weston down here. No one is to let him leave until I return." With that, Eric carried Simon back to the castle, laying him gently in a guest room. As soon as he removed Simon's helmet, a gaping, walnut-sized wound, bloodied and mangled, was revealed. "Phew," Eric sighed in relief, commencing a rudimentary bandaging of the injury. Simon was his favorite among the private soldiers, a quick learner, astute, simple-hearted, and loyal, executing every command with precision. He placed great value on camaraderie, making him someone one could trust entirely on the battlefield. Fortunately, this wound was not fatal, otherwise it would be an immense loss. After hastily bandaging, Eric traversed the hall and arrived at the kitchen. As his hand touched the door, uncertainty gripped him. Should he truly disturb Lord Raven? After all, Weston was ostensibly his brother. Would he handle this matter impartially? After a brief hesitation, he pushed the door open, only to be nearly overwhelmed by the stench. What was that odor? The foul smell of cattle and swine, a sharp sourness, and an indescribable scent reminiscent of uncleanliness wafted through the air, causing Eric's eyes to water profusely. Chef Polo approached, shutting the door behind him, and handed Eric a damp cloth, which he quickly pressed against his nose, allowing him to breathe again. "Where's Lord Raven?" he inquired hoarsely. Polo pointed to the stove, right over there. Indeed, a figure squatted before the stove, dressed in a yellowed chef's garb, his face obscured by a thick veil, slowly stirring a mixture in an oak basin with a large wooden spoon. Eric rubbed his eyes. "Is this truly Lord Raven?" "Without a doubt," Polo replied, slightly disgruntled. "If it were anyone else making such a mess in my kitchen, I would have thrown them out long ago." Finally finding an outlet for his frustrations, Polo began to rant. "Lord Eric, Lord Raven has gone too far. The finest lard and tallow, all meticulously saved for exquisite dishes, have been squandered. Look." He gestured to a pile in the corner. 30 pounds of lard and 50 pounds of tallow have been reduced to this heap of rubbish. Following his finger, Eric was taken aback. What in the world was that? Clumps piled in the corner, grayish, blackened, and yellowed, their surfaces wrinkled and cracked, resembling nothing less than a large mound of excrement. Does Lord Raven's stomach possess such fortitude? He claims this is something called soap, used by the wealthy in the city. Although I seldom visit Monjin City, I frequent Shanjin Town and am familiar with it. Polo approached, grasping a piece and thrusting it before Eric. The soap they use is transparent, leaving one spotless after washing. But smell this. As he spoke, Eric too detected a resemblance to soap. He cautiously moved the veil from his mouth and inhaled gently, only to freeze in disbelief, swiftly covering his face once more. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if he had plunged his nose into a dung heap, his mind conjuring images of at least 6 cows frolicking joyfully. A wave of confusion washed over Eric. 2 days prior, Lord Raven had proclaimed he had discovered a lucrative venture and subsequently retreated to the kitchen. Could this truly be it? While soap is indeed useful, its market is rather limited. A small bar fetches 50 coppers, far beyond the means of an average household. Even if Lord Raven had uncovered a method for soap making, resolving the foul odor, the available workforce in Eagle Town was insufficient. If production were to be on a small scale, profits would likely be minimal, perhaps a mere 10 gold coins a year, hardly warranting such a time investment. As Eric pondered whether to intervene, he caught Lord Raven's gaze, which silently communicated, "If no lives are at stake, wait until I finish." Lord Raven, well aware of Eric's composure, understood that the task at hand was of utmost importance and required his complete focus. The clumps in the corner were indeed soap, yet they were not Lord Raven's ultimate goal. At that moment, he was stirring a basin of lime water. The primary component of quicklime is calcium oxide, which reacts with water to form calcium hydroxide. Lord Raven felt as though he had returned to a chemistry lab from a past life, carefully adding quicklime in small increments, pausing after each addition to allow the temperature in the basin to cool slightly before continuing. The reaction between quicklime and water releases a substantial amount of heat, and he wished to avoid any explosive mishaps. Having gained experience over the previous 2 days, this step was now second nature to Lord Raven. Amidst Polo's resentful glares, he reached for a canister of baking soda, gradually pouring it in while continuing to stir. Baking soda, or sodium bicarbonate. Only when the mixture had transformed into a thick, muddy consistency did he cease his motions, carefully retrieving an open glass flask from beneath the table. Due to the needs of magic and alchemical experiments, glass had already been introduced to this world, though most of it was of low purity and riddled with impurities. The windows of Eagle Castle were primarily made of such inferior material. The high-purity glass used to create the flask is quite valuable, despite its mere 1-liter capacity. It commands an astonishing price of 2 gold coins. When combined with the funnel, separating funnel, and 50 sheets of filter paper, the total cost reaches a staggering 5 gold coins, and none are readily available. Raven commenced his work 2 days prior, solely in anticipation of this moment. Calcium hydroxide, mixed with sodium bicarbonate, heated to yield sodium hydroxide. Raven recited a lexicon only he could comprehend, his movements exceedingly methodical. He first placed a cast iron pot on the stove, pouring in half a pot of water. Next, he inserted a ceramic deep dish, adding a measured amount of water, before placing the flask inside. He then poured the mixture from the wooden basin into the flask, filling it to approximately 2/3 full. The stoves of this era do not allow for precise temperature control, and Raven is no chemistry expert. This method is to prevent the flask from overheating and exploding. 2 gold coins are not to be trifled with. Watching the reaction within the flask, Raven called out, "BLO, keep an eye on that pot. Do not let the lard scorch again. As a renowned chef, how could I fail at rendering lard?" BLO grumbled softly but complied, moving to the adjacent stove to continue rendering the lard. The liquid in the flask gradually began to boil, releasing tiny, dense bubbles, and some white fragments precipitated from the liquid, settling at the bottom of the flask. Calcium carbonate formed from the reaction between calcium hydroxide and sodium carbonate. Raven focused intently until no new calcium carbonate emerged, quickly removing the ceramic dish and placing it on the table. He turned and asked, "How is the lard?" "It's ready, my lord," BLO replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. "Then take it out. We must avoid overcooking it," Raven instructed, retrieving the funnel and a conical flask. He carefully laid filter paper over the funnel and, using a wooden spoon, gently poured the upper liquid from the open flask into it. A bottle of murky liquid, after filtration, transformed into half a flask of remarkably clear solution, indistinguishable from water. "My lord, what are you doing?" Eric inquired, somewhat perplexed, stepping forward to touch it. "Do not touch." Raven's voice turned sharp. "You are forbidden to touch anything here without my permission." The liquid in the open flask primarily consisted of sodium hydroxide, also known as caustic soda, its corrosiveness rivaling that of sulfuric acid. "BLO, bring over the lard," Raven commanded. At this moment, Eric's curiosity piqued, and he took the lard from BLO, setting it on the table. Raven gently pushed him aside, one hand gripping the conical flask and the other the wooden spoon, gradually pouring sodium bicarbonate into the mixture, stirring as he added it. "Oh!" Eric exclaimed in astonishment, for before him, a wondrous scene unfolded. As the liquid from the flask dripped into the hot oil, tiny brownish-yellow particles began to coalesce, initially resembling dust. However, as the liquid increased, the yellow particles multiplied and thickened, ultimately forming fluffy clumps that settled at the bottom of the pot. "My lord, is this the legendary alchemy?" Chapter 10. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, establishing authority and winning hearts. "Look at you, so inexperienced." In response to Eric's question, Raven chuckled inwardly, his hands steady and unfaltering. What transpired in the barrel was one of the most fundamental chemical reactions known to every middle school student, the saponification reaction, thoroughly explained in chemistry classes. At the bottom of the barrel lay sodium stearate, the primary ingredient of soap. Although considered elementary, Raven had encountered numerous setbacks during this process. Initially, he had added too much quicklime, resulting in the explosion of a ceramic pot. Later, he had neglected to heat the mixture, leading to incomplete reactions that thwarted the saponification process. Finally, after successfully preparing the caustic soda, he had used an iron pot for the reaction, causing a reaction between sodium bicarbonate and iron that yielded a murky concoction of brownish-yellow iron hydroxide and grease. Once the reaction was nearing completion, Raven extended his hand, and Polo promptly handed him a peeled willow branch. Dipping the branch into the oil, it quickly became coated with a hard, dry, yellowish-brown crust. Observing this, Raven immediately poured in the vinegar he had prepared until the color of the willow branch ceased to change. Then he exhaled a sigh of relief. His previous failures had stemmed from the caustic soda not being completely neutralized. Without waiting for his command, Polo had already brought over a large wooden basin covered with filter cloth. "Is it clean?" Raven inquired. Polo replied loudly, "Absolutely. It has been scrubbed with soap 3 times. cleaner than my own face. Raven was momentarily at a loss for words at Polo's thick beard. Eric took on the heavy lifting, hoisting the barrel filled with oil and, under Raven's direction, poured its contents into the basin. Soon, a substantial mass of soap weighing nearly 20 pounds was deposited onto the filter cloth. Polo expertly pulled the cloth up and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed the soap into the corner. Eric hastily urged Raven to handle matters, carrying the basin straight towards the dirty water bucket. Raven, hoarse from shouting, bellowed, "Stop. What do you think you're doing?" Eric froze. "I was going to pour it out for you. If you dare to pour it out, I'll fight you," Raven retorted, snatching the basin from him. "I've been stuck here for 3 days, failing time and again. Do you think I did this for nothing? It's all for this." Raven returned the basin to the table, removed his gloves, and scooped a bit onto his tongue, a satisfied smile blossoming on his face. Thick and slightly sweet, reminiscent of honey. Yes, this is glycerin, although its purity was compromised due to procedural issues and carried a hint of a porky odor. It was more than adequate for use. Suppressing his excitement, Raven commanded, "Bring the wine." Polo presented a jug of wine before Raven along with 3 silver cups. Observing Eric's eager anticipation to taste the wine, Polo quietly advised, "I suggest you temper your expectations." In Eric's astonished gaze, Raven uncorked the jug, scooping a bit of glycerin into the wine and stirring it together. Eric's eyes widened in disbelief. What a waste. That was fine wine worth 5 silver coins and 70 copper coins a jug, and the adult was mixing it with soap residue. However, Raven paid no mind to Eric's expression. After stirring for a moment, he took a small sip himself and, beaming with delight, poured the wine into the cups. "Try this." Anxiously, Eric raised his cup, pondering how to phrase his thoughts without offending the Baron. But as the wine touched his lips, he was left utterly speechless. He set the cup down, incredulous as he gazed at the deep red liquid, cautiously sampling it again, then setting it down once more, only to lift it for another taste. His eyes sparkled with wonder and satisfaction. "My lord, this is simply extraordinary. I have never tasted such sweet and smooth wine, only in dreams. No, not even in dreams have I encountered anything like this. What a flatterer," Raven thought, surprised that this burly Nord man could be so adept at flattery. Polo, stifling his thoughts, raised his cup and downed it in one go, inadvertently dropping it with a crash onto the floor. How could there be such exquisite wine? There was no trace of bitterness, smooth as silk and honey. Yet the flavor was remarkably preserved, better than any wine he had ever imagined. "My lord, is this magic?" Observing their reactions, Raven felt a surge of pride and lightness, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "This is the secret. The bitterness of red wine arises from the tannins produced during fermentation, and glycerin is the finest substance for neutralizing tannins." He lifted his cup and took another sip. To him, this red wine was hardly exceptional, even inferior to those sold at supermarkets back in his previous life, with a faint trace of pork fat lingering on the palate. Yet, it far surpassed the average standards of this world. This was the power of knowledge, the strength of 9 years of compulsory education. At that moment, Eric's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, droplets cascading down his cheeks. Raven was taken aback. "Is the wine really that good? If you like it, you can have the whole jug." "No, my lord," Eric replied, sighing. "I just thought, with such wonderful wine, Simon might never taste it again, and it feels a bit." "Simon?" Raven exclaimed. "What happened to him? Was there an accident during training?" "No." Eric sighed, reciting the events plainly, without embellishment. Raven's expression turned somber as he listened. "Where's Viscount?" "In the courtyard," Eric answered. "Good." Raven shed his chef's attire and strode purposefully towards the door. "Follow me." Upon entering the hall, Raven spotted Denise seated at a table, with Viscount collapsed over it, weeping inconsolably. Upon seeing Raven, Denise rose, her voice sharp. "Raven, I demand an explanation." Raven coldly queried, "What explanation?" "Viscount is your brother, a member of the Griffith family," Denise asserted vehemently. "Yet your subordinate dares to imprison Viscount without your command, an unforgivable offense." She pointed at Gaul. "I demand you punish this guard immediately," following her finger. Raven noticed the dejected Link, while his newly recruited soldiers gathered at the doorway, their eyes wide with apprehension. Raven's heart sank, and he quickly resolved, "Very well. Since my esteemed aunt demands an explanation, I shall provide one." He brushed past Denise, seizing Viscount by the collar and dragging him outside. Though Viscount weighed around 200 pounds, Raven towered over him, his physique honed through years of navigating the perilous underground. Raven, what are you doing?" Viscount shrieked, Mother, help me." Denise was momentarily stunned, crying out as she attempted to intervene, only to be blocked by Eric in his full armor. "Raven, he is your brother." Raven's face remained impassive as he pulled Viscount from the hall, the surrounding soldiers parting to let them pass. "Raven, what are you doing? I merely injured a peasant. Are you really going to punish me for that?" Viscount shouted. With a thud, Raven delivered a swift kick to his brother's knee. causing him to collapse onto the ground, the impact resonating painfully against the hard steps. A guttural wail escaped Viscoun's lips, reminiscent of a creature in distress. As he prepared to unleash further curses, the chilling sound of a blade being drawn interrupted him, the cold edge of the sword pressing against his throat. Viscoun's shriek abruptly ceased. Raven surveyed the assembled mercenaries and proclaimed, "I believe you are all familiar with him, Viscount Griffith, my brother, and the very architect of Simon's grievous injuries. I know what you must be thinking, that I, as a nobleman, would naturally favor my kin, rendering Simon's suffering inconsequential. Yet, I assure you, this notion is profoundly misguided. Yes, he is my brother, but you, my soldiers, are akin to family, my children. I, Raven Griffith, vow before the Lord of Light that should Simon suffer any misfortune, Viscount shall pay with his life." In that moment, Viscount trembled, yearning to scream. Yet the blade pressed against his flesh rendered him paralyzed, only tears of despair flowing from his eyes. Raven was unequivocal, he truly intended to end his brother's life. Denise's countenance mirrored her distress, though not solely for Viscount's peril. She had witnessed Lux attending to Simon, and it was evident that Simon's injuries would not prove fatal, thus ensuring Viscount's survival. What truly alarmed her was Raven's calculated demeanor. In the mercantile realm, where she had navigated for years, it was clear that Raven was executing a display of power to deter any treachery. He aimed to convey a message. He was willing to kill Viscount, and would show no mercy to Denise either. Moreover, Raven had a dual purpose, to consolidate loyalty among his ranks. The fervent gazes of the mercenaries now reflected admiration, gratitude, and reverence, as if they beheld a deity. Denise realized that from this day forth, even if Raven commanded them to march to their deaths, they would not falter. Alas, the manipulated souls remained oblivious to the reality that the outcome had long been anticipated by Raven. This was merely a performance, a grand spectacle. Ironically, the stage had been set by none other than her inept son. A mere coincidence? No, Raven's approach was far too sophisticated, too methodical, akin to the most astute politician. This wretched scoundrel, hailing from an orphanage, possessed an astonishing clarity of judgment and a seasoned cunning, as though he had lived multiple lifetimes. Could he truly be just 20 years old? Baron Raven, Lux's arrival interrupted Denise's thoughts. "I have treated Simon." Raven inquired, "What is his condition?" "Though serious, he shall recover." Lux replied, "Simon possesses a robust constitution, and the padded helm you provided absorbed the impact, preventing fatal injuries. After 2 days of rest, he will be as good as new. Thank you for your assistance." Raven placed a hand upon his chest. "I shall ensure the consultation fee is delivered to the church." Lux nodded in acknowledgement, casting a fleeting glance at the prostrate Viscount before departing in silence. Having grasped the situation, Lux's kind heart would not extend to such a person. "Let me go." Viscount's body slumped, "That wretch. Simon is not dead. Death may be evaded, but the consequences of your actions cannot," Raven coldly retorted. "You inflicted a wound upon Simon, thus I shall bestow upon you a wound in kind." Before Viscount could comprehend the unfolding events, he felt a sudden chill upon his scalp, followed by the warmth of blood cascading down one side of his head, as a large swath of hair and flesh was torn away and fell to the ground. The mercenaries gasped in horror. On the ground, the crimson blood seeped into the earth, mirroring the profound imprint of Raven's benevolence upon their hearts. They understood that they were not mere worthless wretches but the personal soldiers of Lord Raven, who would protect them as a father would his children, even against a nobleman. "Long live Lord Raven." A voice rose, followed by a chorus of fervent shouts from the mercenaries. "Long live Lord Raven." Viscount, scrambling into the hall, nestled into Denise's embrace, weeping inconsolably. "Mother." Denise's hand brushed over Viscount's injury, blood staining her chest, and a surge of fury welled within her. "Raven, since you dare to harm Viscount for the sake of commoners, do not expect a single copper from me henceforth." Turning, Raven's wrist flicked, droplets of blood falling to the ground as he sheathed his sword, coldly asking, "And then?" "In 20 days, it shall be Donald's funeral." Denise sneered. "The hall's decorations, your attire, and all necessary ceremonial items, where will they come from?" Raven smirked. "You need not concern yourself with such trivialities. Continue your obstinacy if you wish," Denise declared. "I give you 3 days to publicly apologize to Viscount. Otherwise, bear witness as Donald's funeral and your own ceremony become a mockery." With that, she pulled Viscount away and departed. Eric approached Raven, whispering, "That madwoman is unaware of your capabilities. The new method of producing red wine, once sold, will certainly yield substantial profits." Raven replied with a smile, "Not yet. The time is not right." Eric hesitated. "Then what about the money?" "Money is not the issue. Her refusal does not equate to my inability to acquire it," Raven stated, leaving Eric bewildered as he turned to his mercenaries. They had overheard the preceding conversation and now wore expressions of guilt, believing they had caused Raven to lose a significant source of income. "Enough. This is my family matter, not yours." Raven declared loudly. If you truly feel remorse, train diligently and shape yourselves into warriors. Yes. Gaul responded first, calling, first squad, prepare for formation drills. Link followed suit, second squad, with me, do not lag behind. From the corridor's corner, Simon, his head wrapped in bandages, stepped forward. Formation, assemble. You fool. Raven approached Simon, gently patting his shoulder. Return to your post. Do not overexert yourself. Yes. Simon straightened and stepped out of the hall. Old Gordon approached Raven from behind. My lord, you are remarkable. In just 10 days, they can already be deemed death warriors. Their morale is promising. Raven smiled slightly. Next, we shall strive for wealth. Chapter 11. Aunt, allow me to offer you some compensation. The heavy gown fell to the ground, only to be delicately lifted by a foot clad in nude stockings. Handed over and hung on the coat rack by the wall. Denise sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers resting on her waist, gently swaying as her waist undulated. The nude stockings were slowly peeled away, reminiscent of an egg being shelled, revealing her supple, pale flesh to the humid summer air. Her legs were long and shapely, with clear lines and defined bones. The arch of her feet was a perfect curve, although no one admired them. Her 10 toes glistened like jade, adorned with splashes of purple from the balsam flower. Rising gracefully on her toes, Denise stood, her hands moving behind her. And with a rustling sound followed by a long, relaxed hum, she tossed a corset into the wardrobe. The bronze mirror, though costly, appeared unclear under the dim light of the night. Denise approached the mirror, her fingertips gliding over the reflection of her sensual body, releasing a muffled sigh of frustration between her lips. She stepped closer, her heated body pressed against the cold bronze. Yet it did nothing to quell the burning desire within her. A mature and voluptuous woman, she had not encountered a man in over a decade. Men, her fingers brushed her lips in the mirror, and suddenly, Raven's face flashed in her mind, extinguishing her desire in an instant. Donning a sheer nightgown from the wardrobe, Denise settled at her vanity. With a click, she removed an enameled hairpin and placed it on the table, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders like a cloud. Crossing her legs and leaning closer to the mirror, she lightly tapped the corner of her eye. That damned fool. The thought of that rogue infuriated her. He had the audacity to use her son as a pawn to garner sympathy, completely disregarding her feelings as his aunt. The mere thought of her son's injury made her heart bleed, her chest heaving violently. Yet, a rogue remains a rogue. If he sought financial support, he would inevitably come to her. Now, Denise had a relatively clear understanding of Raven. Shameless, despicable, vile, and greedy, particularly in his insatiable craving for power and status. It was hardly surprising for a rat in the gutter to yearn for a life of nobility. Thus, Denise concluded that to penetrate the circles of the aristocracy, Raven would surely come seeking her aid. Knock, knock, knock. The clear, rhythmic knocking at the door brought both a sense of satisfaction and irritation to Denise regarding her deduction. Despite his lowly origins, Raven's manners were impeccable. Aside from old Gordon, he was the only one in Eagle Castle who knocked with such politeness. And old Gordon would never visit her at this hour. But how dare he come? Did he think that a few flattering words would persuade her to part with her money? Denise admitted that she had been at a disadvantage during their last encounter. But this time she was well prepared. She would ensure that Raven understood the world did not revolve around his whims. Draping a dark coat over her shoulders, Denise called out, "Who is it?" "It is I, Aunt." As Denise had anticipated, Raven's voice came through. Denise replied coolly, "It is quite late. You should not be here." "This is my castle," Raven countered, "and you wouldn't want Viscount to know, would you?" At the mention of her son, Denise's brow furrowed slightly. Viscount had been spoiled by her. If he were to see her discussing matters with Raven, who knew what chaos would ensue? With a creak, the door opened, and Denise returned to her vanity, coolly stating, "What do you want?" This world lacked slippers, and the floor of the room was covered in soft felt. Though she wore a deep purple coat, her slender calves and delicate feet were exposed. Gazing at her enticing toes, Raven exclaimed, "Aunt, have you prepared this for me?" Denise rolled her eyes and shifted her posture, leaning forward slightly to conceal her feet while accentuating her most alluring curves. Realizing this, she instinctively covered her chest. "Raven, are you truly so idle?" Raven withdrew his gaze. "Of course not. But being in the presence of such a beautiful lady makes one forget all else." Flattery held no significance. Denise crossed her arms. "You know what I wish to hear. If you are not here regarding that matter, then please leave." Raven raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "I was also surprised by Viston's situation, but at the time, it was the best course of action. I know this has caused you distress, which is why I came to offer you some tangible compensation." "Compensation?" Denise scoffed. "Raven, what could you possibly offer me? I am far more aware of the finances of Eagle territory than you are. Are you planning to rent me the last remaining Eagle town?" Raven did not respond, but instead revealed a bottle of red wine from behind his back. "Shall we drink and talk?" Denise raised an eyebrow, recounting with precision. In the year 1176 of the bright calendar, the Punj winery produced amethyst wine. Being the first to use glass bottles, it was quite the novelty. Once fetching a price of 70 silver coins per bottle, though its taste and quality were rather mediocre, and it has now plummeted to 40 silver coins. The bottle you have is clearly opened, and the wine within is a lighter shade than amethyst. She looked at Raven, a hint of disdain and anger in her gaze. Baron Raven, did you think to employ your usual tactics from Mongan City on me? Denise, your discernment is indeed sharp, Raven replied with a smile. This is not original amethyst, but you underestimate me. If I, Raven, wished to bet a woman, I would never resort to underhanded methods. Denise had intended to retort, but the words caught in her throat. For indeed, Raven was quite handsome. His thick, dark hair lent him a spirited and capable appearance, and his deep-set eyes, combined with his sculpted features, almost drew one into their depths. Especially now, clad in light brown leather armor and draped in a slate-gray cloak, he exuded a clean and robust aura. Such striking looks, coupled with his usual silver tongue, would undoubtedly attract women. It was no wonder he earned the nickname Little B. Let us drink, Aunt Denise, Raven said with a suggestive smile. Otherwise, the night at Eagle Castle may prove rather dull. Before Denise could refuse, Raven picked up a silver cup, uncorked the bottle, and poured himself a drink, downing it in one go. He then filled another silver cup halfway and pushed it toward Denise. If you have nothing to say after finishing this, I shall take my leave. A smirk crept across Denise's lips. Very well, if that is your intent. However, I must warn you that such an attitude cannot erase the harm you have caused me and viscount. I shall not part with a single coin. Raven merely gestured invitingly, his demeanor unperturbed. Denise gracefully raised her cup, taking a delicate sip. The moment the liquid touched her tongue, her eyes sparkled. As a merchant, she frequently attended various events and had tasted countless wines, yet none had ever offered her such pleasure. The wine is devoid of the common acidic and astringent flavors typically associated with it, presenting a velvety and smooth texture reminiscent of milk. Its sweetness is akin to honey, yet it does not possess the cloying quality of honey. The underlying acidity and unique flavor render it truly captivating. Despite her efforts to restrain herself, she drained the glass entirely, a blush immediately blooming on her cheeks. Where did this wine come from? She inquired. I made it myself, Raven replied with a smile. You? Denise regarded him incredulously. That's impossible. You've only been at Eagle's Perch for half a month. Raven chuckled, to be precise. I merely made some insignificant modifications to an existing red wine. Denise's expression shifted to one of understanding. This made much more sense. She promptly followed up with, what is the cost? Oh, that's a trade secret, Raven replied with a grin. However, I can share one detail with you. Dear Aunt, it was concocted using the flowing amber from the Magnus winery. Denise paused, moving to a corner of the room to open a cupboard and retrieve a jug. Is this it? 5 silver coins and 70 copper for a jug, containing about a kilogram of red wine. Raven nodded affirmatively. Denise uncorked the jug and poured a small amount into her glass, taking a cautious sip, only to furrow her brows in discontent. In her view, flowing amber was hardly a premium wine, though it sufficed for casual dining. Yet, everything suffers in comparison. After tasting Raven's enhanced concoction, the flowing amber felt akin to swill. Could Raven truly possess such talent? Denise still found it hard to believe. How can I be certain you're not misleading me? It's simple, Raven said, confident in his preparations. He reached for the jug, retrieving a sealed test tube from his pocket, pouring its contents into the jug before gently shaking it. Minutes later, he returned the jug to Denise. Please, go ahead. Skeptical, yet curious, Denise poured herself another glass and delicately touched her tongue to the liquid. Indeed, this was the flavor of the wine Raven had brought. As a savvy businesswoman, Denise instinctively began calculating costs and profits. A jug of flowing amber sold for 5 silver coins and 70 copper, weighing 1 kilogram. With bulk purchases, the price could potentially drop to 5 silver coins. The improved red wine surpassed most similar products on the market, only a handful of top-tier offerings standing out due to their unique flavors. Yet, the enhanced red wine could easily rank among the finest. With high-end glass bottle packaging, a bottle would cost around 15 silver coins, and 1 jug of flowing amber could fill 2 bottles, pricing each at 17 silver coins and 50 copper. The finest red wine currently available was the red maple dew from the Empire of Sate, retailing at 8 gold coins and 60 silver for a bottle. As a new product, it could not possibly compete with such luxury, but it should not be priced too low. A standard price of 1 gold coin and 50 silver could be set. Thus, in the market of Mongan City alone, over 1,000 bottles could be sold annually, translating to a revenue of 1,500 gold coins. After deducting transportation, storage, and labor costs, a profit of approximately 1,300 gold coins could be anticipated. However, the cost of the miraculous liquid Raven possessed remained uncertain. If one vial could enhance 2 jugs of flowing amber, 500 vials would be needed for 1,000 bottles. Even if each vial cost 2 gold coins, a profit margin of 20% would still be attainable. 1,000 gold coins, Denise said, lifting her gaze to meet Raven S., her eyes ablaze with determination, as if wishing to consume him whole, momentarily forgetting to disguise her alluring form. I am willing to pay 1,000 gold coins for the formula of this miraculous liquid. Raven, enchanted by the alluring vista that unfolded before him, noted how the alcohol had rendered her skin a perfect shade of enticing crimson. Though captivated, reason prevailed. I'm afraid, dear Aunt Denise, that while I can sell eggs, I shall never part with the hen. Denise, realizing her lapse in decorum, composed herself. Speaking slowly, Raven, you must understand that business is not so simple. Even if your product is exceptional, without sales channels and adequate manpower, substantial profits remain elusive. If you believe 1,000 gold coins insufficient, I can make concessions. For every bottle sold, I could offer you a 10 silver coin share. Alternatively, exclusive sales rights. Denise proposed another option. For that miraculous liquid, I could offer 1 gold coin per vial. 1 gold coin. Raven was taken aback by this offer. A live pig weighing around 80 kilograms could be purchased for approximately 20 silver coins, and from that pig, at least 1 kilogram of impure glycerin could be extracted. If this glycerin were packaged into test tubes, it could fill at least 100 bottles. 100 gold coins. Compared to 20 silver coins, that represents a 50-fold profit. Yet, Raven sought not quick riches but a sustainable venture. Although glycerin has yet to be discovered in this world, a soap industry already exists. Raven could not fully eliminate the pig's odor from the glycerin, and if sold directly, given Denise's astuteness, it would likely be only a matter of years before she deciphered its secrets. Raven shook his head. Exclusive sales rights are negotiable, but not for that liquid. Instead, for the new wine itself, let us use these bottles. He tapped the glass bottle, stating, you will handle raw material procurement, labor, and storage costs, while you retain pricing rights. However, I require 70% of the profits as my share. 70%? Denise furrowed her brow, exclaiming, such terms are excessive. You must understand. I'll bear a series of intermediary costs and will also need to establish sales channels. Oh, do not be agitated, dear Aunt Denise, Raven interjected, waving his finger. You should be aware that the primary business of Federal Commerce is bulk grain trading, not wine distribution. I approached you out of familial respect. If you do not agree to this condition, I can easily seek partnerships elsewhere. Seeing Raven's nonchalant demeanor, Denise's breath caught in her throat, her teeth grazing her lush lower lip, her eyes betraying a mix of resentment and frustration. How infuriating. Raven's expression seemed to imply he had her under his thumb. What troubled her further was the undeniable truth of the matter. She had never heard of this improved wine technology, and Raven had concealed the source of that miraculous liquid masterfully, leaving no trace behind. She recalled how Raven had spent days in the kitchen, a flicker of realization crossing her eyes. Could it be that he was working on this? Might she, Aunt? I strongly advise you to abandon those unrealistic notions, Raven cautioned. The formula for that liquid is known to BLO, but I would wager you cannot pry it from his lips. Denise's hopes were extinguished. BLO was Raven's subordinate, his life and that of his family firmly in Raven's grasp. Unless she could bring Raven down, acquiring the formula was indeed impossible. Raven leaned forward, locking eyes with Denise, close enough for her to feel his breath. Time is of the essence. Have you not yet made up your mind? The potent scent of masculinity enveloped her, and under the influence of alcohol, Denise's heart raced. Given her temperament, she ought to have shot back defiantly, but alas, Raven's handsome visage was simply too striking. Why must such a beautiful face be affixed to a rogue? 60%. Denise reclined against the back of her chair, asserting, as a member of the Griffith family, collaborating with me will ensure the utmost security of your secret recipe. Moreover, as a businessman, I am far more suited to thrive in the commercial arena. Raven fixed his gaze on Denise's eyes, extending a hand toward her collar. Undoubtedly. If you were willing to make a slight concession. 65%. It's a deal. Denise rose, evading Raven's grasp. However, I demand that all marketing activities for this new wine be orchestrated by me. Raven sighed with regret, rubbing his nose while inhaling the lingering fragrance on his fingers. You may handle the subsequent marketing, but the initial campaign must follow my plan. Denise inquired, what method do you intend to employ? Raven smiled, placing a finger to his lips. A secret. Amused yet infuriated, Denise replied, Raven, you may possess a modicum of cleverness, but when it comes to selling at a good price, I am the true expert. No, judging by our previous example, it is evident that I am the more seasoned professional, Raven stated as he rose and strode towards the door. Within 10 days, I expect to see a deposit of 300 gold coins in the first batch of materials in the warehouse. Otherwise, I am open to seeking a more generous partner. The door slammed shut, and Denise struck the table in frustration. This encounter had ended in failure once again. Raven had undeniably achieved his objective. Alleviating the economic crisis of the territory, the bait he had thrown left her, as a merchant, with no choice but to comply. Raven, just wait, Denise seethed, biting her crimson lips. When your marketing fails, you will come begging for my assistance. Yet, at the same time, she couldn't help but ponder how Raven intended to open the market for this new wine. Ah, yes, her aunt. Suddenly, Raven pushed open the door, peering in and winking. I must remind you to wear undergarments next time. I hope they are lace. With that, he closed the door again. Denise froze for a moment, glancing down at the conspicuous buttons on her sheer nightgown, her cheeks flushing crimson as she gritted her teeth and shouted, Raven. The church bells tolled over Eagle Town, heralding the dawn of a new day. Lux lowered the hammer, tucking a stray golden lock behind her ear, and picked up the wooden bucket and mop, commencing her meticulous cleaning of the church. As the sole priestess of Eagle Town, she was responsible for nearly all matters, in addition to collecting tithes. She rang the bell each morning, swept the church, led prayers for the townsfolk on weekends and at the month's end, and organized 2 grand sacrificial ceremonies each year in August and March. As a second-tier divine spellcaster, Lux possessed the ability to clean swiftly with divine magic. Yet she preferred to express her devotion through action. Divine magic was a gift from the Lord of Light. After tidying up a portion of the church, Lux stood on the second floor, straightened her back, sighed in relief, and allowed a smile to grace her lips. Raven had commenced training his soldiers merely a few weeks ago and had not issued any decrees to Eagle Town. Yet during this short span, the town had undergone noticeable changes. The streets and buildings remained dilapidated, yet the puddles had vanished. The previously uneven roads were once again leveled with gravel and ash, and the pesky mosquitoes had significantly decreased. The faces of the townsfolk began to show smiles, children frolicked in the streets, and neighbors exchanged greetings. This transformation stemmed from Raven's provision of 50 kilograms of coarse flour to each of the 34 soldiers. With 34 soldiers representing 34 households, nearly 150 individuals benefited, their lives improving almost instantly. Those without soldiers were undeterred. The Baron had begun to take action and had indeed delivered tangible benefits. Lord Raven would not always require just 34 soldiers. They too would have their chance. With a renewed sense of hope, they began to take notice of their living conditions. It seemed he was genuinely a benevolent individual. Lux recalled Raven, a smile tugging at her lips. Assisting Raven in concealing the truth about Donald's death had once left Lux in a quandary. What if Raven was deceiving her? However, as the days passed and Eagle Town transformed, especially after her visit to Eagle Castle to treat Simon the night before, Lux's internal conflict dissipated. She had witnessed the changes in the soldiers. Their bodies no longer stooped, their eyes no longer clouded. Through Simon's account, she learned of Raven's care for them, providing 3 meals a day, with meat served in the evenings. If he were not genuinely kind-hearted, what lord would grant meat to his subjects? Ding-ling. The sound of the doorbell interrupted Lux's reverie as she set down the bucket and hurried downstairs. Today was not a prayer day. Who could possibly be arriving at this hour? Before the statue of the Lord of Light stood a young man with dark hair, his eyes closed in prayer, murmuring incantations as he traced the sacred emblems of the sun and moon over his heart. Lux's eyes brightened. Such a standard prayer ceremony was rarely witnessed even in the royal capital. The young man turned to her, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Priestess Lux. Good day to you. Lux gasped. Baron Raven, what brings you here? I have come specifically to express my gratitude, Raven replied, picking up a basket from the ground. Might I have the honor of sharing breakfast with you? It would be my privilege, Lux nodded. Please, follow me. Due to decorum, Raven could not draw too close. Yet having just exerted herself, Lux was slightly perspiring, and in the sweltering summer heat, her garments clung to her form, revealing her shapely figure. With each step, her form swayed gracefully, resembling fluid, while the occasional ripple of her priestly robe continuously captivated Raven's gaze, especially the outline of the sun and moon upon her chest, which was discernible even from behind. The staircase was narrow, and the scent of Lux's perspiration wafted into Raven's nostrils, mingling with warmth and a unique, alluring fragrance reminiscent of milk, making it nearly irresistible to want to embrace her. Raven could almost envision her form beneath the priestly robe, swallowing hard as he struggled to suppress the beast within him. Finally arriving at the dining room, Raven disregarded etiquette and sat at the table, alleviating the awkwardness of his earlier demeanor. I apologize, Priestess Lux, I find myself rather hungry. Lux nodded in understanding, taking a seat opposite him. Opening the basket, Raven revealed its contents: a loaf of bread spread with garlic butter, 2 bowls of steaming oatmeal, 2 perfectly fried eggs, roasted beef shoulder with a crispy exterior, and a glass bottle filled with a deep crimson liquid. Upon seeing the red wine, Lux's eyes sparkled with delight. Baron Raven, is this red wine? Indeed. Raven replied with a smile. Are clergy not permitted to drink during non-fasting periods? Oh, certainly not, Lux said, a hint of shyness gracing her features. I'm a devoted enthusiast of wine, though my mentor seldom allows me to indulge. Raven chuckled. Then I believe this bottle will surely please you today. With that, he poured a glass of wine for Lux and pushed the silver goblet toward her. She accepted the glass, took a delicate sip, and her eyes immediately narrowed into adorable crescents. Like a rabbit sneaking a nibble of a carrot, she continued to drink eagerly, unable to stop. As Raven gazed upon her, he finally comprehended why Lux's mentor had forbidden her from indulging in alcohol. Perhaps due to her heightened sensitivity to spirits, a rosy flush illuminated her cheeks, as vibrant as rouge, further accentuating her porcelain-like complexion, rendering her even more alluring. A hint of dazed bewilderment glimmered in her eyes. Beads of perspiration formed on her nose. Her breath grew heavy, and her scarlet tongue caressed her delicate lips. Seasoned by the trials of life, Raven discerned that Lux was not intentionally attempting to seduce him. It was precisely this innocence that rendered her actions all the more difficult for him to resist. I beg your pardon for my indiscretion. Lux straightened her posture, her bosom causing the sun and moon motifs on her attire to quiver gently upon the table. She tucked her hair behind her shoulders, revealing a bashful expression. This wine is simply exquisite. Is it not the famed frosted pearl? The frosted pearl is renowned as a luxury red wine, with a single bottle fetching a staggering price of 3 gold coins. No, I am merely a humble baron and cannot afford such extravagance. Raven endeavored to fix his gaze upon Lux's face rather than lower. This is a wine I have recently developed. I must admit, I am not well versed in such matters. Lux tilted her head, her large, luminous eyes fixed upon him. Could you elaborate? Raven had awaited this very question. It is a long story, and I hope you do not find it laughable. I possess a rather unique passion cooking. Just a few days ago, during a culinary endeavor. This time, Raven refrained from embellishing the tale, altering merely a few details while concealing the objectives and outcomes. In his narrative, rather than intentionally conducting a saponification reaction, he had serendipitously discovered glycerin during the cooking process, unwittingly allowing it to fall into the wine vat. Out of a desire to save, he had tasted it, only to find it yielded an entirely new exquisite wine. Crafting such a tale required little effort, as he recalled that nearly every delicacy from his past life bore a similar origin. Surely, it must be your determination to improve the lives of the Eagle's domain that has moved him, guiding you to this discovery, Lux remarked. The Lord of Light? Is he not known as Eugene Schaefer? Raven silently scoffed at this thought, yet he would not contradict Lux. Indeed, all of this is the finest arrangement by the Lord of Light. With that, he suddenly sighed. Alas, such a magnificent wine may be forever confined within the Eagle's castle. How so? Lux's curiosity was piqued. Is the cost prohibitive? Raven shook his head. No. To speak frankly, the primary expense lies in the bottle. Lux inquired, what then is the cause? Oh, Raven sighed again, but then flashed a smile, refilling Lux's glass. Forgive my poor memory. I came here to express my gratitude to you. Why delve into such disheartening matters? Let us drink instead. This only intensified Lux's curiosity as she fixed her gaze upon Raven. Baron Raven, we vow to work together to enhance the lives of the citizens of Eagle Town. I have witnessed your efforts and am striving to fulfill my own responsibilities. Yet, you must understand, the yield from the fields alone cannot truly improve their lives. If, as you say, the cost of this wine is not exorbitant, it could certainly generate substantial profit, which could be utilized to better the lives of our citizens. Raven was taken aback by Lux's words. While he had been pondering how to persuade her, he had not anticipated her possessing such profound insight and pure intentions. Sensing Raven's hesitation, Lux placed her delicate hand over his. Baron Raven, you are the lord of Eagle's domain, and I am the priestess of this territory. Our goals are aligned, and I believe you possess a kind and courageous heart. No matter the challenges we face, as long as we collaborate, we shall surely overcome them. Lux's hand was petite, barely covering half of Raven's hand, its touch soft and fragile, her palm slightly damp with perspiration, causing Raven's heart to race. In that moment, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to grasp Lux's hand in return, yet he resisted. He did not wish to tarnish the image he held in her eyes, nor betray her goodwill. Priestess Lux, I am grateful for your trust. Raven expressed his sincere appreciation. In light of this, I shall voice my concerns. After a moment of contemplation, he laid out his premeditated thoughts. Eagle's domain is exceedingly remote. To the west lies the bloodied highlands, to the south is the domain of Viscount John, and to the north is blocked by the Walton family. While Shining Gold Town is prosperous, its market remains limited. The only avenue to garner sufficient profit is to sell in Mungwen City. Yet that is a daunting distance of 337 kilometers. As you know, in this day and age, it is not sufficient for a product to merely be of good quality to carve out a market. To sell the wine, one must first establish its quality and reputation. Lux nodded thoughtfully. What you say resonates. As the adage goes, buried gold cannot shine. This indeed presents a significant issue. Since you have identified this problem, Do you have any corresponding solutions? Raven had already contemplated this matter. Otherwise, he would not have arrived so early today, yet he could not reveal this just yet. Merely shaking his head in response, Lux withdrew her hand, her slender, fair fingers delicately stroking her refined chin. After a moment, her eyes suddenly lit up. I could promote this wine under the church's name. You previously mentioned that the method of improvement was discovered by happenstance, and without a doubt. This is a gift from the great Lord of Light. I can designate this wine as the exclusive sacramental wine for Eagletown's church and send some to my mentor. It would surely prove beneficial. Raven was increasingly astonished, realizing that while Lux may appear naive due to her lack of experience, she was far from foolish. In fact, her perceptiveness and understanding surpassed the ordinary. She was indeed a rare and valuable partner. What a stroke of luck. With her suggestion, he finally felt at ease to present his own viewpoint. Priestess Lux, your words have provided me with immense inspiration. If that is the case, may I propose that we utilize this wine during Uncle Donald's funeral, which coincides with my inauguration ceremony in 3 weeks. Many nobles will be in attendance. And after the ceremony concludes, you can announce it as the designated sacramental red wine. I believe it will yield remarkable results. Had Raven proposed this idea outright, regardless of Lux's favorable perception of him, she might have inferred his intentions and deemed him manipulative. However, with Lux broaching the suggestion first, Raven merely supplemented it, altering the nature of the proposal entirely. Baron Raven, you are a born leader, Lux declared with a smile. This plan surpasses many of my own, and it should yield quicker results, thereby opening avenues for sales. Raven humbly replied, no, I owe it to you for broadening my perspective. Once this wine finds its market, I shall allocate funds to assist in the renovation of your church. If your wine sales flourish, the tithe could significantly contribute. Lux smiled. I hope more so that you will allocate its profits for the benefit of the citizens of Eagletown. Raven nodded. You may always trust me in this regard, for it is my domain. Lux's sapphire eyes twinkled with amusement. Indeed, but what shall we christen this vintage? Have you considered a name, given its divine provenance? Raven contemplated for a moment before suggesting. Tears of an angel, perhaps? Exquisite. Lux exclaimed. Angels, unable to bear the suffering of mortals, shed tears of compassion and mercy to solace the Lightbringer's flock. Tears of an angel it shall be. Fueled by Lux's enthusiasm, they continued their meal, engrossed in discussions about the finer points, their excitement mounting with each detail. Raven's delight, however, was not entirely aligned with Lux's. The sight of the youthful cleric partaking in her meal was a rare spectacle of beauty. Each delicate movement of her fingers, each graceful opening and closing of her lips, each subtle undulation of her throat held Raven's attention captive. To observe without partaking was a torment. Thus, Raven took his leave with dispatch after the meal. Upon his return to the castle, old Gordon awaited him in his study. My lord, the invitations have been drafted and await your perusal. Raven accepted the missive, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. The invitations were crafted from the finest vellum, meticulously dyed black. Gilded accents adorned the corners, depicting the griffin crest of the Griffith family. The text was rendered in elegant Gothic script, penned with ink infused with silver dust, ensuring clarity and grace. 2 seals graced the lower right corner, the Griffith family crest in crimson, and Raven's personal seal below. The seal bore a stern, chiseled typeface, eschewing the popular flourishes and rococo embellishments in favor of an ancient and refined aesthetic. Your efforts are appreciated. Raven placed the invitation on the desk. See that these are delivered with haste. Spare no expense. Eschew the imperial post and entrust the task to the mercenary guild. As you command, my lord. Gordon adjusted his monocle. Furthermore, Master Lawrence has been summoned to the castle. He awaits your convenience to take measurements for the commission of your formal attire. Raven inquired. What remains in the treasury? To answer, my lord, following the acquisition of arms and armor, and deducting the 360 gold coins remitted to the Imperial Council. In addition to the alchemical equipment, 58 gold coins remain. Gordon stated with precision. Yesterday, Lady Denise augmented the coffers with 300 gold coins, bringing the total to 358. The dispatch of 67 invitations via the Mercenary Guild is estimated to cost between 38 and 42 gold coins. The refurbishment of the castle will require no less than 100 gold coins, and your formal attire, I surmise, will necessitate a minimum of 120 gold coins. That leaves a balance of 96 gold coins. Raven mused, a hint of vexation in his tone. He had entertained the notion of acquiring a Tier 1, divinely blessed potion, but such an acquisition appeared beyond his immediate means. Misinterpreting Raven's expression as regret over the expenditure, Gordon advised, my lord, do not be parsimonious with the gold. This endeavor is a pivotal step in your ascent into the circles of nobility. I am aware. Raven sighed. Striding to the window, his gaze fixed upon the private soldiers drilling in the courtyard. This shall be our first true trial. Whether we can restore the Griffith family's honor hinges upon this. Chapter 13. Beneath the thunderstorm, each with their own schemes as May approached its midpoint. The Nord province welcomed its rainy season, with dark clouds enveloping much of the territory, while thunder rumbled and crackled throughout. John Luke reclined in a plush animal hide chair, the roaring fire dispelling the lingering dampness. At 57 years of age, John, the lord of Snow Maple territory and a viscount of the empire, possessed the vitality of a much younger man, brimming with energy. His hair retained a healthy shade of brown, and although the skin on his face showed signs of looseness, his remarkably curved hawk-like nose remained prominently striking, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who beheld him. "Your lordship," the steward announced, entering and placing an invitation on his desk, a letter from the Griffiths family. With his eyes closed, John commanded, "Read it." The steward deftly used a letter opener to slice through the wax seal, holding the letter aloft as he began to read with a measured cadence. "Esteemed Viscount John Luke, it is with great sorrow that I inform you of the sudden passing of Baron Donald Griffiths on May 2nd, 1193 of the Age of Light. As the heir to the Griffiths family, I sincerely invite you to attend Baron Donald's funeral and my own investiture ceremony on June 1st in the Nord province, at Eagle Territory, Eagle Castle." Upon hearing the contents of the letter, John opened his eyes and scoffed. "Ha! I expected a bit of excitement from a baron of dubious origin, yet here I am confronted with such a dreary and conventional missive. Surely this is penned by Gordon. Indeed, it must be old Gordon. That scoundrel likely cannot even read properly," John remarked, lifting the blanket from his lap and sitting upright. "It's a pity that the Griffiths family, with its millennium of heritage, has fallen to such a state, requiring a lowly ruffian to inherit their legacy. Shall I respond, stating that you have pressing matters and cannot attend?" the steward inquired cautiously. "Not so fast, let me think," John replied, lost in contemplation. The steward stood by. Having served the Luke family for 30 years, well aware of his lord's temperament, some might call it cautious, others indecisive. "What say, Angel?" John suddenly asked. "Your lordship, this invitation has just arrived. The Walton family should have received theirs only recently as well," the steward respectfully answered. John nodded slowly, his thoughts settling. The decline of the Griffiths family did not begin with Donald, yet it had reached its nadir during his tenure, allowing the neighboring Luke family to reap significant rewards. Presently, the Eagle territory of the Griffiths had been divided into 3 parts, with the wealthiest, Golden Town, firmly in John's grasp, although they had signed a lease agreement. The term extended for 50 years, with 40 years remaining, providing ample time for the Luke family to establish a solid dominion there. Donald was not a particularly formidable opponent, but he was a competent noble. Even though he had succumbed to magical madness, fracturing his territory, he had left a glimmer of hope for reclamation. Otherwise, he would not have once offered 20,000 gold coins, yet only consented to lease Golden Town to John while renting the other 2 parcels to the Walton family. Alas, it seemed that his efforts would be in vain. Though John held a low opinion of women, he had heard of Dany's cunning and astuteness, consistently viewing her as the primary obstacle to maintaining control over Golden Town. He never anticipated that the once proud Griffiths family would fall into the hands of a rogue. Little B. John snickered. He was unaware of how Raven had triumphed over Dany's, but judging by the moniker, it was likely through less than savory means. Women, after all, must always be subdued by men. It appears I have overestimated Dany's. Had I known she too was of such a character, I, John, am still in my prime. Your lordship, will you personally attend? The steward inquired once more. Yes, send a reply on my behalf. I shall certainly be there, John chuckled. I have heard that Little B has even trained her own soldiers. I am quite eager to see their prowess. Furthermore, if I do not attend, that little one may crumble under Angel's pressure and surrender Golden Town's wealth to the Walton family. Outside, a fierce bolt of lightning illuminated the room as if it were day, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The thunder resonated as well within the Walton family. In stark contrast to John's serene surroundings, the men of the Walton family gathered in a conference room. At the innermost position sat a man clad in dull iron armor, his thick neck supporting a grotesquely shaped steel helmet that rested beside him. This helmet was designed to accommodate its owner, Baron Angel Walton. His nose was large, resembling that of a lion. As a level 3 Earth warrior, despite being 65 years old, his temper was as fiery as ever. And he crumpled the invitation in his hand before tossing it into the flames. Humph. Truly the world has declined. Any riffraff can now claim nobility. Father, I believe, began his eldest son, Judra, who had inherited his father's most prominent feature, a large nose, embellished with a prominent red scar. However, his words were swiftly cut off by Angel's rebuke. This is a conference room. I have told you before, here you shall address me by my title. Yes, my lord. Judra shrank back, a 35-year-old man chastised like a mere child. My lord, I believe you should not underestimate Raven. I have met Lady Dany's on several occasions. She is not a woman to be easily manipulated. Now that Raven has seized the inheritance from her, he must be quite formidable. Nonsense. Angel slammed his palm on the table. I see you have been bewitched by that wench Danny's to utter such foolish words. Father, please do not be angry, interjected a young man with fiery red hair seated to Angel's right. My elder brother only wishes to consider the family's interests by engaging with Danny's. This young man, named Mark, was 20 years old and bore not his father's prominent nose, but rather his mother's blazing red hair. The use of father contradicting Angel's earlier instruction did not provoke his wrath. Instead, he tempered his anger. Humph. What family interests? I see he is only thinking of himself. Judra lowered his head, suppressing his dissatisfaction. The favoritism shown by Angel towards Mark was utterly excessive. Judra was 15 years older than Mark and had been groomed as the family's heir since childhood, subjected to the most rigorous training. From the age of 6, he had to balance the study of noble etiquette, culture, and history with martial skills and tactical training, facing severe consequences for any lapse in diligence. Receiving neither smiles nor praise, Judra had believed Angel to be a stern but loving father, incapable of expressing affection. However, this notion began to crumble as Mark matured. From a young age, Mark had enjoyed the most affection from their father, often being embraced, even as a 5 or 6-year-old. On several occasions, Mark had dashed to the command platform during training, an act that would have earned Judra a severe beating. However, Angel was not angered. Instead, he smiled and lifted him up, proudly introducing Mark's identity to his private soldiers. Even when Mark was merely 15, he had acquired a second-tier divine potion, specifically designed for the directional awakening of earth energy, priced at a staggering 1,500 gold coins. After his initial failure, his father even purchased a second potion for him. In contrast, Angel had only received his first divine potion at the age of 20, which was a first-tier non-directional awakening potion, and he did not successfully awaken until he was 25. Indeed, his interactions with Danis were primarily self-serving. His father's blatant favoritism towards Mark had extinguished his hopes of inheriting the title. He simply wished to marry Danis, thereby maneuvering himself into the de facto lordship of Eagle's Nest. But am I not a member of the family? Both my father and elder brother are also part of it, albeit his kindness is excessive. A glint of cunning sparkled in Mark's eyes as he contemplated how to please Angel. In my opinion, the rainy season is imminent, the most chaotic time in the bloodied Highlands. Let us disguise our private soldiers as bandits and storm Eagle's Nest, ensuring the Griffith family has no heirs. This way, the 2 rented territories will be as secure as fortresses. Whoever inherits Eagletown will dare not harbor ulterior motives. Ha ha ha, truly my son. This is how we shall uphold the Walden family's prestige. Angel laughed heartily. However, while the idea is splendid, it is somewhat reckless. We are nobles, not brigands. It is not that Angel adheres strictly to noble ethics, but the current political climate of the kingdom does not permit such actions. For the past century, the imperial royal family has consciously sought to diminish the nobility, significantly tightening the issuance of titles. In 100 years, the number of newly elevated nobles can be counted on one hand, while at least 100 nobles have had their titles revoked. The Walden family is merely a minor baronial house, and if we were to follow Marcus' plan, even if successful, the sycophants of the noble council would descend upon us like wolves, determined to strip the Walden family of its lands and titles. Then what do you propose we do, father? Mark inquired. Angel fixed his gaze. That little bee is training his troops. So let us bring our finest forces to present him with a gift, making him aware of the true adversaries he faces. Father, you are truly wise. Mark praised loudly. That lowly scoundrel has surely never encountered soldiers of our iron furnace ridge, and he will be frightened to the point of wetting his pants. Once we intimidate him slightly, he might just hand over Eagletown, along with that harlot Danis. Angel shook his head. No, my child, not us. This time, Jude will accompany me, while you shall remain in the territory to hone your martial skills. But Mark began to protest, but lowered his head, displaying a perfectly timed expression of grievance. I understand, father. He comprehended Angel's intentions. Jude, being older and possessing his own faction, as well as being the eldest son of the family, could promptly declare his claim to Iron Furnace Ridge should any misfortune befall Angel. Mark feigned his grievance not out of a genuine desire to leave the territory, but rather to evoke guilt in his father while seeking personal advantage. Sure enough, Angel remarked, Mark, do not sulk. You are now a mature noble. Here's the deal. When I return, I shall assign you a knight to govern. How does that sound? Mark immediately responded, Thank you, father. Boom. Another thunderclap echoed, and the rain outside intensified. Beneath the heavy curtain of rain, steeds traversed the various roads of the Nord province, akin to blood coursing through veins. These knights were mercenaries, tirelessly delivering invitations to every noble house that had ever been associated with the Griffith family. The continuous rolling thunder resembled the overture of a grand drama, heralding to the entire Nord province that the Griffith family was returning. Yet, this resounding thunder could not drown out all sounds. Within the courtyard of Eagle's Nest, a sound rang louder than the storm. Stab! Stab, stab. Amidst the torrential rain, Raven's private soldiers continued their drills, each pair of eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. Under Eric's command, they spread their legs and gripped their long spears, repeatedly practicing the same motion. Thrust, thrust, and yet another thrust. The spear tips pierced through the rain, shattering droplets into finer mists, creating a hazy veil from a distance. None dared to falter. For at this moment, Raven stood in the rain, holding a long spear, alongside them. After the 500th thrust of the day, Raven sheathed his spear and stood tall. Attention. Swish. 36 private soldiers almost simultaneously stood at attention, their heels clicking together. The sound of water being compressed resonating in perfect harmony. After half a month of training, progress was evident. Raven bellowed, "Who are we?" Led by Simon. The private soldiers stood tall, roaring, "The Eagle Army. What is our creed? To defend our homeland, to pledge loyalty to the Baron." "Who is your Baron?" "Lord Raven." "Excellent." Raven shook his spear and shouted, "Now, someone is coming to witness your folly, to see Lord Raven's folly. What shall you do?" After a brief silence, a thunderous roar erupted. Simon suddenly stepped forward. "Kill." Then, a cacophony of voices surged. "Kill, kill." At noon on a scorching summer day, the streets of Eagle Town were bustling for a rare moment, with horse-drawn carriages emblazoned with various crests filling the thoroughfare, while steeds occasionally darted past. After over a century, without significant warfare, the lives of the nobility had devolved into increasing decadence and opulence. Gradually growing accustomed to traveling by carriage, though some old-fashioned nobles still preferred to ride alone. Angel was one such traditionalist. He rode alongside his eldest son Jude and 3 titled knights on their war horses, a mix of beast and magic, surpassing the sluggish carriages. Just as they left the town, they spotted a figure atop a white horse. The steed was resplendently silver, shimmering under the sun, its muscular outline visible beneath its coat, with thick legs resembling pillars. Each knee was adorned with sharp, pale yellow spikes, and faint currents of electricity could be discerned flickering around it. A second-tier magical beast, the electric-horned silver-eyed horse, was the mount of Viscount John. "Viscount John, it has been quite some time." Angel rode up beside John, adjusting his steed's pace to match his. "Your presence remains as striking as ever." "Likewise," John replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, Baron Angel's physique surpasses mine, at your age. I might not even be able to don armor and mount a horse." "Ha." Seemingly oblivious to John's sarcasm, Angel laughed heartily. "I cannot compare to the grandeur of the Viscount's estate. I can only rely on my armor for appearances. However, your choice to arrive in formal attire is rather ill-considered. Commoners are only intimidated by authority and do not grasp the concept of gratitude. A ruffian like Raven, who fortuitously inherited his title, can only subdue them through force." Observing the flicker of helplessness in John's eyes, Angel felt a surge of pride. When a noble visits another noble, it is, in principle, permissible to don armor. However, in the realm of Canes, a century of tranquility had dulled the vigilance of the nobility, rendering such caution obsolete. Thus, it was necessary for Angel to adopt an opposing approach. Raven, merely a commoner, lacked the understanding of the distinctions between the 3rd and 4th tiers, yet the armor he donned would reveal to him who was truly formidable. To him, a slight intimidation would suffice to make that little bee weep and relinquish its honey. Am I being too extreme? Angel mused. I have heard that Baron Raven's newly trained private soldiers have only been in formation for a month. Should they flee in fear, it might tarnish his reputation. John, with his hawk-like nose and slightly tightened legs, felt his steed increase its stride. Angel galloped alongside, feeling an immense sense of pride, despite being over a decade his junior. John held a higher title and greater strength, having previously controlled the prosperous town of Shangjian. It was indeed a gratifying experience to gain a slight upper hand over him. The towering Eagle Fortress gradually came into view, stirring a tinge of envy within Angel. The castle, oriented north to south, boasted towering walls enveloping it, measuring 80 meters in length and 65 meters in width, with a protective moat 5 meters wide surrounding it. The outer walls reached a height of 5 meters. Constructed of black granite, both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing, with battlements and arrow slits atop. Once the drawbridge was raised, it would serve as an impeccable fortress for war. The most striking feature was the castle's main structure, soaring 17 meters high. Its meticulously designed exterior curves were enchanting, and the lofty spire resembled the figure of a lover. Captivating. With a magic crystal cannon atop, even thousands of soldiers would find it impossible to breach its defenses. In contrast, his iron furnace fortress appeared much more cramped and narrow. Due to the lack of flat terrain, it was erected upon hills, occupying nearly half the area of Eagle Fortress, and its main structure stood only 10 meters high. How could such an exquisite castle fall into the hands of a ruffian like Raven? Ahead lay Eagle Fortress, and a resounding command urged the lords to dismount. This call snapped Angel back to reality. He observed that 2 rows of soldiers flanked the drawbridge. with a contingent of around 30 standing in formation upon it. Their appearance and demeanor took Angel by surprise. Dressed in brown leather armor, the surface of which was smooth and well-maintained, they bore no resemblance to newly forged goods, indicating long-term use and careful upkeep. Beneath the blazing sun, the soldiers, steadying their long spears, stood resolute, their eyes wide, bodies rigid, even as sweat poured down their brows, their feet firmly rooted like tree roots. They seemed less human and more like 2 rows of clay figures, yet their chests still rose and fell with breath. The commanding shout had come from one of the young men with curly hair among them. Could these truly be Raven's soldiers? In just a month, he had managed to mold them into such a formidable presence? I shall test your mettle. Do you dare to obstruct my passage? Angel urged his steed forward, brandishing his whip towards the young man's face. Do you know who I am? Your identity is of no concern to me, the young man replied. Unflinching, ahead lies Eagle Fortress, please dismount. Ah, such audacity. Angel was both enraged and amused by this boldness. Clenching his legs, he urged his steed forward. What if I insist on entering? Though over 60, his physique remained robust, and despite not unleashing his fighting spirit, his presence was imposing enough to suggest he might charge forth at any moment. The young man's expression shifted, retreating 2 steps. Angel smirked, reveling in the realization that they were merely posturing. Commoners would always be commoners, no matter how impressive their faade, they remained obedient lambs. Yet, abruptly, his expression darkened. An ambush. At the young man's command, the previously still rank sprang into action. The soldiers swiftly formed 2 lines, leveling their spears, creating a solid wall that effectively blocked the entrance to the Eagle Fortress drawbridge within mere moments. What remarkable reflexes! John, observing from behind, felt astonished. At 55, he had witnessed various types of troops, mercenaries, bandits, and even the Imperial Steel Legions and the Knights of the Church. Yet none could assemble into formation in such a short span. Even John's meticulously trained Snow Maple Legion, while possibly superior in individual prowess and equipment, could not match this level of discipline. Just moments ago, John had lamented his lack of full armor for this occasion, but now he felt fortunate, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama. Angel found himself in a predicament, his anxiety mounting. Madness, sheer madness. These private soldiers must have received Raven's orders to dare confront him. How could Raven, a lowly commoner, have the audacity to wield arms against a noble like me? Yet he had to concede that this tactic was indeed effective. As the Baron of Iron Furnace Ridge, no matter his strength, he had to adhere to the rules of noble conduct. Arriving in full armor at a funeral was already somewhat improper. To advance without revealing his identity and meet with armed resistance was entirely justifiable. Should he strike against Raven's private soldiers now, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Eagle territory. He certainly did not fear a battle with Eagle territory, but in the current climate, declaring war would equate to slapping the royal family in the face. Even if he were to raise Eagle territory, it would merely serve to adorn another's glory with his own blood. Could that Littleby have anticipated this, thus employing such a tactic? Impossible, utterly impossible. My Lord Baron, it would be wise to dismount, Jude suggested, approaching from behind. After all, today is Baron Donald's funeral. Angel turned to Jude, disappointment and frustration evident in his gaze. Dismounting now would be akin to trampling his own dignity into the dirt, elevating Raven's status. Gritting his teeth, he slowly raised his arm, preparing to lead his knights into a forceful charge. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. I was wondering who had graced us with their presence. It turns out to be Baron Angel. Emerging alongside the voice was a dark-haired man clad in a baronial attire. The outfit, woven from wool, presented a clean and polished sea blue hue, with an open front revealing a white silk shirt beneath. The cuffs and lapels were adorned with intricate patterns of gold and silver, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. An eagle, soaring high, was embroidered on his left chest, its eyes of translucent amber capturing a sharp and commanding presence. Not everyone could carry such an outfit with grace. Yet it accentuated this man's poise and nobility without overshadowing his inherent charisma. This could only be Raven. He approached the human wall, reproach evident in his tone. How can you treat a distinguished guest in such a manner? This is not an enemy. Disperse at once. Yes, my Lord Baron. The young man, who was Simon, called out first. Return to your posts. To the sound of synchronized footsteps, the private soldiers were formed into 3 groups. Returning to their original positions, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and Raven, placing his hand over his heart, performed an impeccable bow. My apologies, Baron Angel, for the fright we caused you. Angel's cheek twitched slightly, wishing he could strike Raven dead on the spot, yet he inhaled deeply. Choosing to descend from this confrontation gracefully, he dismounted and approached Baron Raven. Baron Raven, your military training skills are quite commendable. The presentation is splendid. Are you preparing to send them to the public baths in Munin City? In this world, Public baths not only offer guests a chance to cleanse their bodies but also provide additional services available to both men and women, with men sometimes being more sought after. One could say that Angel was indeed courting misfortune. Raven, who spent his days entrenched in the underbelly of Munnan City, was far more adept at verbal sparring than Angel, an elderly man who merely lingered within his castle walls. Ah, so the public baths are the crux of military training. No wonder I felt something was amiss. Raven retorted with a smile. This implies that your soldiers must be trained to the standards of public baths, which explains the impressive revenue from your territory. Angel's large nose reddened with indignation. Your tongue is quite sharp. Thank you for the compliment. Rhetoric is indeed a requisite skill for any noble, Raven replied, smiling. With the arrival of more nobles, murmurs began to rise, and Angel, unwilling to linger, snorted and entered the hall. I apologize, Baron Raven, Jude whispered. My father has that temperament. I hope you won't take offense. Raven inquired, what has transpired? Jude nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Viscount John observed the exchange, his impression of Raven shifting slightly. While a dandy might not fare well in battle, Raven's private soldiers were certainly not mere decorative cushions. Their audacity to raise spears against a baron demonstrated ample courage and resolve. They would undoubtedly grow into competent soldiers, judging solely by the training of his troops. Raven was indeed a worthy heir. Viscount John, Raven said, concealing his smile and bowing respectfully. Thank you for attending my uncle's funeral. This display took John by surprise. Having just thwarted Baron Angel's bravado, Raven should have been brimming with confidence. Yet here he exhibited remarkable restraint and humility, even revealing a perfectly measured sorrow. Such behavior was not characteristic of a mere ruffian. This scene revealed his intelligence in recognizing whom to offend and whom to befriend. John began to comprehend why Donald had chosen Raven as his heir. Raven was indeed a natural-born noble. Dismounting, John handed the reins to his servant and stepped forward to return the courtesy. Baron Donald was a man of integrity and greatness. I see his shadow in you. I hope the Griffiths family, under your leadership, can once again ascend to glory. Thank you for your well wishes, Raven responded. The two engaged in pleasant conversation while Angel seethed with frustration. Although he had evaded the worst outcome, John's laughter at his expense was unbearable. The notion of subduing with force had backfired. It was intolerable. If brute force would not suffice, he would resort to wit. He planned to seize any minor breach of noble etiquette to unleash his wrath and thoroughly embarrass Raven at the funeral. However, the scene within the castle left him so exasperated he felt on the verge of vomiting blood. The hall's carpet was replaced with a perfectly appropriate black, and the dozen tables and hundreds of chairs were made of the commonly accepted rosewood, draped in pristine, soft cotton cloth, neither ostentatious nor shabby. The table closest to the coffin, the main table of the gathering, was slightly elevated, ensuring no one would mistake its significance. When his gaze fell upon the main table, his eyes finally lit up. It was adorned with numerous glass goblets, crystal clear and of high purity, which indeed enhanced the allure of the fine wines. Each goblet was worth 30 silver coins. A trivial concern. The problem lay with the wine itself. The bottles, though attractive, were no labels. As a connoisseur, he could discern the quality by mere color, recognizing that the bottles contained nothing of worth, merely flowing amber. To serve such inferior wine disguised as fine vintage at his uncle's funeral was a grave affront. While this rationale might seem tenuous, what did it matter? Raven was but a ruffian, while he was an established baron. A smirk crossed Angel's lips as he envisioned the scene at the zenith of the ceremony, when everyone would be called to toast. He would shatter the wine goblet and expose Raven's seemingly genteel facade, transforming his coronation into a complete farce. With a sense of relaxation, he sought a seat. Placing his helmet on the table, rubbed his large nose, and said to Jude, "Son, shortly I shall demonstrate how to assert our family's prestige." "Ah, so this is Denise," Angel remarked. "No wonder you cannot forget her." At that moment, Denise, veiled in black, sat beside the coffin, motionless yet commanding the attention of the entire hall. She wore a black silk gown, its soft, delicate fabric clinging to her legs, perfectly accentuating her ample silhouette. The hem fell below her knees, and beneath the lace trim were black stockings that reflected an enticing sheen. Her legs were together, with her high-heeled shoes revealing only the tops of her feet. Yet the curve was sufficiently captivating. The most potent aspect was her status as a widow, combined with the sorrowful, slightly bewildered expression beneath the veil, resembling a delicate, fragile porcelain figurine, evoking a desire to cradle and cherish her. With a thud, the door closed, and Raven bowed to the assembled guests. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and a graceful figure entered the hall, lax. Compared to previous occasions, her attire was more formal, with a white headscarf enveloping her golden tresses. Typically, white garments render one's complexion duller, yet lax skin made the stark white headscarf appear lackluster, while her sapphire-like eyes sparkled. She wore a natural-colored linen priestess robe, a fabric of inferior quality, yet on her, it exuded an aura of nobility and charm. As she walked, The fabric clung to her form, subtly outlining her figure. Though unintentional, it captured the attention of every man present. Amidst the gazes, Lax approached Donald's coffin, cradling a wooden artifact the length of a mobile phone. Against her chest, half painted in gold, the other half in silver. This was a sacred relic of the Church of Light. The two circular shapes symbolizing the Lord of Light's dominion over the sun and moon, interlocked to represent his infinite divine power. The assembly remained profoundly solemn, save for Raven, whose expression grew somewhat peculiar. The shape of the relic was so odd that it inspired in him an urge to affix a stick to it. Believing Raven to be grief-stricken, Lax sighed and spoke. Today is the funeral of Baron Donald. I ask you all to join me in prayer for him. The funeral for Donald commenced in an orderly fashion. It was not extravagant by contemporary standards, devoid of magical illusions or celebrity blessings, with only Lax presiding, giving it an almost rudimentary feel. Yet this simplicity greatly pleased the gathered nobles. Firstly, it aligned with their stereotypical perception of the Griffiths family, a clan that should not thrive under the stewardship of a ruffian. Secondly, they were all eager to leave the castle. In contemporary times, even the slightest affluent noble tends to augment their castles with temperature-controlling magical formations. Although costly, these enchantments transform the sweltering summer into a refreshing haven. However, the Griffiths family evidently lacked such financial means, as even those seated in the front row could catch a faint whiff of Donald's body scent, despite the masking spices. Following the prayers, Lux turned to Raven. Today is a momentous occasion. It marks both the funeral of Baron Donald and the ascension ceremony of Baron Raven. He is a devout believer, an upright gentleman, and a benevolent lord. Sitting beside the coffin, Denise nearly shattered it with her grip. Devout, upright, benevolent? Is this truly about Raven? Her gaze cautiously flitted between Raven and Lux. The former remained composed, tinged with sorrow, showing no hint of embarrassment, while the latter's tone was remarkably calm. Denise shook her head in resignation. Lux was either in collusion with Raven or had been deceived by this seemingly handsome man. Denise leaned toward the latter. Now, please welcome the widow of Baron Donald, Lady Denise. Lux's voice resonated. Snapped from her thoughts, Denise elegantly rose and approached Lux. Raven subtly nodded. It must be said that even standing together, the two were equally striking, a mature widow and a pure priestess. Lady Denise, may I inquire if you willingly bestow your husband's title upon Baron Raven for inheritance? Lux asked. Indeed, Raven is our nephew. Thanks to him, my husband could embark on his final journey in peace. Denise paused, gathering all her strength to steady her voice. He is devout, kind, and upright, respects his aunt, honors his brother, and without a doubt, is a worthy heir. Lux beamed, pleased to hear praises of Raven from others, confirming her own judgment. Then, please have Mr. Raven come forward. Raven adjusted his attire and rose to stand before Lux. Priestess Lux, he addressed her. Lux's eyes sparkled with mirth in this solemn occasion before Baron Donald. And under the witness of the great Lord of Light, do you pledge to undertake the responsibilities of a baron? Yes, Raven's voice echoed through the hall. I willingly accept the responsibilities of the Griffiths family baron, to care for my aunt and my brother with unwavering dedication. I pledge to uphold the noble traditions inherited from knights, embodying humility, integrity, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, and soul. His voice was pure and unblemished, akin to a performance in a refined opera, stirring the attending nobles to murmur amongst themselves. It was truly unexpected. Such words did not seem to belong to a ruffian, who couldn't recite rehearsed lines. Yet, it felt different. His voice was so magnetic, his emotions so fervent. I can hardly believe he has never received noble education. Hearing these words, Raven felt an inner satisfaction. Yes, I have indeed not received noble education, but in my past life, I emerged from the masses, receiving far greater education than you. For the sake of enhancing my skills, do you have any idea how many times I practiced reciting in front of the mirror? Lux turned, opening a wooden box, and lifted a hat with both hands. This hat, woven from deep crimson velvet, bore a brass crown atop, with a silver thread dividing it into 2/3. Below was a meticulously polished brass band, evenly adorned with 6 silver beads representing the baronial title. This is the Baroness coronet. Raven knelt on one knee, resting his hand on the sword's hilt, bowing his head until he felt a slight pressure atop. Raven Otta Griffiths, be crowned at this moment. Lux proclaimed, may you walk the path of goodness and integrity. Raven thumped his fist against his chest. May the Lord of Light guide my way. Angel observed everything with a disdainful glimmer in his eyes. It was akin to a monkey dressing in human clothes. This man wearing the Baroness crown was nothing short of an insult to all nobility. The wooden doors on either side of the hall swung open, and a procession of maids in black and white attire entered, bearing trays. They approached the banquet table, pouring red wine from glass bottles into goblets, subsequently distributing them to the guests. Watching the red wine, Angel smirked sarcastically. Do you not respect your uncle? Are you not upright and kind? Then allow me to use this to strike you down and see what excuse you provide for serving inferior wine at your uncle's funeral. Dear devout believers, let us conclude this ceremony with this holy wine bestowed by the divine to comfort the spirit of Baron Donald and celebrate the rebirth of Baron Raven. Lux's voice rang out as everyone raised their goblets. Angel, composed, also lifted his cup, sniffing the aroma and raising an eyebrow dismissively. He detected none of the signature sourness of flowing amber. Ah, it seems I have overestimated you. You cannot even bear to use flowing amber. His gaze swept over the other guests, and indeed, upon tasting the wine, their expressions shifted to astonishment and disbelief. With a crash, a goblet was slammed onto the floor. Glass shattering and wine splattering, prompting gasps and screams. Baron Angel, what are you doing? Raven frowned. What am I doing? I was about to ask you the same. Angel's nose reddened with agitation. This is the funeral of the esteemed Baron Donald, a ceremony for a refined and noble individual. Yet you desecrate it with such inferior wine. This is nothing short of an insult. It is a deception and sacrilege against the Lord of Light. Raven's heart raced. Could this fellow have detected the glycerin? Realizing I had tampered with it, this panic quickly transitioned to composure as Raven raised his goblet and inquired, I beg your pardon, Baron Angel. I do not comprehend your words. Do not comprehend my words. Angel laughed mockingly. You are truly shameless, Baron Raven. I believe everyone here wished, like me, that if you sincerely apologized, we could easily dismiss this matter. Yet you chose to squander our goodwill. He turned, arms outstretched, exclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, let us inform him how this wine tastes. The assembled nobles exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Especially Viscount John, under Angel's firm stance, began to doubt his own taste buds, lowering his head to taste again. Indeed, he declared, sweet, rich, exquisite wine. Under his lead, the nobles resumed savoring the wine, their gazes toward Angel growing increasingly peculiar. A sense of foreboding crept into Angel's mind. Seeing this, Raven's confidence solidified. He raised his goblet and boldly asked, Baron Angel, this is not a classroom. You are not a teacher, and we are not your students. Could you kindly clarify what precisely is wrong with this wine? John also stepped forward. Yes, Baron Angel, this wine is evidently splendid. What is the issue? Angel stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. Splendid? This wine, which appeared so inferior, was deemed splendid. However, the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him instilled a sense of disbelief, compelling him to accept the reality. Particularly, the look from his eldest son, Jude, carried an air of confusion, awkwardness, and pity. Give it to me. Angel stepped forward, snatching the wine glass from his son's hand and consuming its contents in one gulp, only to freeze in place thereafter. This was the most exquisite and delightful wine he had ever tasted, sweet yet not cloying, with a subtle acidity that beautifully accentuated the unique aroma of the grapes. In comparison, even his favorite, the 80 silver coin cask of congealed flame, seemed utterly worthless. Unable to bear the sight of his father under the weight of others' gazes, Jude approached, gently supporting Angel's arm. Father, let us depart. Yet, this sentiment only ignited Angel's arrogant temper. To him, this was not concern but a blatant affront to his authority. He had spent his life gaining titles, earning respect, and would never allow himself to lose his prestige and reputation here. Decorum dictated that titles be used in public. Turning to Raven, he declared, No, wine should not be like this. This is not wine. Yes, this is the blood of demons. He pointed an accusing finger at Raven, shouting vehemently, It must be Donald. Donald has made a pact with the dark god, acquiring wicked spices, which is why this wine is so sweet. His words sent ripples of shock through the gathered nobles. It was common knowledge that Donald had been engrossed in magical experiments, and the mysterious deaths of his children and wife, who was merely a commoner without any backing, had gone unexplored. Now, recalling this matter stirred unease among the attendees, with some even shattering their glasses in terror. Raven's face turned a shade of pale fury as he inquired, Baron Angel, do you possess any evidence for such claims? Sensing the noble's reactions, Angel felt he had struck a chord and proclaimed loudly, Evidence? What further proof is needed? This wine of unknown origin is the very evidence. Raven countered, This is my own refinement. Refinement? Huh, that is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard. Angel scoffed loudly. Who does not know that the Griffith family has no tradition of winemaking, and you, Raven, are merely a bastard raised in an orphanage, a rat scurrying through the refuse. You, a mere child of the gutter, dare claim to have refined wine? At this, Raven laughed, an expression of fury. Baron Angel, I respect your age and status, but that does not justify your insults. You are tarnishing my reputation and that of the Griffith family. I demand an immediate apology from you to myself and to the Griffith family. Angel's nostrils flared in indignation as he retorted, No, it is you who must apologize, to the Lord of Light, to the crown, for you have dared to use the wicked wine of a dark god in the sacred ceremony. You should kneel in repentance, and I would graciously spare you a painful end on the pyre. Very well. Raven's expression calmed as he turned to Lux. Lux, I beseech you to render judgment. Lux, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, found herself lacking in social experience. Only when Raven spoke did she regain her composure. Stating with gravity, Baron Angel, please apologize to Baron Raven. Angel replied, Lux, you must be deceived by him. This wine has no place in our world. Lux interjected, indeed, this wine is not of mortal creation. A glimmer of hope lit Angel's eyes. Ah, I knew it. Raven, do you still deny your guilt? But Lux's next statement plunged him into despair. Baron Raven need not confess, for this is a gift from the Lord of Light. What? Angel froze. Not just him, but everyone present was momentarily stunned. Even Danis looked at Raven in astonishment, unable to fathom how Raven had persuaded Lux. Lux continued. Baron Raven is a noble of integrity, a benevolent lord who cares deeply for his subjects. Thus, the Lord of Light bestowed his grace upon him, allowing him to discover a method for refining exquisite wine. This refined wine, which you all now enjoy, is known as Tears of Angels. A wave of shock rippled through the assembly. The nobility exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at this revelation. Even Viscount John was taken aback. The idea that kindness and righteousness could stir the Lord of Light was absurd. What truly astounded him was that a priest of the Light Church openly supported Raven and his wine. This was no mere local cleric's decision. Could it be that Raven's noble inheritance was shrouded in deeper secrets, perhaps as the illegitimate child of a prominent figure in the church? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Angel raged like a mad beast, his hair disheveled. He pointed at Lux, exclaiming, I see it now. You are no longer a priest of the Lord of Light. You have been seduced by Raven, and you too have fallen, hence your defense of him. Lux's complexion drained of color, her lips pressed together tightly, her eyes reddening with urgency. You are making baseless accusations. Seizing upon this glimmer of hope, Angel pressed, you claim you have not fallen. Where is your evidence? If it were not for Raven. His voice faltered. In response, Lux's fingertips glowed with brilliance, surpassing any earthly flame, as if summoning the sun itself. This was undeniably a gift from the Lord of Light, a radiance only the most devout and pure-hearted cleric could invoke. In that moment, no one could question Lux's purity or the sincerity of her faith. Angel's face turned ashen. Even his once prominent nose seemed diminished. Clenching his fists, his lips trembled as he muttered, No, it cannot be. Impossible. This is the truth, Baron Angel, Raven declared, stepping closer, towering over him. Not only have you insulted me, you have disrespected the Griffith family and the priest of the Lord of Light. You are the true blasphemer. A murmur of conversation erupted. Ah, Baron Angel remains as impulsive and obstinate as in his youth. He has indeed struck a hard surface this time. In his youth, he had refused to back down, offending many while securing a reputation for being straightforward and righteous. Now, his true nature had been laid bare. How intriguing. Will Angel choose to bind himself to the pyre? Him? Surely not. While he may appear magnanimous, he is, in truth, vain and self-preserving. He must be seeking a way out now. Angel, a third-tier warrior with acute senses, heard the whispers echoing in his ears, causing his heart to pound and blood to rush to his head. He wished to defend himself, but found no justification. He wanted to take responsibility, yet recoiled from the specter of death. To admit fault? That was never an option he would entertain. It would be better to end his life than to concede. It is my father's fault. Jude stepped forward, bowing deeply to Raven and Lux. Baron Raven, Priest Lux. He turned to face everyone. And to all you esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Angel anticipated Jude's forthcoming words and wished to intervene, yet his body was rendered immobile. Jude earnestly declared, It was my father who, without proper investigation, made excessively harsh remarks, and the responsibility for this shall rest upon the Wharton family. I extend our profound regret and remorse for disturbing this solemn and serious ceremony on behalf of the Wharton family. He rose to confront Raven directly. Baron Raven. The Wharton family shall not shy away from responsibility. However, I kindly request your permission to escort my father away. In due time, I shall personally visit you to discuss matters of compensation. His words were exceedingly appropriate, leaving no room for criticism. Raven turned to Lux. Cleric Lux, what is your opinion? Lux dabbed the corner of her eye with her pinky to wipe away a tear. It is entirely at Baron Raven's discretion. Thank you. Raven inclined his head slightly before returning to Jude. Mr. Jude, I grant your request, yet I seek a tangible commitment rather than mere empty words. Therefore, let all present, including Cleric Lux, serve as witnesses. Jude pondered briefly. The Eagle's domain still holds 2 parcels of land under the Wharton family's name. Here and now, I pledge, in the name of the Wharton family, that these 2 parcels shall be returned to the Eagle's domain as compensation from the Wharton family. Angel's eyes widened in disbelief. The 2 lucrative parcels he had painstakingly secured from John were relinquished so readily. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were not rebukes, but rather a mouthful of brackish and viscous blood. Clad in full armor, Angel collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 16. I can sink to greater depths. The door swung open, and Jude and two knights hurriedly carried Angel away amidst the watchful eyes of numerous nobles. For the entire Wotton family, this was a resounding defeat. Angel, having misjudged the situation, acted out of anger and rallied his forces, despite the impending failure. He could have ended matters with minimal loss but succumbed to his own obstinacy and arrogance, resulting in utter ruin. Years of accumulated prestige and reputation were obliterated in an instant, and everything he lost fell into Raven's grasp. The more volatile, impulsive, and unreasonable Angel appeared, the more composed, restrained, and courteous Raven seemed. Ladies and gentlemen, Raven began, capturing everyone's attention. As the host, I deeply regret that you had to witness such an unseemly scene. As compensation, after the ceremony concludes, I shall present each household with a vial of tears of angels. Viscount John's voice rang out. Oh? Does this mean the soiree is at an end? Surely Baron Raven wouldn't be so stingy. We've hardly had the chance to savor this exquisite wine. His words elicited a chorus of good-natured laughter. Angel's sudden outburst had indeed left little time for anyone to enjoy the fine wines. Of course not, Raven replied with a smile. Next, we shall serve a sumptuous meal for your delight. Servants brought forth long tables laden with delicacies, and the most fashionable buffet commenced. Out of courtesy, nobles approached Raven to engage in conversation, their topics revolving around familial connections and nostalgia. Your grandfather and my great-grandfather once fought side by side on such and such battlefield. My great-grandfather once competed with your great-grandfather for the affections of a fair maiden. Whether true or not was inconsequential. What mattered was the exchange of words, the forging of familiarity that might prove advantageous in the future. However, most nobles would converse briefly with Raven before departing, while a throng of noble women clustered around Denise. Nobles were too proud to openly discuss acquisition prices. But conversations among noble women were a different matter altogether. The banquet continued into the evening, with revelries aplenty. Many nobles residing nearby departed in their carriages, while others chose to stay overnight, awaiting the morrow to journey forth. After a day of bustling activity, Raven returned to his chamber, leaning by the window to pour himself a drink. Just as he filled his glass, a knock echoed at the door. He murmured, "Come in." The door opened, and a cool breeze swept through the room. Raven turned, stunned to find Denise standing before him. She had shed her black attire from earlier and donned a flowing white gown that billowed with the wind, revealing her delicate arms and enticing ankles. She glided to Raven's side, a fragrant aura enveloping her. Her complexion flushed from the wine, and her eyes glimmered with longing. Raven inhaled deeply but leaned back against the wall. "My lady, I advise you to leave quickly. My resolve is not as unwavering as you may presume." "And if I choose not to?" Denise chuckled softly. "Shall I find myself stripped and tossed upon your bed? Do you truly think I would shy away?" Suddenly, Raven turned, drawing closer to Denise's face, his eyes betraying unmasked aggression. His gaze roamed over her brow, eyes, nose, and lips, descending into the depths and then rising again. Inching near, just as their proximity heightened, Denise abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Tisque, what a pity I lack such interest." She strolled to the window, pouring herself a fresh glass of wine. After a sip, she grimaced, "Why is it flowing amber and not tears of angels? I prefer it. Does it concern you?" Raven snatched the glass from her hand, downing the remaining contents in one gulp, his impatience palpable. "Either strip yourself bare and lie on the bed, or hasten your departure." Denise frowned, her displeasure evident. "Raven, you truly are a scoundrel. I can yet descend to greater depths," Raven retorted with a smirk, pouring himself another glass. "For instance, I could pin you against the window for all of Eagletown to witness the grandeur of their lord." Denise shook her head in frustration. "I wonder how Lux was persuaded by you." She turned towards the door. Today, 13 nobles expressed interest in acquiring Tears of Angels. Within half a month. You must prepare 300 more vials. I shall arrange the materials, so expedite your efforts. With a resounding slam, the door shut firmly. Raven did not turn back, his gaze lost in the moonlit sky. Those damned nobles. For Raven, today was a day of triumph. He had thwarted Angel's assault, secured Jude's promise, and sold Tears of Angels in abundance. Yet he felt discontent, especially when recalling his conversations with the nobles. "Baron Raven, I hear you hail from an orphanage. What was life like there?" "Baron Raven, could you tell me about the plight of the commoners in Montaigne?" "Baron Raven, I understand your nickname is Little B. Might you enlighten us on its origin?" With a crash, he slammed a silver cup against the windowsill, a flicker of ire crossing his face. Curse them. These nobles appeared refined, yet their demeanor was condescending, their gazes treating him like a mere monkey, hoping to reinforce their perceived superiority through his narratives. Their every word and action conveyed a singular message. "It is a privilege for you, little Karami, to stand among us." Raven despised this feeling, but felt powerless to alter it. He stared at his palm, exhaling slowly. "I am still too weak. Rank, military strength, honor, status, wealth. He possessed none of these. By rank, he was merely a commoner, and through the eye of truth, He could see clearly that all the nobles present today, each bearing a title, were at least first-tier extraordinary beings. In terms of military strength, he commanded only 36 private soldiers in Eric, a single first-tier extraordinary. As for honor and status, he was simply a baron, with only 800 subjects, less than some knightly fiefs. Wealth was a distant dream. 90 gold coins in his treasury felt like a fortune to him, but for most nobles, it barely covered a set of formal attire. Yet, the crux of the matter lay precisely in wealth. Without gold, one could not attain the extraordinary, could not sustain or arm an army. Nor could one expand the anticipated enterprises. Fortunately, he now had a tangible opportunity. His gaze shifted outside. The night was deep, Eagletown cloaked in darkness, yet across the river. 3 settlements twinkled with lights, especially shining Gold Town, ablaze with illumination. Today's triumph over Angel had indeed been exhilarating, and Jude's promise seemed credible. Yet Raven did not believe the Wotton family would relinquish the Eagle Beak Quarry in the Thousand Needles Forest. Competent nobles were thick-skinned and cold-hearted, especially someone as seasoned as Angel. Unless Angel promptly vacated and Jude succeeded him as Baron, the so-called promise would remain mere words. What Raven truly desired was shining Gold Town. With annual tax revenues of 400 to 700 gold coins, it was the largest settlement within 100 miles. Should he reclaim it, Eagletown would secure a stable tax income, with a greater pool of subjects to mobilize as soldiers, thereby augmenting his strength. More importantly, the new products Raven aimed to promote could be manufactured and launched in shining Gold Town, reducing his reliance on Denise. The knock on the door echoed once more. "Come in," Raven replied with a smile, adding playfully, "If you truly intend to strip yourself bare, I hope you are adorned in the lace that I fancy." His voice faltered, caught in his throat, for stepping through the door was none other than Eric. The towering man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, displayed a visage of panic and bewilderment, his small eyes wide as hawthorn berries. You haven't heard anything," Raven said, rubbing his nose, awkwardly diverting the topic. "Is there something urgent?" No, well, yes, my lord," Eric stammered, taking a moment to collect himself before stepping forward and presenting a letter. "This is for you." Raven accepted the envelope, and upon seeing the wax seal marked with HS, his brow furrowed. As he tore open the envelope, he found only a brief message: "Come to the Eagle's Wing Inn in Shining Town alone at once. Failure to comply will have consequences." "Who delivered this?" Raven inquired. "A cloaked figure." "Shrouded in mystery, at least to the second rank," Eric replied respectfully. "He insisted on delivering this to you personally." Raven pressed further. "Did the cloak bear green patterns resembling serpent scales?" "Indeed, my lord," Eric affirmed. "Do you have any inkling?" Raven did not answer, his gaze deepening. "Eric, follow me." The two departed the castle and made their way to the entrance of the Eagle's Wing in Shining Town. Raven instructed, "Wait for me here." Though puzzled, Eric's innate loyalty compelled him to obey. Raven checked his arm, ensuring his crossbow was loaded before pushing open the inn's door. The scent of burning pine filled the air, mingled with hints of ale and roasted meat. The balding innkeeper glanced up momentarily before quickly lowering his gaze again. "You've brought a tale?" A low voice interrupted from behind Raven. Unperturbed, Raven replied, "I am a baron. Of course, I travel with an escort. Besides, I did enter alone. Is that a problem?" "Follow me." No tricks, a man draped in a brown cloak stepped forward, the edges adorned with green scale-like patterns. In that instant, the Eye of Truth quietly activated, revealing a vibrant azure glow beneath the man's cloak, with flickers of green at his waist and fingers. A second-rank storm swordsman, equipped with an enchanted longsword and a magical ring. Just as I suspected. Inside the inn, silence enveloped them as Raven followed the man upstairs to the innermost room. The man opened the door and gestured for Raven to enter. After pausing to confirm no traps lingered at the threshold, Raven stepped inside. In the parlor, a young man with golden, shoulder-length hair lounged on a bench, exuding a soft, golden radiance that betrayed his status as a first-rank light knight. Green magical light flickered from his feet, waist, and fingers, while a necklace around his neck shimmered with blue brilliance, an exquisite enchanted item. Behind him stood another man, identical to the one outside, save for a beard that marked him as distinct. Despite the palpable tension, Raven boldly pulled a chair and sat directly opposite the young man, eliciting a flash of irritation in the latter's eyes. "Raven, I haven't granted you permission to sit." My apologies. I hadn't realized that as a baron within my own territory, I required someone else's consent to take a seat," Raven replied nonchalantly. "Impudent." The man behind the young man gripped the hilt of his sword. "Do you know who you are addressing?" Raven tossed a grape from the table into his mouth. "Of course, I know, Hyde Slater, son of Count Talon, neither the favored nor the most esteemed." This revelation rendered the man speechless. Hyde straightened in his seat. "How do you know my identity?" "Quite simply." Raven gestured to the man behind Hyde. "That cloak is standard issue for your family's elite soldiers. The Fangs of Typhon, a young man capable of commanding them, with initials HS, leaves no room for doubt." You possess a modicum of wit. Perhaps a survival instinct akin to that of a rat in a gutter, Hyde scoffed. Since you were so clever, why not venture a guess as to why I summoned you? Should I fail to provide an answer? His blue-gray eyes, dimmed by the weak light, seemed particularly sinister as he traced a finger along his throat. Feigning terror, Raven exclaimed, "Oh, my esteemed Lord Hyde, forgive my arrogance. Whatever you desire, I shall acquiesce." A smirk danced across Hyde's face, but before he could speak, Raven interjected with a stern demeanor, "You didn't think I would respond in such a manner, did you, Mr. Hyde?" Hyde's face paled momentarily. "You are courting death. The dignity of the Slater family is not to be trifled with." "Ah, splendid. Such bravado," Raven clapped slowly. If this were a statement made directly by Count Talon himself. "You." Hyde's face flushed crimson, his teeth gritted. "Do you not fear?" "Fear what?" Raven queried. "Fear that you might kill me here? Do you truly dare, young master?" Hyde's breath hitched. True, he was the Countess' son. But Talon had 2 previous wives and 7 sons along with 2 daughters. Though the youngest, his family's affection had always favored his sister. Should he slay an imperial baron here, it was doubtful Talon would protect him, and his brothers would be watching closely. "I will not kill you," Hyde declared. "However, I possess numerous methods to make your existence a living hell." Raven fixed Hyde with an innocent gaze. "Such as?" Hyde's voice faltered, caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, what could he do? Use his resources to undermine the Griffith family's economic foundation? Did the Griffith family even possess such a thing? Or perhaps dispatch people to sabotage the industries of Shining Town? Yet, Shining Town consisted solely of a few hundred acres of farmland. Surely he wouldn't send his men to set fire to the fields? Or threaten to abduct Raven's family, like Denise or Viscount? Yet, should either be kidnapped, Raven might find it amusing. After a thorough contemplation, Hyde found himself astonished to realize he had no leverage over Raven whatsoever. "Is there anything else?" Raven inquired. "If not, I shall take my leave." In a mere span of minutes, the conversation had shifted entirely in Raven's favor. Hyde said sullenly, "I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you. I wish for you to renounce your title as Baron of the Eagle's territory and transfer it to me. Of course, I would not allow you to suffer loss." He clapped his hands, and the man behind him turned and left, returning shortly with a heavy wooden chest. Setting it down gently between Raven and Hyde, Hyde opened the lid, and the room was instantly awash in golden light. "Here are 5,000 gold coins. That should suffice." "Yes. Oh, 5,000 gold coins. Quite a substantial sum indeed," Raven remarked with feigned admiration, but then he reached out to close the chest. Hyde's brow furrowed. "What do you mean by that?" Raven replied. "It means your offer is simply too low. Raven, do not push your luck." Hyde slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "You are nothing but a lowly scoundrel who has crawled out of the gutter, a ruffian from the slums, who has fortuitously attained nobility, yet truly believes himself to be a gentleman?" Gazing deeply at him, Raven rose from his seat and turned to leave. The blood-soaked highlands were on the brink of the rainy season, when a horde of bandits would inevitably descend. Hyde shouted behind him, as a noble of the realm, "It is your duty to defend your land. I shall be waiting right here for you. Remember, within a month, you will surely be on your knees, pleading for me to accept your territory." Chapter 17. Prelude to the storm. A month had passed, and July arrived, marking the peak of the sweltering summer. The trees outside Eagle Fortress had long been felled, leaving no bothersome cicada chirps, yet under the relentless sun, the castle felt akin to a steamer. Dennis brushed a damp strand of hair behind her ear and exhaled a sigh of oppressive heat, yet her countenance betrayed her joyful spirit. Thanks to Raven's marketing strategy and her own astute business acumen, the Tears of Angels had been sold at a high price of 1 gold coin and 70 silver coins per bottle. Although Raven had given away over 60 bottles to promote the product and many of the first batch sold to nobles were discounted, a total of 376 bottles had still been sold. After deducting various costs, they had garnered a profit of 336 gold coins and 55 silver coins in just the first month. Of course, 70% of this profit belonged to Raven. But even so, Fedro Commerce had made 100 gold coins in revenue. The nobles would not be buying in bulk again soon. Yet their initial purchases would create a significant demonstration effect. Once the product gained popularity, sales would likely remain steady for at least a year. This indeed was a lucrative venture. Within a year, her initial investment would be fully recouped, and all subsequent earnings would be pure profit. Even if sales declined afterward, she could expect dividends of no less than 500 gold coins annually. 500 gold coins. That was nearly equivalent to an entire town's worth of gold. And Fedro Commerce's annual net profit was only this much. All of this stemmed from a single invention by Raven, accomplished in just 3 days. Dennis felt increasingly perplexed by this man. Was he truly just a lowly ruffian? Knock, knock, knock. "Lady Dennis, your chilled Tears of Angels. Come in." Dennis leaned back in her chair, preparing to relish the rare moments of leisure in the summer heat. The door opened, and as the maid was about to bring in the tray, she suddenly noticed a large hand supporting the bottom of the tray. surprised. She was about to exclaim but caught sight of Raven's face. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent, then slightly turned his head. The maid understood and quietly exited. Raven entered the room, gently closing the door behind him. In the sweltering summer, Danis was dressed in a light, sheer lavender silk gown. The delicate fabric clung to her soft skin, glistening with perspiration, making it difficult to discern whether it was the silk enhancing her skin's firmness or her skin rendering the silk more supple. She closed her eyes against the chair's back, her black hair cascading around her, and her luscious red lips were irresistibly striking, while her slender neck radiated a sensuous and alluring sheen. Below, her ample figure was perfectly accentuated, the fabric of her gown curving around her in enticing arcs. Barefoot, her knees touched, her legs slightly apart. 10 playful toes painted a vivid red, resting on the soft carpet. Raven couldn't bear to disrupt this beautiful scene. He quietly approached, placed the tray on the table, poured a glass of wine, and handed it to Danis. As her fingers grazed the glass, her fingertip brushed against the back of Raven's hand, and she suddenly opened her eyes. How did you get here? She attempted to rise, but her posture rendered her unable to gain leverage, and halfway up, she fell back into her seat with a muffled grunt. This is my castle. I can be wherever I wish, Raven replied. And I advise you not to move too much. The more you do, the clearer my view. Ruffian. Danis shot him a fierce glare, slamming the wine glass onto the table. Ignoring his warning, she stood up, twisting her slender waist and striding towards the wardrobe, pulling out a heavy nightgown to cover herself. What do you intend to do? Danis's tall and voluptuous figure, clad in the airy silk gown, made her walk to the wardrobe an arresting sight, evoking a longing to embrace her beauty. Raven adjusted his posture to ensure his younger brother would not be offended and smiled. I have come to remind you of the payment due. Dear aunt, you still owe me 700 gold coins. I will pay you once the funds are recouped. Danis replied, business thrives on mutual benefit. If I go bankrupt, it serves you no purpose. I am well aware of that, Raven said, his gaze settling on her neck, glistening with sweat from the heat. However, I am in urgent need of funds. Can't you exert yourself a little more? Impossible. Danis was irritated by Raven's gaze but couldn't conceal her discomfort due to the oppressive heat. The stifling atmosphere only heightened her frustration. The last time I had to provide you with 300 gold coins, I diverted funds meant for purchasing autumn grain. This time, I need to replenish that profit immediately. If you desire quick money, then you must share the formula for that wondrous liquid used to create the tears of angels. Raven shook his head. You know that is not possible. Then please be patient, Danis insisted, pointing towards the door. I am moving on to the next phase of my business plan. You must leave my room immediately. Raven spread his palms. Why not return to Mingyan City and borrow in the name of Fedro commerce before he could finish? A pillow flew through the air, striking him squarely in the face. With a swift motion, he caught it, burying his nose in it. Ah, delightful. Is this the blush produced by elegant lady? Danis felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Raven, calm down, dear aunt. Tranquility brings relief. You are simply overthinking. Which is why you feel so heated. Raven retreated slowly. Since you refuse to comply, I shall take my leave. As he stepped back, just before exiting, he turned to say, by the way, I prefer the purple one. Danis paused, glancing down at her toes, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Raven closed the door, shaking his head gently. His visit was not merely to tease Danis, although that was indeed quite amusing. He was concerned about another matter. Returning to the conference room, old Gordon awaited him. My Lord Raven, everything has been arranged as per your instructions, without a single oversight. Viscount did not come to meddle, did he? Raven inquired. Gordon smiled slightly. No, young Master Viscount heard it was your command and did not dare to approach. However, is this truly wise, my lord? After all, this is Eagle Fortress. Precisely because it is Eagle Fortress that I must proceed this way, Raven asserted firmly. From tonight onward, you shall stay at Eric's house with Polo. Remember, do not divulge this to anyone else. Your decisions are always wise, Gordon bowed. I shall obey your commands, my lord. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a maid burst in, her face etched with anxiety. My lord, it's terrible. Mr. Polo has been injured. Raven's alertness heightened. Polo possessed crucial knowledge of the saponification reaction, and he could not afford to take it lightly. Do not panic. Explain in detail. Lord Polo is gravely injured. A large portion of his right hand has been burned, and it resembles rotting flesh. The maid's expression was one of fear and panic. Her account was chaotic, yet Raven discerned that Polo's life was not in danger. Where is he? Take me to him. Yes, of course. The maid rushed ahead without even a thought for formalities. Raven sighed quietly. The competence of this maid left much to be desired. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. In this world, there exist professions such as maids and servants, yet the bonds of servitude are profoundly entrenched. Typically, individuals are dispatched to noble territories from a tender age, subjected to rigorous training, and consequently remain in servitude for a lifetime. to curtail the expenses of the castle and diminish the likelihood of his secrets being uncovered. Donald dismissed all the trained maids and male servants from the castle. Those present at the ceremony a month prior were those that Gordon had hired at a high price from Shanjin Town. Now, as the financial situation of Eagle Fortress gradually improves, 3 new, untrained maids of peasant origin have been added to the castle. But they are far from competent and can only be utilized in a makeshift manner. Upon entering the sick room, Raven was immediately struck by a pungent, briny odor, clearly the scent of sodium hydroxide solution. Polo was reclining on the sickbed, clutching his hand, drenched in sweat, while a maid fumbled clumsily with bandages, attempting to dress his wound, though her efforts were futile as blood seeped through the cotton gauze. "My lord, what brings you here?" Polo exclaimed, sitting upright and glaring at the maid. "Did I not instruct you to avoid disturbing the lord?" "I came of my own accord," Raven sighed, his voice icy. "You too. Step outside to attend to your duties. I shall handle this." Startled, the maid responsible for the bandaging stammered, "But my lord." "Leave." Raven's tone intensified, prompting the 2 maids to bow hastily and exit. As he gently unwrapped the bandages, Polo clenched his teeth, bracing himself. Although he had anticipated the severity of the injury, Raven could not suppress a sharp intake of breath upon seeing the wound. The once robust palm now bore grotesquely charred and swollen skin, reminiscent of a tightened fishing net, with tender flesh exposed, resembling a sausage bursting from the heat, blood gushing forth. "How could this happen?" Raven inquired. "Did I not warn you to wear gloves while handling caustic soda?" "My lord, it was simply too hot," Polo murmured, lowering his gaze. "I developed heat rashes from wearing gloves all day. Moreover, I did not foresee that it would suddenly explode during heating." "Did you use an iron pot?" Raven pressed. Polo's face flushed crimson. "Yes. I ran out of wooden barrels." "You truly are reckless." Raven found his irritation bordering on amusement. "Did you think my rules were mere jest?" "Sodium hydroxide reacts with iron at high temperatures, producing water, ferric oxide, and hydrogen, the latter being particularly perilous. Thankfully, it exploded in the pot. Had it reacted longer, the entire kitchen might have been in ruins." Grabbing a basin of clean water, Raven submerged Polo's hand within, then turned to pour half of a self-replenishing healing potion into a bowl, offering it to Polo. "Drink this." Polo nodded, consuming the potion, then gasped in astonishment. "My word, this is astonishing." The wound on his hand began to close at an astonishing rate, the bleeding ceasing immediately. Though not completely healed, he would be able to resume activity within half a month. "Rest at home for the next 2 weeks, Raven instructed. "I shall hire someone from Shanjin Town to manage the meals for the time being." Polo, reluctant to relinquish his well-paying position, protested, "But my lord." "Rest assured, no one shall replace your place," Raven replied with a smile. "Once you recover, should you choose not to continue with the modifications of Angel's Tier, you may focus solely on your primary duties." "As you wish, my lord." Polo nodded vigorously. "I promise, I shall never disobey your orders again." "I believe you." Raven patted his shoulder before departing. For a lord, the roles of chef and bodyguard are paramount. One must never engage in conflict with these individuals. Even if they become unusable, it is essential to placate them before seeking replacements, as their positions are crucial to the lord's safety. Having grown up immersed in the tales of the 3 kingdoms, Raven was determined not to repeat the fate of a certain infamous figure known for his leopard-like appearance and wielding an 8-foot snake spear. Talents are indeed rare. As he wandered through the castle, Raven sighed deeply. Polo had certainly made a grave error, yet Raven could not afford to dismiss him. After all, there was no one else capable of mastering the intricate process of glycerin preparation. While technically not challenging, it demands precision. And given that it pertains to the secret of Angel's Tier, only those of absolute loyalty may undertake it. The common folk are largely loyal, yet they lack the cunning required. Teaching them would be an arduous endeavor. Moreover, the more individuals privy to the knowledge, the greater the risk of leaks. "My lord Raven." Eric's figure appeared at the end of the corridor. "I hear you are searching for me. How are the procurement discussions proceeding?" "Not very promising," Eric replied. "The finest bows are predominantly sourced from the Thousand Needle Pine Forest, currently under the control of the Watton family. They demand 5 gold coins for bows that should cost 3, which is exorbitantly high. I have dispatched someone to Morning City to make inquiries." Raven was not surprised by this outcome. A month prior, upon returning to Iron Forge, the awakened angel had rebuked Jude relentlessly, publicly declaring Jude's promises null and void. The Watton family would never relinquish what they deemed their rightful gains. Such actions, while contrary to noble integrity, elicited little more than mild criticism. No one dared to intervene to uphold justice and restore order. After all, who would willingly wade into murky waters without a personal stake? "Are there any quality beechwood stocks in the warehouse? Could we not craft our own bows?" Raven inquired. "I fear it is not that simple." Eric replied with a wry smile. "I have witnessed the bow-making process. It is exceedingly intricate, requiring dozens of steps and a lengthy timeline. Without at least 3 years, One could not produce a viable product, not to mention the low yield. Otherwise, the prices would not be so steep. Raven had merely asked out of curiosity. But upon hearing this, he could not help but exclaim, talents are indeed rare. There is, however, a less honorable method, Eric suggested. Raven's interest peaked as he regarded his earnest vassal with newfound intrigue. Who would have thought that the straightforward Eric could entertain such thoughts? What do you mean by less honorable? Do tell. You see, the Continental Treaty of 230 years ago explicitly prohibited the slave trade, Eric began, somewhat sheepishly. Nevertheless, the bloodied Highlands seemed to disregard this. I have heard whispers of frequent slave trading there, including skilled dwarves, grey dwarves, and gnomes. Raven's curiosity was ignited. What of others? Are there elves, catgirls, foxgirls, or drow? Presumably, there are, Eric replied. Raven pressed further, what are the prices? I have not been there myself, so I am not well informed, Eric admitted. However, during my time with Lord Donald, I heard that the price for an elf could exceed 10,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, dwarves and grey dwarves range from 1,000 to several hundred gold coins, with prices escalating for those possessing extraordinary abilities. A smile of eager anticipation spread across Raven's face. Though he currently lacked sufficient funds, he believed that a day would come when he would have enough, and he began to envision that moment with excitement. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor as Gaul rushed in, drenched in sweat. My Lord Raven, as you predicted, traces of bandits have been discovered near Eagle Beak Mountain. A man clad in a brown cloak knelt on one knee and spoke. My Lord Hyde, I have just received word that they have arrived. Hyde inquired. What is their strength? The man replied. There are 2 first-tier transcendent beings, 6 first-tier magical beast mounts, and 16 skilled assassins. Last year, a squad of 20 led by a second-tier knight under Count John met their demise during a cargo operation at their hands. Hyde's face revealed a chilling smile as he responded, excellent. Inform them to hold nothing back. Merely ensure that Raven is left alive. Raven, since you refuse to accept this 5,000 gold coins, I shall force you to submit with it. Chapter 18. The bandits and scoundrels. The thunderous sound of heavy hooves reverberated through Eagle Town as a band of horsemen charged forward, trampling the well-prepared road into a cloud of dust and scattering stones. The local leader, Yorick, had long heard the commotion and had pushed the only wooden bed in his home against the door, his frail back bracing against it, his heart racing. Father, I'm scared. His only daughter, 6-year-old Yura, stood trembling before him, clutching the tattered hem of her filthy garment. Do not fear, do not fear. He gently enveloped his daughter in his arms, straining to listen to the sounds outside, his heart filled with rage. Damn those bandits. Ever since Baron Donald had disbanded his mercenaries 5 years ago, every year without fail, these demons disguised as men would descend upon Eagle Town, burning homes, seizing food, violating women, and slaughtering the villagers. Yorick's eldest son and wife had perished under the iron hooves of these marauders. Yorick's heart had grown numb. He could barely provide for his daughter, his own health deteriorating. Perhaps death would be a release. Yet, since Raven had inherited Eagle Town, things had begun to improve. At 33, Yorick had participated in the selection for mercenaries. Although he was not chosen, he received a reward of 5 kilograms of coarse flour. Recently, he had heard from the soldier Simon that Lord Raven intended to distribute land for them to cultivate themselves, 3 acres for each man and 2 for each woman, requiring only a set amount of grain to be delivered, allowing them to keep the rest. Calculating, he realized his family could receive 5 acres of land. If he worked diligently, he could manage. Even with a harvest yielding 70%, he could store 350 kilograms of wheat, translating to 300 kilograms of coarse flour. Moreover, after harvesting wheat, he could plant radishes, cassava, and lettuce, none of which needed to be surrendered. In time, life would become much easier. His dear little Euro would no longer cry from hunger during lean seasons. And perhaps he could even trade surplus vegetables for meat in Golden Town. But this idyllic future had yet to materialize, and once again, the wretched bandits were upon them. O Lord of Light, do you not care for the plight of mankind? Why will you not allow us, the suffering, to live a little better? The hoofbeats grew ever closer, and Yorick's heart leapt to his throat. He clutched his daughter tightly with one arm, while grasping a pitchfork with the other, ready to fight should anyone dare to enter. Gradually, the hoofbeats receded, and a wave of cold sweat poured down Yorick's brow as he sank to the ground. It seemed they had narrowly escaped this time. However, he soon sensed something was amiss, for the town was eerily silent. There were no screams, no sounds of collapsing houses, no cruel laughter that could awaken one from a nightmare. When had the bandits become so restrained? Summoning his courage, he edged toward the window and peeked outside. Indeed, the bandits were retreating, but their direction was toward Eagle Fortress. Their target was Lord Raven. O great Lord of Light, may you protect the righteous, he prayed, drawing an unrefined holy symbol over his chest. May you safeguard Lord Raven and grant him safety. Many villagers were engaged in similar prayers. As he prayed, the bandit group had reached the forefront of Eagle Fortress. where 6 pitch-black steeds led the charge, towering at 2 meters tall, clad in heavy chainmail, their fiery torches casting a blood-red glow upon them. These were the prized blood-eyed warhorses of the blood-soaked highlands, whose strength, speed, explosiveness, and endurance surpassed that of ordinary warhorses, making them the bandits' swiftest allies. Atop one of these fierce steeds sat a brawny man clad in full-plate armor, a curved blade hung at his right hip, and a blood-stained war hammer at his left. His dark skin and square jaw were marred by a twisted scar that split his face in two, resembling a centipede crawling across it. Scarred Anderson, the leader of this band of brigands, a first-tier dark warrior, and a rising star in the eastern blood-soaked highlands. As the silhouette of Eagle Fortress reflected in his eyes, a flame of ambition ignited within him. According to the Slater family, if they could drive the Baron from Eagle territory, not only would they gain a fortune of 1,000 gold coins, but they would also secure the support of the Slater family. The Slater family, the true rulers of Nord Province, the noble counts. Though the blood-soaked highlands were a lawless land, they were not devoid of opportunities and wealth. The region was rich in unique products such as shadow crystals, yellow sand essence, and fruits like dream fruit and dragon scale grass, which, while not particularly valuable in the highlands, could yield immense wealth when traded in the empires of Cairns and in Sar. Why could he, Anderson, not be the next to rise? Chief, there is something amiss. The speaker was Anderson's lieutenant, the mustachioed Bailey, a bandit whose slick-back mustache gleamed with oil, his eyes darting restlessly. This remark pulled Anderson from his reverie, and he raised his arm, halting his chaotic band amidst the cacophony of neighing horses and shouting men. Before him lay a scene that made Anderson's brow arch slightly. The drawbridge of Eagle Fortress had been lowered, the main gates wide open, and several crates of silk lay scattered on the ground. Only a few rooms still glimmered with light, an invitation to plunder. The bandits exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. At this rate, that Baron Raven hasn't fled before we even attack. Has he? Impossible. He is a baron after all, and this fortress is so vast, with a moat, it's not so easily breached. Perhaps not. But I heard that Baron just inherited the territory not long ago, and was a sandrat by birth, nicknamed Little B. How bold can he be? This remark elicited a mocking laughter from the group. Sandrat was a term in the blood-soaked highlands denoting those too cowardly to venture out for plunder, instead resorting to deceit within their settlements. Even criminals held a hierarchy of disdain, and these bloodthirsty brigands looked down upon such timid souls. Chief, what shall we do? Bailey inquired, a glint of greed in his eyes. He had come to believe that the newly appointed Baron Raven had fled. For why else would the gates of the fortress stand wide open? This was a fortress, a historic noble stronghold. They had traversed from Eagle Beak Mountain to the fortress in under half an hour. Raven had little opportunity to relocate his wealth. This meant that most of his riches remained within the fortress. At that moment, Eagle Fortress appeared as an alluring maiden, stripped bare of defenses, irresistible to any bandit. This sentiment echoed among the majority of the brigands. Yet, as the leader, Anderson slowly shook his head. Raven has managed to outmaneuver Hyde Slater. He does not strike me as one to abandon his fortress so easily. Chief, you overestimate them, Bailey scoffed derisively. One is a sandrat, and the other a sheltered flower. What cunning could they possibly possess? Anderson was somewhat swayed by the statement, yet he still felt something amiss. Raven's reaction was too swift. How could he have withdrawn before they even arrived? His gaze swept across the surroundings of the drawbridge, seeking any sign of a trap. Just then, a glint of light in the undergrowth caught his attention. Rot Tooth, fetch me that, he commanded. The brigand known as Rot Tooth dismounted and, guided by Anderson, located a golden object in the brush. He held it aloft, presenting it to Anderson. Chief, your eyes are indeed sharp, Bailey exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. May we enter now? Anderson cast a displeased glance at him but said nothing, casually tossing the object to the ground and waving his hand. Into the castle. The object, a badge emblazoned with an eagle grappling a dragon, the crest of the Griffith family, fell to the earth, trampled by the hooves of the advancing horses, and rolled back into the roadside thicket. Such a discarded item spoke volumes of Raven's hasty departure. As Anderson rode into the castle, the scene confirmed this. The training grounds on either side of the courtyard were in disarray, the cheap spears and weapon racks toppled, bearing dirty footprints. Scattered leather helmets and gauntlets lay in the corners. Copper and silver coins were strewn along the path, some trodden deep into the soil. Overturned wooden chests at the entrance spilled silk and wine, the spilled liquid soaking the fabric. Inside the great hall, tables and chairs were overturned, the carpet rumpled, and dirty footprints trailed inward. I knew it. That little honeybee was scared witless. Bailey chuckled, picking up an unbroken bottle of wine from the floor. He shattered the neck with his knife hilt, took a swig, and exclaimed, by the gods, this wine is exquisite. The marauders surged into the hall, some eyeing the wine in Bailey's hand with anticipation, but they dared not act without Anderson's command. Their leader, however, remained wary. The castle was too quiet, unsettlingly so, making him suspect something was amiss. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from a corner. Anderson fixed his gaze. Who's there? Hiding in the corner was none other than Weston, Raven's stepbrother. It was his usual sleeping time, but Raven, that damned Raven, had deliberately targeted him, claiming the cook was injured. Dinner had consisted only of white bread and broth, with no large slices of smoked meat. He was the noble Master Weston, and he would not grow tall without meat. But at the table, before he could protest, Raven silenced him with a stern look. He had decided to endure the night, but the heat and hunger kept him awake. He risked Raven's scolding and went to the kitchen for a snack. Usually, even at night, the heavily guarded warehouse and kitchen would have at least 2 private soldiers on watch, but tonight there was no one. At first, he was delighted. He entered the kitchen and ate nearly half a smoked leg of lamb, still warm from the evening. But as he tried to cross the hall back to his room, he witnessed a terrifying scene. A group of chainmail-clad, fierce-looking brigands in the hall. He had never seen them, but he had certainly heard of them. They were all at least 5'9", wearing heavy chainmail, their weapons bearing traces of dried blood. He finally understood why the castle was so quiet tonight. That damned Raven! He must have known the brigands were coming tonight and fled with his private soldiers without notifying anyone else. He wanted to escape before they noticed him. But in his panic, he knocked over a vase in the corner. The loud crash triggered Weston's primal instincts. He burst into motion, feeling as swift as a racehorse. But before he could take 2 steps, he felt a tightening around his throat, and the world spun. The ceiling appeared before his eyes, followed by a blurry face with a walrus mustache. He couldn't believe that this seemingly insignificant man possessed such strength, dragging him across the floor like a rabbit. The shards of porcelain pierced his clothes and dug into his flesh, creating larger cuts with each rub. It was even more painful than when Raven had shaved his scalp. The mustachioed man hissed, "Shut up, or I'll kill you now." Weston clamped his mouth shut, tears streaming, but he dared not make a sound. Anderson eyed the porcine Weston with disgust. "You're Raven?" No, I'm Weston." Weston cried out miserably. "Sir, if you have a feud with Raven, then we're on the same side. Raven is scum, a villain, a bastard, a lecher." Without waiting for Anderson to ask, he revealed everything he knew about Raven, including the truth. Raven had fled with his private soldiers, abandoning the castle. Just a useless little honeybee after all. After hearing Weston's account, Anderson relaxed. He said with disdain, "A barony like this, and he's run it into the ground. He can't even defend his own castle. What a waste." Sensing the eager gazes of his men, Anderson commanded, "Search the place. Same rules as always. The women are free for all, but all other wealth is to be brought to me. Finders get 30%, and the rest share 20%. The brigand's eyes blazed with greed. "Yes, sir." Why had Anderson risen so quickly, commanding 17 bloodthirsty bandits with only his own first-tier strength? Besides his personal prowess, he knew how to share the spoils, ensuring that everyone who followed him received ample rewards. The brigands dispersed, and soon the castle was filled with screams, curses, and cries of agony. Weston's face grew paler, as he recognized many familiar voices, including that of old Ogden, who had driven his carriage. Anderson sat in the hall, awaiting his men's reports. Bailey, for some reason, did not join the looting but instead sized up Weston with amusement. "TSK, TSK, TSK, a true rich boy. So tender and delicate. He go well with wine." Weston's mind went numb. He swallowed hard. "W, what are you doing?" "Why, I'm going to slaughter you and eat you, of course." With a metallic flash, Bailey drew his enchanted longsword and ran it along Weston's body. "You know, someone like you is the most delicious and easiest to eat, especially the thighs. So fat and tender, better than pork or beef, and comparable to the finest mutton. Don't eat me, don't kill me." Weston sobbed. I'm still young. I won't taste good. I have money. I can give you lots of money. Haha, the whole castle is ours now. Do you think we need your money?" Bailey tapped his sword on Weston's plump face. Cry a little longer. The meat will taste better later." Turning his head towards Anderson, he asked, "Is this method of mine acceptable, my leader?" The latter, without raising his gaze, replied, "You may dispose of this useless waste as you see fit. There is no need to consult me." This statement instantaneously illuminated Vistorn's mind. "I am of value. I possess the knowledge of Phaedro's commercial withdrawal codes and am aware of my mother Denise's whereabouts." "Your mother?" Bailey's eyes ignited with fervor. "Is she beautiful?" "Beautiful, exceedingly so. You have undoubtedly never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty." Vistorn fervently nodded. "Moreover, it has been over a decade since anyone has laid a hand upon her. I am willing to offer her to you. I implore you to spare my life." "Really?" Bailey licked his lips. "Where is she?" Moments later, Bailey arrived at Denise's door, forcefully shattering the door with a kick. He sidestepped a hurled bottle, entering amidst the horrified screams that filled the air. "My madam, you are rather overdressed." Chapter 19. The Eagle Fortress in the Inferno in the northeastern direction of the Eagle Fortress, amidst the thickets of the forest. Raven rested his hand upon the hilt of his sword, quietly observing. Behind him stood Eric, his expression grave, sword in hand, while 32 mercenaries sat anxiously on the ground, their faces etched with concern. The marauders were wreaking havoc in Eagle Town, and their families were likely among those threatened. Yet none dared to act rashly. For Raven had long elucidated his plan to use the Eagle Fortress as bait, ensnaring the intruders. To this end, Raven willingly relinquished the advantages of fortifying the castle, leaving its gates wide open, and did not even relocate the gold from the storeroom known as the Tears of Angels, ensuring the ruse appeared convincingly genuine. Though Raven did not explicitly state his motives, the mercenaries understood all too well their own inadequacies. They were too weak, even with the Eagle Fortress as a stronghold. Raven harbored doubts about their combat effectiveness and their ability to repel the marauders' assault. A fiery dragon manifested at the edge of Eagle Town, then swept through the town, halting before the Eagle Fortress. This sight elicited a collective sigh of relief from the mercenaries, accompanied by a deepening sense of gratitude and guilt. As their lord, Raven had sacrificed his wealth to safeguard their homes, while they, in their loyalty to him, were powerless to defend the territory, forced to watch as the marauders stormed in unopposed. "Shall we depart, my lord?" Eric inquired softly. A man of integrity, he executed Raven's orders, yet felt a pang of remorse for the lives within the fortress. Raven, maintaining a calm demeanor, shook his head. "Not yet. The moment is not ripe." Having personally trained these mercenaries, Raven was acutely aware of their loyalty and bravery. But their lack of battle experience and inadequate equipment paled in comparison to their foes. Unless the opportune moment arose, he would rather forego this ambush. The Eye of Truth had now been activated, allowing Raven to discern that within the enemy ranks were two first-tier extraordinary individuals, each adorned with two exceptional grade items, both weapon and armor. Ordinary weapons wielded by commoners were ineffective against enchanted armor. He felt fortunate that a direct confrontation would likely spell disaster for his mercenaries, as these two alone could easily shatter their formation, not to mention the 16 other marauders fully armed to the teeth. "Donald, you still possess a semblance of noble intent," Raven murmured to himself. He now comprehended why Donald had opted to lease 3 territories to 2 different nobles. It facilitated future reclamation by heirs and provided a buffer for the weakening Eagle territory, granting it precious time to detect the marauders' approach from the bloodied heights. The marauder contingent lingered at the gates for a moment, and Raven noticed someone bending down to retrieve an object, causing his brow to relax slightly as he exhaled internally. It was the emblem of the Griffith family, which he had deliberately left at the entrance to allay the marauders' suspicions. Sure enough, moments later, the marauders, torches in hand, surged boldly into the fortress. A faint clattering sound followed, a collision of long spears against the ground. Raven turned impassively to his mercenaries, scanning their anxious faces to instill a sense of calm. Not yet. As minutes passed, the main hall of the fortress lit up one by one, revealing shadowy figures of marauders moving within, accompanied by the faint echoes of distant cries. "It is time." Raven exchanged a glance with Eric, raised his right hand, and decisively motioned forward, subsequently being the first to spring into action, racing down the mountain path. The mercenaries followed suit, their hearts racing. Yet none dared to voice their defiance against Raven's command, their faces flushed, jaws clenched, eyes ablaze with fury and guilt. Their lord was forced to endure such humiliation to accommodate their lack of combat prowess, leaving his fortress open for those wretched marauders to plunder and destroy. This was not only Raven's disgrace, but theirs as well. It was a reflection of their failure to fulfill their duty and responsibility. Such disgrace could only be cleansed by blood. They opened their mouths, silence prevailing, yet the foremost Raven felt the deafening roar within his very being. It was the synchronized thud of boots striking the ground, a collective determination that harmonized their breaths. A kilometer of mountain path, which would usually require at least 10 minutes, was traversed in a mere 5 under Raven's leadership, and they soon arrived at the gates of the Eagle Fortress. Just as they crossed the drawbridge, Raven unsheathed his long sword, letting out a fierce battle cry, "Kill!" In unison, 32 mercenaries echoed his roar, their voices resounding like thunder, "Kill!" This cacophony roused Anderson, who awaited in the hall. He spun around, locking eyes with Raven through the open gates, perceiving the overwhelming aura of slaughter that seemed to engulf him. Without need for introduction, Anderson immediately recognized Raven. "Gather!" he bellowed, drawing his curved blade, which shimmered ominously with a dark, gaseous aura. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it towards Raven. The curved blade arced through the air like a shooting star, aimed at Raven's midsection. Yet, Raven did not flinch or evade. Just as the blade was about to cleave him in two, a broad and sturdy hand sword emerged from the side, producing a resounding clang as it deflected the blade, sending it soaring into the air before it thudded against the ground. The imposing figure blocking Raven was none other than Eric. The 32 mercenaries surged forward in unison, their eyes ablaze with intense rage and murderous intent, a ferocity that instilled a flicker of fear in Anderson. He quickly assessed the situation, leaping forward to slam the door shut, securing it with a bolt. Meanwhile, the marauders had heard the command and were gathering in the hall. Anderson furrowed his brow, asking, "Where's Bailey?" The marauders exchanged glances. "Chief, we have not seen Deputy Bailey." "Forget him," Anderson huffed dismissively. "This Raven possesses a modicum of cleverness, using the fortress as bait, but unfortunately for him, there is more than one exit within these walls. He intended to corner the enemy. Let us circumvent the castle walls and strike them from behind." The Eagle Fortress was a war stronghold, with corridors leading to the walls on the first and second floors. And among his marauders were skilled archers. From their elevated position, they could show Raven the folly of his cunning. Abandoning the fortress would be his gravest error. Boom, boom, boom. For violent explosions erupted almost simultaneously, and before Anderson could grasp the situation, he heard one of his marauders shout in alarm. "Fire! It's on fire!" Anderson rushed forward, his expression suddenly grave. At the corridor's end, where it connected to the walls, transparent flames erupted, rapidly spreading along the walls. In an instant, they transformed into a fierce orange blaze. Anderson was unaware that this was the fire ignited by glycerin. Not only was the front engulfed, but behind him, the same chaos reigned. "Damn it, I've been tricked." Anderson gritted his teeth and hurried upstairs. He neutralized the initial suspicion with the emblem at the entrance. The relatives and servants left in the castle were similarly intended to lull him into a false sense of security. The passages on the first and second floors leading to the castle walls must have been prepared with flammable materials, and his trusted confidants must have been stationed there, ready to set fire the moment Raven launched a counterattack, trapping them within the castle. Impossible, Anderson muttered through gritted teeth, incredulous that he had fallen into a trap, especially one set by a honeybee like Raven. In a mere 2 months, Raven had garnered a group of devoted followers. Remaining in the castle was far more perilous than leaving with Raven. Capture would mean a swift and brutal demise. Boom. Another explosion reverberated, followed by inhuman screams. Anderson rushed back to the first floor, finding Rotten Tooth engulfed in flames, writhing and wailing in the corridor. His brow furrowed as he demanded, "What happened, Chief?" Rotten Tooth tried to escape through the window of the adjacent room, a brigand explained. But as soon as he opened the door, a fire arrow shot in, detonating something in the room. And then this happened, another added. Boom. Another explosion, followed by more. Anderson's gaze swept across the scene, witnessing the doors of the rooms along the first floor corridor exploding one after another, wooden fragments flying with transparent flames that soon turned orange-red. The entire corridor, save for the hall, was consumed by fire. Anderson's brow twitched violently, the scar on his lip glowing crimson. A cunning scheme indeed, to trap us in here. But he overlooked one thing. They were brigands from the blood-stained highlands, ruthless killers, desert winds, and prairie wolves. Raven, on the other hand, led a band of farmers who had just laid down their hoes. "Men, unbar the doors. Follow me. We'll slaughter them all." The continuous explosions reached the third floor. Accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, Bailey held a piece of torn clothing to his nose, inhaling deeply. "The Baroness is truly exceptional, unlike any woman I've ever known," he said with a rapturous smile. He released the fabric, watching it flutter to the ground. He saw with satisfaction that the beauty before him was nearly nude. The flimsy nightgown offered little coverage, exposing expanses of smooth, creamy skin to the sweltering air, the undulations of her flesh betraying her fear and tension. Despite the confinement of her lingerie, her voluptuous figure remained tantalizingly visible, the upper curves escaping the confines of her arms, accentuated by the purple lace. The sheer fabric clung to her waist, evoking thoughts of the fiery passion concealed beneath. As Bailey advanced, Denise retreated, her foot catching on the tangled bedsheets. She cried out, falling against the wall, "Stay away." Her desperate scream revealed none of her usual composure and pride, only panic and terror. Her moist eyes welled with tears. Her full lips trembled, her ample bosom heaved, and her soft black hair clung to her face and neck, only intensifying the primal urges within him. "Cry. I adore beauties like you." Bailey removed his helmet and placed it on the bed. He squatted down and grabbed Denise's hair. Such lovely lips. He leaned in, his eyes gleaming with predatory amusement. As a brigand, Bailey had known many women, no matter how steadfast they were. Few could resist the physical pain of having their hair pulled. It shattered all resistance. But a flicker of ferocity flashed in Denise's eyes. She lunged forward, disregarding the tearing pain in her scalp, and bit down hard on Bailey's lip. Arc, though a first tear transcendent, he was not invulnerable. Denise's teeth were like sharp blades, sinking deep into his flesh. "Let go." Bailey tugged at Denise's hair, only intensifying the pain in his face. "I said let go." Slap. Denise was, after all, Merely a woman. Bailey's furious blow sent her reeling against the wall, blood trickling from her ear. Bitch! Bitch! Bailey clutched a bloody lock of black hair. But it offered little solace. He saw Denise raise her head, gazing at him with defiant eyes, spitting out a piece of mangled flesh. It was his upper lip. You have a death wish. Bailey roared. Originally, you were meant to be my personal spoils, but now I've changed my mind. I'll show you the kind of torment a woman can endure. Denise's face bore a scornful sneer. Very well, I await it. Despite her words. She had abandoned all hope of survival, her gaze fixed on the shards of a broken wine bottle on the floor. She would use them to end her life when Bailey dragged her away. Just as Bailey was about to advance, the window shattered, and a figure landed in the room. Phew, good thing I arrived in time. Raven wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Denise. Aunt, you're not as composed as I thought. Denise glared at him, a silent sigh of relief escaping her lips. Bailey drew his longsword, retreating a few steps. Who are you? I've heard that brigands aren't the sharpest tools in the shed. It seems the rumors are true. Raven drew his rapier. You invade my castle, try to steal my woman, and now you ask who I am? You're Raven? Bailey scrutinized him. I find the rumors hard to believe. I never expected a honeybee to lead a counterattack, and I certainly didn't expect you to dare face me. Raven raised his rapier. Since I dared to come, I'm confident in my ability to kill you. Is that so? Bailey gripped his sword with both hands. A faint green glow enveloping the 3-foot blade. Then let's see how you overcome my tempest aura. Before the words were out of his mouth, he lunged at Raven with lightning speed. A mere 2 meters meant nothing to a first-tier tempest swordsman, but as Bailey took his first step, he saw Raven's left hand, previously concealed at his waist, rise suddenly. A glint of cold light flashed, followed by the thwack of a small crossbow bolt aimed directly at his face. Bailey's brow twitched, but a disdainful sneer crept across his lips. Having lived in the blood-stained highlands, he was no stranger to such underhanded tactics. With a flick of his blade, he deflected the bolt, then smoothly transitioned into a thrust aimed at Raven's throat. As Raven parried, he surged forward, his left hand reaching for Bailey's chest. Foolish, Bailey muttered. Though Raven wielded an enchanted weapon, his speed and strength were far superior. Upon impact, the force would shatter Raven's arm. Whatever he concealed in his left hand would be feeble, unable to penetrate his enchanted chainmail. But at the moment of impact, Raven released his rapier. The rapier, deflected by the long sword, struck Raven's chest, but his left hand had already pressed against Bailey's chest. A glittering, enchanted dagger. Bailey's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. His breastplate was also enchanted. A mere dagger could not pierce it. Alas, in the ensuing moment, an acute chill permeated his chest. And amidst the excruciating pain, he felt the vitality draining from his very being. Clang. The sword clattered to the ground. Bailey, gazing down at his chest, uttered in disbelief, Impossible. A torrent of warm, viscous blood gushed forth from his mouth. He recalled the enchanted chainmail had indeed undergone repairs. Yet, he was baffled as to how Raven had discerned the singular vulnerability in the armor. With a thud, he collapsed to his knees, his eyes vacant as he stared at Raven. Why? Go ask the goddess of death, Raven retorted, delivering a kick to his chest. Withdrawing the dagger, he then felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, promptly ceasing the use of the eyes of truth. While employing the eyes of truth, Raven could vividly perceive the trails of transcendent power, naturally extending to the flaws in enchanted items. It was precisely with the aid of the eyes of truth that he had successfully pinpointed Denise's location within the inky blackness of the castle. Bailey's breastplate emanated a faint green glow in Raven's perception, rendering the area devoid of any luminescence conspicuously apparent. Furthermore, Raven could discern the telltale signs of battle aura, marking Bailey as an accomplished storm swordsman. Every action was propelled by battle aura, leaving no secret as to his intentions or movements in Raven's eyes. However, it seemed that employing the eyes of truth during combat exacted a toll on his constitution. A mere handful of seconds left him as weary as if he had toiled through the night. Of course, it's lace, Raven murmured, drawing closer to Denise in the corner, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. His gaze swept over her exquisitely contoured figure, causing a slight tremor in his throat. Perhaps due to the recent roller coaster of emotions, Denise's soulful eyes held a trace of bewilderment. Undried bloodstains clung to her lips and chest, imparting an aura of both brutal and fragile sensuality. This is, after all, a debt of salvation. I trust you wouldn't begrudge a small token of recompense? Raven's fingertip traced her voluptuous lips, wiping away the bloodstains as he leaned in ever so slightly. Raven drew closer, and Denise offered no resistance. In the dimly lit chamber, Raven's nostrils were immediately assailed by a delicate fragrance, the scent of cosmetics, a hint of perspiration, in the uniquely opulent and alluring aroma of a mature woman. If Lux was an unripe apple, Denise was a fully ripened mango, exuding a honeyed and irresistible fragrance. One that, if placed in the Garden of Eden, would have been sufficient to tempt Adam and Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit, without the serpent's prompting. At the instant their lips met, A flicker of disquiet crossed Denise's previously dazed eyes. Her hand, placed on Raven's chest, sought to push him away, but upon contact, it seemed to lose its strength, transforming into a gentle caress. As if to consume Denise entirely, Raven plundered her mouth with fervor, his tongue deftly parting her teeth. She attempted to resist, but was numbed by the overwhelming surge of masculine pheromones, leaving her to passively yield to Raven's advances. Her feeble resistance felt more like a shy and awkward acquiescence. The two tongues intertwined in the darkness, like serpents engaged in a watery ballet. Denise had succumbed entirely to a trance-like state, a crimson hue suffusing her skin. Fine beads of moisture coalesced, dampening the scant fabric that remained on her body. Her crystalline eyes were veiled in a misty haze, her slender eyelashes trembling incessantly. Her legs pressed together, grinding against each other, while her dainty toes gripped the plush carpet with unwavering tenacity. A soft, plaintive murmur escaped her lips, resembling both a rejection and a yearning. Raven was no longer content with the heated, lingering kiss. His hand ventured onto Denise's silken thigh, advancing upward, seeking to conquer the most intimate of territories. This jolted Denise back to lucidity. She thrust against Raven's chest, wrenching herself free from the sweet, protracted entanglement. Her chest heaved as she gasped for breath. A smile played on Raven's lips as he licked them, savoring the lingering sweetness. Denise possessed both the shyness of a maiden and the unique allure of a mature woman. A rare and exquisite combination. He strode to the wardrobe, tossing a heavy garment to Denise. "Thank you," Denise murmured, her gaze intentionally avoiding Raven's. The brief encounter had been the most exhilarating experience of her life, leaving her legs still slightly unsteady. As Raven watched Denise modestly conceal her form, he inquired, "Denise, how were you discovered?" Denise's residence was located on the secluded edge of the third floor. Raven had deliberately directed the intruders towards the warehouse and armory during the setup. Given Denise's intelligence and caution, she should not have been discovered within a mere 15 minutes, especially with most of the rooms being vacant. Denise discerned the implication in Raven's words, casting a resentful glance at the corpse on the floor. "He came directly to my room." This statement simultaneously sparked a realization in both of them. Belly had purposefully sought out Denise's room, indicating that someone had immediately divulged her location. Many knew of her residence: the maids, old Gordon, Wystan. The thought of her son caused Denise's heart to pound erratically. "Raven, you must save him." "Calm yourself, Aunt Denise," Raven replied. "Wystan is no fool. He won't be easily captured. He might still be hiding in his room." "Yes, he might still be hiding in his room," Denise muttered, abruptly attempting to rush out. Raven swiftly seized her, pulling her into his arms. "What do you think you're doing?" "I must save my son. You'll only end up endangering yourself as well." Ignoring Denise's struggles, Raven unceremoniously scooped her up. Hoisting her onto his shoulder, he leaped onto the windowsill, confirmed the stability of the grappling hook, and descended to the ground via the rope. 1,000 gold coins. "I'll offer 1,000 gold coins to rescue Wystan," Denise exclaimed, once she had been set down. "If 1,000 isn't enough, I'll offer 3,000. Before she could finish her sentence, her mouth and nostrils were inundated with the metallic tang of blood, causing her to vomit uncontrollably. Her gaze swept over the scene, revealing a landscape of corpses. Raven did not succumb to vomiting, but his brow furrowed intensely as he resumed loading bolts into his crossbow. His penetrating gaze swept across the battlefield, illuminated by the castle's raging flames, revealing a scene of infernal brutality. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly near the entrance to the hall, those of brigands and private soldiers alike. Some had their skulls crushed, others had their limbs severed. The exposed flesh revealing vivid red muscles and pale yellow fat, encasing shattered bones. This reminded Raven of the ribs in his supermarket freezer, and the slaughter of pigs during the New Year celebrations in his previous life. Severed blood vessels resembled torn electrical wires, and viscous blood flowed copiously, merging to form a vibrant and gruesome crimson carpet. 1, 2, 3. A total of 10 corpses, 4 belonging to brigands, 6 to private soldiers. In addition, there were 3 wounded individuals with severed arms and legs, wailing at the rear of the group. Raven's nostrils flared as he clenched his teeth, in both his lifetimes combined. He had never witnessed so many corpses, nor so much blood. His biological instincts urged him to avert his gaze, but reason dictated that he must acclimate to this reality. In this merciless world, failure to adapt meant certain death. If he was so affected, what of the private soldiers? Their reactions were scarcely better than Denise's. Their faces were pallid, and the hands gripping their spears trembled. Some had clearly vomited, with remnants of their vomit clinging to their chests and dripping onto the ground. However, the fruits of 2 months of training manifested at this very moment. Despite their trembling legs and racing hearts, the ingrained discipline held them steadfast in formation. With a resounding crash, the once-closed door swung open, and Raven could clearly see his private soldiers, having briefly succumbed to panic, with a few teetering backward. Yet, standing in the front row, Simon let out a resounding shout, "For Lord Raven! Eagle Brigade, raise your weapons!" This cry seemed to trigger an unseen switch, prompting the soldiers to stand resolutely. for Lord Raven. They spread their legs apart, their long spears thrusting straight ahead, 27 long spears weaving into a resplendent steel flower. Eric stood at the heart of this flower, clad in heavy armor, a tower of strength amidst the chaos. Heavy footsteps echoed as the bandits brandished their weapons. Their thundering march trampling through the blood-soaked ground, howling, kill. Bandit Solar charged forth, wielding a curved sword, unexpectedly taken aback by the tenacity and resilience of the private soldiers. Yet he discerned their critical vulnerability, their commander. If he could eliminate Simon, the morale of these soldiers would be utterly shattered. Simon, fully aware of this peril, locked eyes with Solar, both recognizing the face of their adversary, one a pale rookie, the other a fearsome brigand. Pierce, Simon cried, thrusting his spear forward. In unison, 5 additional spears followed his lead, their movements synchronized as if choreographed. Solar slightly shifted, yet 3 spears found their mark between his chest and abdomen. The chainmail absorbed the spear tips, but could not dissipate the force behind them. His complexion turned ashen as he staggered backward, colliding with his comrades and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Before Solar could regain his footing, under Simon's command, 6 spears surged forward, 2 pinning him to the ground by his shoulders, 2 embedding into his waist, rendering him unable to struggle, and the last 2 striking simultaneously at his forehead and throat. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering onto the faces of every private soldier, transforming Simon's once handsome visage into that of a demon. They, too, resembled fiends, their breaths quickening, their arms steadying, and some even igniting with a bloodthirsty desire. They now understood that the bandits were flesh and blood, that being pierced by a spear meant death. As Lo, the seasoned soldiers, who have tasted blood and taken lives, will become the core and elite of his personal army in the future. Each one holds immense value. They must not be squandered for the sake of a mere viscount. They are nothing but a band of wretched serfs. How could they have brought us to this state? The bandit named Sinjira shouted in anguish. A sudden whoosh pierced the air, accompanied by a low, mournful cry, as a heavy oak wine cup struck him, causing blood to gush from his nose. Anderson withdrew his arm and slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "Nonsense! They cannot possibly be mere serfs." In the span of just half an hour, he had lost 10 of his men. 10. These were all fierce brigands who had fought alongside him in plunder. The Sea Army de la Sea Army forged in the crucible of violence, his capital for survival in this bloody terrain. They wielded weapons forged from fine steel and donned chainmail worth no less than 50 gold coins. Yet now, they had only managed to replace a handful of Raven's private soldiers. The combined worth of those 30 or so private soldiers did not even match that of a single brigand's equipment. Indeed, Raven's strategy was astute, luring him step by step into a trap, allowing his soldiers to occupy the most advantageous terrain. However, that hardly justified a nearly one-for-one exchange. Anderson had faced noble soldiers before. Their equipment was indeed superior to the Eagle Army's mere leather armor and spears. Yet, in terms of morale and resilience, they paled in comparison to the latter, often scattering at the sight of a few brave fighters falling, leaving themselves vulnerable to slaughter. They fought to the last, their formations unyielding. It was inconceivable that they were Raven soldiers. They must be elite troops borrowed from elsewhere. The Snow Maple Legion was no different. This thought echoed within the hall, causing the heads of the bandits to droop even lower. If the outside was filled with elite soldiers, how could they possibly break free? A heavy despair clung to Anderson's heart, leaving a bitter taste upon his tongue, followed by a surge of indignation. Was it truly the fate of the scarred Anderson to perish uselessly in this remote, impoverished corner? Damn it! He kicked a chair in frustration, sending it flying across the floor, which emitted a piercing wail. Ouch! Anderson glared and shouted, "Who is it?" "My lord, it's me. It's me." Viscount crawled forward with a sycophantic grin, resembling a fat maggot. With a swift motion, Anderson drew a curved dagger with his foot and approached Viscount, his expression devoid of emotion. If it weren't for this cursed fellow, Bailey wouldn't be missing now, and the situation wouldn't be so dire. Viscount's plump face quivered as he squirmed backward like a worm. "Don't kill me. I can help you escape. I am the second son of the Griffith family, Raven's brother." "Oh, and so what?" Anderson scoffed, the scar on his face appearing particularly sinister in the firelight. "Raven left you here as bait. He never intended for you to survive. What makes you think you can ensure our survival?" Viston's mind raced with unprecedented speed. "He left me here to use me as a pawn. He wants to kill me. But he dares not lay a hand on me. Raven is treacherous, cunning, despicable, and shameless. Yet, he is utterly hypocritical. He will always find a grand excuse for his actions. The siege of Eagle Fortress is already shameful enough. If he can save me, but does not, he will become a laughingstock among the nobles. You can use me as a hostage to threaten him, force Raven to come in himself. At that point, you can overwhelm him and take him captive. His private soldiers are all trained by him. They will not harm him, and you will surely escape unscathed." Clap, clap, clap. Anderson rhythmically applauded. Truly, nobles possess the remarkable ability to undermine their own kin. Viscount beamed with a forced smile. You flatter me. You flatter me. However, Anderson's expression turned cold. But there's still a question. How can I be certain you are not deceiving me? Besides, threats made without substance tend to lack weight. Wouldn't you agree? As the flames flickered, Anderson advanced step by step toward Viscount, who widened his eyes and desperately shuffled backward. No, no, please. Creak. The door was pried open just a crack. The courtyard of Eagle Fortress echoed with the agonizing screams of a pig being slaughtered, followed by a fat arm being tossed out. Anderson's voice rang out. Raven, your brother Viscount is now in our possession. Help. Raven, save me, please. Viscount's cries were abruptly silenced. I won't give you too long. Right now, it's just an arm. If you don't come in within 3 minutes, I will sever another arm. In another 3 minutes, it will be a leg. My lord Baron, you are a noble. Will you just stand by and watch as your brother is killed piece by piece? TSK, 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 how cold-blooded, heartless, and utterly incompetent. All eyes turned to Raven, except for Denise's, who looked on with hope. Eric and the band of private soldiers shook their heads, unwilling for him to take such a risk. Cursing Viscount inwardly, Raven nonetheless declared with righteous indignation, do not harm my brother, whatever conditions you have. Feel free to state them. Splendid. Just as one would expect from the Baron. Anderson exclaimed. Then I ask that you enter alone. If you dare bring any of your men, your brother is as good as dead. Shameless band compared to the despicable Wystong, who could betray even his own mother. He held Raven in much higher regard. Baron Raven, I can acquiesce to your request, Anderson said. Please raise your hands and slowly approach me. It is in the best interest of both of us. I hope you will honor your promise. Raven complied, raising his hands and stepping cautiously toward Anderson. The latter swallowed hard, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Though he had indeed lost many men today, capturing Raven would fulfill Hyde Slater's commission. With the support of the Slater family, the blood he had spilled could soon be replenished, allowing him to rise once more on the bloody highlands. Just as Raven was 3 steps away, his expression suddenly shifted, and he shouted behind Anderson, Little Beard, what are you planning to do? Anderson's heart raced. Had Bailey returned silently to assassinate him and usurp his position? He hastily turned around, but found nothing but an empty corridor. Whirling back, Anderson's pupils constricted as he saw Raven, having lowered his arms, gripping a dark, loaded crossbow, with a bolt shimmering with an eerie blue light. Raven's face was as calm as a still lake as he pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, the bowstring, tautened from its arc, released the bolt, sending it spiraling through the air like a dark star plummeting from the heavens. Anderson felt a jolt of panic. The bolt was not aimed at him, but at Wystong. Cradled in his arms, he hurled Wystong aside just in time for the bolt to embed itself with a resounding thud into the wall. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Anderson roared, Raven, have you lost your mind? What a pity, Raven said, stowing the crossbow and rushing toward the door, flinging it open with force. The brigands have betrayed us. Charge. Eric burst through the door with unprecedented speed, barreling in like a bulldozer. His half-sword sliced through the air, sending a brigand on the left sprawling, before he charged towards Anderson with a fierce roar. The brigands on the right barely had time to react before Eric's soldiers stormed in, shooting them down with reckless abandon. Raven, Anderson cried out in fury, finally realizing he had been deceived by this seemingly honorable man. What glory, what reputation, merely words spoken for others to hear. How foolish I was to trust you. This Raven was nothing but a shameless scoundrel, a true rat of the marketplace. Even among brigands, such a lack of shame was rare. He swung his mace, charging at Raven, but was intercepted by Eric, who infused his weapon with energy, swinging it horizontally. Get out of my way. You will not pass. Eric likewise channeled energy into his half-sword, which, formerly bent, now rang out with a sharp, clear sound, meeting the mace head-on. Though enchanted weapons were formidable, the steel energy greatly enhanced the weapon's resilience and strength. The clash echoed with a resounding bang as the mace and half-sword collided, their energies intertwining in a chaotic burst of mist-like brilliance. Under the strain, Eric's already damaged gauntlet shattered. Simultaneously, Anderson could not withstand the recoil from the mace's handle. His fingers slipped, and the mace, accompanied by a deafening sound, crashed into the pillar. Surrender, Eric commanded. In your dreams. Anderson swiped a curved dagger from his belt, its surface glinting with the sheen of fresh blood, another enchanted weapon. He possessed spatial equipment. Die. Anderson swung the dagger down with deadly intent. Eric, though startled, maintained his composure, channeling energy into his armor and raising his arms to block. He was confident he could withstand the blow. However, just as the blade was about to meet his arms, Anderson's wrist twisted like a serpent, the dagger slicing through an unexpected arc, bypassing his defenses to strike Eric's left shoulder. This technique, known as the slithering strike, was said to have originated from the serpent people of the Bloody Highlands. Sparks flew. Even the finest steel armor could not withstand the edge of the enchanted weapon. A crimson spray filled the air, and Anderson's face flushed with vitality. It was a second-tier enchantment, lesser vampirism. With a thud, Anderson kicked Eric to the ground and strode toward Raven, who had reloaded his crossbow, aiming directly at Anderson's forehead. A smirk crept across Anderson's face. That crossbow could never pierce his armor. But just then, a tremendous force struck from behind, immobilizing him. Eric had risen and was now holding him tightly. Let go. Anderson elbowed Eric fiercely in the side, causing him to cough blood, yet his grip only tightened. If you are to die, I will take you with me. With the surrounding Eagle Brigade closing in, Anderson bent low, flipping the dagger in his grip and stabbing backward. At this angle, Raven's bolt would merely graze his helmet, while his dagger could certainly claim Eric's life. The sound of steel scraping against armor echoed behind him, and Anderson smirked, thinking, with your fingers. You believe you can unfasten my armor? Suddenly, a glimmer flashed, blood sprayed forth. The bloody dagger clattered to the ground as Anderson, in disbelief, raised his head, his mouth spilling thick, salty blood. Why? The answer came as a bolt grew larger in his vision. Thud. It was the last sound Anderson would hear. The bolt pierced his skull, embedding itself in his brain. Eric released his grasp. See, his hand gently encircled Danis's slender waist, caressing her softly. Aunt Danis, please do not be overly sorrowful. I believe that, by the power of the Lord of Light, he shall surely recover. Danis turned her head, glaring at him fiercely, slapping his unwelcome hand away from her waist. Indeed, the Church of Light possessed miraculous arts capable of restoring severed limbs, but such feats required at least a 7th-tier adept. A 7th tier, no less. Setting aside the challenge of finding a 7th-tier master, Danis lacked the resources to enlist their aid. The cost for a single high-tier spell could easily reach hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of gold coins. At that moment, Danis was in no mood to engage with Raven. She called out, Simon, and you, what's his name, stop your futile efforts. Can't you see that Weistong has already lost consciousness? Hurry and assist me in transporting him to the church. Simon's expression was icy, his tone rigid. Madame Danis, we only heed the commands of the Baron. A raucous laugh erupted from a recently captured brigand. Ah, so you are Danis. Baron Raven. I possess intelligence to share. Please grant me mercy. For I have never harmed anyone from the Eagle territory. Raven raised an eyebrow. That will depend on the value of this information. I know who betrayed and revealed this lady's whereabouts. Chapter 21. A week's accord, sire. You are contravening ancestral customs. Old Gordon, usually compliant with Raven's directives, erupted in rare indignation. Squandering silver coins on these commoners is an abomination. Raven soothed. Now, Gordon, temper your passions. It's not an exorbitant sum. Were it not for them, we might not be convening within the walls of Eagle's Nest. Gordon persisted, but, sire, there is no precedent. Such an act will be censured by all the nobility. Suffice it to say, my decision is final. Raven interjected sternly. 50 silver coins for each fallen soldier, 20 for the grievously wounded, and 5 for those who survived. As you command, sire. Gordon adjusted his monocle, resigned to Raven's decree. Throughout the human kingdoms of the Midlands, serf soldiers were scarcely regarded as people. Death was their lot, and recompense a preposterous notion. Yet, Raven harbored his own rationale. His domain was diminutive, his populace meager. He must cultivate an elite cadre, whose loyalty and martial prowess eclipsed that of ordinary noble levies, sufficient to ensure his security. Moreover, for him, 50 silver coins was a trifling sum. A bargain to secure goodwill. Coin is not for the deceased, but to edify the living. Next are the expenses for the castle's restoration, Gordon announced, consulting his notes. The Great Hall suffered minimal damage, merely necessitating a new carpet, approximately 7 gold coins. Beyond that, the chambers of the maids and manservants on the ground floor. Only Raven and Gordon spoke, yet 3 were present. Eric sat at the table, rapturously caressing his waist. His hand-and-a-half sword was obsolete. Now, he bore 2 enchanted weapons. Anderson's mace and Bailey's longsword, and Don Anderson's enchanted plate armor. An ensemble worth nearly 800 gold coins. Serving Raven is a boon, Eric mused. In 2 months, I've transformed from a pauper to a warrior. Eric. Gordon's mildly displeased tone startled Eric. What is it? His lordship inquires as to the approximate cost of fully equipping all the remaining private soldiers, Gordon repeated with a sigh. Eric scratched his nose sheepishly. The private soldiers suffered grievous losses in this battle. 11 perished, 3 were gravely wounded, leaving 22. From the brigands, we seized 16 sets of common chainmail, 1 enchanted chainmail, and 1 enchanted plate armor. The enchanted plate armor adorns me, the enchanted chainmail is for his lordship's reserve, and my old set can be given to Simon. Thus, we require 5 more sets of chainmail. However, his lordship slew 3 blood-eyed warhorses, if their barding is entrusted to the smithy. A few silver coins will suffice to repurpose them into 5 wearable sets of chainmail, with some to spare. Raven nodded slowly at Eric's account, though somewhat simple. His retainer possessed a keen sensitivity and insight regarding military matters. We also seized 12 ordinary war horses, Raven inquired. Do you believe we can form a cavalry unit? Difficult, sire. Eric stated candidly. Unlike infantry, cavalry demands far greater skill, both in horsemanship and mounted combat, requiring extensive training. Though I can ride, mounted combat is not my forte. Even with a mount, I would merely be a mounted infantryman. Raven rubbed his nose, slightly embarrassed, as he was unable to ride at all. Such was the reality of the Midlands. Horsemanship was a prerogative of the nobility, at least those of knightly rank. Horses required more than mere grass. High-nutrient crops such as black beans and soybeans were essential, lest they falter. Their daily feed alone could consume 20 copper coins, with annual upkeep reaching 60 silver coins. Beyond the means of common folk, talent is rare. Raven sighed, adding horsemanship to his future endeavors. In dire straits, for legs outpaced too. Eric, Raven commanded. See to the repurposing of the horse barding into wearable chainmail and goldstream. Dismissed. Not so fast. Denise strode in, clad in a simple blue gown. Its off-the-shoulder neckline accentuating her elegant clavicles, a picture of feminine strength. Raven, when will you furnish this place with maids? The Raven had emerged victorious against the brigands. Eagle's Nest had suffered significant losses. The castle's original servants, the 3 maids recruited earlier, and the grooms and servants Denise had brought, had all perished. The captured brigand had also died, though he had revealed Wisdom's betrayal of Denise. Neither Raven nor Denise would acknowledge it, perhaps unwilling to confront reality. Denise had entered a state of agitation, harboring animosity towards all men. Even the carpet in her chamber had been burned after Simon inadvertently stepped on it while carrying a corpse. Easy, Aunt Denise, Raven soothed. The inhabitants of Eagle's Nest are not of sufficient refinement. Finding suitable maids may take time. Denise scoffed. If Eagle's Nest lacks suitable maids, where do you propose to find them? Must I hire them from Moonin at my expense? Raven demurred. That will not be necessary. There are servants in Goldstream. Lord Raven, have you forgotten what transpired at Eagle's Nest? Denise retorted sarcastically. A dozen servants perished. How much will you expend to entice others to come? Raven countered. They are my subjects. Why must I expend anything? Goldstream remains in the hands of Viscount John, Denise stated. Do you intend to wrest it from him? Raven nodded confidently. Indeed. Denise laughed. That is the most amusing jest I have heard this month. How will you reclaim Goldstream? With your 20 elite soldiers? Lord, I implore you to reconsider. Eric urged from a military standpoint. Viscount John commands 300 elite Snow Maple Legionnaires and 14 anointed knights, all at least first-order transcendents. Eagle's Nest cannot match his strength. Gordon concurred. Lord Raven, imperial law forbids attacking other lords' territories, lest your title be revoked. Raven surveyed the room, a smile playing on his lips. So, you believe I cannot reclaim Goldstream? Gordon and Eric lowered their heads, tacitly agreeing. Denise openly mocked. Jadera promised to return Eaglebeak Mountain and Thousand Needle Thicket, yet where are they? The Wotton family is but a barony. Now, you speak of wresting Goldstream from a viscount? Has a minor victory addled your mind? Raven's lips curled into a confident smile. Spare yourself the concern, Aunt Denise. He raised a finger. Within a week, Viscount John will beg me to reclaim Goldstream. Chapter 22 Lord Raven, you are truly an angel. Oh, Sir Knight. Gall chuckled as he playfully punched Simon's shoulder. When you gain your territory in the future, don't forget about us old brothers. No. Simon hurriedly waved his hands, momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Gall, please don't jest with me. Gall's tone carried a hint of bitterness. How can this be a jest? With that suit of armor. If you claim not to be a knight, who would believe you? Feeling somewhat bashful, Simon scratched his cheek, only to have his hair caught in the gauntlet's gaps, causing him to wince in pain. Ouch. Ha. You rascal, don't move. Seeing this, Gall's earlier displeasure dissipated significantly as he stepped forward to help untangle Simon's hair from the gauntlet. He genuinely envied him, despite having served in the castle first. It was Simon who donned the plate armor first. The armor gleamed like a mirror, complete with shoulder guards, gauntlets, groin protection, leg armor, and battle boots. With the faceplate lowered, the only gap for observing the outside world was a small slit in the helmet, rendering it nearly impervious to attack. Wearing such armor into battle, Simon's chances of survival were at least 3 or 4 times greater than others. Yet, despite his envy, and even a twinge of jealousy, Gall felt not the slightest surprise at Simon's remarkable honor. This lad's progress had been astonishingly swift. From a peasant who couldn't even recognize letters, he grasped and understood new concepts faster than both Gall and Link, proving particularly impressive in their previous confrontation against the bandits. Rooted firmly in place, he remained steadfast even as the enemy surged closer. Had he not been like a nail firmly driven in, the formation might have already collapsed. However, Lord Raven was quite generous. Today Simon could don the plate armor, and perhaps in the future, Gall would have his chance too. What are you two doing here? I'm swamped. Link approached, clad in chainmail and carrying a large chest. Quick, lend a hand and carry this. Simon rushed over to cradle the chest in his arms. It's so heavy. What is this? Link remained silent, directly opening the chest. Under the sunlight, it reflected a dazzling white light. Silver coins. A chest brimming with silver coins. Wow. Gaul's eyes widened as he reached for the coins, exclaiming, "Did you rob the Lord's treasury, preparing to whisk us away?" "Don't be ridiculous," Link replied, half laughing, swatting Gaul's hand away. "This is our bonus and compensation for our fallen brothers. Each living soldier gets 5 silver coins, the injured receive 20, and the families of the deceased receive 50. "Then this is mine," Gaul exclaimed, pulling out 5 silver coins and clutching them tightly. "Lord Raven is indeed generous. After all these years as a soldier, this is the first time I've heard of rewards for victories." He looked at Simon with a grin, only to find the man with red-rimmed eyes, lips trembling, tears streaming down his face. He was crying. In that moment, he thought of his deceased grandfather. If only Lord Raven had inherited the territory sooner and he had received those 5 silver coins earlier. Perhaps he wouldn't have had to starve himself to save a few morsels of food. In truth, during the battle against the bandits, he had felt overwhelming fear and anxiety, even entertaining dark thoughts. If he died, how would the 3 women at home survive? But now, all that filled his heart was profound guilt and gratitude. Each fallen soldier's family could claim 50 silver coins. 50. Even if the man was gone. This money could serve as capital to raise chickens and sheep. A ewe cost 15 silver coins, a hen 1 silver coin, with 2 sheep and several hens. They could sustain their family. A kilogram of sheep's milk costs 6 copper coins, and a chicken egg 2 copper coins. With these, they could trade for black bread and coarse flour, enough to keep a family of 3 well. How dare I ever doubt Lord Raven? I am truly wretched. Lord Raven must be an angel. He is incredibly benevolent. Simon wiped his nose. I shall distribute the silver coins to them at once. I know where the families of the deceased are. We all know, Link said, chuckling as he patted Simon's shoulder. Wipe your tears. Since you're delivering compensation on behalf of Lord Raven, you can't go looking disheveled. A few hours later, old Gordon knocked on Raven's door. At that moment, Raven was lost in thought, gazing at a magical core on the table. Hearing the knock, he called out, "Come in." As the door opened, Raven turned to see Gordon and couldn't help but laugh. "Mr. Gordon, what brings you here to deliver my meal today?" "It's not lunch, my lord." Gordon wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "This is a gift from the townsfolk." "A gift for me?" Raven raised an eyebrow in surprise as he accepted the basket and placed it on the table. Lifting the cloth covering it, he was taken aback. Inside was a basket of 4-leaf clovers, glistening with freshness. 4-leaf clovers are a rare variant of the common 3-leaf variety, typically found among hundreds of clovers. To see over 50 in this basket spoke volumes about the effort the collectors had invested. This represented the heartfelt gratitude of the townsfolk from Eagle Town. 1 leaf brings honor, 1 leaf brings wealth, 1 leaf brings love, 1 leaf brings health. Old Gordon recited in an elegant tone, "My lord, I previously thought you too extravagant for spending money on the common folk, but now it is evident that your wisdom and foresight far exceed my own. With just a few hundred silver coins spent, your achievements have already surpassed those of all the ancestors of Eagle Territory. Never before has anyone received such heartfelt support from the populace as you have." A smile crept onto Raven's lips. He had indeed anticipated gaining some goodwill, but he had not expected such an overwhelming response. The authority of a lord could compel obedience, yet genuine gratitude could inspire a willingness to sacrifice one's life. Though death remained the same, its implications could differ vastly. The former was a reluctant demise, while the latter could drive a person to seize a piece of flesh from the enemy even in their final moments. With admiration, old Gordon departed, and Raven returned his focus to the magical core before him. These 3 diamond-shaped objects, the size of jujubes and resembling black crystals, were extracted from the napes of blood-eyed warhorses and served as the source of their extraordinary powers. Raven activated the Eye of Truth, allowing him to perceive a dark red luminescence swirling within the magical core. Holding it in his hand elicited a tingling sensation akin to an electric shock. No matter how he turned his wrist, that dark red glow clung close to his palm like a tiny worm. Is this the essence of extraordinary power? Raven mused. If I consume it, might I also ascend to the first tier of the extraordinary? It was, of course, a jest. A first-tier magical core was worth a single gold coin, while a vial of first-tier divine potion fetched a staggering 300 gold coins. If consuming 2 magical cores could grant one extraordinary abilities, potions would hardly be marketable. Casting the magical core onto the table, Raven lifted a belt, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. This belt was the most valuable trophy from the recent annihilation of the bandits. What lay in Raven's hands was a leather belt approximately 3 fingers wide and around 1 meter long. It exuded a dull black hue, absorbing all surrounding light. Feeling weightless in his grasp and appearing unremarkable, yet, in Raven's eyes, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Under the gaze of the Eye of Truth, The belt emanated a cerulean radiance, adorned with intricate magical patterns that flowed like a rushing current in densely packed areas, while wider sections sparkled like stars. At that moment, the belt lay concealed beneath the enchanted plate armor, preventing Raven's eye of truth from detecting it. This unique magical apparatus could only be activated through the infusion of either fighting spirit or magical energy, yet Eric had imparted to Raven a special technique, enabling even ordinary individuals to wield its power. Raven pressed a magical core against the belt, and the crimson energy contained within seeped into it, causing a faint, misty white glow to emanate from the belt, illuminating a spacious and orderly realm within his mind. A spatial device. It was how Anderson had caught Raven off guard, nearly achieving a counterattack. This space measured approximately 1 meter in length and 2 meters in height, mostly vacant, save for a corner where a bag of gold coins lay stacked. Steady, calm, Raven swallowed hard, his free hand gliding over the belt as he envisioned grasping the bag of coins, then suddenly yanked upward. In the next moment, he felt a weight in his hand, and the bag, filled with gold coins, thudded onto the table. Success, though he had accumulated nearly 50 years of life experience. Raven felt like a child who had stumbled upon a marvelous toy, captivated by the sensation as he repeatedly deposited and retrieved the bag, stopping only after numerous attempts. How extraordinary! Without pausing to count the coins, Raven began to contemplate the belt's potential. In his view, Anderson's method of storing gold within was remarkably uninspired. With a space of 2 cubic meters, it could easily accommodate at least 20 finely strung crossbows. If these crossbows were paired with enchanted bolts, Raven felt confident that even Eric would be reduced to a pincushion. What a human cannonade that would be! Alas, this spatial device could not contain living beings. Raven sighed with regret. If only he could stow Eric inside and unleash him at a critical moment, it would surely be a frightful surprise. After indulging in such fanciful thoughts, Raven estimated the total number of coins to be 127. Given Anderson's prowess and the size of his team, this sum was not particularly substantial. However, considering the cost of his impressive equipment, Raven felt reassured. The matter of acquiring crossbows needed to be expedited, and he resolved to entrust Eric with the task using these coins. As Raven secured the belt around his waist, he suddenly froze, staring at the magical core on the table. The crimson glow within had diminished by approximately 1/3. Raven nodded. This indicated that he had just consumed some of the core's energy for the belt's activation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Previously, employing the Eye of Truth in battle had severely drained his stamina and vitality, a manifestation of energy expenditure. He recalled that when he had slain Donald, it was the flow of power into his forehead that had activated the Eye of Truth. At that time, Donald, transformed through a ritual, had effectively become a magical creature. His strength likely sourced from the magical core. Could it be that by inadvertently shattering his magical core, he had awakened the Eye of Truth? Without hesitation, Raven grasped the magical core in his hand and smashed it against the windowsill. The core shattered into a glittering dust resembling diamonds, and through the Eye of Truth, Raven clearly perceived the crimson energy within erupting into a mist. Raven lowered his gaze, gently touching his forehead. In that moment, his brow pulsed like a heartbeat, revealing an almost instinctual yearning. Come. As Raven's thoughts gradually calmed, the air thick with crimson mist seemed drawn to him, swirling towards his forehead. Just as the mist penetrated his skin, he experienced an intensely contradictory sensation, refreshing like a gentle breeze yet accompanied by an indescribable heat. The warmth radiated from his brow, causing his scalp to tingle and spreading through his veins and skin. He leaned closer to the copper mirror and observed his skin, where veins protruded grotesquely, reminiscent of Donald after his metamorphosis. However, as the heat subsided, the veins receded, leaving no trace of their former prominence. Strange. Raven was bewildered by the changes occurring within his body. He shook his head, and a series of popping sounds erupted. He paused momentarily before engaging in vigorous movement, feeling his blood flow more freely, as if he had just undergone a thorough rejuvenation. Could the energy within the magical core enhance my physique? Raven clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him. He retrieved his hand crossbow, loaded a bolt, and with 4 fingers, began to draw the string. With a satisfying creak, the string transformed from a straight line into a V shape, and delight shone in Raven's eyes. What once required his knee to draw swiftly now only demanded the strength of his fingers. Though not swift, it was a feat previously unattainable for him. Shall I attempt again? Raven licked his lips and without hesitation, smashed a second magical core. As before, the dark red mist surged towards his forehead, but this time, the sensation of heat was overwhelmingly intense, as if flames were licking at his head. He leaned into the mirror and beheld his once fair skin now marred by bulging veins. Even the tiniest capillaries had erupted, resembling roots of an ancient tree entwined in soil or writhing worms. Beads of sweat coalesced on his forehead, trickling down his skin, and in that moment, Raven could feel every droplet coursing over him. Fearing he might burst a vein, he stood motionless before the mirror until half an hour had passed, at which point the heat finally dissipated. Phew, perhaps I have overdone it. Raven shook his head. He could not repeat such an endeavor in the near future. Stretching his body, he froze in astonishment. Through the mirror, he could see his muscles defining a perfect outline beneath his clothing. Ah, the results are so pronounced? Raven unfastened his shirt and was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. Truth be told, while Raven had never been frail, he had merely been robust compared to the average person. Now, however, he was transformed. His pectorals were firm, yet not excessively bulky, akin to a long-distance runner, muscles toned, slender, and powerful, with 8 clearly defined abdominal muscles that could captivate any woman. He drew his rapier, flicking his wrist to raise its point skyward. And with a gentle pinch of 2 fingers, he manipulated the 3-pound blade as if it were a mere stick. Could the magical core possess such capabilities? Raven sheathed the rapier, shaking his head slowly. No, this must be the effect of the Eye of Truth. Merely absorbing 2 first-tier magical cores, one of which had been partly expended, had elevated his strength by at least 50%, and while he had yet to attain the extraordinary, such an enhancement was remarkable. Once he became a knight or a mage and absorbed more and superior magical cores, the future appeared resplendent. It is worth noting that magical cores are far more economical than enchanted equipment or potions. A smile curled at the corners of Raven's mouth as he grasped the money pouch, which had felt somewhat burdensome earlier but now seemed light as a feather. Just as he was about to secure the pouch, his hand brushed against something peculiar beneath it. Upon inspection, a cunning grin spread across Raven's face. Heh, hide slate. I intended to visit you in a couple of days, yet here you are, delivering such a grand gift to me. As time gradually slipped away, the sun withdrew its brilliance, and the silvery moonlight bathed the earth. A carriage drawn by blood-eyed war horses emerged from Eagle Fortress. Making its way to the entrance of the Wing of the Eagle in a glittering town, Raven adjusted his collar, cradling a wooden box as he alighted from the carriage, instructing the driver, Eric, to wait for him. As you command, my lord, Eric replied, bowing slightly. Raven nodded and pushed open the tavern's door. The atmosphere remained as quiet as his previous visit, yet the bald proprietor's expression was markedly more sullen. I come this time for the benefit of Master Hyde, Raven stated calmly. If you wish to avoid witnessing your master being expelled from the line of succession, it would be wise not to provoke me. A man cloaked in brown, upon hearing this, sheathed his half-drawn sword. Take me to see him. The brown-cloaked figure silently led the way ahead of Raven. They arrived at the same room, with the same arrangement. Raven entered without hesitation and sat down on the bench, mere shoulders apart from Hyde. Hyde's countenance darkened as he ran his fingers through his parted hair. Baron Raven, is this your attitude of submission to me? Submission? Raven raised an eyebrow, casting the box onto the table. Mr. Hyde, it seems you have misjudged the current situation. I am here to negotiate terms. Hyde scoffed, his long fingers resting on the sword at his waist. What right does a mere baron have to negotiate with me? Just this. With a decisive motion, Raven flung open the wooden box, presenting it towards Hyde. The thick stench of blood mingled with a hint of decay filled the air. Bold. Protect the lord. 2 enchanted long swords were drawn against Raven's throat. He merely smirked, reaching for an apple from the fruit platter on the table and biting into it with vigor. Mr. Hyde, are you unable to even manage your own subordinates? Hyde's brow twitched slightly as he turned to see Raven munching on the apple. Red skin and white flesh clinging to his teeth and tongue, resembling a beast feasting on a still-throbbing heart. Stand down. Hyde's lips twitched. The 2 guards hesitated. But my lord, I said stand down. Hyde roared, his voice echoing with fury. The guards sheathed their swords and retreated into the shadows. Hyde's chest heaved violently. He did not want to look, but found his gaze drawn to the box. Inside lay the head of Anderson. Its hair was dry and tangled like weeds, blood oozing from its features, painting a grotesque mural on its pallid face. Its bloodshot eyes bulged wide, and a gaping wound on its forehead revealed splattered brain matter. A severed head alone would not instill fear in Hyde, but the letter beside it, a blood-stained missive bearing his wax seal, sent shivers down his spine. What do you want? Hyde asked darkly. That depends on your sincerity, Lord Hyde, Raven replied with a smile. To collude with the blood-soaked Highland brigands and assault the territory of an imperial baron is Hyde, still seething with anger, raised his goblet and drained it in one swift motion. Do not harbor too great expectations. The resources at my disposal within the family are rather limited. However, a small degree of cooperation on your part will suffice. Shortly thereafter, Raven returned to the carriage, bearing an enormous chest that caused the wheels to sag noticeably. As he settled into the carriage, he exhaled deeply, remarking, "Children are indeed easy to manage. Lord Raven, shall we head directly to Eagle Fortress? Or would you prefer to linger a while in Shanjin Town?" Eric inquired. "Neither," Raven replied, twisting his neck. "We shall proceed eastward to Snow Maple Fortress. I have matters to discuss with Viscount John." Eric paused momentarily, But is it not rather abrupt to visit without an appointment? Raven asserted, precisely the effect I desire. No more questions, let us be off. After a brief hiatus, the carriage wheels began to turn. Raven leaned back against the carriage wall and sighed. Having played the role of a lord for a moment, now I must feign humility. Chapter 24. This cannot be an act, my lord Raven. We have arrived. Eric halted the carriage before the snow maple castle. As he lifted the curtain, he was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly Baron Raven? His attire remained unchanged. Yet his once pristine and smooth garments were now wrinkled. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and his face was pale and puffy, with bloodshot eyes that conveyed a sense of profound fatigue, as if he hadn't slept for days. My lord, what has happened to you? Eric inquired cautiously. Raven yawned and replied, How do I look? Eric carefully chose his words. I recommend you rest a bit more, in your current state. You might easily be mistaken for a vampire by the church's personnel. Exactly, Raven exclaimed as he jumped from the carriage. It was worth the hour I spent scrubbing my face. Unlike Eagle Castle, which lay fortified with a moat, Snow Maple Castle was perched upon a peak, constructed along a ridge rising from low to high, resembling more of a fortress than a castle. The guards at Snow Maple Castle were quite surprised by Raven's unexpected visit. However, upon verifying his identity, they lowered the drawbridge and welcomed him onto the battlements. Guided by a soldier, Raven arrived at the entrance of the castle hall. Pacing anxiously like a headless fly, occasionally scratching his tangled hair, utterly devoid of any noble demeanor. Kent, what do you think? Lord John, leaning against the window on the third floor, scrutinized Raven's behavior. What could this young fellow be plotting by arriving in the dead of night? Kent, the steward, replied respectfully. Seeing Baron Raven in such a state of distress indicates he must have pressing matters at hand. John further inquired, is it possible he is feigning his plight? Unlikely. Kent gently shook his head. Look at him. His movements are erratic, advancing, retreating, and circling without any pattern. His eyes and bags beneath him do not appear to be the result of makeup. If he were acting, his performance would be extraordinarily convincing. Then let him in. John commanded. Bring him to my study. A few minutes later, a weary Raven entered the study, led by Kent. Upon seeing John, Raven's face lit up with relief, as if he had encountered a savior. Oh, esteemed Lord John, at last I see you. He plopped down onto a chair, exhaling deeply. Thank heavens. I am grateful you would meet with me. Witnessing Raven's demeanor, John's initial wariness diminished considerably. The Snow Maple and Eagle territories were adjacent, naturally. The events at Eagle Castle had not escaped his notice. As the old adage goes, not all that glitters is gold. Though Raven appeared presentable, he was ultimately a scoundrel. Now, having narrowly escaped disaster, he was likely seeking reinforcements to bolster Eagle Castle's defenses. Do not panic. You are safe here at Snow Maple Castle. No one can harm you, John said kindly. Kent, pour Baron Raven a glass of wine. Perhaps John's comforting words had an effect, as Raven's demeanor calmed slightly. He accepted the wine Kent offered and took a small sip. Baron Raven, John expressed, I am deeply saddened by the events at Eagle Castle. As a fellow noble, I am more than willing to assist you in strengthening your defenses. However, I am aware that your resources may be limited. John revealed his intent. Thus, if you could fully surrender Flashgold Town to me. Raven reacted immediately, interrupting John. Flashgold Town is the key. John believed Raven had come to a realization. Smiling as he said, Yes, as long as you, Baron Raven, hand over. No, not me, Raven exclaimed, almost deliriously. It is you, I implore you. Immediately return Flashgold Town to me, or calamity shall befall us. What? Lord John thought he might have misheard. You want me to surrender Flashgold Town? Raven nodded emphatically. Leaning closer and twisting his right hand against his chest, tears welling in his eyes. Lord John, the recent attack on Eagle Castle was no coincidence. Someone has been scheming behind the scenes. The mastermind is Hyde of the Slater family. He desires my baronial title. When I refused, I provoked this catastrophe. John's brow furrowed. Hyde Slater? As the de facto controller of Flashgold Town, he was well aware that Hyde had been residing there recently and had even sent someone to visit. But he never imagined he would harbor such intentions. No wonder those bandits chose to raid Eagle Castle instead of the nearer quarry. The ranks of nobility, from dukes to barons, while esteemed, remain limited in power. Only by becoming an earl can one truly defend a territory. For instance, in Nord Province, the Slater family held the majority of the fiefs. Once they set their sights on Raven, even a viscount like John would have to tread carefully. John pondered. Though the Lester family is formidable, they cannot disregard the laws of the empire. Since you have withstood the attack of the bandits, there is no need to withstand. You overestimate me. Raven replied bitterly, downing his glass of red wine, his hands trembling. There was no resistance. All the servants in the castle have perished. My private soldiers have suffered heavy losses, and aside from Eric, the entire castle is now under the control of bandits loyal to Hyde. What? John exclaimed, his shock quickly morphing into realization. Indeed, While Raven's private soldiers may have appeared competent, they were ultimately no match for the merciless bandits. His astonishment at their high combat prowess had now been replaced with understanding. Hyde was willing to collude with marauders to force me to relinquish my title, all to secure a fief for himself. Raven's expression turned pained. That is why I have come to seek your help. This is outrageous. John slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is a blatant affront to noble dignity and protocol. Baron Raven, return home and rest assured. I shall travel to Mongan City to personally meet with Earl Talon, insisting that he discipline his son properly." Though he said this, John had no intention of following through. Despite being a fourth-tier ice knight and a viscount, he was insignificant before a powerful earl. His words were merely meant to reassure Raven and rid himself of this troublesome pest. "That is futile, Lord John," Raven said despairingly. "Hyde has lost his mind. He coerced me into coming here today to inform you that Flashgold Town must be returned to Eagle territory. He said, he requires a complete Eagle territory. And if you refuse, the tragedy of Eagle Castle shall be reenacted upon Snow Maple." John's brow furrowed deeply. He had heard of Hyde, the young scion of Earl Talon, known for his frivolous lifestyle. Had he been the first heir to the Slater family or possessed exceptional strength, John might have regarded him with more respect. Alas, he was lacking in both. How dare he threaten me? Did Hyde really say that? John questioned, incredulous. He thinks hollow threats will snatch Flashgold Town from my grasp? No, it is not a threat, Raven insisted. Lord Hyde offered me 4,000 gold coins. Should you agree to return Flashgold Town, that sum is yours. The chest of coins is in my carriage. John's fingers lightly tapped the surface of the table. When he initially leased Gold Flash Town, he expended 10,000 gold coins. Now, a decade later, he has recouped over 4,600 coins. If he were to accept 4,000 gold coins in exchange for Gold Flash Town at this moment, it would not be a grievous loss. However, the accounts are not so simple. Gold Flash Town is not merely a hub of taxation. It is also a vital transportation nexus, surrounded by 2 baronial territories and a viscountcy, where the exchange and trade of goods rely heavily on the thoroughfares of Gold Flash Town. It is precisely because of this characteristic that one can find nearly every artisan required by the nobility within its confines: blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, potters, architects, and even beast tamers, along with a branch of the mercenary guild. With its existence, the Snow Maple territory has been revitalized in ways previously unimaginable. Though the tax revenue over the past decade amounts to merely 4,600 coins, the positive repercussions for the Snow Maple territory far exceed the mere tax returns. Moreover, who was Hyde to make such audacious demands? To acquiesce to his request would be to compromise one's dignity. This time, Baron Raven will likely find his expectations unmet. John stated, "Gold Flash Town is leased to me by Baron Donald, and I have no intention of relinquishing it before the contract expires." However, Baron Raven appeared utterly unable to accept this response, exclaiming in a strained voice, "If you refuse, what am I to do? If I fail in this matter, Hyde will not spare me, nor will he spare you. The bandits from the Bloody Highlands will soon come for you. Let them come," John replied, lowering his gaze, a hint of discontent in his tone. "Baron Raven, you are an imperial noble. You must uphold the dignity and decorum befitting your status. That a mere Hyde can so easily unnerve you reveals you are not yet a mature noble. I have no other choice," Raven replied, displaying a resigned smile. "My lord, how about 5,000 gold coins? I still have an additional 1,000 I can offer you." John coldly shook his head. "I'm afraid I cannot assist you. If 5,000 coins are insufficient, I can also provide you with 300 bottles of Angel's Tears," Raven implored. "Enough, Baron Raven," John interrupted. "If you feel fatigued, you may rest for the night at Snow Maple Castle. I assure you, no one would dare disturb your peace." Faced with such a definitive refusal, Raven seemed to have lost his spirit, slowly shaking his head. "No, there is no need." He stood up but stumbled, knocking over a chair. Kent moved to assist him but was met with a gesture of refusal as Raven staggered out. Such an ineffectual little bee, John mused confidently. Even if Hyde is a member of the Slither family, he does not represent them. If he cannot see this, he is unworthy of nobility. Kent spoke quietly. "Are you truly certain that there are no shadows of the Slither family behind this matter?" John paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I was merely reflecting on what Baron Raven just said," Kent replied. "He mentioned he still had 1,000 gold coins." "What of it?" John inquired. "Raven should not possess such wealth. Since Denise's own son was unable to inherit, he could not possibly be granted much. Furthermore, whether for acquiring finery or repairing the castle, substantial gold is required. Where did his money originate?" John contemplated. "Are you suggesting he lied?" Kent shook his head. "No. I am inclined to believe Baron Raven spoke the truth. It is improbable that anyone could feign so convincingly." "Then what do you mean?" John gazed through the window at Raven's receding, stooped figure, which indeed seemed genuine. Could it be that Donald left him an inheritance? Kent interjected, "Angel's Tears." "Angel's Tears," John exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Ah, yes, that newly invented wine from a month ago. Are you implying that he accrued over 1,000 gold coins and profit from Angel's Tears within just a month? Kent noted. There must have been some initial investment from Denise, but I believe the profits would not be less than 300 gold coins. Otherwise, it would not explain the Slither family's motives. John rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that if it were only Hyde, he would not dare provoke me? It is only with the backing of the Slither family that he possesses such audacity? Kent assented, redirecting the conversation back to the crux of the matter. Angel's Tears is a wine I have tasted. It is indeed an exquisite and luxurious red wine, and there are few comparable products on the market. I suspect that once production scales up, it will yield substantial profits. Given the proximity of the Eagle territory to the Bloody Highlands, and the Slither family's connections with the marauders therein. John inhaled sharply. The Slither family seeks to acquire the Eagle territory not merely for a trivial title, but to control the production of Angel's Tears and subsequently smuggle it through the Bloody Highlands to the cities of Phaidon and the Insa Empire, reaping immense profits. The more I ponder, the more convinced I am of my deductions. No wonder Hyde's primary interest lies in Goldflash Town rather than hastily reclaiming the more easily obtainable Eagle's Beak Mountain and the Thousand Needle Jungle. The artisans in Goldflash Town could be mobilized immediately, significantly enhancing the production capacity of Angel's Tears and minimizing the risk of leaks. With the current production capacity in Eagle Town, one could realize a profit of 300 gold coins in a month, totaling 3,600 gold coins in a year. Scaling up tenfold would yield an astounding profit of 36,000 gold coins annually. This far exceeds the income of a viscountcy, enough to entice an entire count family. Hence, Hyde serves merely as a facade. The true orchestrator is likely Count Talon himself. The thought of opposing the entire Slither family sent chills down John's spine. Why didn't you warn me earlier? Kent remained speechless. The young viscount had always been quite sensitive about his reputation. Had he publicly rebuffed him, Kent would have faced dire consequences. Yet, he could not voice this, after all. It was merely a conjecture, and a conclusive determination could only be made after consulting Mr. Hyde. That makes sense. John nodded. Draft a letter on my behalf at once. Then take it to visit Hyde Slither. We must ascertain his true intentions. Kent accepted the command and departed. In that moment, John felt akin to a headless fly, darting anxiously about the room, unable to find solace even in his favorite Angel's Tears. It was not until dawn broke that he finally reclined on a bench in his study, preparing to rest briefly. Yet, no sooner had he closed his eyes than he was met with the sound of hurried footsteps. With a crash, his retainer promptly burst through the door. My lord. It's terrible. Kent, what is it? Slow down. What has happened to Kent? John demanded. In response, silence ensued, followed by the entrance of a stretcher. Kent lay upon it, his legs bloodied and contorted grotesquely like a rag doll. John, my lord. Kent struggled to sit up. Take it slow. John pressed a hand on his shoulder, leaning in to listen. Hyde refused to see me. He had my legs broken. And where is Hyde now? John asked. Kent coughed, murmuring. He has already returned to Mongan City. A chilling dread coursed through John's spine. Hyde clearly intended to cease negotiations, leaving Goldflash Town to distance himself from the impending large-scale incursions of bandits from the Bloody Highlands. He shouted, prepare the carriage. I am going to Eagle Castle. Chapter 25. Recapturing Shanjin Town. Thanks to you. As Raven stepped down from the carriage, looking weary and haggard, a rare smile graced Denise's lips. She teasingly remarked, my lord Baron, was your recapture of Shanjin Town a smooth endeavor? Thank you for your concern, dear aunt. It went exceedingly well, Raven replied, stretching his limbs. In less than a week, Shanjin Town will return to the territory of the Eagle Duchy. Denise, however, was far from convinced. A scornful smirk curled her lips as she crossed her arms, accentuating her already ample bosom. If that were the case, I would gladly wash your feet. Raven's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then you would need to don a maid's outfit. I won't go. I refuse to attend school. The shrill cries of Wiston echoed through the air as he was forcibly dragged out by Gaul and Link, bound like a pig. Yet, upon meeting Raven's gaze, he instantly fell silent, his face paling with fear. The dread he harbored for Raven was palpable. The mere thought of the crossbow's sting sent shivers down his spine. Raven cast a glance at Wiston. Thanks to divine magic, the wound on his shoulder had fully healed, but reattaching a severed ling was beyond any hope. Not only in the Eagle Duchy, but likely even in Mingyan City, no one could accomplish such a feat. What is to be done with him? Raven inquired. We're sending him back to Mingyan City, Denise coolly replied. He has lingered here long enough and must return to continue his studies. Though this may not have been a complete falsehood, it certainly did not encompass the entire truth. Raven understood that a mother, despite her love for her son, would harbor some resentment upon learning of his betrayal. Wisson pleaded softly, Mother, must I truly return? Please let me stay. I promise to be obedient. This plea stirred a genuine pang of sorrow and affection in Denise's eyes. She patted Wisdon's shoulder gently. Be good, return, attend your lessons, and become a true man. Mother will help you find a way to restore your arm. Watching this exchange, Raven sighed inwardly. Denise's concern and love for Wisdom were genuine, but her resolve to send him away was equally steadfast. Wisdom's betrayal of Denise was real, yet his reluctance to part ways was also sincere. Perhaps this complexity is the essence of human nature. Upon returning to the hall, Raven encountered old Gordon, who was taken aback by his appearance. A flicker of anger crossed Gordon's face. "My Lord Raven, how could Viscount John dare to humiliate you so?" Raven's heart warmed at the concern, and he replied with a smile, "Oh, it was merely a brief charade. I intend to rest for a while. Please go to Eric and divide the money in the chest into 3 portions, 3,000, 2,000, and 1,000 gold coins. Then, awaken me when Viscount John's carriage appears on the horizon." "Yes, my lord." Old Gordon nodded, but then processed Raven's request. "My lord, did you just say gold coins?" "Indeed," Raven affirmed with a nod. "Is there a problem?" Old Gordon swallowed hard. "This money, it wouldn't be from the treasury of Snow Maple Castle, would it?" Raven chuckled at old Gordon's apprehension. "Rest assured, the origins are legitimate. I lack the capability to rob a viscount. However, do not count on these 6,000 gold coins for your budgeting. How much will remain after this is uncertain." Old Gordon was puzzled by Raven's remark, yet considering that every endeavor Raven had undertaken since arriving in the Eagle Duchy had been successful, he refrained from further inquiry and assisted Eric in organizing the coins. Despite his preparedness, when he beheld the chest filled with gleaming gold coins, he could not help but hold his breath. 6,000 gold coins. During the Eagle Duchy's peak, the annual income hovered around 1,000 gold coins. With this fortune, not only could Eagle Castle be restored to its former glory, but more subjects could be acquired from other lords, more land cultivated, and greater revenue secured. Indeed, while the trade of slaves was prohibited across the continent, only those with rights could renounce them to become slaves. Serfs, however, were not considered people, and thus no one would champion their rights. In the peaceful century of the Kane's empire, the populace of many territories had swollen to their limits for many lords. This was no longer a fortune, but a burden. Old Gordon silently prayed that at least a portion of this money would remain, even if it were just 1,000. No, 500 gold coins, that would suffice. Unbeknownst to Raven, old Gordon's silent supplication was far from his thoughts. He was preoccupied with another matter. In last night's conversation, he had cast 3 baited hooks: the Slater family, the Bloody Highlands, and the Tears of Angels. No matter which thread John seized upon, it would ultimately lead back to the Slater family. Now, it remained to be seen whether Viscount John would take the bait. Do all one can and leave the rest to fate. Overthinking is futile. Raven, utterly fatigued, lay down on the bed without even shedding his clothes. Just as he began to drift into slumber, a loud and urgent knock resounded at the door. Raven opened his eyes to the midday sun streaming through the curtains and, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "What is it?" Eric's voice called out, "My Lord Raven, it is Viscount John. His carriage has crossed Eagle Town." "What?" Raven sprang from the bed in shock and elation. How could he arrive so early? Eric explained, "I heard that his steward had his legs broken in Shanjin Town." "Ah. I did not expect Viscount John to be so impatient," Raven chuckled. He had instructed Hyde to refuse all invitations from the Luke family, and he was pleasantly surprised by Hyde's diligence. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Hyde, such an arrogant fellow, had been thoroughly bested by Raven, and John had only sent a steward to meet him. Surely, that would provoke his ire. Raven flung open the door and commanded, "Immediately go to the kitchen. Find some of last night's leftovers and serve them in the meeting room. Then, both you and old Gordon must feign indifference towards me." As he spoke, he removed his gloves and began to slap his cheeks vigorously. A few moments later, when John entered the meeting room, he was taken aback. Raven appeared even more haggard than when he had last seen him. His eyes were nearly closed, his cheeks flushed unnaturally, and the table was strewn with dry, hard black bread. A dark, murky bowl of soup sat nearby. Surrounded by flies, he looked utterly destitute. At this moment, John was fully convinced of Raven's words. Upon entering the castle, he had noticed a few familiar faces, but those guards were clad in chain mail, their eyes betraying a palpable intent to kill, certainly not a guise that mere peasants could don. "My Lord Baron, Mr. John has arrived," old Gordon murmured. "Oh, is that so?" Raven feigned surprise, shaking his head and gesturing to the seat opposite him. "Viscount John, please, take a seat. Forgive me, I am not quite awake at the moment." As he spoke, his hand brushed against the soup bowl, prompting an outburst of anger. "Where are the maids?" "Maid? How could such filth be left on my conference table?" Old Gordon, with a stoic expression, reminded him, "The maids have all perished." "Oh, right, they are dead." Raven nodded nervously, then turned to John. "Viscount John, what brings you to my humble abode?" Observing Raven in this disheveled state, John felt a sense of unease creeping in, akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. "If I refuse to surrender Shanjin Town, will Raven's current plight become my own future?" He swallowed hard. "Baron Raven, regarding Shanjin Town, It truly is a splendid place, bustling with people and adorned with beauty, and it generates substantial taxes. Raven murmured, indeed. It is a fine location. The more irrelevant Raven's remarks became, the more anxious John felt. He declared, I have come to return Shanjin Town. 5,000 gold coins. If you provide them, I will immediately return the original lease document to you. He raised his hand, accepting the parchment bag handed over by his retainer. Pingley, and pushed it toward Raven. To his dismay, Raven did not accept it as he had anticipated. Instead, he merely twitched his lips and pushed the bag back. Baron Raven, what are you? It is too late, Lord John. Raven scratched his nose, leaning back in his chair. His gaze listless as he stared at the ceiling. Shanjin Town is no longer of significance to me. As he spoke, tears suddenly glistened in his eyes. Oh. My dear Jadia, my precious gem, she shall never return, never again. This revelation left not only John but also old Gordon and Eric bewildered. Who was Jadia? They had never seen a maid by that name in the castle. Yet, Lord John understood. Raven had long been known by the nickname Little B. So it was only natural he had an illegitimate daughter. It now seemed that Hyde had been using this daughter to blackmail Raven. When Raven failed to act, Hyde had ruthlessly taken her life. It must be so. Baron Raven, the dead cannot be brought back to life, John urged. You are still young. You will certainly find a suitable partner and bear new offspring. This was, of course, a lie. The Slater family would never permit a puppet to have heirs. A flicker of anger sparked in Raven's eyes. Yes, you are right. I am still young. I still have chances. He sat up straight and inquired. What exactly is it that you wish to discuss with me? John felt nearly exasperated. So, all my previous words were in vain? However, considering the safety of the Snow Maple territory, he suppressed his frustration. I am here to reclaim Shanjin Town. As long as you can provide me with 5,000 gold coins, the lease document can be handed over immediately. Oh, right, Shanjin Town. Raven slapped his forehead and chuckled bitterly. It is too late. I told you. Hyde only gave me 4,000 gold coins, and I could not persuade you. Naturally, I cannot keep that much money. Currently, I have only 1,000 gold coins at my disposal. John furrowed his brow. That is far too little. You must know, when we initially signed the agreement, I spent a full 10,000 gold coins. Then you may take the document back, Raven replied. Mr. Hyde has already left, and even if I were to obtain this document now, what use would it be? This time, it was John's turn to persuade Raven. It would be useful, certainly. Baron Raven, consider this. Your loss of Giadia was due to your ineptitude, resulting in Hyde's punishment. However, if you can reclaim Shanjin Town, it would be an act of redemption, and the Slater family will surely reward you. A glimmer of hope ignited in Raven's eyes. Reward me? Yes, reward you. John pressed on. Fine wine, exquisite food, and beautiful women. The Slater family, being of noble rank, would not be stingy. Such words. Raven scratched his head. Aside from my own 1,000 gold coins, Mr. Hyde also left me 3,000 gold coins as payment, intended for acquiring materials and constructing factories after reclaiming Shanjin Town. Upon hearing this, John felt both relief and trepidation. Clearly, the Slater family had resolved to employ force. Otherwise, they would not have left behind such a sum. Thank goodness he arrived in time. If he had waited for the marauders from Bloody Highlands to descend, he might have lost everything. Then 4,000 gold coins. John declared. With that, you can reclaim Shanjin Town. Raven tugged at his hair and glanced at old Gordon. Then let us retrieve the gold from the warehouse. He subtly gestured with his eyes. Old Gordon, wise in his years, although unclear about Raven's scheme, had pieced together enough from their conversation to discern his role. That still seems excessive. Your gold can be used freely, but the Slater families. Raven turned to John with a helpless expression. Then I must refuse. 3,000 gold coins. John exclaimed. With 3,000 gold coins, you can reclaim Shanjin Town. He looked at old Gordon, his eyes intense. Mr. Gordon, 3,000 gold coins is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. If we resort to force, the damages caused by the marauders would severely impact future territory development and production, irreparably exceeding a mere 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. Old Gordon adjusted his monocle. His demeanor appeared calm, yet internally he was elated. To have Lord John beg him, securing Shanjin Town for the price of 3,000 gold coins, this was an opportunity he had never dared to dream of. I believe it is worth a try. What do you think, Lord Raven? Raven traced circles on the table with his finger. But that means I would lose all my 1,000 gold coins. Gordon's heart sank. If they continued to haggle, what if John became irate and left? 2,500 gold coins. John gritted his teeth. Even considering our previous alliance at the funeral, then I could retain 500 gold coins. Raven numbly nodded. Very well, since you insist, Lord John. Eric, go fetch the gold. Ah, all right. Eric sprang up from his chair, still dazed. How could it be that he was reclaiming Shanjin Town for merely 2,500 gold coins? However, his strength lay in not overthinking. And clad in heavy armor, he trudged toward the treasury. Before long, he returned, carrying a chest. Please verify? Gordon pointed at the chest. Lord John waved a hand, and Pingley cradled the chest, gently shaking it before nodding at John. John exhaled in relief, as if casting aside a burning hot potato, and tossed the parchment bag onto Raven's table. There are matters to attend to in the territory, so I shall not linger. With that, he turned and departed. Gordon swiftly seized the parchment bag, unsheathing a letter opener to unveil the lease document embossed with both families' crests. His eyes immediately welled with tears. 10 years. Shangine Town had been leased out for a full decade. Old Gordon had assumed he would never witness its return to Eagle Ridge in his lifetime, yet astonishingly, Baron Raven had reclaimed it merely 2 months after ascending to the title, and for the unfathomable price of 2,500 gold coins. Considering the future relationship with Lord John, Old Gordon quietly inquired, "My lord, did we perhaps go too far?" Raven raised an eyebrow and whispered back, "Too far? He ought to be thankful to us." As if to affirm Raven's words, Lord John, upon reaching the door of the conference room, turned back and bowed. "Thank you for your generosity and magnanimity." Once Lord John's figure vanished down the corridor, a relaxed smile spread across Raven's face. The efforts of the past few days had not been in vain. Shangine Town was finally reclaimed. Moreover, he still possessed a fortune of 3,500 gold coins. "Gordon, Eric, brace yourselves." Raven slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, "The meeting is officially underway. The agenda is to spend money." Old Gordon excitedly adjusted his monocle, the flames of enthusiasm burning within him. "My Lord Baron, I seek a sum of 500 gold coins." In response to his fervor, Raven cautiously replied, "Well, I believe Eagle Fortress is in good condition and does not require further repairs at this time. Moreover, I do not need new garments in the immediate future." The last meeting had left a profound impression on Raven. Over half of the 500 gold coin budget had been squandered on superficial projects. "It is not spent on Eagle Fortress, my lord." Gordon's face flushed. "It is for redistributing the population. You see, the town of Eagle is currently quite sparse." The hypocrisy of the nobility was evident, as they disguised their involvement in the trade of people as redistribution. However, Raven did not wish to expose this, for he too was now a member of the aristocracy. "Are there suitable targets?" Gordon nodded. "The Fox family has recently expressed interest in disposing of their surplus vassals." Raven pondered. "They sent a representative during the succession ceremony, did they not? They are a countly family, correct?" Gordon affirmed, "Your memory is admirable." The Fox family's domain lies in the southeastern part of Morn City, and its head, Count Montreal, serves as the governor of Nord Province. Raven smiled in realization. "Ah, so it is he." It is not that Raven was oblivious to the power dynamics within Nord Province, but rather that the Fox family's predicament was rather awkward. Although Count Montreal held the title of governor, the most prosperous city within the province, Morn City, was under the sway of the Slate family, whose head, Count Talon Shiva Slate, commanded the strongest legion in Nord Province, even in the northern provinces of the Empire, the Iron Legion. In the world of nobility, strength ultimately dictated authority. Lacking the economic prowess of the Slate family and facing a stark military disparity, Count Montreal's orders scarcely reached beyond his own domain. Thus, he was more commonly known by another moniker, the sour-faced fox. The reason for his perpetual sour demeanor was akin to that of a fox unable to reach the grapes. Yet, despite their awkward situation, the Fox family was a legitimate countly lineage, not something Raven could afford to dismiss lightly. "Do you have confidence?" "Absolutely, my lord." Gordon replied with utmost conviction. For decades, this practice of redistributing vassals has matured into a well-established industry. 500 gold coins would suffice to procure 1,000 vassals, with at least 50% being able-bodied laborers. Raven inquired, "How long will it take?" Gordon responded, "Approximately 2 to 3 months." Raven's fingers drummed upon the table. 2 to 3 months meant September or October, coinciding with the harvest season, which would place additional strain on Eagle's food supplies, but would not hinder his plans for land distribution for the coming year. "I shall provide you with 600 gold coins, but you must complete the task before the end of October." Gordon's face lit up with joy. "Yes, my lord." As he took the 600 gold coin budget, Eric's heart raced, his small eyes gleaming with anticipation. "My lord Raven, I require 900 gold coins." Raven questioned, "Isn't the matter of equipment already resolved? Why do you require such a sum?" Eric explained, "I hail from the Iron Legion and can procure the divine elixirs for directed awakening of iron while at a lower price. If I provide these to Simon, Link, and Gaul, should even one of them become extraordinary, it would significantly enhance our strength." Under Eric's anxious gaze, Raven resolutely shook his head. No. While Simon's loyalty was beyond question, Gaul and Link had both been tempered by fire and blood. Yet ambition often swells with power and status. Even if they themselves harbor no desire for conflict, those close to them would urge them onward. Once one becomes extraordinary, they would undoubtedly seek a knightly title. And if denied, it could lead to discontent, granting it would necessitate the provision of lands befitting a knight. But Raven did not want the recently unified Eagle territory to splinter again. It was better to maintain the status quo. If they were to be elevated, it should only be after Raven himself became extraordinary, capable of keeping them in check through strength. Noticing Eric's demeanor had soured, Raven inquired, "Can you acquire the elixirs from the Iron Legion?" "Indeed, my lord." Eric assumed Raven had reconsidered, elaborating, "Although the Iron Legion is commanded by Count Talon, it is an official imperial unit, and each year the Empire supplies an abundance of elixirs that are rarely exhausted." Thus, his words trailed off. But Raven grasped the underlying implication. Ultimately, it boiled down to 4 words: trafficking in military supplies. Raven whispered, "Can you procure armor, weapons, or secret martial skills from the army?" "I'm uncertain about the skills, but armor and weapons can indeed be acquired," Eric contemplated before continuing. "However, these 2 items are sold in bulk. The minimum would be 5 or 10 sets, unlike the elixirs that can be purchased individually." This revelation shocked both Raven and Old Gordon. They exchanged a glance, each struck by the gravity of the news. Trafficking in military supplies was traditionally a capital offense. Yet, the Iron Legion, the mightiest force on the Empire's northern frontier, appeared to be brazenly engaging in such dealings, with even straightforward-minded warriors like Eric finding avenues for such activities. A glimpse into the dark underbelly revealed the extent of the Empire's corruption. Should the Ansarian Empire to the north, or the blood-soaked Highlands to the west launch a full-scale invasion, would they truly be able to fight back? True. The Empire had enjoyed a century of peace, but that did not guarantee perpetual stability. The pendulum of fortune swings inevitably. Raven resolved to expedite the bolstering of his strength and that of his private army, ensuring he could respond with composure to any future upheaval. "Eric, can you procure elixirs that awaken individuals to become mages from the Iron Legion?" "That, I fear, may not be possible," Eric replied. "My lord, are you aspiring to become a mage?" Raven nodded. The advantages of becoming a mage were manifold. The status was exalted, the elegance was noble. And not only could one cast various wondrous spells, but they could also craft an array of expensive and marvelous enchanted items. Yet, these were not Raven's true motivations for seeking the path of a mage. His genuine reason was the fear of death. In times of peace, one could afford to be less concerned. However, should a large-scale war erupt, a lowly noble was compelled to lead the charge into battle. Becoming a knight, clad in heavy armor, mounted upon a beast, and leading the charge to claim the heads of enemy commanders was undoubtedly thrilling and impressive. Yet it was equally fraught with peril. On the battlefield, swords and blades are indiscriminate. No matter how fine the armor, there are always moments when it fails to protect. And it was not unheard of for a fully armored knight to be slain by a group of peasants wielding pitchforks. In such moments, the benefits of being a mage become apparent. One could stand at the rear of the ranks, avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy, casually casting spells, should they win. The victory is attributed to magical support. Should they lose, it is deemed the army's incompetence, allowing one to escape unscathed. Should the tide of battle turn against them, one could simply retreat to the rear, ensuring a higher survival rate. What does it mean to be strong? It is to outlive all others. My lord, you might consider seeking out Priestess Lux, Eric suggested. The Church of Light has always been a significant supplier of divine elixirs. They should not lack the mage elixirs. Raven's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "I will consult with Lux privately regarding this matter. Now, let us continue our meeting." The dismissal of his proposal left Eric feeling somewhat disheartened. Raven, however, had no intention of disappointing his loyal retainer. "I merely stated that I do not plan to administer the divine potion to Simon and the others. I did not imply that I would refrain from investing in military matters." Eric scratched his head. "But at present, aside from this, there truly seems to be no necessity for substantial expenditure." "There is," Raven asserted with unwavering conviction. "Now that Goldleaf Town has returned to our control, it is time to further expand our military. Our current private troops will be upgraded to a personal guard unit, which I will command personally. Eric, you shall serve as my chief of the guard." He continued, "Subsequently, we will recruit 3 more battalions, each led by Simon, Gaul, and Link. I require 1 battalion of sword and shield soldiers, 1 of crossbowmen, and another of spearmen. Additionally, I need you to select 12 individuals with a certain aptitude for horseback riding to form a reconnaissance squad." The imperial military structure was rudimentary and antiquated. 10 men formed a squad, 100 a company, 1,000 a battalion, and 5,000 a legion. In contrast, Raven placed greater faith in the vision of great leaders and opted for a more sophisticated arrangement of 3-man teams, 12 men per squad, 3 squads per battalion, and so forth. Given the outcome of the skirmish with the brigands, this system had proven itself adaptable to the realities of this world, thus making further expansion a logical choice. Eric's eyes gleamed with understanding. After the previous combat experience, his faith in the 3-man structure had deepened even more than Raven's. This organization was flexible, with clear command, allowing for seamless transitions between large and small formations, facilitating clarity and efficiency in both command and combat. Moreover, This was not merely a structural advantage, it complemented Raven's almost obsessive training regimen. Previously, Eric had never witnessed a unit that placed such paramount importance on discipline and obedience. Over the 2-month training period, more than 2/3 of the time was devoted to drill exercises. This could only be attributed to the need for adaptability. The Empire's languid armies could only afford the coarse decimal formations, while only a well-trained and disciplined force could leverage the benefits of the 3-man structure. My lord, does your personal guard unit require additional personnel? Eric inquired. Raven shook his head. To gain entry into the personal guard is an honor, considering both morale and combat effectiveness. I do not intend to supplement our ranks this time. Understood, my lord. Then, the estimated budget for this endeavor is. After a moment of mental calculation, Eric detailed the specific figures. We need to recruit a total of 105 men, accounting for expected losses. We shall need to procure 120 sets of leather armor, approximately 60 gold coins, 40 sets of long swords and shields, about 55 gold coins, 30 pikes, 1 gold and 50 silver coins, and 40 crossbows, along with 5,000 crossbow bolts, estimated at 90 gold coins. A few moments later, Old Gordon paused his writing and summarized. In total, we require 206 gold coins and 50 silver coins. Raven replied, purchase an additional 40 crossbows. Furthermore, I need 100 enchanted, basic piercing crossbow bolts. Uric added, that will necessitate an additional 280 gold coins. Everything associated with magic is exceedingly costly. A standard crossbow bolt costs merely 20 copper coins, while an enchanted bolt demands 2 gold coins, a staggering 1,000-fold difference. Yet, this expenditure is indispensable. Ordinary bolts struggle against enchanted armor, but a volley of 36 enchanted bolts could spell doom even for knights and warriors wielding 4th-tier battle chi. Now that you have articulated your needs, it is my turn, Raven said with gravity. Old Gordon, from today onward, organize manpower to clear a tract of at least 4 acres near the upper reaches of the Golden Sands River. Erect a stone wall around it, approximately 3 meters high, suitable for standing guard and keeping watch. The internal structures should primarily consist of earth and stone, divided into living quarters, work areas, and storage zones. The work area must be sufficiently spacious to accommodate at least 10 workshops capable of housing 10 workers each. Old Gordon inquired, what is the time frame, my lord? Raven responded, the sooner, the better. This will resemble a small town. Old Gordon furrowed his brow. Although the busy farming season has passed, fulfilling your requirements will necessitate hiring additional labor. Considering material costs, I estimate a need for at least 430 gold coins. I will provide you with a budget of 600 gold coins. Regardless of your methods, ensure the project is completed within a month. Raven commanded. In addition, I require at least 10 distillation devices, along with substantial quantities of baking soda, quicklime, roses, oils, and the cheapest available spirits. Gordon jotted notes while asking, my lord, how much of each do you require? 500 kilograms of baking soda per month, 1,000 kilograms of quicklime monthly, and for the roses, oils, and spirits, the more, the better. I expect no less than 3,000 kilograms of the first 2, and for the spirits. Raven recalled the alcohol content of beverages in this world, over 1,000 kilograms. Old Gordon lowered his head to calculate the figures, and after a while, he looked up, saying, my lord, the other items are manageable, but roses, are they costly? Raven inquired. Indeed, they are quite difficult to procure, Old Gordon replied. Our Eagle territory is remote, and there are no large-scale flower cultivations nearby. There isn't even a flower shop in Goldleaf Town. Perhaps you should discuss this with Lady Danis? Raven rubbed his nose. Previously, Danis had mentioned that once he reclaimed Goldleaf Town, she would gladly wash his feet. Raven was inclined to indulge in such pleasures. Yet he did not wish to overly entangle his commercial interests with Danis. Surely, there are many merchants in Goldleaf Town. It should not be difficult to delegate the purchasing task to them, should it? Well, Old Gordon said cautiously, as of now, Baron Donald still owes the Goldleaf Town Trading Company 3,748 gold coins. I doubt they would be willing to accept such a commission. What? Raven was taken aback, surprised that Donald had left him such a delightful surprise. Of course, this surprise came with a double-edged implication. What on earth had he purchased to incur such a debt? Old Gordon flipped through his notes. Originally, the loan was 937 gold coins, but Baron Donald promised a 30% interest per annum. Now, after 10 years. Very well. Raven sighed with resignation. Then, notify them that on the day I officially reclaim Goldleaf Town, I will personally meet with the representatives of the trading company to discuss settling this debt and establishing a long-term supply agreement. Old Gordon frowned. My lord, do you intend to repay this debt immediately? Raven shook his head. Of course I intend to repay it, but not all at once. If we were to plug that hole completely, we would be rendered incapable of any further endeavors. A bunch of mercenary merchants, Eric said solemnly. Goldleaf Town belongs to you. My lord, With the might of our forces, they have no choice but to comply. Old Gordon expressed his concerns. I also believe we should not rush to repay the debt, but these merchants are backed by powerful nobles and do not count as your subjects. If we resort to force, they may resist all commercial dealings with us and even relocate en masse, which would devastate Goldleaf Town's commercial foundation. Rest assured. I am not so reckless, Raven said, stroking his chin. Disseminate the word. In 2 days, I shall formally begin the process of reclaiming Goldleaf Town. At that time, I shall have ways to ensure they comply more readily than rabbits. Chapter 27. A slap and a sweet date on July 7th, 1193 of the light calendar. Although it was not yet 6 o'clock, the merchants of Shanjin Town had already risen, adorned in their finest attire, awaiting at the eastern entrance of the town. Today marked the official reclamation of Shanjin Town by Baron Raven. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, a regiment of soldiers appeared on the main road from the east, their synchronized footsteps echoing in the stillness. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Leading the procession were 2 magnificent blood-eyed warhorses, standing at 2 meters tall, clad in heavy, robust chainmail, their crimson eyes piercing through the armor. Their hooves, the size of soup bowls, struck the cobblestones, sending up a cloud of fine dust, unmistakably indicating that once they charged, no one could hinder them. Atop the foremost steed sat none other than Raven himself. Beneath his crown, his long, jet-black hair cascaded down, framing a high forehead and chiseled features, his skin a cool, pale hue. His deep-set eyes exuded an enigmatic chill. Although he donned the ostentatious garb typical of the nobility, his erect posture emanated an innate pride and authority, akin to a monarch surveying his domain. Behind him, Eric, clad in heavy plate armor, towered over Raven, yet failed to eclipse his master's commanding presence. Under the guidance of a man with a red beard, the merchants bowed in unison, greeting the Baron with reverence. Rise, Raven commanded, halting his steed momentarily, his calm gaze sweeping over the assembly. Meet me later at the administrative center. With a gentle nudge, he urged his horse onward, the crisp sound of hoofs fading into the distance. As the merchants straightened, they barely had time to catch their breath before they found themselves holding it once more. Was this truly the Baron's personal guard? Over 20 soldiers formed 2 lines, marching down the streets of Shanjin Town. Clad in thick chainmail, their heads held high, their faces obscured by the shadows of steel helmets, yet their eyes shone with a chilling intensity. What they bore was not the avarice familiar to the merchants from the soldiers of the Xiefeng territory, nor the feigned ruthlessness during extortions. Rather, it was a penetrating aura of lethal intent, born from the brink of death's embrace. Their gaze instilled terror in the merchants, who, in that moment, comprehended the stark reality. These soldiers were indeed capable of murder, and would not hesitate to do so. As the regiment approached with clock-like precision, their long spears glinting ominously in the sunlight, the merchants felt as though they were on the precipice of slaughter. A minute felt like a lifetime, until the sound of their footsteps finally faded down the street, and the merchants could finally exhale. My heavens, how terrifying. I never believed they could handle bandits, exclaimed one merchant. From Mingyan City to Xiefeng, this is the first time I've witnessed such a ferocious army. Are they truly not bandits in disguise? Don't be absurd. Bandits could never maintain such discipline. Another interjected. It's over. I had thought the young Baron might allow us to reclaim our debts, but now it seems utterly hopeless. This comment reached the ears of a middle-aged man with a red beard, who scoffed disdainfully. With such a weak heart, you might as well return to farming. The man who had spoken earlier was about to retort, but upon seeing him, he immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Mr. Carl, it's not that I was dazed by their display, but rather, we shall certainly heed your guidance on what to do next. Carl, the leader of the Shanjin Merchants Association, was closely aligned with the Fox family, engaging in the lucrative trade of weaponry. For over 20 years, regardless of the nominal authority over Shanjin Town, he had effectively controlled its commercial lifeblood. Witnessing the merchants' agitation, he felt compelled to consolidate power once more. Good. Just follow my lead. Carl raised his voice, surveying the crowd. Look at yourselves, you so-called businessmen, trembling like frightened rabbits at the sight of a mere 20 soldiers. What of Baron Raven? Though he has reclaimed Shanjin, this is still our domain. Without us merchants, this place is nothing but a worthless wasteland. Carl stroked his beard, exuding arrogance. There is no battle afoot. Why would he summon his entire force? It is merely to intimidate us. As the old saying goes, unilateral courtesy seldom endures. If he dares to act thus, we must respond in kind. Whatever demands he makes, we must first ensure he repays Donald's debts. Anyone who seeks momentary gain and engages in disgraceful treachery will find it impossible to conduct business in Shanjin from that point onward. Understood? The merchants exchanged glances, lowering their heads in unison. Yes, Mr. Carl. Let us proceed. Carl waved his sleeve, striding confidently to the forefront of the group. Although Shanjin Town's population was more than 4 times that of Eagle Town, its scale was still modest, and soon the merchants arrived at the entrance of the administrative hall. With the departure of the Siefeng territory's tax collectors, the hall had become an empty shell, now occupied by Raven. Over 20 private soldiers flanked the doorway, their silver-scaled armor shimmering under the sunlight. Carl led the group into the meeting room, where an ancient long table was set, surrounded by black-painted oak chairs. Raven sat at the head of the table, smiling as he gestured invitingly. No need for further formalities, my esteemed guests. Please, take a seat. This was not the first occasion for the merchants to convene here, and they settled in with familiarity. Carl took his place to Raven's left, while the vice president, Philip, seated himself opposite. Raven clapped his hands gently, and a maid entered, bearing a tray laden with cups of red wine, which she distributed among the merchants. Thank you for rising early to welcome me. It has been a laborious task. Please indulge in this Tears of Angels. Tears of Angels. The mere mention of the name ignited excitement among the merchants. They had certainly heard of this exquisite wine, yet few had ever tasted it. The first batch of over 300 bottles had been snatched up entirely by the nobility, leaving no opportunity for the merchants to savor its richness. Then we must express our gratitude for your generosity, my Lord Baron, Carl declared, lifting his glass first. Seeing his action, the other merchants followed suit, raising their goblets in unison. As they toasted and savored the exquisite wine, praises flowed effortlessly. Tears of Angels, truly the gift of the Lord of Light. This is undoubtedly the most splendid red wine in existence. How I used to boast of my collection of by mountain flowing wine, but compared to this, it should be discarded. Magnificent, simply magnificent. Even the fabled fountain of youth sung by bards pales in comparison. Raven wore a congenial smile. I understand that many of you harbor some trepidation regarding my reclamation of Shanjin, fearing I may be greedy and oppressive. Concerned I lack understanding of economics and may meddle indiscriminately, and some may worry that I will favor Danny's, thereby undermining the local merchant's influence. This glass of Tears of Angels is my assurance to you all. I, Raven, am not a gluttonous lord, nor one who seeks to hoard wealth for myself. As long as you conduct your business and pay your taxes with the same honesty as before, there is no need for undue concern. In fact, I am willing to release a portion of the Tears of Angels for sale in Glittering Town, sharing the profits with you. A murmur of anticipation spread among the merchants, their eyes alight with hope. The profit from the Tears of Angels itself was secondary. The notoriety it would bring could significantly increase the population flow into Glittering Town. The more people, the better the business. Lord Raven's eloquence is indeed captivating. Carl stroked his beard, saying, however, I presume you wouldn't let us benefit without cost? Prepared for such inquiries, Raven responded with confidence. Certainly, I have my own needs. To expand the production capacity of the Tears of Angels and diversify the offerings, I will establish a new workshop west of Eagle Town. Therefore, I hope the merchants of Glittering Town will provide me with their full support in terms of materials, labor, and the equipment and raw materials needed in the future. As long as the quality is assured, I guarantee your interests will be fully protected. Raven cast an expectant glance at the merchants present, but the once enthusiastic crowd averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze, plunging the meeting room into an eerie silence. Lord Baron is truly generous. Carl broke the silence. But have you forgotten something? Your uncle, Baron Donald, owes our Glittering Town Merchant Guild 937 gold coins from 10 years ago. Raven maintained his polite smile. Of course, I haven't forgotten. With an annual interest rate of 30%, the total amount due today is 748 gold coins. My proposal is to extend the loan term by another 2 years, bringing the total to 310. 2 gold coins, which the Eagle territory will pay in installments over the next 2 years, amounting to 179. 6 gold coins per month. This figure, carefully calculated by Raven and Old Gordon, would not impose excessive pressure on the economy of Eagle territory while adequately demonstrating Raven's sincerity. The Baron is indeed astute. But profits cannot be calculated this way, Carl said, stroking his fiery beard, as though seeking to ensnare Raven. The loan term for Baron Donald was 5 years. And that period has already passed. A shadow flickered across Raven's face. Carl continued confidently, the principal with interest over 5 years totals 342. 5 gold coins. And on that basis, compounded annually at 30%, the total comes to 697. 7 gold coins. Let us round it down to 697 gold coins. How does that sound? As these words hung in the air, a profound silence fell, so palpable that even a needle dropping to the ground would be heard. The merchants present had all engaged in lending to some extent. This profit margin was not unreasonable, but that was for common folk and other merchants. To apply such a predatory calculation to a true noble was something they dared not even contemplate. Eric, who had been silently standing behind Raven, erupted. You are extorting him. Carl retorted with righteous indignation. This is a legal business practice under imperial law, and it is my legitimate right as a merchant. If Lord Raven insists on violating the rules, then from this day forward, the Glittering Town Merchant Guild will refuse all commands from the Eagle territory, refuse to pay taxes, and refuse to cooperate. You seek your own demise. With a swift motion, Eric drew his curved dagger, the scent of blood beginning to permeate the meeting room. Yet, in the next moment, Raven grasped his hand, smiling broadly. Well said. As the ancient imperial proverb states, without rules and standards, nothing can be accomplished. Mr. Carl is indeed a paragon of merchant virtue. This was undoubtedly a concession, prompting the merchants to regard Raven with increased disdain while their gazes towards Carl turned to admiration. Carl displayed a self-satisfied grin. This was the outcome he desired. By forcing Raven to concede to such exorbitant profits, as long as Raven bowed his head, Glittering Town would remain his. Carl would remain the uncrowned Duke of Glittering Town. I am pleased to know, Lord Raven, that you are a man who respects rules. Carl said condescendingly. I understand you may not have that much cash on hand, so I have a better proposal. Raven rested his chin on his hands, smiling. Please, do go on. You previously mentioned the tears of angels, which are indeed a treasure bestowed by the Lord of Light. Why not share its recipe with us? The Glittering Town Merchant Guild can produce the tears of angels, and you can count the gold coins without the hassle. What belongs to the merchant is for the merchant, and what belongs to the baron is for the baron. Wouldn't that be splendid? Raven clapped his hands in delight. What a splendid idea. He raised his goblet, then. Let us toast to this proposal. Carl paused deliberately, satisfied to see no merchant daring to move, before finally lifting his goblet, clinking it with ravens and drinking heartily. The tears of angels, as rich and sweet as the legends foretold, would now be firmly within his grasp. The aroma of grapes, the scent of citrus, the faintest hint of char, and an unexpected, metallic tang? The air grew still, as the merchants watched Raven, who had been drinking, suddenly smile as he plunged a dagger into Carl's throat. The shocking turn of events rendered them momentarily speechless. Clink! Carl's goblet fell to the table, crimson liquid spilling forth. As the sticky blood gushed from his nostrils, he finally realized what had transpired, raising his hands in a desperate attempt to seize Raven's wrist. But it was already withdrawn. Raven intends to kill me? How dare he? Does he not fear that Glittering Town will become a wasteland with such blatant disregard for rules and the public assassination of a merchant? The chilling sensation dissipated, replaced by indescribable agony and suffocation. He clutched his throat, yet could not halt the air being slowly squeezed from his lungs, his strength draining away until with a crash, he collapsed onto the table. Murder! Murder! Amidst the sound of shattering glass, chaos erupted in the meeting room. The bolder merchants rushed toward the exit, while others trembled in their seats, some collapsing to the ground in fear. However, as they reached the door, they were met by the armored eagle soldiers. Those attempting to force their way out were swiftly kicked back. Silence! Raven's voice rang through the chamber, and the merchants, finally recognizing the gravity of the situation, trembled back to their seats. Mr. Carl, the president of the Glittering Town Merchant Guild, in his greed for the recipe of the Tears of Angels, attempted to assassinate Baron Raven in public and was consequently slain. He wiped the dagger with a silk handkerchief, gently cleaning the blood splattered on his face. A fierce aura sweeping through the room. Was I mistaken? At that moment, in the eyes of the many merchants, Raven's blood-stained handsome visage appeared as terrifying as a demon. Looking again at the table, where Carl struggled like a dying fish, eyes rolling back, the merchants dared not utter a word, only nodding in agreement. A merchant sitting to Raven's right nodded fervently. Yes, Carl has gone mad, attacking Baron Raven. He deserves his fate. Your name is Philip, is it not? Raven asked with a smile. Philip nodded in confusion. Good. Raven nodded and surveyed the room. From this day forth, Feely shall preside as the president of the shimmering gold town chamber of commerce. Does anyone harbor any objections? A diminutive merchant, clearly of dwarven descent, jumped up in protest, but this contravenes the traditions of the chamber. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot forth from Raven's sleeve, piercing his throat and pinning his lifeless body to the chair. Taking a sip of his red wine with a smile, Raven inquired, and now? The air thickened with the scent of blood, mingled with a hint of something foul. Some merchants were so frightened they had lost control of their bladders. I agree to Feely's presidency. So do I. Count me in. I concur. Raven's face blossomed with a satisfied grin. Now, about the debts. Feely wore a grimace more sorrowful than tears, a large golden tooth gleaming. All waived, entirely forgiven. Raven shook his head. That simply won't do. Feely was in shock. Huh? But this? Raven calmly asserted. I, Raven, am not one to default on debts. As I previously stated, the total amount is 4,310. 2 gold coins. To be repaid in 24 installments. What? Feely was bewildered. Not just him. All present were taken aback. One moment, Raven was executing a merciless act. And now he expected timely repayment. What sort of farce was unfolding? Raven's voice echoed in the quiet conference room. I am a man who values order. But not the order of merchants, rather, my own order. The conspirators who sought to assassinate me, Carl and his accomplices, shall have their shops entrusted to the shimmering gold town chamber for joint operation, with profits shared among you all. Moreover, should you fulfill the tasks I assign, my prior promises remain intact. The tiers of angels may be partially shipped from Shimmering Gold Town, and you shall enjoy discounted rates on the products from the subsequent yields of the Eagle's domain. With that, Raven clapped his hands, and Eric slammed the chest from behind Raven's chair onto the table. Golden coins cascaded across the surface, glistening even more brilliantly for having been stained with Carl's blood. Raven's clear voice rang out. I have a considerable demand for daily necessities, construction materials, weapons, armor, and provisions. Each of you can benefit from this. This is the payment for the first batch of goods, totaling 800 gold coins. Now, those who wish to cease transactions with me may leave, effectively withdrawing from the Shimmering Gold Town chamber, and I shall not pursue them. Those who remain shall henceforth be my own. The merchants present were no longer merely fearful. Their expressions began to brim with greed and desire, their breaths growing increasingly labored. As shrewd individuals, they had discerned Raven's ploy, a slap followed by a sweet treat. Having witnessed one perish, how could they resist such enticing offerings? Lord Raven, what do you require? Anything regarding construction materials, I, Hank, shall take care of. Me too. For daily essentials, from coal to salt, whatever you need, I can provide. I possess the finest leather armor from the entire Nord province. Even enchanted armor crafted from beast hides. I am willing to offer it to you at a discount. In the midst of the fervent pleas, Carl's body convulsed and he exhaled his last breath, collapsing beneath the table. Yet, no one paid heed to his fate. Excellent, Raven remarked with a smile. Now? The materials I require are as follows. Chapter 28, The Subjugation of the Shimmering Gold Merchant Guild. The meeting extended from the morning into the afternoon, and the bodies of Carl and the half-dwarf named Jupiter had long been removed. Yet, the air still lingered with a faint metallic scent of blood. However, this did not dampen the merchant's enthusiasm, for Raven had presented an overwhelming number of orders. Stones, timber, quicklime, construction tools, live pigs, beef cattle, ewes, hens, sodium bicarbonate, salt, and inexpensive wines, roses, jasmine, violets, mint, swords, shields, spears, leather armor, crossbows. Contracts flew towards Raven, while stacks of gold coins found their way into the merchant's pockets, bringing smiles to every face. Typically, the annual trading volume of Shimmering Gold Town hovers around 5,000 gold coins, with the merchants present claiming about 45% of that share. Raven's sudden offer of nearly 1,200 gold coins and orders nearly equated to half of their usual trading amount. Moreover, the wine Raven provided was none other than the Tears of Angels. Although each individual was limited in quantity, it was still the fabled wine only a select few nobles could savor. In an instant, Raven transformed from a mere lord in the eyes of these merchants to a veritable walking gold mine. After the formalities were concluded, Raven shifted his gaze to Philip, who had been sitting alongside him. Can you procure 21st tier magic cores, along with 2 sets of large alchemical equipment? The newly appointed president, rotund in stature with a conspicuously bald Mediterranean head, perhaps a sign of middle-aged weight gain, was not excessively large but had a round belly and jowls filled with fat. He remained stoic and silent until a smile revealed his golden incisors. Of course, that is no problem. What attributes do you desire for the magic course? Attributes are of no concern, Raven replied. It would be best to have a few of each type. Philip calculated for a moment and cautiously responded. The alchemical equipment is straightforward. The market price is 83 gold coins per unit, and it can be delivered by early next month. However, pricing the magic cores is more complicated, and I cannot guarantee the time frame. Raven inquired, Oh, what do you mean? Philip explained. Magic cores are typically sourced from within magical beasts, and as you know, the magical beasts in the Nord province were nearly eradicated decades ago. Currently, only the Bloody Highlands have a significant population of wild magical beasts, rendering the supply unstable and prices fluctuating. For instance, a common fire attribute magic core typically costs around 3 gold coins for a first tier, while a dark attribute can cost 8 or 9, or even more. I see, Raven nodded. In that case, let us estimate the price at 4 gold coins per first tier magic core. With the deposit for the alchemical equipment, that totals 123 gold coins. Once the coins were distributed, only a little over 40 remained at Raven's disposal. However, this expenditure was not without merit. Each order would yield a portion that would return as tax revenue to Raven's coffers. Furthermore, a substantial influx of goods would attract a considerable transient population, further invigorating the economy of Shimmering Gold Town. Coins in the warehouse are merely coins. Only when spent do they hold value, Raven declared. Very well. He clapped his hands. It is getting late, and I shall not keep you for dinner. Please ensure your guild attends to the delivery of goods, as long as the quality is assured. I will not shortchange you. The merchants rose in unison, bowing. Your will shall be executed, my lord. As the merchants departed in dribs and drabs, Raven stretched his neck. Ah, what a tiring endeavor. Engaging with merchants was not typically Raven's responsibility, Yet he found himself with no one else to delegate to. "My lord, would you like me to find a few women for you?" Eric inquired. Raven jested. "Oh, I did not realize you harbored such potential to become a court jester." Eric's face flushed. I was just joking." Raven patted his shoulder. "I will grant you 2 days off to relax. However, before that, we must discuss matters of importance." "Maps," Raven commanded, and Eric hurriedly retrieved the map stored in the administrative hall from Simon, laying it out on the table. "What is this?" Raven gasped. "A map, my lord," Eric responded, perplexed. Raven grimaced. "Are you certain this is not a counterfeit left behind by Viscount John to vex me?" Eric scratched his head. "No, my lord. This is indeed a standard map. Most armies utilize this type." Raven stifled the urge to curse, internally lamenting. "Standard? This abominable thing you call standard? The lines are crooked, and while one might forgive the lack of elevation changes and contour lines, at least cardinal directions ought to be indicated. But does it not even have a scale? Is that not excessive? A map of Shimmering Gold Town has the administrative hall occupying nearly 1/5 of the area. When did Shimmering Gold Town become so diminutive? And the 4 grand gates, so vividly clear that if Raven had not just traversed them, he might have mistaken them for the scale of a triumphal arch. Forget it. It will have to suffice." Raven sighed heavily. "How many soldiers do you believe we should leave here?" Eric replied, "According to previous regulations, the western entrance leading to the Snow Maple territory requires at least a 10-man squad. The southern entrance needs 5, 3 for the eastern and none for the northern, which connects to Eagle Town. But we currently have only 22 personnel." Raven chuckled bitterly. "You cannot expect me to be a mere figurehead, can you?" He rubbed his chin. "In that case, aside from the entrances connecting to Shimmering Gold Town, we should station 2 guards at each entrance, alternating shifts day and night, and arrange for 4 to patrol the town during the day. This way, we will only need to leave 16 personnel here, even under extreme reductions." Only 6 personnel could remain. Raven scratched his head vigorously. We are short-handed. At least for now, the Empire remains relatively peaceful. Although there are bandits and thieves within the Nord province, no faction has dared openly assault the noble territories. Of course, excluding the brigands of the Bloody Highlands, however. Should those marauders come, merely dispatching troops to guard the entrances would be futile. Shimmering Gold Town lacks walls, possessing only a low wooden palisade. Noticing Raven's expression, Eric cautiously suggested, "While I agree with reducing numbers, the soldiers guarding the entrances must not only be vigilant but also responsible for collecting gate taxes. If the numbers are too few, it may lead to congestion." "Gate taxes." Raven pondered slowly. "Let us waive them." "My lord," Eric protested. "The gate taxes can yield 20 to 30 gold coins annually. If you are concerned about manpower, we could hire local idle hands to oversee the 4 gates, as was done in the Snow Maple territory." "Absolutely not." Raven immediately rejected Eric's proposal. "We will proceed as I have stated." Having navigated the intricacies of Mengyan City for many years, Raven was acutely aware of the underlying schemes. The gate tax is 5 copper coins per individual, which translates to an annual revenue of 20 to 30 gold coins, suggesting an influx of 50 to 60,000 entries into the town each year. For the gate soldiers of this era, that amounts to 50 to 60,000 plump sheep. Set at 5 copper coins, the gate would dare to collect 8. In cases of urgency, they would employ various tactics to extract funds. Is a family member ill and in need of a physician? Very well. The gate tax is temporarily raised, 50 copper coins, enter if you dare. A substantial quantity of fresh produce seeking entry into the town? Apologies. Who knows if there are any contraband items concealed in your carriage? Please wait outside the city. In a couple of days, we will conduct an inspection. If everything is in order, you will surely be granted passage. You wish for US to inspect first? 50 silver coins, indeed. Very well. It would have been better to arrange this earlier. You may enter now. Such occurrences are all too common, at times. The fees extorted by the gate guards in a year can surpass the actual tolls. Raven abolished the gate tax and employed his private soldiers for security, seizing the opportunity before they succumbed to corruption, thus allowing free entry and exit in Flash Gold Town to become the norm, effectively eliminating previous malpractices. After all, money does not vanish. With the removal of the gate tax, the influx of people into Flash Gold Town will undoubtedly increase. As long as the town continues to flourish, they will spend their wealth elsewhere. Sharing his thoughts with Eric, the latter replied with admiration, "My lord, your vision is truly remarkable, as if you truly understood." Raven jested with a smile. Eric's face flushed, for he indeed did not comprehend. "Now that we have discussed serious matters, it is time to relax." Raven slipped a gold coin into Eric's hand. "We've all been quite exhausted during this period, so I shall grant you a 2-day leave. Please arrange the duty shifts and notify the guards to gather. I will distribute a round of bonuses." Eric accepted the coin with a beaming smile. "Yes, my lord." Retrieving a pre-prepared box of silver coins, Raven seated himself in the conference room. One by one, the soldiers entered, initially puzzled, but soon departed joyously, each sporting a satisfied grin. 2 silver coins apiece were sufficient for several days of enjoyment. The last to enter was Simon, upon receiving his coins. He began to bow, but was halted by Raven. "No need for such formality. This is rightfully yours." "My lord, I merely did what was expected of me," Simon replied, both delighted and somewhat bashful. "You performed your duties well, so rewarding you is also my obligation," Raven said, patting his shoulder. "Later, remove your armor and take a stroll through the town. Enjoy yourself, broaden your horizons, and try not to blush every time you speak." "Yes," Simon exclaimed, thumping his chest before performing a military salute. "You," Raven chuckled in amusement. "Now go and enjoy yourselves. Do not waste time here." As Simon exited, Raven casually reached for a bottle of Angel's Tears, pouring himself a glass just as Simon re-entered. "My lord, President Filey requests an audience." That was quick. Downing the drink in one go and flipping the cup upside down, Raven said, "Let him in." Filey entered the conference room and immediately noticed the half-full box of Angel's Tears in the corner, swallowing hard at the thought of the exquisite wine. Cautiously lifting his gaze, he said, "My lord, I have come to present you with a gift." Yet, it appeared Raven had not heard his words, as he leaned against the windowsill, surveying the territory he had recently reclaimed. Flashgold Town, indeed a splendid place. Compared to the desolation of Eagle's Nest, Flashgold Town was visibly prosperous. With wide streets capable of accommodating 3 carriages side by side, paved with large slabs of bluestone. On either side of the street stood a myriad of shops, clothing stores, jewelry shops, barber shops, and general goods stores, each well-kept and adorned with diverse signage, clearly reflecting considerable effort. President Filey, as a local merchant. Have you ever pondered why such a bustling place as Flashgold Town could flourish on the fringes of Nord Province? Upon hearing this, Filey paused. "My lord, I have never contemplated this question." Raven approached, placing an arm around his shoulder, drawing him closer to the window, and whispered, "The answer lies right before us." Stealing a glance at the hand resting on his shoulder, Filey swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He clearly recalled that it was this very hand that had deftly severed Carl's throat. In his fear, he focused intently on the lively streets below. At dusk, the streets remained bustling, groups of people walked together, laughing and conversing, while others flowed into the shops lining the streets, only to emerge moments later with smiles. Carrying baskets of bread or jugs of wine, donning new hats or shoes, or clad in fresh garments. "My lord, all I can see are many people." "Indeed, that is the answer." Raven tightened his grip on Filey's shoulder. Recounting with fervor, Flashgold Town has a registered population of 2,237, with the number of free citizens being no less than that of the registered. On average, over 200 people flood in daily. Thus, the resident population must exceed 10,000. It is precisely due to this vast number of inhabitants, particularly the transient population, that wealth and goods continuously flow into Flashgold Town, rendering it so vibrant. They work, earn, and then spend. The money spent becomes income for others who purchase their products. This is the fundamental logic of commerce. Raven's sonorous voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, elevating Filey's thoughts to unprecedented heights. Though perhaps not entirely accurate, it resonated with Filey as a revelation, unfolding the world before him in an extraordinary manner. He exclaimed, "I believe I understand now, my lord. This is the reason you declined our offer of a discount. You are truly wise, in comparison. I feel as foolish as a groundhog." "Do not belittle yourself, President Filey." Raven's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, seeped into Filey's heart. "In my eyes, your abilities, character, and integrity far surpass those of Carl. Yet, why could he ascend to the position of president of Flashgold Town while you remain in a subordinate role? Why do others hesitate, yet you alone bring forth the deeds of Carl and Jupiter-esque shops?" Filey's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the gift he brought consisted of 5 deeds, yet he had never mentioned this to anyone. How could the Baron possibly know? "You must be a local of Flashgold Town?" Raven inquired. "Yes, my lord," Filey quickly responded. "My parents were itinerant merchants who later settled in Flashgold Town, and I inherited the family business." "No wonder." Raven mused with a gentle smile. "Often, the challenges you face arise not from a lack of intelligence, but from a narrow perspective. Why could Carl command the merchants of Flashgold Town? Because he is backed by the Fox family. His predecessor, President Biden, relied on the Luke family." Filey suddenly understood. The merchants of the guild hesitate to collaborate on my shop due to fear of retaliation from the Fox family, which is why they sent me to deliver these 5 deeds to you. As Raven elucidated, Filey realized that he had been fixated on immediate gains. In his view, Raven's offer to relinquish these shops for joint management by the guild was merely a gesture of goodwill, not a true willingness. Presenting the 5 deeds himself signified a relinquishment of guild interests, expressing loyalty to the Griffith family. In this world, merchants, though not serfs, hold little status to the nobility. They are akin to livestock, ready to be slaughtered at any moment. To avoid being exploited, ingratiating oneself to the master seemed the best course of action to Feely. However, with Raven's guidance, he finally grasped the truth. Other merchants refrained from taking over the 5 land deeds due to their fear of retribution from the Fox family. Thus, in taking this course of action, I am not merely seeking to please. Rather, I am placing the blame squarely upon Raven's shoulders. The mere thought of Raven, with his jovial demeanor masking a propensity for violence, sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Feely's nearly bald head. He collapsed onto the ground, tears mingling with sweat as he fanned his own face, pleading, "My lord, spare me." "Cease your lamentations," Raven replied, bemused at the sight of his empty arm, bending down to retrieve the box that had fallen to the floor. "I never stated I did not want it. My lord, what is the meaning of this?" Feely ceased his sobbing, confusion evident in his eyes. Why would Raven willingly shoulder this burden, knowing it to be a liability? "I am a noble, a baron of the empire," Raven declared emphatically. "The Fox family's vengeance may manifest in assassination or robbery, but against me, they cannot, nor dare they employ such tactics." Feely remained perplexed. After all, the Fox family was an earl's house, while Raven was merely a baron. This disparity was not merely a difference of rank, it encompassed wealth, power, and status of a vastly different magnitude. "You are not a noble, hence you cannot comprehend, nor is it necessary for you to do so," Raven observed, his tone earnest. "You need only understand that our interests are aligned. The more prosperous Shanjin town becomes, the greater the profits for the guild, and consequently, for you, while my tax revenues will also increase. As long as you do not betray this objective, you, as the guild president, will be able to thrive for years to come." In that moment, Feely understood. He raised his finger to the heavens and proclaimed, "I, Feely, swear allegiance to the Lord of Light. From this day forth, I shall be your loyal hound guarding the purse, diligently serving you, and the Shanjin Guild shall fully cooperate with your decisions." "Rise," Raven said with a teasing tone. "Do not kneel so indiscriminately. You are a man of mature years, and your courage is rather lacking, is it not?" "Well, I have never been one for great courage," Feely replied, propping himself up on the windowsill with a sycophantic smile. "Moreover, I am easily swayed. It was those scoundrels who urged me to bring you these documents." Raven chuckled, a knowing smile crossing his face. "No wonder they call you soft-eared rabbit. Indeed, a name well suited to your nature. However, being soft-hearted is not entirely a flaw, while it may be deemed as being a pushover. It can also signify a willingness to heed wise counsel." At this juncture, Raven shook his head and clicked his tongue. It is a pity, though, that navigating interests proves far more challenging than touching upon the soul. Feely, slightly embarrassed, responded, "My lord, I do not comprehend." "Then ponder it on your own." "This is not a school," Raven said lightly. "One day, when you grasp the meaning, you will no longer be a pushover." "I shall surely remember your teachings, my lord," Feely said, bowing respectfully. "If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, Feely's smile vanished the moment he turned his back. What a narrow escape. "Wait," Raven's voice rang out, causing Feely's heart to leap. He swallowed hard, quickly donning a smile as he turned back. "Is there something more you require?" In response, a wine bottle came hurtling his way, and Feely hastily caught it with both hands, his plump face instantly lighting up with joy. To his astonishment, it was a full bottle of angel's tears. "Thank you for your generous gift, Lord Raven. I noticed you eyeing it earlier." Raven waved his hand dismissively. "Now, off you go." Cradling the bottle of angel's tears, Feely hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the administrative hall. He walked halfway down the street, turning into a deserted alley to ensure he was out of sight of the administrative hall, before letting out a long breath and sliding down the wall to the ground. That wretched scoundrel, truly terrifying. How can someone be so formidable? From the moment he entered until the instant he departed, the entire conversation had been orchestrated by this baron. A wealthy merchant worth thousands of gold coins, nearing 50 years of age, had been deftly maneuvered by a mere 20-year-old. Is Baron Raven truly only 20? The young man's mastery over human nature, his astute understanding of interpersonal dynamics, and his broad perspective left Feely feeling inadequate. Could it be that even my visit was anticipated within his calculations? Impossible, utterly implausible. No one could foresee to such an extent. Feely uncorked the angel's tears and took a delicate sip. Sighing, "They say Baron Raven hails from humble beginnings, that he acts with malice and possesses a sordid character. Yet, it appears these are nothing more than unfounded rumors, likely propagated by the noble families to tarnish his reputation. Nevertheless, the Baron remains somewhat inexperienced. Otherwise, he would not expend such effort to win me over through social maneuvering." Gradually regaining his composure, Feely's gaze became clearer. There is no shame in being courted. In this world, only those of value deserve to exist. Unexpectedly, one brutal, greedy wolf has been replaced by a shrewd and ruthless lion. Feely pondered with fervor. The latter's vision is far-reaching. He would never wallow in the muck, scavenging scraps from the mouths of small fry. Instead, those like him could thrive on the remnants that fell from the lion's feast. However, having climbed aboard this war chariot, one must find a way to secure oneself tightly. Today, having flattered him inappropriately, I must seek a more suitable position to pay my respects once more. Ah, little B. Feely's eyes sparkled with realization. The Lord mentioned that while names may be misassigned, nicknames are seldom erroneous. If that is the case. Chapter 29, The Nightlife of Golden Flash Town, Part 1. Gazing at his reflection in the copper mirror, Raven chuckled as he spread his palms. My skills have not diminished. It seems. He had donned the attire reminiscent of his days in Mongan City, wearing a fitted brown linen shirt with snug cuffs and a slightly open collar, paired with loose white linen trousers and polished black shoes, exuding an air of carefree elegance. His hair was slicked back with pomade, long locks tied into a short ponytail. And the most meticulous detail was the subtle shadow of carbon powder brushed on the bridge of his nose, softening his otherwise sharp features. Had it been their first encounter, no one would have associated him with the Baron. The little bee is about to start collecting nectar. With a light kick, Raven pushed open the door and stepped out from the back of the administrative hall. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and while the central street, where the hall was located, had grown sparse with pedestrians, the tavern street was bustling with its own vibrant energy. Known as Mercenary Lane, Tavern Street was originally called the Quarry District, named for its proximity to the Eagle Beak Mountain Quarry, a hub for quarry workers. Over time, the Mercenary Guild established a branch here, attracting numerous mercenaries in and out. Whether mercenaries or miners, they were all individuals of means, eager to spend their hard-earned coins after a day's toil. Countless taverns flourished along the short 200-meter stretch, boasting over 40 establishments. Now was the prime hour for revelry, as the streets thrummed with patrons flush with cash. Most clad in leather armor were mercenaries and adventurers, while those in tattered, coarse clothing were likely miners. Many others donned neat linen garments, evidently workers from various shops in Golden Flash Town. What a lively scene! Raven marveled amidst the throng. The flow of people was a fountain of wealth. Taverns competed fiercely for customers. Some showcased extravagant signs, towering 3 meters high, clearly visible from afar. Others embedded various bottles and jars into their signage, indicating a wide selection of drinks. And some employed magical means to illuminate their signs with colorful lights even in the darkness. A few taverns set up kitchens at their entrances, with chefs cooking over stone stoves, frying smoked meat in iron pans, and baking bread in ovens, the delicious aromas wafting temptingly through the air, enticing passers-by. Some establishments had their waitresses clad in daringly revealing outfits stationed at the entrances, skillfully shuffling cards and dice, signaling that the entertainment was as plentiful as the drinks. Additionally, several scantily clad women lounged at the alley entrances, their meager fabric barely covering their bodies, enticing every man that passed with flirtatious gestures. Sir, don't just look. For just 20 copper coins, you can enjoy my lovely bosom. Hey, darling, don't go. For just 10 copper coins, I can make you feel heavenly. Hey, mercenaries, come take a look. I have several sisters, real sisters. Raven had seen such solicitations countless times. The age gaps between these so-called sisters could very well exceed that of mother and daughter. In times past, he might have succumbed to the allure, tossing a handful of coins for a night of indulgence. But now, such superficial charms held no appeal for him. Since I'm here, let us enjoy a drink. He selected a tavern named Mother Horse's Banner, pushing through the door, where the familiar emlang of scents assaulted his senses: alcohol, meat, sweat, foot odor, and cheap perfume mingled together in an overwhelming concoction. Accompanying the aromas were a cacophony of sounds, the clinking of glasses, boisterous bragging, heated arguments, and the shrill screams of waitresses being pinched, followed by the resounding slap of a hand. Like a fish returning to water, Raven navigated the raucous crowd effortlessly, approaching the bar and slapping down 2 copper coins. A mug of beer, please. Thud. The heavy oak mug landed with a greasy thump on the bar. Raven seized it and downed its contents in one gulp. Indeed, it was the unmistakable taste of the low-quality beer he relished. Ah, delightful. On a scorching summer day, what could be more refreshing than a frothy mug of beer? Another 2, please, he exclaimed, placing 4 more copper coins on the counter. The bartender was a young and attractive woman in her 20s, with defined features and clear-cut contours, her flaxen hair braided and coiled atop her head, reminiscent of the allure of Sophie Marceau. Her sun-kissed skin and well-proportioned figure were clad in the era's typical gray coarse linen dress, cinched at the waist, accentuating her ample curves that seemed almost ready to spill forth. Sweat glistened on her cheeks and chest, giving her a dewy sheen that was captivating. As she leaned down to slide 2 mugs toward Raven, the deep cleft of her bosom came into view, illuminated by the dim glow of oil lamps, revealing even the vibrant buttons on her bodice. Raven understood why this tavern, with its peculiar name and unremarkable facade, thrived amidst the sea of mediocrity. In a district rife with superficiality, this woman stood out remarkably. Hey there, beautiful, shall we be friends? He grinned, with a delightful metallic chime. A silver coin arced through the air and landed in her ample bosom, the cold touch causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Her previously indifferent gaze ignited with fiery enthusiasm. Petty, you may call me petty. And you are. Well, you may call me Winrie. Raven leaned slightly closer, inhaling her intoxicatingly alluring scent. May I call you Petty and I? In the Kane's Empire. Adding the suffix "and I" to a name often denotes a term of endearment used by elders for younger girls. Petty covered her nose and giggled. You appear younger than I. But I assure you, I am older than anyone you have encountered. Raven lowered his voice. Perhaps one day, you might even call me Daddy. Oh, I've met many boastful men. Yet none quite as natural as you. Petty smiled, though her body remained firmly planted in place. A silver coin could purchase her smile, but it was far from sufficient for further indulgences. Why not try for yourself? Raven pressed a silver coin into her palm, tugging her soft hand toward him. Hey, you black-haired fellow, what are you doing? A gruff voice thundered, causing Petty to retract her hand abruptly. Raven turned to see a burly middle-aged man glaring at him from not far behind. Haha, old Jones has intercepted another suitor for his daughter. How many this week is that? 3. Every newcomer here must pay their dues. The chatter around him provided ample information, though Raven already grasped the situation. It is nothing short of using one's own daughter as a living advertisement, enticing lecherous patrons into believing they might have a chance, thus extracting a considerable gratuity. Human nature can be quite depraved. The unattainable becomes all the more desirable, and one is often unwilling to allow others to seize it first. If executed well, this single girl could sustain the tavern's business for over a decade. During his time in Montague City, Raven found himself among many men who could not attain what they desired, yet he was determined not to suffer such a fate again. Are you the owner of this tavern? He inquired. Indeed, old Jones boasted, flexing his robust muscles. A veteran from Montague City. I have personally severed 3 heads. So you would do well to keep your distance. Raven activated his perceptive vision, scanning the room. Among the mercenaries and miners present, none possessed any extraordinary abilities. Not even enchanted gear. A smirk crept upon his lips. But I have paid 2 silver coins and 6 copper. The wine in Montague City is not this exorbitant. Montague City is one thing. Here in Glittering Town, our prices are as such, old Jones declared, revealing a set of yellowed teeth and laughing boorishly. Drink if you can. Or get lost. Having run a tavern for many years, old Jones could easily discern that Raven was not a local, and he saw an opportunity to exploit him. Petty, harboring a favorable impression of the handsome and wealthy man, leaned in to softly advise, my father has a fierce temper. You should leave quickly. Raven extended his palm toward Petty. First, return those 2 silver coins to me. His gaze lingered on her chest, accompanied by a gentle smile. Or perhaps, allow me to retrieve the first coin myself. Bang! Old Jones slammed his fist on the table, causing the glasses to rattle. Boy, if you dare speak again, I will strip you and throw you out. Raven retorted flippantly, then by all means, give it a try. As the two faced off, the patrons began to cheer, reveling in the spectacle. Old Jones, are you getting soft with age? Go on, hit him. If you don't knock out a couple of his teeth, how will you run this tavern? That lad named Winrie, stop talking and take action. Go for it. Hey, I'll bet 10 copper coins that this boy won't last 10 seconds against old Jones. However, old Jones remained unfazed by the taunts. Fights were commonplace in his tavern. But he was reluctant to risk damaging his furniture, all of which had been accrued through Petty's charm. Snorting out a breath of alcohol-laden air, he flexed his arm muscles. Let us have an arm wrestle. If you win, you can take those 2 silver coins. If I win, you strip and leave. Oh, that won't do, Raven replied, holding up his right index finger. Old Jones scoffed, if you're afraid, just go home and suck your thumb. Raven chuckled and shook his head. Those 2 silver coins were mine to begin with. Why would I gamble with you? He then glanced at Petty's bosom, adding, if I win, I want her to strip as well. You're crossing the line. Old Jones's face darkened like a storm cloud. Raven taunted, what? Do you lack confidence in your own muscles? Nonsense. Old Jones grumbled, rubbing his wrist and slamming his arm on the table. Soon enough, you'll be the one crying in the street, and it won't just be the men who fancy women. Raven rose, stretching his shoulders, and confidently took a seat across from old Jones, placing his arm on the table. Though his physique was impressive, it paled in comparison to old Jones's, whose wrist was nearly double the size. This disparity quenched any desire among the spectators to place bets, as none believed Raven could emerge victorious. A bystander took on the role of referee, waving his arms. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Clack. Bang. Crash. The dim light flickered as an arm was decisively pinned down, and glasses leapt from the table to the floor. It was a swift and decisive victory. Silence enveloped the tavern, for it was not Raven who was pinned, but old Jones. His arm was flushed and swollen, resembling a gigantic sausage, a clear indication of severe muscle strain and swelling. Old Jones had lost so thoroughly. The local patrons were well acquainted with his strength. Though in his 50s, his barbarian lineage endowed him with a physique rivaling any Nord youth. Even now, He could effortlessly lift an 80-kilogram pig or a 30-kilogram barrel as if they were mere feathers. In the 20 years since the tavern's inception, Old Jones had only been defeated once, 5 years prior, by a knight from the Snow Maple territory. Since then, his wife had not been seen, leaving Petty to run the counter. Could this man be extraordinary? Listening to the murmurs, Raven flexed his wrist, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The power gained from absorbing mana cores exceeded his expectations, providing comprehensive enhancements to his bones, fascia, nerves, and muscles. Even if he could not match a first-tier knight, the gap would be minimal. This had only consumed 2 mana cores. Old Jones bellowed, "He is not extraordinary. I simply underestimated him. Pompey, I'm hiring you now to throw him out. I'll give you each 5 silver coins." Yet the mercenary's name did not rush to act. Raven's performance was astonishing, and they were not willing to risk it for mere coin. Greedy vampire, fine, you've won. 10 silver coins, plus a week of unlimited beer. Old Jones offered a price that made his heart bleed. In a corner, a quartet of mercenaries stood, each picking up their weapons and approaching with ill intent. Clad in leather armor, some bore long swords while others wielded curved blades, effectively sealing Raven's escape routes. They were clearly seasoned veterans. "Hey, kid," Pompey, a middle-aged man with a fleshy growth by his eye, scrutinized Raven with a sinister grin, weighing his sharp sword. As the ancient saying goes, a wise man knows when to retreat. "You don't seem foolish. So you should realize that fighting 4 mercenaries in a confined space over a woman is not a wise choice." Raven leaned against the bar, a light smile upon his lips. "Have you ever heard another saying? A clever man does not stand in a crumbling building." Pompey's expression darkened slightly. "Friend, if you understand, why not leave now? It would be better for both of us. Because it is not I who is in danger, but you." Raven sighed, casually grabbing a jug from the bar and pouring himself a drink. Pompey smirked. "It seems you still don't grasp who you're up against. I, Pompey, captain of the E-rank mercenary guild, have led teams to slay first-tier beasts. Even if you were a first-tier extraordinary, unarmed, what could you do against us? You possess neither the fur nor the claws of a beast." Raven tilted his head back and drank deeply. "So what? Pompey, if you don't act soon, I won't be paying you." Old Jones, now supported by others, sat drenched in sweat, pleading, "Just get him out of here. As long as you don't kill him." A hint of helplessness flickered across Pompey's face. Even mercenaries must employ their intellect. He was reluctant to resolve every issue through violence, yet the prospect of 10 silver coins per person was not an insignificant sum. "Since your excellency refuses to relent, I apologize." With a swift motion, his longsword was drawn. The other 3 mercenaries brandished their weapons in unison. "Gentlemen, cease." Pompey intended to command an assault, but the latter half of his statement twisted into an awkward farce. Raven, at some point, had produced a dark crossbow, now aimed directly at Pompey's brow. With a mere 3 meters between them, there was no room for error, nor any chance of evasion. As he gazed at the enchanted bolt, shimmering with a dark green luminescence, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Pompey's temple. In disbelief, he stammered, "Spatial equipment. A stone cast upon a placid lake creates ripples far and wide. What is spatial equipment? It is an item capable of containing a multitude of objects, resembling a simple satchel yet capable of holding a fat pig. My goodness, such an item must be worth several gold coins." The cheapest spatial equipment would still cost no less than 1,000 gold coins. At this moment, Pompey was filled with regret. Why had he ventured into such murky waters for a mere 10 silver coins? A man in possession of spatial equipment was not someone he could afford to provoke. "Friend, it is all a misunderstanding. Spare me this time, and we shall part ways amicably." Raven chuckled, shaking his head. "If I did not possess spatial equipment, would you have spared me? However, a compromise is not out of reach. You lot, strip him of his garments." A glimmer of hope ignited in Pompey's eyes as he rubbed his hands together and approached Petty. The crossbow pressed against his forehead, Raven incredulously asked, "What are you doing?" "Didn't you say to remove her clothing?" Pompey replied, "It's Old Jones, not Petty. Are your ears deaf?" Raven scolded with a smile. "What kind of rogue are you, suggesting that a lady be undressed in public?" Pompey was utterly speechless. Had it not been Raven's earlier suggestion to strip someone? Yet circumstances dictated actions. If they were to undress someone, it would not be himself. "Wait, what are you doing?" "No, stop. Stop it." Old Jones cried out as if he were an affronted maiden, but having already sustained injuries, he was no match for the 4 mercenaries, fierce as wolves. As the last shred of fabric was torn away, an eerie silence enveloped the tavern. Then, a laugh erupted from an unknown source, soon followed by raucous laughter filling the establishment. "By the Lord of Light, what is that? An earthworm? Who would have thought such a large man could possess such diminutive attributes? Have you never seen an earthworm? They are not that short. I propose we call it a pacifier." "Pacifier, ha! You certainly have a wealth of experience. However, pacifier Old Jones does sound far more melodic than Iron Arm Old Jones." In no time, the tavern echoed with the repeated cries of pacifier. Old Jones's complexion shifted from white to red, then to purple, and finally to black, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Raven chuckled and turned to Petty. Extending his hand, handed over. Ah. What? Petty stood in shock, utterly bewildered by the events that had just transpired. You can't be suggesting I retrieve it myself? Raven winked mischievously. No, no. Petty soon grasped Raven's meaning and hurriedly produced 2 silver coins. Placing them in his palm. Find a way to secure a better livelihood. Following such an unreliable father will leave you unable to marry. After tucking the coins back into his pocket, Raven turned and departed the tavern. Though he jested, he had no genuine intentions towards Petty. For he understood all too well the plight of the common folk in this world. If he succeeded today, Petty would transition from being the tavern's living attraction to merely a delectable morsel for all to sample. In less than 2 months, she would inevitably join the ranks of streetwalkers, all without her own consent. This wretched world harbored malice for everyone. Raven had not sunk so low as to ruin a young girl's life for a fleeting thrill, nor did he lack better alternatives. Fine wine and beautiful women have always gone hand in hand. The tavern street, besides streetwalkers, also featured more upscale establishments, such as the Pink Mansion. The sign, crafted from shards of magic crystal, depicted a foot clad in high heels, resting atop a piece of lingerie that seemed to have succumbed to a gentle deformation. A flicker of anticipation crossed Raven's face. He had seldom indulged in such high-end venues. What delights might await him there? Chapter 30, The Nightlife of Shanjin Town, Part 2. Raven adjusted his attire, ensuring he appeared more presentable, and cleared his throat before making his entrance. However, before he could step inside, the door swung open on its own, revealing 2 disheveled mercenaries leaning on each other for support. Raven recognized them. One was Vulov, and the other was Mosin. Both bore flushed faces, clearly the result of indulgent drinking. Vulov let out a drunken belch, exclaiming, "The drinks here pack quite a punch. Though, this restroom is far too dim." Mosin, slightly more coherent despite his swaying demeanor, remarked, "Wait, did we come to the wrong place? That sign looks familiar. Who cares? We're here now, and I can't hold it any longer," Vulov stated, moving beneath a tree to unfasten his belt, soon followed by the sound of rushing water. Mosin, noticing this, also approached to relieve himself, chuckling, "Hey buddy, your model isn't impressive. Don't embarrass yourself in front of those ladies later." A man's worth isn't in size, but in firmness and endurance, Vulov retorted, swaying with bravado. Mosin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must hold our own when we return. We've got to establish a pecking order among the brothers. After they finished, the 2 stumbled back, their heads wobbling. Raven stood at a distance, bemusedly sighing. These 2 had spoken earnestly before him during the day, one claiming he needed to buy a bracelet for his daughter, and the other, a blanket for his grandmother. Now, it seemed that all the mercenaries on leave had gathered here for camaraderie. What a bunch of rascals, Raven chuckled, shaking his head as he turned towards the main street. With a rare holiday at hand, he decided against interrupting their revelry, knowing there would be future opportunities. Upon reaching the entrance of the administrative hall, the sentinel mercenary saluted. "My Lord Baron." Raven nodded in acknowledgement. "Has anyone visited?" "The president, Mr. Philly, came by once and left a gift for you in your room," the guard replied. "Well done for standing guard all day. You may close up and rest," Raven said, patting the soldier's shoulder as he walked towards his quarters. In this era without electric lighting, although magical lamps existed, they were prohibitively expensive. Thus, most illumination relied on candles and oil lamps, which cast a dim light over the administrative hall, complemented by the creaking of the aged wooden stairs, creating an eerie atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. Upon arriving at his door, Raven kicked it open, causing 2 startled gasps to emerge. Raising an eyebrow in amusement, he remarked, "Ah, Philly, is this your idea of a gift?" In the corner of the room crouched 2 women, their startled exclamations escaping their lips. The pair appeared to be sisters, sharing striking similarities, chestnut hair and light gray eyes. "Come here," Raven beckoned, gently nudging the door closed. With a soft click, the door shut, causing the 2 women to tremble slightly as they rose and approached him. Their bare feet brushed against the carpet, the dim candlelight reflecting off their polished nails. Lively as fireflies on a summer night, Raven's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Their attire perfectly matched the ambience. They wore flowing white nightgowns, loose, soft, delicate, and translucent. The candlelight illuminated their silhouettes, and as they moved, their alluring legs occasionally peeked through the ethereal fabric. One was taller and voluptuous, while the other was petite and slender. Both enchanting in their own right, yet exuding entirely different forms of temptation. The younger one walked hesitantly, her legs pressed together, the soft fabric accentuating her lovely contours, radiating a youthful shyness that evoked a desire to cradle her in one's arms. The elder, while also somewhat apprehensive, strode confidently, her chest thrust forward, having perspired slightly. The light fabric clung to her curvaceous figure, every movement causing gentle ripples across her ample form. They halted before Raven, the older one gulping nervously, "My Lord Raven, But her words faltered as Raven's hand glided along their spines, ascending slowly, sending an electric thrill through her, compelling her to stand straighter. The younger one's breath quickened too, her nostrils flaring with a hint of trepidation. The exquisite scene unfolded before Raven. The older sister was more mature and robust, akin to ripe persimmons hanging on a branch in late autumn, heavy yet brimming with sweetness. The younger sister, still blossoming, had taut, resilient skin, reminiscent of two green pears, curving enticingly beneath the sheer fabric. Raven's hands traversed from their backs to their abdomens, caressing their exquisite forms. The elder let out a sultry sigh, while the younger's voice trembled with apprehension. Satisfied with the sensation beneath his fingertips, Raven inquired, "What are your names?" "I am Winnet," the elder replied, her voice quivering. "And this is my daughter, Dyla." Raven's hand froze. "Daughter?" "Yes, my lord." Winnet averted her gaze. "My husband said this was the only way to repay his transgression." A wave of incredulity washed over Raven. Philly had sent him his wife and daughter. "What does he take me for?" He pondered, shaking his head lightly with a sigh. "Let us just go where we need to." Winnet shivered slightly, having heard tales of the Baron's notorious lechery and ruthless methods, doubting he would let them go so easily. "My lord Baron, have we wronged you in any way?" "You have done no wrong. Fret not," Raven reassured. "Return and tell Philly to focus on his duties and refrain from such dubious dealings." "Thank you for your mercy and kindness." Winnet felt her body weaken, astonished that Raven would actually let them go. She and Dyla bowed respectfully. "We shall forever remember your grace." As the door opened and then closed, their footsteps faded into the distance, and not long after, a carriage departed from the administrative hall. Raven shed his outer garments, tossing them onto the bed, kicking off his shoes and socks, and stepping barefoot onto the balcony. The cool night breeze alleviated the lingering warmth. And biting the cord from a bottle, he indulged in a generous swig of angel's tear, a playful smile gracing his lips. Philly, so timid yet so calculating. Capable of manipulation, yet lacking the vision to expand. Raven's gaze drifted outward. It was now 10 o'clock, yet Shanjin town remained ablaze with lights emanating from taverns, mansions, and inns. He slowly extended his hand, forming a fist as if to grasp the very essence of Shanjin town. "This is my domain," he sighed contentedly, taking another sip of angel's tear. The cool, refreshing liquid slid down his throat, the sweet sensation delightfully intoxicating. "Now, that is a drink." Raven reminisced about the beer he had consumed at the tavern. He still cherished that flavor, not for the drink itself, but for the memories it evoked from a bygone era. Yet, memories remain merely memories. For Raven, the tavern felt akin to a filthy mud pit he had once rolled in. Occasionally revisiting it was tolerable, but to live that life perpetually would be akin to a death sentence. Having traversed into this realm for merely 2 months, Raven found himself struggling to distinguish between his own memories and those belonging to this body. Perhaps the distinction had long since vanished. In this brief span, Raven had achieved goals he had never dared to dream of, inheriting the title of Baron, gaining control over his own martial prowess, and reclaiming Goldflash Town. Power, indeed, is a marvelous thing. It was precisely because he wielded such power that Philip went to great lengths to curry his favor. It was this power that allowed him to eliminate Carl without fear of impending retribution. In this world, only nobles were considered human. The rest were merely hounds kept by the aristocracy, and no one would take the life of a dog seriously. This was merely the beginning. Since he had arrived in this world, Raven was unwilling to settle for the modest title of Baron. He yearned for more. In this realm, power did not solely manifest in titles and lands. Formidable personal strength itself constituted a form of power. Mage. Raven dipped his finger into his cup and inscribed this word upon the table, followed by the numeral 2000. This represented the cost of a second-tier divine potion specifically designed to awaken mage talents. Yet, at present, Raven lacked sufficient funds. Initially, Denise had bestowed upon him 2 batches of coins totaling 800. After continuous expenditures, only 96 remained. The first income from the Tears of Angels yielded 235. 58 coins. From the spatial belt, he had acquired 227 coins. The coins extorted from Hyde, after redeeming Goldflash Town, amounted to 3,500. In total, he possessed 58 coins. While this sum appeared substantial, the expenses were equally significant. On this very day, he spent 754 coins, merely as a deposit, with further payments required, culminating in a total of 1,508 coins. Should large-scale alchemical equipment be available, Raven intended to procure at least 10 sets, necessitating an additional 664 coins. Population adjustments would cost 600 coins. The compensation for his private soldiers amounted to 64 coins. This totaled 2780. 64 coins. Furthermore, he needed to retain at least 200 coins for emergencies. Who could predict what unexpected incidents might arise during the construction process? Thus, the coins at his disposal dwindled to. Raven pondered momentarily. 1077. 94 coins. Halfway short of the mage potion. Not to mention, Raven had numerous plans requiring financial support. It was imperative to expedite his earnings. Raven scratched his head. While Goldflash Town was appealing, he could not linger indefinitely. He needed to resolve matters swiftly and return. Directing more of his energy towards Eagle Town. One must not place all their eggs in one basket. Donald had relied too heavily on the tax revenues from Goldflash Town, leading to a fiscal collapse once it was severed. Raven had certainly learned from this lesson. Moreover, Goldflash Town possessed its own shortcomings. First, it was perilously close to the Snow Maple territory. Just because Viscount John was temporarily deceived by him did not guarantee his continued ignorance. Should he ever feel inclined to seek revenge, it would be impossible to defend against. The second, and most fundamental issue, was the lack of a true pillar industry in Goldflash Town. The commerce thrived, with a complex and dense population, yet the most representative industry was the liquor trade. However, this was also the most fatal flaw. The economy of Goldflash Town relied heavily on the sale of alcoholic beverages, yet it lacked a local brewery. Beyond a few private brews, the majority depended on imported trade. In times of peace, this was not a substantial issue, but the Nord province would not remain peaceful indefinitely. By the end of the year at the latest, turmoil should commence, shouldn't it? A shadow passed over Raven's eyes. Old Gordon had previously advised him that now, having just reclaimed Goldflash Town, and with Eagle Town in dire need of revitalization, he should invest the precious coins primarily into territorial development rather than extravagant expenditures on private soldiers and military armament. After all, this time, nearly 500 coins had been expended solely on military purchases, accounting for 1/5 of the total budget. Yet, Raven remained obstinate, if not for the population issue. He would have aspired to raise an army of at least 300 in one go. Coins ought not to be used merely for reparations, should they? Moreover, he was acutely aware that chaos was imminent in the Nord province. Even back in Montclair, Raven had sensed the first hints of unrest. Masses of impoverished citizens were mysteriously vanishing from the slums, elusive preachers were appearing frequently, and the lower-class populace was keen on attending clandestine gatherings. Raven recalled their rallying cry, "When Donatus awakens, we shall be reborn." Donatus, the god of death, was said to have been trapped in eternal slumber, destined to open his eyes every winter month. Thus, Raven was convinced that significant events would unfold during the winter, prompting him to instruct Old Gordon to complete the population adjustments before October. He had contemplated reporting these developments to the Church of Light, but soon dismissed the notion. The situation had escalated to a level where even a mere individual like himself could not remain oblivious, let alone the nobles and clergy. Involvement would only hasten his demise. At that juncture, Raven had opted to save money and strive to reside in the upper district of Montclair, where the affluent congregated, regardless of what transpired. He would remain untouched. However, now that he had ascended to lordship, he possessed a new array of choices. He was powerless to prevent the impending turmoil. Nor could he ascertain its scale. Would it be easily quashed or sweep across the Nord? None of that mattered. What was paramount was the necessity of possessing a force capable of self-preservation, one that afforded him the option to fight, defend, or flee. Thus, his subsequent objective became abundantly clear: conscription, along with the recruitment of a cadre of maids. As the tears of angels coursed through him, Raven's gaze brightened. Once the first shipment arrived, he would return to Eagle Town. With more options available, the standards for this round of recruitment would be heightened, and the level of training would be escalated. Raven tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. Then, he would hasten to become a mage. The revenue from the tears of angels next month, combined with the 700 coins owed by Denise, should suffice. And then, a smile crept upon Raven's lips, tinged with self-mockery yet imbued with ambition. "I shall command a legion composed entirely of the extraordinary." He even envisioned a name for it: the Zodiac Legion. Those who trained in the art of ice fighting would unite as the Aquarius Legion. Those who mastered the dark fighting techniques would form the Cancer Legion. Those who honed their skills in steel fighting would gather as the Taurus Legion. Of course, these ideas currently resided solely in the realm of imagination. Assembling 12 extraordinary individuals was beyond the financial capacity he possessed at present. Yet, one must harbor dreams, for without them, what distinguishes one from a mere fish? Furthermore, he had discovered the key to unlocking it all: the magic core. If the energy within the magic core could be harnessed to enhance himself, why could it not also be employed to strengthen others? Even if this enhancement did not bestow fighting techniques, the improvement in physical capabilities would be unmistakable. A single first-tier divine potion cost 300 coins, while the price of a first-tier magic core averaged around 4 to 5 coins. This disparity was glaringly evident. I hope Philip can expedite the process and deliver the magic core to me soon. Raven's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Simultaneously, from a secluded manor southwest of Goldhire, a petulant yet melodious voice echoed, "Carl is dead? Why wasn't I informed sooner?" The speaker, a maiden of perhaps 15 or 16 years, possessed a petite frame. Adorned in a silken nightdress, her delicate legs extended from beneath the hem, her 10 dainty toes playfully splayed in response to their mistress's ire. A handmaiden, kneeling in supplication. Stammered, Miss Nancy, we received the news at midday, but you were engrossed in a magical experiment at the time. So, Nancy pouted, chiding with displeasure. I mentioned I was conducting a magical experiment, and you knew not to disturb me. But did I not also instruct you to inform me immediately of any developments concerning Raven's reclamation of gold hire? Indeed, miss, but the handmaiden's voice was laced with grievance. She had attempted to deliver the message earlier, but before she could finish, a vial of magical potion had been unceremoniously emptied upon her person, rendering her attire utterly ruined. How could she dare utter another word? Nancy, recalling the incident, naturally offered no apology. Instead, she huffily plucked a grape and deposited it into her mouth. Humph. Speak, then. How did he meet his end? The handmaiden murmured. It is said that he attempted to assassinate Baron Raven and was consequently slain by the Baron himself. Assassination? Nancy's eyes widened in disbelief. How utterly absurd. A merchant inexplicably attempting to assassinate a Baron? Does Raven truly believe everyone is a fool? Carl was merely a cur belonging to the Fox family. To strike a dog is to disrespect its master. Raven's actions demonstrate a clear disregard for the Fox family. Prepare my attire, she declared, rising to her feet. I shall confront Raven and demand an explanation for his insolence. But, miss, the handmaiden ventured cautiously, it is past midnight. Would it not be improper for you to visit a man at this hour? Humph, a mere ruffian. As if I would deign to cast a glance in his direction. Nancy retorted, rolling her eyes before settling back onto the divan. However, your point is valid. I cannot allow my reputation to be tarnished by this bumblebee. I am destined to become a princess, after all. The handmaiden lowered her gaze, offering no comment. Nancy had never even laid eyes on a prince, let alone aspired to become a princess. Then we shall wait until morning. Nancy lifted her chin, resembling a spirited rooster preparing for battle. He seeks to establish his authority, does he? I shall storm into the government hall and demand a public apology. I shall ensure they understand that the prestige of the Fox family is not to be trifled with. Chapter 31. Insignificant harm, severe insult thus. The nocturnal revelries of Shanjin town came to an end, and Raven once more immersed himself in his duties. As an esteemed individual, he was perpetually consumed by endless meetings. Having merely finalized the order details yesterday, today he was tasked with solidifying further particulars. My lord, are you certain you require 300 live pigs rather than slaughtered ones? Inquired the livestock merchant, Ham. Raven nodded affirmatively. Indeed, 300 live pigs, in addition to 600 live chickens and 600 live ducks. With an equal distribution of genders. Is there any difficulty in fulfilling this request? Ham pondered before responding. There are indeed some challenges. I must ask for your leniency with the timeline. A single large cart can transport a maximum of 8 pigs at once, and for every 5 carts carrying pigs, at least one must be designated for feed. It may prove quite difficult for me to secure sufficient manpower on short notice. This revelation did not surprise Raven, as the absence of automobiles and trains in this era meant that pigs could not be herded like cattle or sheep. Transportation relied solely on horse-drawn carts, thus limiting capacity. Very well, ensure that at least the first batch of no fewer than 100 pigs is delivered within half a month, and that the order is fulfilled by the end of September. A genuine smile illuminated Ham's face. Thank you for your understanding, my lord. I shall ensure the finest livestock is delivered to you. With a sudden crash, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a petite lady stormed into the room. Are you Raven? Raven appraised the girl before him, his attention piqued. She was diminutive in stature, barely taller than Raven while seated. Her light reddish hair was styled into a high bun, presenting a mature appearance that failed to convey true sophistication, resembling a child feigning adulthood. Combined with her proudly lifted chin, she exuded an air of vivacity and charm. Her features were delicately beautiful, with lively amber eyes, a petite nose, and thin, rosy lips that revealed small canine teeth when she spoke. Draped in a lavish silk gown that concealed her figure, it could not mask the youthful exuberance radiating from within. Hey, did you not hear me? A hint of dissatisfaction gleamed in her eyes. I asked if you're Raven. Raven, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with a child, smiled and replied, but you have yet to disclose your name. The girl huffed. Answering a lady's inquiry is a courtesy expected of the nobility. Do you not understand this? Then, by that logic, you too must be of noble birth, Raven said, his smile widening. You should know that before inquiring about another's name, one ought to introduce oneself first. Is this not the most basic etiquette of nobility? You. The girl furrowed her brow momentarily before easing her expression and dismissively waving her hand. Fine, I shall tell you. I am Nancy Fox. At this proclamation, a collective gasp reverberated through the conference room, and the merchants exchanged startled glances. The Fox family had arrived, and so swiftly. The sound of chairs scraping and merchants hastily rising to bow echoed through the room. Miss Nancy, observing their flustered demeanor, a smug smile curled at the corners of Nancy's mouth. She was the youngest daughter of the Fox family, now 17 years old. The ancient adage of the empire professes that parents dote on their youngest, yet this did not hold true for Nancy. Upon her birth, her mother succumbed to complications during delivery. The countess had a chance to survive, but the price would be Nancy's life. Ultimately, maternal instinct triumphed over the will to live, and she sacrificed herself so that Nancy might be born. The Count of Montreal could not bear this reality. He adored his wife and blamed Nancy for her demise, thus distancing himself from her, both intentionally and inadvertently. People tend to elevate the favored while diminishing the disregarded, and since even the Count showed indifference towards her, the servants naturally treated her with disdain, often withholding her allowances and attempting to manipulate her fate. Nancy inherited her mother's resilience, refusing to endure oppression silently. Instead, she chose to rebel, breaking the legs of several maids and shattering the nose of a nobleman with a wine glass, leading to her first serious conversation with the Count of Montreal. It was the only occasion in her life when she conversed with her father for more than 5 sentences. At the age of 12, from that point on, her temperament grew increasingly brash and tempestuous. She demanded recognition from all, and anyone who dared to belittle her would face consequences, whether through words or actions, leaving no room for leniency. After becoming a mage at 15, the repercussions of her wrath only intensified. She gained notoriety in the noble circles of the Nord province, earning the moniker the Fiery Rose of the Fox family. Her presence in Changin town was at the behest of the Count of Montreal, who desired her to engage with Hyde, currently residing there. Initially intending to dawdle, she found that Hyde departed shortly after her arrival, leaving her to relish a brief respite and enjoy a semblance of freedom. Raven owed to Griffiths. The man before her bore an odious, aristocratic smile. "It is a privilege to meet you, Miss Nancy." With a sharp crack, Nancy swatted Raven's outstretched hand away. "Enough with your flattery, Raven. I am already standing here. Will you not acknowledge your fault?" "Acknowledge my fault? Why should I?" Raven pondered briefly before realizing. "Oh, is it that I failed to greet you, Miss Nancy? I sincerely apologize. I have been exceedingly busy of late." Nancy bit her lip, finding him insufferable. Though he appeared youthful, he was as slippery as an eel, a sentiment she had only encountered with her father's old steward. Truly a little bee, he was smooth-tongued. "Nancy," she declared haughtily, "your words cannot sway me. Do not attempt to divert the subject. I ask you, did you kill Carl?" The audacity of the shameless man left him momentarily taken aback, a look of feigned fear crossing his face. "Ah, Carl, indeed a tragedy. When he lunged at me from his seat, I was utterly startled. Had it not been for my guards fighting to protect me, he might have succeeded. But rest assured, I understand that Carl's assassination was not sanctioned by the Fox family. We are both victims in this situation. I will not seek any recompense from your family." This statement left not only Nancy but all present in stunned silence. Philip mused to himself, truly, the Baron possesses an unparalleled talent for fabricating lies. His composure is exceptional. No wonder he managed to usurp the barony from Denise. Nancy's eyes widened. She had never before encountered someone with such thick skin. "Raven, you have gone too far." Her chest heaved as she leaned on the table, striving to seem imposing. "Not only did you kill Carl, but you also seek to frame the Fox family. You, a low-born scoundrel, how dare you presume such audacity? I initially intended to demand an apology, but now I have revised my request." She wrinkled her dainty nose and raised 3 fingers. "First, you shall kneel before me immediately, while slapping your face, apologizing until I am satisfied. Second, you will personally sign a document restoring Carl's honor and publicly apologize, plastering your apology throughout the streets of Eagle territory. Third, you will prepare 1,000 bottles of angel's tears and deliver them to my residence within a month. Should you fail to comply with even one of these points, be prepared to endure the wrath of the Fox family." As the 3 conditions were laid out, an oppressive silence enveloped the conference room. The merchants dared not breathe, while Philip, in particular, was consumed by worry, beads of cold sweat glistening on his polished forehead. Lord Raven's dignity was undoubtedly at stake today. To kneel before a woman and strike oneself was an unparalleled disgrace, regardless of the lady's noble lineage. Such an act would not only render Raven a laughingstock within aristocratic circles, but would also obliterate the hard-won reputation he had built in the Eagle's domain, causing the merchants he had just begun to win over to grow wary once more. Philip feared he would become the most unfortunate among them, having just ascended to the presidency and clung to Raven's favor, only to find that this support might soon vanish, possibly leaving him crushed beneath the weight of it. In his frustration, he lamented, "Oh, Raven, you are still too young. You killed Carl for a fleeting thrill, and now your misfortune threatens to ensnare me." Yet more anxious than Philip was Eric. The Iron Warrior stood behind Raven, his hand tightly gripping the enchanted sword, yet he dared not strike nor utter a sound. After all, she was the daughter of a count. Since inheriting his title, the Baron had faced no adversary as formidable as the one before him today. This day might well mark a significant stain in the annals of the Griffith family. Eric couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for his choice to serve the Griffiths, having previously witnessed the reckless extravagance of Donald and now this reckless Raven. Nevertheless, he resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he remained loyal to his master. A Nord man keeps his word. His gaze swept over the merchants present. And he had made a decision. Should any of them dare to spread rumors about Baron Raven henceforth, he would not hesitate to stain his sword with blood. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Nancy's haughty voice echoed in the conference room, a flicker of flame igniting at her fingertips. Let me tell you. I am not only a lady of the Fox family, but also a second-tier fire mage. If you do not act soon, I may be compelled to burn something. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor pierced the air as Raven sprang to his feet. Nancy huffed from her nose. An apology requires a proper attitude. What are you doing with that stern face? Smile. Eric averted his gaze, unwilling to witness the humiliation about to unfold, unwilling to see his master dishonored. A sharp crack reverberated through the room, as Eric could not help but shut his eyes, his breath growing heavy. Raven, you filthy rat, trash, scoundrel, scum. How dare you strike me? Nancy's voice rang out. Eric turned to look, stunned by the sight before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. Nancy Fox. The spoiled and willful young lady found herself pinned under Raven's arm, a clear handprint visible on her satin skirt. Eric's mind reeled at the absurdity of it all. How could the Baron have struck Nancy? Strike you? Not only that, but I intend to thrash you. Raven exhaled sharply. Before the gathered audience, he applied force to pin Nancy's upper body against the table, one hand firmly grasping her wrist while the other rose high, delivering a series of stinging slaps. You want an apology? Slapping, is it? Kneeling, is it? Then allow me to oblige. The crisp sound resounded rhythmically, akin to a war drum. Raven. Nancy struggled, twisting her body, but the sorceress was not known for her physical prowess, and Raven's strength was overwhelming. She could not break free. I am the governor of Nord Province, the daughter of Count Montreal. How dare you? Ah. The words were cut short as another slap landed, reddening her cheek and drawing tears to her eyes, a blend of shame and fury swelling within her. The pain was acute, yet it was the public nature of the offense that stung most deeply. Her father had never struck her. This act, though not overly harmful, was deeply humiliating. Raven, cease this at once, or I shall inform my father and have him kill you. Raven chuckled derisively. You pampered, uneducated noble brats. Do you think you can't speak without your parents? Do you know why I dare to be here? To strike you? Because I am not merely a noble son. I am a noble myself. Today, I shall teach you what noble honor means, an honor not to be violated. Perhaps Nancy's face was already swollen from previous blows. Or perhaps this one truly carried weight. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried, Raven, stop. I forgive you. Just let me go. I promise I won't retaliate. What did you call me? Raven showed no mercy. Baron Raven, Nancy cried repeatedly. But in the next instant, another blow fell. An apology must be given with sincerity. Have you forgotten your own words? Smile. But I cannot smile. Nancy's voice was filled with grievance. Raven nearly laughed, maintaining his stern demeanor. If you cannot smile, then cry. Like a frightened puppy, Nancy whimpered, Wah. I was wrong. Baron Raven, I was wrong. Please let me go. Raven's satisfaction was palpable as he grunted. What was your mistake? I should not have interrupted your meeting, nor barged in to demand an apology, and, ouch. Another light slap landed, prompting Nancy to quickly add, and I should not have been so willful, nor proposed such excessive conditions. Carl got what he deserved. Ah, at last, you understand right from wrong, Raven remarked, shaking his neck. Nancy sighed in relief, believing she was finally escaping this torturous punishment. Yet suddenly, another wave of pain surged through her. Ah, Raven, Baron, I have already apologized. What more do you want? Cough. Raven cleared his throat and released her arms. A reminder. In truth, he had grown adept at this, for the sensation was rather pleasing. Once freed, Nancy bounded away like a startled rabbit, her hands covering her behind, unable to discern which was redder, hers or Raven's palm. Raven, just you wait. This matter is far from over. Raven raised his hand once more, causing Nancy to flinch and dart out of the room. The conference room fell into silence once again. All present were dumbfounded. None had anticipated that Raven would not only refuse to apologize, but would also deliver a lesson to Nancy in such an explosive manner. Even more astonishing was Nancy's swift exit. Was Baron Raven truly unafraid of the Count? Eric was still reeling, struggling to comprehend how Raven had dared to act in such a manner, and why, after all that, Nancy had fled. Raven had not only preserved his reputation, but had elevated his standing even further. Eric felt shame for his earlier thoughts and a tinge of envy for Raven. What might the feel of a Count's daughter as dignified behind be like? In contrast to Eric, Philip was even more astonished. Cold sweat streaming down his forehead as he felt a wave of dread wash over him. He had nearly declared his support for Miss Nancy. For the Count certainly appeared far more persuasive than the Baron. Unexpectedly, that haughty and imperious young lady was subdued by Raven, much like an ordinary girl, as he pressed her down against the table to spank her, akin to an elder chastising a child. Raven's actions were not merely a reprimand to her. They were a slap in the face to the Fox family. If he dared to strike the Fox family, what was there that he would not do? Fortunately, he considered himself prudent. Otherwise, he might have found himself accompanying Carl in a far less desirable situation. At that moment, Raven's gaze swept over him, causing him to sit up straight with a shiver. "My Lord Baron, your courage and decisiveness are truly commendable. Your authority is as formidable as that of a lion." With his lead, the atmosphere in the conference room transformed into a lively exchange as merchants eagerly began to extol Raven's virtues. "Enough," Raven raised his hand, silencing the room. "This is a conference. Let us focus on the matter at hand." He rapped the table, his penetrating gaze surveying the merchants present. "What transpires here today must not be uttered outside these walls. Should even a whisper escape, the Fox family, being of noble rank, may not retaliate against me. But you, gentlemen," a palpable silence enveloped the room as all merchants nodded in agreement. Even without Raven's warning, they lacked the audacity to mock a countess family. Such folly could lead to dire consequences. Observing the merchants, now as quiet as quail, Raven silently nodded, relieved. Nancy's unexpected entrance had caught him off guard. After all, he had not anticipated the presence of a daughter of the Fox family in Shanjin town. However, his subsequent handling of the situation, particularly the choice to spank her, though an impromptu decision, was indeed the most foolproof method he could conceive. It was not purely an act of brutish violence. Even if rumors circulated, they would likely be dismissed as ridiculous gossip, inflicting no tangible harm upon Nancy or the Fox family, thus averting a genuine feud with the noble house. On another note, it served to reinforce the merchant's understanding of who held authority in Shanjin town. He clapped his hands. "Now, let us resume our meeting. Where did we leave off? Live pigs." "My lord," Ham interjected, just as Miss Nancy entered the room. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere regained its vibrancy as the meeting continued. As time passed, days slipped by amidst various meetings, and events proceeded in an orderly manner. On the 7th day of his sojourn in Shanjin town, Raven finally concluded the lengthy discussions. Most contract details had been finalized, leaving only the matter of delivery. That morning, having just finished breakfast, the newly appointed head maid approached him with a curtsy. "My Lord Baron, after 2 rounds of selection, we have identified 27 maid candidates. Do you have any instructions? Bring forth the single, young, and beautiful ladies." "I wish to select personally," Raven replied, wiping his mouth. "Ensure they understand that I seek a personal maid. If anyone is unwilling or overly eager, understood, my lord." The head maid grasped his meaning, nodding affirmatively. Before long, the sound of footsteps heralded the arrival of 4 young maids, who nervously entered the dining room and bowed in unison. "My Lord Baron." Following the head maid's instruction, they knelt gracefully, their fitted cow-patterned maid outfits accentuating their youthful figures, especially the open neckline that emphasized their fullness. Raven approached them, gently caressing one girl's cheek. "Lift your head." A strikingly beautiful face emerged before him, eyes wide with astonishment and trepidation. How could this be? Chapter 32. 1,000 gold coins and a condition. Gazing at the face before him, Raven first displayed a hint of astonishment, followed by a soft smile. What a coincidence. "We meet again." The candidate maid standing before him was none other than Petty, the barmaid he encountered during his nocturnal visit to Shimmering Gold Town. Her chestnut hair, no longer braided, cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes were filled with a bewildered yet panicked expression as she began to explain anxiously. "My lord, I did not recognize you after you left that day." "Do not worry. You have done nothing wrong," Raven reassured her with a smile. "However, what brings you to apply for a maid position? What about the tavern?" Petty lowered her gaze, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eyes. "After you departed that day, my father had a fierce argument with Pompey, and they destroyed most of the tavern. Later, after closing, he began to berate me, saying I was just like my mother." "Both." She gently bit her lip, struggling to voice the rest. "Both of us are shameless women. He even struck me and expelled me from our home. He told me that if I could not make up for the tavern's losses, I was not allowed to return, and he even gave me a rather revealing outfit, instructing me to find work suited to my kind, to join those women standing on the street corners. I did not wish to do that. So I relied on my meager savings to stay at an inn for a night, and the next day, I saw your notice for hiring maids." Raven nodded slowly, surmising that old Jones, a man sensitive to his pride, would indeed lose his temper. Well, all men would react similarly to such situations. Being short is a man's enduring pain, and few men are as short as old Jones. After all, it is a matter of pride. Yet to take out his frustrations on his loved ones, even to unjustly blame his innocent daughter, shows a lack of maturity and consideration for both familial ties and common sense, merely to salvage his meager self-esteem. "I require a personal maid," Raven stated slowly. "You should understand what responsibilities that entails." "Yes, my lord," Petty replied, a flush rising to her cheeks. She looked up to meet Raven's gaze directly. "The head maid has spoken to me about it. I fully comprehend the responsibilities involved." "Really?" Raven asked with a teasing smile. "You should know that once you agree, from this day forward, you will be entirely mine." "I am willing." Petty's voice trembled slightly, tinged with shyness and anxiety. I am willing to dedicate everything to my lord. As a lord, Raven commanded enough authority and wealth. As a man, he was not only witty and humorous but also possessed a remarkable gentlemanly demeanor, making him exceedingly reliable. Petty had already developed an affinity for Raven from their previous encounter in the tavern, and now that she realized she was to serve this particular baron, she was undoubtedly more than willing. Very well, Raven declared. From today onward, you shall be my personal maid. His gaze swept over the remaining 3 maids. As for you, each of you should seek the head maid for your reward. Those willing to stay may do so as ordinary maids, while those unwilling are free to leave. The 3 young women could not conceal their disappointment, yet faced with the baron's decision, they dared not question it, responding in unison, "Yes, my lord." Once they had departed, Raven wore a slight smile and beckoned Petty to come closer. "Come here, let me take a look." Petty stepped forward, standing timidly before Raven. She was indeed well suited for a maid's attire. Her tall frame and voluptuous figure were accentuated by the tight, alluring clothing. Since savoring the delights of Ferella, Raven had been ravenous for over 2 months. Grasping her delicate hand, Raven could distinctly feel her temperature rising due to her nervousness. He gently squeezed her fingers and, with a light tug, pulled her soft body into his embrace, burying his head in her softness. "My lord, it's still daytime," Petty exclaimed, slightly alarmed. "Then why can I see nothing?" Raven jested, and amidst Petty's startled cries, he swept her up in his arms. "Today is a rare day of rest. As your personal maid, you must become familiar with your lord's habits." With a swift kick, Raven pushed open the door, tossing the soft, warm figure onto the bed and pouncing after her. "My lord, this is my first time." "My lord, the curtains." After an exhilarating encounter, Raven sat at the head of the bed, feeling refreshed as he took a sip of the angel's tears. Turning his gaze to Petty, the newly appointed personal maid, he observed that she had just fulfilled her duties and had succumbed to fatigue, soundly asleep. Her hair lay tousled against her face, her slightly swollen lips betraying their recent exertions, and her brow still furrowed gently. Lying on her side, half of her body concealed beneath a thin summer blanket. Her rounded and alluring shoulders, along with the supple curves from her ribcage to her waist and from her waist to her calves, were beautifully outlined, though perhaps not slender. Her frequent labor had rendered her physique quite robust, particularly her well-defined, strong thighs, which had provided Raven an exquisite delight. Rising gently from the bed, the movement caused the mattress to shift, stirring Petty from her slumber. She opened her eyes. "My lord, may I assist you in changing?" She attempted to rise, but as she moved her legs, she winced and let out a soft cry. "Best to lie still," Raven chuckled, glancing back at her. "You will have your chance to serve me soon." Petty settled back onto the bed, pulling the thin blanket over herself. After dressing, Raven walked toward the door. But just as he reached it, he heard Petty's shy and anxious voice. "My lord, did I perform my duties adequately?" Raven chuckled lightly, turning to reply, "I am quite satisfied." With that, he exited the room. Petty quickly covered herself with the blanket. Although that question had been instilled in her by the head maid, the fact that she had dared to ask it herself was utterly mortifying. Rest periods are always fleeting. Within a couple of days, on the 8th day since Raven's arrival in shimmering Gold Town, the first batch of goods, 120 sets of leather armor, arrived, and the already prepared conscription efforts commenced. The testing criteria remained as previously designed by Raven: stone lifting, balance beam, and archery. However, to ensure the selection of the finest candidates, a long-distance run around shimmering Gold Town was also added. Ultimately, 105 recruits were assembled, after which Simon, Link, and Gore were appointed as squad leaders, giving Raven 3 squads of 36 men. Unlike Eagle Town, the citizens of shimmering Gold Town were not preoccupied with hunger or distress. Merely distributing rations could not incite such enthusiasm. Raven took advantage of the situation to implement a long-planned military salary scheme. Ordinary soldiers would receive 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins per month, while his personal guards would earn 3 silver coins and 60 copper coins, with the squad leaders' salaries doubled on this basis. To garner loyalty, Raven presented the first 2 months' wages to his personal guards in front of all the new recruits. The total expenditure was merely 180 silver coins, equivalent to 1.8 gold coins. However, this act ignited the enthusiasm of both new and veteran soldiers, making them aware of who truly provided for them. As a lord, one need not be involved in every detail. Eric and the 3 newly appointed squad leaders were capable of managing the training. Yet, to reinforce his authority within the military, Raven chose to supervise the first few days personally, even issuing commands to discipline a few unruly recruits. Consequently, he found himself particularly fatigued during this time, requiring the tender care of his personal maid each morning. On the 12th morning since his arrival in shimmering Gold Town, Raven awoke once more to her devoted assistance, reaching out to touch her soft form, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. "My lord, High Priestess Laxus has come to visit." "Why has she come?" Raven paused, gently patting the shoulder of the girl beneath him. "Petty, please stop." Yes, my lord, Petty replied timidly, rising with flushed cheeks to assist Raven in changing his attire. Raven appreciated this quality in her, not merely her obedience, but the fact that even after he had seen her in her entirety, she still retained a youthful modesty. Upon seeing the gown reflected in the mirror, Raven remarked, "Not this one. It should be a cotton underlayer." "My lord, will you wear armor today?" Petty inquired in surprise. "You have been training for 3 consecutive days." Nonetheless, she retrieved the rather unappealing cotton garment, helping Raven don it piece by piece. Indeed, the soldiers of Flash Gold Town were physically superior and more astute. Yet they harbored greater independence, often resisting authority. "Now I finally understand why General Chi advised against recruiting town soldiers," Raven lamented. Petty, of course, did not grasp this statement and made no effort to understand, never questioning, dutifully fulfilling her role as a personal maid. Having donned the enchanted chainmail, Raven opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of Lux waiting at his threshold. Today, she was not adorned in her usual clerical robes, but wore a simple, pale yellow gown, which complemented her fair, delicate skin, giving her an ethereal glow. Coupled with her braided hair cascading over her shoulders, she emanated a youthful sweetness. Standing at the door, Lux detected the lingering scent of hormones in the air and noticed Petty's slightly flushed face, instantly understanding what had transpired in the room. She averted her gaze and greeted Baron Raven. Her eyes then fell upon Petty's face. "And who is this?" "This is my personal maid, Petty," Raven introduced. "Petty, this is Lux, the cleric from Eagle Town." Petty bowed respectfully. "Lux, the cleric." Lux nodded in return and inquired, "Baron Raven, are you clad in armor for a particular reason?" "I am merely going to train the newly recruited private soldiers," Raven replied. "Have you come here on official business?" "No, not at all." Lux shook her head. "I merely came to Flash Gold Town to procure some daily necessities and thought to stop by to see you." "In that case, do stay a while longer. If you have a list of items to purchase, I can have my staff attend to it," Raven suggested with a smile. "Moreover, we have prepared tiers of angels for you. You may help yourself at any time." Lux's eyes brightened at the mention of the tiers of angels. "That would be splendid. However, I do have a small request. There is no need for such formalities between us. Whatever you desire, feel free to ask," Raven replied. "Then please call me Lux. It can be rather tiresome to use honorifics all the time." "Of course, but that seems rather unfair," Raven said lightly. "Then I shall also request that Miss Lux refer to me as Raven." "Very well," Lux replied, her sapphire-like eyes glimmering with delight. "Raven, if possible. Could I observe how you train your soldiers? I am quite curious about what a baron does on a daily basis. It might be rather arduous, Lux." Raven hesitated but swallowed the words he was about to utter. "It is hardly an easy endeavor." Lux beamed brightly. "I am also a second-tier priestess. Do not underestimate me as a fragile young girl." "All right, then follow me." Raven and Lux walked side by side out of the administrative hall, heading northeast towards Flash Gold Town. "Baron Raven, you are still single. Is it not a bit premature to hire a personal maid?" Lux asked casually. "But I am a man," Raven replied with a smile, patting his shoulder. "Furthermore, I am robust, and to my knowledge, the clergy does not excessively advocate for celibacy. Yet, as a lord, you should not squander your energy elsewhere." Lux countered, her large eyes sparkling. "Moreover, you will eventually need a wife." Upon hearing this, Raven abruptly halted, his face mere inches from Lux's. "Ah," Lux gasped, startled. "Raven, what are you doing?" "I am observing what my future wife should resemble." Raven elongated his tone. "Could she be as beautiful as Miss Lux?" "Please, do not jest." Lux lowered her head, her lips shyly parting. "I am, after all, a cleric." She felt her heart racing faster than it ever had before. "Just teasing you," Raven said merrily, feeling quite pleased with himself. "I hope the Lord of Light does not hold this against me." "Raven." A hint of fluster crossed Lux's face as she looked up, only to find that Raven had already moved ahead, prompting her to hasten her steps to catch up. The day swiftly passed. That evening, Lux and Raven returned to the administrative hall. Raven went to his chamber to remove his armor and change, while Lux sat at the dining table, resting her chin on one hand, quietly reflecting on the events of the day. They had ventured to the northwest of Flash Gold Town, where a temporary training ground had been established, accompanied by 2 rows of makeshift dormitories. It was rumored that Eagle Town had begun constructing a proper barracks. Upon entering the training grounds, Raven seemed to transform. His smile vanished, replaced by an air of authority and menace that rendered every private soldier in his presence silent and compliant. This was the aura possessed only by those in positions of power, akin to Marquis Anthony Edwards of the royal capital. Unlike many nobles who sought comfort even in military camps, parading their attendants and fruits, Raven stood under the scorching sun alongside his soldiers, yet kindly ensured that Lux remained in the shade. The training itself was monotonous, standing straight, forming ranks, turning left, turning right, but Lux found it utterly fascinating. She noticed a distinct change in the soldiers' gazes, which had evolved through their training. She even spotted several men who had once whistled at her now entirely focused, obeying orders without distraction. Soon, she discerned one reason behind this transformation. A brown-haired soldier quietly mocked Eric's appearance, only to receive 10 lashes across his back in front of everyone. Afterward, Raven administered a potion to him, healing his wounds and commanding him to rejoin training. The soldier, now chastened, regarded Eric with resentment but looked at Raven with gratitude. Lux was astonished that healing potion was worth 5 gold coins a bottle, and Raven had been so generous to his men. Little did she know that the potion originated from a supply Raven had obtained from Donald, which replenished itself continuously. Raven had tested it and found that approximately 1 bottle would emerge every 5 days. However, once the potion was removed from its vial, its efficacy would dissipate within 6 hours, rendering storage or sale impossible. It could only be used for emergencies. At noon, Raven shared the same hard, stone-like black bread lunch with his private soldiers, accompanied by an unlimited pot of vegetable stew. He even took care of Lux, arranging a separate cooking area for her, which she declined, winning the favor of many soldiers. By the end of the day, Lux's impression of Raven had deepened and grown more nuanced, while she gained a profound understanding of his hard work and dedication. The summer sun blazed mercilessly, baking the training ground's earth until it was parched and unyielding. The air close to the ground warped by the heat, while the mercenaries dripped with sweat. Even Lux, after a day of exertion, felt utterly fatigued, let alone Raven, clad in heavy chainmail. Yet he never uttered a word of exhaustion, nor did he display even a hint of weariness. His iron will was truly remarkable. A light footfall caught Lux's attention, and as she looked up, she saw Raven had changed into loose, casual attire, seated across from her. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I just had to wipe off a bit." The smell of sweat was simply overwhelming. He lifted a bottle of Angel's Tear and poured her a glass of wine. "I'll do it," Lux offered, her fair fingers brushing against the bottle, colliding with Raven's fingers. She recoiled slightly but did not release her hold on the bottle. "All right." Raven withdrew his hand, watching the beautiful woman pour him a glass of exquisite wine. "How do you feel after today?" "It has been terribly exhausting," Lux sighed. "If it were me, I might not have lasted a day." "Indeed, such fatigue calls for assistance. Then you wouldn't mind if I had a personal maid, would you?" Raven raised an eyebrow. "Well," Lux lowered her gaze. "What does it matter to me how many maids you have?" Seeing her flustered demeanor, Raven chuckled heartily. Upon hearing his laughter, Lux realized he was teasing her again, and she pouted. "I was going to help you. Now, well, never mind." Raven paused. "Have you received any news concerning the mage potions?" The Church of Light had always been a major supplier of divine potions, or so they claimed, generously donating to devout believers as a worthy return for their faith. Before leaving shimmering Gold Town, Raven had inquired with Lux about the exact price of the second-tier mage potion, learning that it was not merely a matter of money. Lux pouted. "Well, it's no longer available." Sighing deeply, Raven lamented, "In that case, fate has not intertwined my path with that of the mages." Lux chose not to respond, her gaze turning sulky. "The Griffiths family bears the curse of blood. For centuries, none have lived past 40. I once thought that if I pursued the path of a mage, I could unravel the secret behind this curse, liberating my kin from the unshakable chains upon us." At this, Raven let out a wistful sigh. "It seems I am destined to never cross this threshold. I wonder if my cursed bloodline should continue." Hearing Raven's words, Lux's heart softened, her fingers twirling around her braid. "Actually, there might still be a way." "Really?" Raven's eyes lit up. "I knew you were just trying to coax me." Lux pouted, yet she recognized Raven's words held truth, and she revealed, "I received a reply from Bishop Thomas. He stated he can grant me a quota for the second-tier mage divine potion, but the donation must not be less than 2,000 gold coins, and it must be settled by the end of the month. The church has the authority to utilize the Empire's courier system, and they employ the best available means. A round trip from Eagle Town to Ming Yen City can be completed in 10 days. Raven furrowed his brow. Lux inquired, "Is there a problem?" "I don't currently have that many gold coins," Raven admitted helplessly. "Although I received a sum previously, a substantial portion was allocated to the development of Eagle Town. At present, I can only access a maximum of 1,000 gold coins. Would it be possible to extend the deadline by a month? By then, I should have sufficient funds." "That may be quite difficult." Lux shook her head, her flowing golden hair becoming disheveled. "I have no close ties with Bishop Thomas. And even this time, he only agreed out of respect for my mentor." Raven's brow knitted deeply. Missing this opportunity would make it exceedingly challenging to acquire such potions before chaos ensued in the Nord province. Observing the troubled expression on his face, Lux casually remarked, "Actually, I could lend you 1,000 gold coins." "What?" Raven was taken aback. 1,000 gold coins is no small sum, Lux. "You mustn't do anything against the church's regulations." "What are you thinking?" Lux chided. "I would never misappropriate the tithe. Besides, even if I did, it would amount to 1,000 gold coins." Raven awkwardly rubbed his nose. "I suppose I was overthinking it. But where would you acquire such a sum?" "That is no concern of Baron Raven's," Lux replied with a hint of youthful pride and mystery. "Rest assured, the money has a legitimate source." A playful glint sparkled in her eyes. However, if you wish to accept this sum, you must agree to one condition. Raven's curiosity piqued. What condition? Learn the Elvish language within 6 months, Lux declared, her eyes gleaming with playful confidence. Agreed, Raven responded with a smile. Wait. Lux paused, a frown forming. But Elvish is quite difficult to learn. Perhaps you should reconsider. No need, Raven interjected decisively. Lux turned her gaze away in annoyance. The history of the elves far predates that of humanity, their civilization established long before. As such, the Elvish language became one of the first tongues mastered by humans. However, as humanity flourished, they gradually developed their own languages and scripts, leading to the Elvish tongue fading from everyday use, retained only by nobles, a few scholars, and clergy. In recent centuries, as humanity solidified its dominance on the continent, the transmission of Elvish knowledge has waned, with few aside from the most prominent nobles, scholars, and clergy remaining fluent. As a priestess, Lux must master Elvish, yet the learning process is fraught with hardship, lacking both an immersive language environment and practical application. Even the hymns sung in praise of the Lord of Light are now conducted in the imperial tongue. Are you having second thoughts? Raven chuckled. If so, would you like to propose a different condition? Absolutely not. Lux turned to glare at Raven, her eyes resolute. We have an agreement. Learn Elvish within 6 months. Or you shall owe me 2,000 gold coins. Agreed. Raven nodded solemnly, his curiosity piqued. But, if hypothetically speaking, I were to relent, what alternative condition would you suggest? Just then, footsteps approached as Petty served dinner before them, pan-seared beef shoulder paired with pickled asparagus, a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, and a small basket of freshly baked white bread. After a day of toil, the enticing aroma instantly captured Lux's attention. Thank you for the Lord of Light's bounty. After a brief prayer, she picked up her knife and began savoring her meal, evidently uninterested in continuing the earlier topic. Thank you for the Lord of Light's bounty. Raven also refrained from lingering on the subject, slicing into his beef shoulder. The buttery flavor enveloped his senses, and as he bit down, the succulent juices burst forth, filling his mouth with the unique savor of beef, imparting immense satisfaction. The pickled asparagus offered a crisp texture, its slight acidity perfectly counterbalancing the richness of the meat, awakening the appetite. Dipping white bread into a rich soup infused with the aroma of cream and mushrooms, this dinner may not be extravagant, yet it is undeniably satisfying. Once the two have finished their meal, a maid comes to clear the table, replacing the dishes with 2 small bowls of creamy ice cream for dessert. In this era, only the nobility and a select few wealthy merchants can procure ice during the summer months. Teach me the Elvish language. You must provide me with a textbook and find me a teacher, Raven said half-jokingly. Ideally, it should be an elven instructor. Don't be silly. I, too, desire an elven teacher. Lux huffed. The elven empire has retreated into the ancient forests, and the Haven tea emerged for centuries. The elves wandering the continent are exceedingly rare. They cannot simply be summoned at will. Then you cannot expect me to learn without assistance, Raven replied, extending his hands in exasperation. Must I trouble the Lord of Light for this? Do not speak nonsense. Lux shot him an annoyed glance. In a few days, I will have someone deliver an Elvish dictionary and textbook to you. When you return to Eagle Fortress, I shall personally instruct you. As she spoke, her dimples appeared, and she added with a teasing smile, if you fail to learn, I shall have to spank your palm. Faced with her innocent smile, Raven could only nod in agreement. All right, I shall heed your words. Lux yawned wearily, and Raven felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Rising, he said, then, I wish you a pleasant night. Miss Lux. Good night, Lux replied with a smile. That night, Raven did not summon petty services and slept peacefully. The following morning, on the 13th day since Raven's arrival in Shining Gold Town, Lux politely declined Raven's invitation to stay, opting instead to take a carriage back to the church in Shining Gold Town with her belongings. Meanwhile, a furtive figure slipped away. Her name was Jenny, the close confidant of Nancy. Upon arriving at the manor in the southwestern part of Shining Gold Town, Jenny approached Nancy's bedroom door, took a deep breath, and nervously knocked. Miss Nancy. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing Nancy clad in a somewhat childish checkered nightgown, a pointed nightcap atop her head. Having just awoken, her hair was a tangled mess, resembling a ball of yarn, and her delicate fingers scratched her head, revealing a fair arm. Is there news? Tell me. As she spoke, Nancy turned back into her room, swinging her pale legs as she sat in front of the mirror to begin her grooming. Yes, Jenny replied, looking down. Yesterday, the priest Lux from Eagle Town visited Raven, and they toured the military camp together, sharing a meal. Last night, Priest Lux stayed in the administrative hall of Shining Gold Town, departing only this morning. With a snap, the wooden comb in Nancy's hand broke in two. She turned her head, frowning. Why did you not inform me sooner? Because nothing truly transpired between them, Jenny whispered, fearful of inciting the wrath of this spoiled young lady. After all, Lux is a priest. Nancy understood Jenny's implications. She was far more aware of Lux's background than a mere maid. Although Lux was just a baronial priest, her mentor was the 7th-tier sorcerer Crouch, the most renowned ascetic in the Empire, poised to break into the 8th tier, with the potential to become a saintly sorcerer. Judging by status and background, Lux likely surpassed Nancy, the daughter of a count. Such a priest was not someone a mere baron like Raven could offend. Damn that Raven! Nancy seethed, throwing the broken comb into the wastebasket and angrily pounding her fist on the table. How could a lowly scoundrel deceive the priest of the Lord of Light? That Lux must be a buxom fool as well. As she thought of her own appearance, she gazed at the mirror, attempting to accentuate her own curves, but ultimately pouted in disappointment. Is there truly no other news? Has he been so obedient these past few days? Jenny nodded silently. Indeed, Mississippi. We have been monitoring the administrative hall day and night, and Raven's life appears quite simple, aside from being in the administrative hall. He is at the training grounds, correct? I have heard that 7 or 8 times already. Nancy rolled her eyes. You lot are utterly useless. Why is it so difficult to catch him in the act? This month and next, I will withhold your salaries. With that, Nancy stood and rubbed her dairy. That insufferable wretch. Although it's no longer painful, I did lie in bed for 3 days after that incident in the administrative hall. Upon returning to the manor, her mind was clouded with grievances and despair. If news of her punishment were to spread, how could she face anyone in the future? Yet, as time passed, it felt as though that day had never occurred. While there were whispers in the marketplace, they were nothing more than baseless rumors. However, this indicated one crucial point. Raven held her secret, a constant source of anxiety, as she feared he might one day use it to blackmail her. The thought of being threatened by a mere bee was quite unsettling. She contemplated going to her father to complain, but what reason could she provide? Should she tell her father that Raven bullied her by spanking her? Thus, she dispatched her maid to monitor Raven's movements, hoping to gather evidence against him. Since he was dubbed the Little Bee, she aimed to seize an opportunity to catch him seeking companionship. For Shining Gold Town was not lacking in women willing to sell their bodies. The indulgences of the nobility were an open secret, however, while post-marriage rumors could be disregarded. Premarital indiscretions would lead to a significant tarnishing of one's reputation, constituting a minor scandal. A noble with a reputation for debauchery would find it challenging to secure a partner of equal standing, resulting in a downward compatibility. This was an unspoken truth within the noble circles. By holding evidence against Raven, she would also possess leverage over him, rendering their situations equal. Yet, despite her efforts, she had found no signs of such behavior. Growing increasingly frustrated, Nancy commanded, if you cannot find anything, continue your surveillance. I refuse to believe you cannot uncover a flaw in him. Jenny's face showed concern. Her role was that of a maid, not a spy. And enduring the elements was exhausting. Miss Nancy, I believe this approach is not sustainable. Are you implying that I am foolish? Nancy snapped, flames igniting in her eyes. Not at all. Jenny quickly pressed her forehead to the floor. I merely think that since he is nicknamed the Little Bee, do you truly believe these efforts at gathering evidence will be fruitful? A sudden draft swept through the room, and the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Nancy was momentarily stunned, her breath quickening, her face flushing as she realized her misjudgment. Damn it. Why didn't he remind me sooner? For a virtuous girl like herself, reputation was undoubtedly significant, yet for someone of Raven's lowly origins, what did it matter if his name were tarnished? Then, Jenny, what do you propose we do? Nancy asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Jenny, weary of the outdoor elements, rapidly formulated a plan. I believe, at present, Baron Raven appears to be in need of funds. Shall we raid his treasury? Nancy's eyes sparkled with excitement before she shook her head. No, he still commands an army. If we are discovered, it would be disastrous. Yet this sparked an idea within her, and she began to pace the room, her loose nightgown flowing like a lively morning glory. Yes, I have it. Nancy clapped her hands with enthusiasm, exclaiming, you previously mentioned that his meetings with these merchants are aimed at establishing a workshop, correct? A mysterious smile of confidence graced her features. He has already produced the Tears of Angels. Undoubtedly, his construction of the workshop will herald even greater endeavors. At that moment, I shall infiltrate and steal his secret formula, and then the Tears of Angels will belong to me. After speaking, she turned to the kneeling Jenny and inquired, why the silence? Is my plan not commendable? Jenny, somewhat at a loss for words, mused that pilfering formulas was hardly the conduct befitting a noble lady. However, considering that the workshop had yet to commence construction, and that it would take at least a month or 2 to be completed, it was uncertain whether Nancy would still be present by then. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that this way, she would no longer have to venture out daily. Jenny gave a thumbs up with both hands resting on the ground, exclaiming, absolutely brilliant, Miss Nancy. Simply exquisite. Humph, I knew my idea was flawless, Nancy declared, leaping to the window and drawing back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to illuminate her radiant smile. Just wait, Raven, crossing me, Nancy Fox, will be the gravest error of your life. Meanwhile, Under the same brilliant sunlight, in the training grounds northeast of Shanjin town, the private soldiers were diligently honing their skills. As the Lord, Raven stood at the forefront of the ranks. Wherever his gaze landed, the soldier would proudly straighten his chest. Each of them aspired to be chosen as one of Raven's personal guards, for the pay of a personal guard was thrice that of an ordinary soldier. Yet, Raven's attention was not on them. Having lingered in Shanjin town for long enough, the recruitment of laborers for construction was nearly complete. All that remained was the arrival of building materials, and the Riverside workshop could soon commence its foundation. Raven did not wait long. On July 23rd, 1193 of the Age of Light, the first batch of construction stones rolled into Shanjin town along the main road. On this very day, Raven ordered the newly recruited soldiers to escort these materials to the northern bank upstream of the Golden Sand River, northeast of Eagle Town. Over the past fortnight, Old Gordon had organized the vassals to level the land, clearing away weeds and debris, even paving a gravel path leading to Eagle Town. That evening, Raven returned to the long-absent Eagle Castle. Upon entering, he was met with surprising news. What? Denise has left? When did this happen? On July 9th, Old Gordon replied. It's been nearly half a month. Raven's brow furrowed, his tone serious. Why was I not informed immediately? It was Lady Denise's wish not to notify you. Old Gordon said cautiously, and after all, she is your aunt. Old Gordon harbored his own motives regarding this matter. Raven frequently visited Denise's quarters. Although he kept silent, he did not approve of Raven's actions and held deep dissatisfaction with Denise's indiscretion. With Denise's departure, he believed it to be a positive development for both Raven and Denise, thus he had no desire to inform his lord immediately. Very well, let her go. Raven sighed. Had it not been for the tears of angels, Denise might have departed long ago, now that the production of the tears was becoming increasingly stable. Her departure seemed less surprising. Yet, a sense of melancholy lingered within him. He looked at Old Gordon's face and, with a hint of displeasure, said, Mr. Gordon, I hope this is the last time. I have few years left to live, my lord. Old Gordon bowed, his voice respectful and humble. Your will shall be carried out. There was no need for heavy-handed punishment. For an astute man like Raven, a single phrase sufficed, as excessive reprimands could disrupt the master-servant relationship. That evening, Petty found herself quite exhausted. The following morning, the construction of the Riverside workshop officially commenced. According to Raven's vision, this workshop would become the heart of the industrial district in Eagle Town. Thus it covered a considerable area, 50 meters in length and width, situated 15 meters from the riverside for convenient water retrieval and fire suppression. However, on the second day of construction, an issue arose. The site was too close to the river, leading to an abundance of groundwater. Upon digging 2 meters down, sewage erupted like a fountain. After careful deliberation, Raven was compelled to relocate the workshop 50 meters northwest, relevel the land, excavate the foundation anew, and abandon the notion of constructing an underground warehouse. Nevertheless, the initial excavation was not entirely in vain. The previously dug foundation could be widened to create a small canal connecting the workshop to the Golden Sand River. On the 5th day of construction, the foundation was completed, and most of the cornerstone was laid. Yet, they were met with a downpour. In this world, buildings primarily utilize stone, with wood as a secondary material, and the binding agent was mainly lime mortar, which required dry days to cure properly to ensure adhesion and strength. It could not withstand the onslaught of rainwater. In just one night, the laid foundation became saturated, necessitating the early excavation of drainage ditches to release the accumulated water. Observing the muddy construction site, Raven sighed deeply. If only we had cement. While he had considered the notion of inventing cement in this world, it exceeded the scope of his 9 years of compulsory education. Even though he had a general understanding of the formula, he could not grasp the proportions, and currently, there was insufficient demand for such an industrial product. Such commodities needed to be in the hands of significant powers to yield profit. In Raven's possession, it would only incur losses. If he were to create it, he would have to wait until he became a viscount. Raven resumed his monotonous routine, which remained unchanged in both Shanjin Town and Eagle Town. Previously, it was a commute from the administrative hall to the training grounds. Now, it was from Eagle Castle to the construction site. Although he did not need to be present at the site all day, he returned each time covered in dirt, leaving Petty overwhelmed with work. On the 9th day of construction, August 1st, 1193, under the diligent efforts of hundreds of craftsmen, the 4 walls of the workshop began to take shape, and the foundation for the factory was excavated. However, new challenges arose during the construction process. Raven envisioned a vast workshop capable of accommodating hundreds of workers simultaneously. Yet, given the architectural techniques available in this world, or rather, those accessible to Raven, such a feat was unattainable. The foreman remarked, My lord, what you desire is a palace, while we have only ever constructed manors. If that is the case, we must adapt. The originally planned 40-meter by 40-meter factory was reconfigured into 9 separate 12-meter by 12-meter workspaces arranged in a grid. Interestingly, the warehouses and worker accommodations posed no significant issues, as the local craftsmen possessed experience in constructing inns. In addition to construction matters, numerous affairs required Raven's personal attention, such as the storage and distribution of the livestock that had arrived, matters that old Gordon dared not handle alone. On the 16th day of construction, the progress of the Riverside workshop fell into a steady rhythm. The building plan was essentially finalized, leaving only the finer details to address. Raven could finally divert some of his focus to other pursuits, such as the study of the Elvish language, as he picked up a tome thicker than an unabridged dictionary. Raven felt a pang of regret. Perhaps his choice had been somewhat misguided. This was merely the Elvish dictionary. The actual textbook was 2 feet long, 1 foot wide, and as thick as a hefty rib steak. Raven had no doubt that wielding such a tome could easily crush a pig. Certainly, he could not truly engage in experimentation. Nor dared he to show any disrespect towards this tome, for it was a book of sacred words, inscribed with the teachings of the Lord of Light and the myriad miracles he had once bestowed, written in both the language of the elves and the imperial tongue. As our Lord proclaimed, "Whosoever beholds the radiance shall perceive the true essence of goodness." Indeed, the language of the elves possessed a certain enchantment. Raven, having read merely the initial lines, began to feel drowsy. He had been deceived. Stretching lazily, Raven gently slapped his cheeks to rouse himself. He had anticipated that Lux would personally guide him, transforming the act of reading into a delightful endeavor. However, he had only guessed half correctly. Lux had indeed consented to be his mentor, yet she proved to be rather negligent, having taught him only the fundamentals of phonetics before vanishing, stating that further lessons would commence only when he could flawlessly recite a hymn of praise to the Lord of Light in the Elven tongue. The issue lay in the peculiar pronunciations of the Elven language, reminiscent of the Slavic tongue from his previous life, rife with rolled and flicked consonants. Causing Raven's tongue to falter, when spoken rapidly, it resembled a rap performance. Mustering his concentration, he continued reading for another 2 lines. Just as he was about to attempt articulating them in Elven, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted him. "Who is it?" His thoughts disrupted, Raven shouted impatiently. "Did I not say to refrain from disturbing me whilst I study?" "My lord, it is I," came the cautious voice of Philly from outside the door. "The items you requested have all arrived." This fellow had even come to report himself, truly a master of flattery. Raven chuckled resignedly, placing the book upon the table as he stepped outside, where he was met with Philly's brilliant smile, revealing a golden tooth. "You mean, everything has arrived?" "Indeed, my lord," Philly replied, rubbing his hands together. 21st-tier magic cores, along with 2 sets of alchemical equipment, have now been delivered to your storage. Among the commonly encountered cores of earth, water, fire, wind, steel, and sanguine types, the prices ranged from 2.9 to 5.7 gold coins. "Well done." Raven clapped Philly on the shoulder, interrupting his pricing spiel. "Go find old Gordon and settle the remaining balance." With that, he strode forth with purpose, commanding, "Volov, immediately transport the magic cores to the dungeon. Mosingen, procure for me a live pig, 2 live chickens, and 2 rabbits, to be placed in separate cells within the dungeon." A gleam of anticipation sparkled in Raven's eyes. It was time to ascertain whether the magic cores could indeed be utilized on other living beings. Chapter 34. The acquisition of the magic core and the unintended incident with the secondary vehicle. Like all noble castles, Eagle Fortress possesses its own dungeon. However, due to the commendable law and order in Eagle Town in recent years, it has remained unoccupied for quite some time. Consequently, it has become the most ideal experimental site for Raven. Volov and Mosingen awaited his arrival, having already prepared everything. Upon seeing Raven, they both bowed and greeted. "My Lord Baron, thank you for your efforts," Raven replied with a nod. "Please leave now. Unless I summon you, no matter the sound, do not enter. And do not let anyone in." "Understood, my lord." The 2 exited, and soon silence enveloped the room. As a dungeon, its size is considerable, featuring 6 small, independent cells, each furnished with straw and capable of accommodating 4 prisoners. At the far end lies a larger cell, spacious enough to hold over 10 individuals. If pressed, it could contain dozens. A single live pig, bound by ropes, was thrown into that chamber. "Does Mosingen believe I would chase after a live pig?" Raven chuckled softly, shaking his head as his gaze fell upon a black wooden box on the table. Opening the lid revealed a magic core, glistening like a precious gem, radiating a spectrum of colors. Activating the Eye of Truth, Raven discerned the essence of the power contained within each magic core. The dark red symbolizes the power of bloodshed. Silver white denotes the strength of steel. Deep blue signifies the might of ice. Bright red represents the ferocity of fire. Azure indicates the force of storms. Dark yellow stands for the power of the earth. Bright yellow embodies the essence of sand, and emerald green reflects the vitality of nature. Each type contains between 2 to 3 cores. To Raven's astonishment, among them was a core of light attribute, a rarity among magical beasts. His fingers brushed the surface of the magic core, and through the eye of truth, he could distinctly perceive the energy within, akin to a fledgling bird yearning for sustenance. Reaching towards his fingertips, pausing momentarily before the silver-white core representing the strength of steel, Raven ultimately grasped the dark red core, symbolizing bloodshed power. The primary objective today was to test the effects of the magic core on living beings other than himself, but before that, he was more curious to ascertain if there was a limit to how much magic core power he could absorb, and if so, what that limit might be. The bloodshed core, being of the same essence, was certainly the safer option. Taking a deep breath, Raven clenched the magic core and forcefully smashed it against the ground. With his body already reinforced by 2 first-tier magic cores, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The core shattered upon impact, exploding into a myriad of fragments. And the dark red energy swirled like smoke. Come. Raven wielded the power of the Eye of Truth, striving to draw the energy towards him. However, unlike the previous 2 attempts, this time only about 1/3 of the mist drifted towards him, flowing into his forehead. A sharp pain, tingling, and itching sensation surged through him. In that instant, Raven felt as if his entire body had swollen. His skin burned with a painful itch, and as he raised his hand to inspect, the veins in his palms were starkly visible. In a daze, Raven glimpsed something flash through his mind, though it lacked a distinct form. He stood still, paralyzed, until several minutes had passed and the scarlet mist in the air dissipated, causing the bulging veins on his body to gradually fade, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fullness. 2 first-tier magic cores, that is the limit of what I can absorb at present? Raven opened his palm, applying gentle pressure, clearly seeing the taut muscles in each finger. Or is this limitation specific to the bloodshed magic core? His fingers danced atop the magic crystal as he selected a core imbued with storm power to smash against the ground. A sudden gust of wind swept through the sealed dungeon, and azure mist enveloped the space. Yet, no matter how he activated the Eye of Truth, he could not draw it into his body. Even when the mist clung closely to his forehead, it remained inaccessible. Unfazed, he proceeded to shatter cores of fire, earth, ice, steel, sand, and nature, before ultimately halting at the light attribute core. It appears that the property of the magic core is irrelevant. 2 first-tier cores are indeed my current threshold. Raven pondered, stroking his chin. What exactly limits me? Is it that first-tier magic cores can only yield this much? Or is it because I am not yet extraordinary and cannot absorb more? He committed this question to memory, realizing that verification could only come once he became a mage or obtained a second-tier core or higher. A mage, Raven's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I wonder if a potion could succeed. It is said that not even a second-tier divine potion guarantees a successful awakening. Such outcomes are subject to probability. After all, that costs 2,000 gold. Never mind, overthinking is futile, rather than dwelling on this. I should focus on how to earn more money. Raven clenched his fists. If one potion fails, I shall simply throw money at the problem until I become a mage. Perhaps the noise of his speech was too loud, for the pig in the cell squealed in protest. Raven chuckled softly. Even if you support me, I cannot spare you today. With that, he retrieved another bloodshed attribute magic core and approached the cage containing 2 live chickens, 1 male and 1 female. Currently tethered by their feet and left on the ground, their 4 eyes wide with confusion. It is time for you to contribute to my grand endeavor. With a resounding crash, the magic core shattered on the ground, releasing a crimson mist that enveloped the 2 fowl, who began to squawk anxiously. Raven pressed his forehead, sensing an intangible force departing his body, gathering the mist together. He directed this mist, slowly infusing it into the 2 domestic birds before him. As the mist gradually seeped into their bodies, the 2 fowls began to transform at an uncanny pace. Their feathers thickened and elongated, darkening to an inky black, while their once black eyes were gradually filled with blood, revealing a grotesque transformation. Suddenly, the rooster lifted its head high and violently pecked at the hen beside it. Feathers flying as blood erupted. The hen's comb, previously barely discernible, swelled with blood, becoming larger than an ordinary person's palm, and retaliated without mercy. At this moment, the mist entering their bodies was still less than 1/8 of the total. Raven withdrew the power of the Eye of Truth, attempting to halt this infusion. Yet the mist in the air seemed to possess a life of its own, continuing to surge into the 2 fowls. In that instant, Raven could clearly observe how the frenzied energy surged into their bodies, racing through their organs and skeletal structure. The rooster abruptly opened its beak, which had inexplicably sprouted barbed growths, and as it prepared to attack the hen once more, a loud crack echoed as a robust blood vessel burst through bone and skin, ripping out a pulsating heart. Typically, a chicken's heart is no larger than a thumb, but now it had swelled to the size of a walnut, bursting with a splatter of blood that flowed freely. Moments later, the hen met the same fate. Strangely, despite being dead, their bodies continued to grow wildly under the influence of the crimson mist, soon transforming into 2 puddles of mangled flesh. Well, this simplifies things. No need to chop the filling for dumplings. Raven chuckled self-deprecatingly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, it was first tested on animals. Had it been used directly on humans, I would undoubtedly have faced the pyre. Was it the bloody energy itself that posed the problem? His gaze shifted to the two rabbits bound together, who seemed to sense their impending fate, desperately scrunching into the corners, albeit one heading east and the other west, completely misjudging their efforts. Approaching the box, Raven selected the most innocuous natural attribute magic core and entered the cage. Shadows enveloped the two helpless rabbits in an instant. Moments later, surveying the scattered remnants of fur and flesh, he sighed in resignation, still not effective. This time, after the initial pull, he attempted to halt the mist from continuing to seep in, but alas, after just a brief pause, he felt utterly drained. Perhaps this was what the mages referred to as the consumption of mental energy. Then, the events that unfolded before him with the poultry were repeated with the rabbits. Yet, it was not entirely fruitless. At least he discerned that the attributes of the magic core did not affect its efficacy on living beings, at least not superficially. So, it was your turn. Grasping a storm attribute magic core, Raven approached the live pig. This pig had been carefully selected by Morsingit. Although it could not compare to the behemoths of his previous life, weighing hundreds of pounds or even kilograms, it was still robust and well-fed. With a patchy black and white hide, the pig's physique was comparable to that of a human. If it could endure this, then ordinary soldiers could as well. He smashed the magic core to the ground, shattering it, and directed the azure energy into the pig's body. Compared to the mere few pounds of the chickens and rabbits, this creature absorbed the energy at an astonishing rate, the ambient energy fully integrating within mere seconds. Were it not for witnessing the burgeoning energy within, Raven might have thought he was hallucinating. Shortly thereafter, the energy within the pig began to dissipate, and the remarkable transformation of the creature commenced. Despite being a sow, for tusks protruded from its lips, its originally mottled skin morphing into a terrifying slate gray, while its formerly translucent bristles turned black and elongated, as if draping it in a thick armor. Its eyes were bloodshot, emanating a frenzied, murderous intent, muscles and bones suddenly bulging as the pig's size doubled in an instant. With a resounding crack, the ropes binding its limbs snapped, and the creature flipped onto its feet, letting out a bone-chilling roar. Raven had prepared for this transformation and retreated 10 meters, promptly raising his crossbow and pulling the trigger aimed at its eye socket. The crossbow string, infused with starlit iron, tightened dramatically, and the pale green bolt sliced through the air, embedding itself deep into the creature's round, wide-open right eye. This strike was sufficient to inflict severe damage. Yet it did not deter the pig. Instead, it seemed to further ignite its ferocity as it charged through the cage door towards Raven. For iron hooves pounded against the ground, sending shards of the granite floor flying. However, Raven remained composed, deftly retrieving a preloaded crossbow from his belt. He knelt, arms steady as he aimed for the frenzied beast's forehead and pulled the trigger. The crossbow's power far surpassed that of the hand crossbow. The slender, enchanted bolt almost immediately penetrated the creature's brow. This lethal strike obliterated its nerve center, causing its legs to stiffen before crashing to the ground, its body continuing to slide due to inertia. Raven sidestepped as the beast's carcass collided with the wall, finally coming to a halt. Such immense strength. Observing the snapped ropes and the hefty body on the ground, he exhaled, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Was this a success or a failure? He was unable to determine whether it was the stimulation from the energy of the magic core that drove the beast into a frenzy, or if it sought to break free due to its newfound power. More experimentation was necessary. Approaching the pig, Raven stepped onto its shoulder to extract the bolt, yet found it stubbornly lodged in place. Puzzled, he ceased his efforts and flipped the pig over, bringing a torch closer. A look of surprise gradually emerged in his eyes. He placed the torch down and retrieved an enchanted dagger, carefully cutting a cross-shaped incision around the embedded bolt. A smile crept onto his face, just as I suspected. Under the torchlight, Raven could clearly see the thick, tough hide surrounding the wound, nearly 2 centimeters in thickness and remarkably resilient, which had ensnared the arrow shaft. Furthermore, its bones were notably thicker than those of an ordinary pig. For an average livestock, this enchanted bolt would have penetrated the skull, yet here, it merely grazed the surface. With less than an inch embedded within the brain, firmly caught in place, the hand crossbow bolt lodged in its eye socket, similarly, had become ensnared within the surrounding bone, failing to reach the brain. This creature was virtually a complete magical beast. Raven pursed his lips, tossing the carcass onto the table to begin the dissection. As expected, he found no magic core. This indicated that the power of the magic core had been entirely absorbed by the beast, granting it a physique comparable to a first-tier magical beast, which could be termed semi-beastification. Running his fingers over the semi-beastified creature's skin, a smile appeared at the corner of Raven's mouth. Though I cannot temporarily empower others with the magic core, this hide is a valuable asset. I have inadvertently struck gold. The leather of magical beasts is remarkably tough. Even the hide of a first-tier magical beast, once tanned, serves as excellent armor material, albeit inferior to standard chainmail, yet advantageous in weight. A full suit of chainmail weighs at least 20 kilograms, while a complete set of magical beast leather armor weighs around 5 kilograms, providing two-thirds of the former's protective capability. Even with the physical prowess of Raven's private soldiers, wearing chainmail for prolonged periods is feasible, but enduring long treks is impractical. Most armored units in this world transport their armor by cart, donning it only in battle to preserve the soldier's stamina. However, if they were to switch to magical beast leather armor, they could balance marching and combat, significantly enhancing their mobility without sacrificing combat effectiveness. In the market, a complete suit of first-tier magical beast leather armor is priced between 22 to 30 gold coins, while chainmail ranges from 36 to 55 gold coins. Yet, the average price for a first-tier magic crystal is less than 4 gold coins. A semi-beastified pig's hide is sufficient to craft a full suit of magical beast leather armor. And given that pig skin is typically considered kitchen waste, the remaining meat is still edible, hardly a cost to consider. This implies I can acquire magical beast leather armor for merely 1/5 or even 1/6 of the market price while also selling it for profit. Raven's excitement broadened his grin. Even at the lowest price, there is a fourfold profit margin. Fourfold. Placing his hands on the table, Raven rapidly regained his composure. However, importing magic cores in bulk may be somewhat. His gaze swept over the hefty pig, and an idea struck him. Ah, of course, there is you. My uncle Donald. His uncle, obsessed with magic, squandered his fortune. As a nephew following in the same path, it surely would T-raise eyebrows, would it? With a smile gracing his lips, Raven's gaze fell upon the box containing the magic cores, where 10 cores remained. Come in, he commanded, and moments later, Volov and Morsingen entered. Their eyes were drawn to the pig on the table, confusion evident in their expressions. Is this truly the one we brought in? Raven, however, chose not to explain. Remove this pig at once, preserve its leather properly, and ensure it is well prepared. Then bring me in 5. No, 10 live pigs. The two soldiers exchanged glances, perplexed, but in the face of the Baron's orders, they could only comply. Yes, my lord. Raven exited the dungeon and made his way to old Gordon's chamber. To his surprise, Philip had not yet departed. Upon seeing Raven, he immediately stood. My lord, are you satisfied with the magic course? Quite commendable, well done, Raven praised, patting him on the shoulder. I have a new task for you. A weight lifted from Philip's heart. My lord, whatever you require, I shall accomplish. From now on, you are authorized to procure first-tier magic cores on my behalf, without limit. As long as the premium does not exceed 20%. Acquire as many as you can. My lord, are you certain about this? Philip inquired cautiously. Absolutely not. Old Gordon interjected, rising hurriedly. The previous Baron Donald squandered his wealth due to an obsession with magic. Such actions are ill-advised. Enough. My decision is made. Raven interrupted, turning his attention back to Philip. Additionally, I require 5 second-tier magic cores. They need not be excessively expensive, just common attributes will suffice. Philip was taken aback. Even in regular transactions, a single magic core could yield at least 30 silver coins in profit. Unlimited procurement promised a veritable influx of wealth. Did you not hear me? Raven's tone grew slightly impatient. I did. I shall attend to it at once. Philip bowed, and, under old Gordon's scrutinizing gaze, hurried away. Gordon, henceforth, for every magic core Philip brings, you shall settle the payment from the emergency fund. When the second batch of Angel's tier payments arrives, you can replenish it, Raven instructed. Yes, my lord. Old Gordon replied weakly, a profound sigh escaping him. He had hoped that Baron Raven would differ from Baron Donald. Yet only 3 months had passed before the true nature emerged. Not wishing to discourage old Gordon too severely, but unable to reveal the secret of the Eye of Truth, Raven reassured him, rest assured, Mr. Gordon, you will witness my results in due time. Yes. Gordon's response remained lackluster. After all, Baron Donald had once said the same. As old Gordon's lamentations continued day after day, time swiftly passed. Before long, it was September 2nd, 1193 of the Era of Light, marking 41 days since Raven's return to Eagletown. The construction of the Riverside workshop neared completion, with most buildings awaiting only their roofs. Meanwhile, Raven's research on magic cores progressed significantly. He discovered that applying a first-tier magic core to 2 live pigs would induce frenzy in them. Yet their semi-beastly transformation would be less pronounced and their combat capabilities diminished, without compromising the quality of their hides. However, once 3 or more were involved, the quality of the fur would rapidly decline, rendering the effort futile. Applying a magic crystal to 5 or more live pigs would not only reduce the enhancement level but also substantially decrease their frenzy. Although their aggression remained significantly higher than ordinary domestic pigs. When the number reached 8, the enhancement became minimal, merely making them slightly stronger than their peers. albeit still highly aggressive. The same principle applied as numbers increased. The pigs affected by the magic cores exhibited behavioral changes, which made Raven hesitant to conduct similar experiments on his own men. That morning, in the conference room, old Gordon urged, "My lord, should we not halt the acquisition of magic cores? Over the past month, we have expended a staggering 113.57 gold coins on them. Has the second batch of Angel's tier payments not arrived?" Raven inquired. Old Gordon began to voice his grievances. "Since last month, we have faced a monthly repayment of 179.6 gold coins, and this latest return from Angel's tier amounts to only 257 for gold coins. Moreover, you have ordered 2 alchemical devices." Eric, seated nearby, observed silently, choosing not to intervene. After all, Raven had not neglected the army. Fresh pigs were delivered to the barracks almost daily. Enough with the complaints. Raven rose and approached the window. "We shall await the next payment from Angel's tier, and the tax revenue from Shanjin town is also forthcoming. Surely, we shall not face bankruptcy." "That may be true, but my lord, as a baron, you must." Old Gordon continued to ramble, but Raven had tuned him out. Through the window, he spotted a long procession of horse-drawn carriages making their way through Eagle Town towards Eagle Castle, all emblazoned with the Griffith family crest. A surge of excitement coursed through Raven, and a smile of surprise graced his lips. As the lead carriage came to a halt, a regal woman descended with the aid of her maid. "Denise, you have returned." Chapter 35. The Temperature Control Array as a Baron. It is only proper etiquette to welcome one's aunt. Raven stood in the grand hall of Eagle Castle, watching as Denise, supported by her maid, gracefully approached him. After 2 months apart, this mature woman seemed even more enchanting than before. She adorned a soft beige felt cloche hat, her sleek black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her willow-like eyebrows accentuated her sharp, spirited eyes, while her full lips bore a faint, elusive smile, though the weariness of travel could not be concealed. With light steps, she lifted her skirt, her curvaceous figure swaying slightly beneath the cinched waist, resembling a jelly-like motion, and in that pale lavender gown, she appeared as a drifting evening cloud. "Aunt Denise, you have returned," Raven said with a smile, taking her hand and gently kissing it, his pinky teasing her palm lightly. "Yes, I have returned," Denise replied, her voice slightly faltering as she subtly withdrew her hand. "You have become increasingly radiant in my absence," Raven remarked, his voice imbued with charm. "I have prepared Angel's tier. Why not share a drink with me, Aunt Denise, to rest and discuss your travels?" "Thank you for your kindness, but I am quite weary," Denise unexpectedly declined, her tone cold and distant. She turned her head and instructed, "Angie, please assist Butler Gordon in bringing everything inside." Angie, the maid supporting Denise, appeared even more innocent and graceful than the previous Valira. She bowed her head in respect. "Yes, milady." Denise nodded slightly. "I beg your pardon." With that, she strode past the hall and ascended the stairs. Hearing her footsteps, Raven contemplated turning back several times, but ultimately resisted. He was not the type to impose. He called out, "Eric." The summoned retainer approached and saluted. "My lord Baron, let us go and drill those new recruits," Raven declared, striding away from Eagle Castle. In the barracks, 3 lines of private soldiers stood in formation, managing to follow commands with relative proficiency. At Eric's command, they neatly arranged themselves into 3 orderly squares in the courtyard. Observing the soldiers before him, Raven furrowed his brow slightly. Eric cautiously inquired, "Is there an issue?" "My lord?" Raven glanced at his own personal guards who stood apart and remarked, "Their demeanor is still too flighty." As an experienced soldier, Eric immediately understood his meaning and offered a wry smile. "It is unavoidable. Your personal guards have seen blood, have taken lives, and witnessed the deaths of comrades. No matter how well these recruits are trained, they cannot compare. Moreover, they are merely town soldiers," Raven sighed. "Let us not even mention murder. They may not have even witnessed the slaughter of pigs." Eric wholeheartedly agreed. "If it came to life and death, even if I were not extraordinary, I could lead your personal guards and easily break through these recruits." Upon hearing this, Raven pondered momentarily before shaking his head with a self-deprecating chuckle. "My lord, what do you mean?" Eric asked, puzzled. "I just thought of an idea," Raven replied, a playful smile gracing his face. "What if I took these recruits for a stroll through bloodied highlands?" Eric's eyes widened with disbelief. "Your idea is truly insane." Indeed, only the term insane could encapsulate Raven's plan. Ever since the failed conquest war 80 years ago, only the bandits descending from the bloodied highlands had troubled the surrounding areas. No imperial army had ever dared to retaliate. However, it is far too risky. We lack sufficient transport to maintain logistics, and we are not familiar with the terrain above, Eric hastily cautioned. "I understand, which is why I did not mention it immediately," Raven chuckled softly, patting Eric's shoulder. "Do you really think I would be so reckless?" Eric fell silent, as Raven's every action thus far, subduing himself, confronting Denise to relinquish her claim, publicly humiliating Baron Angel, reclaiming Shanjin town, and and chastising Nancy Fox seemed nothing short of madness. If Raven were to present a diagnosis of insanity, Eric would not question it, and might even feel a sense of relief. I mean to let these recruits see blood, Raven clarified. Afterward, we will provide them with pigs, not slaughtered, but living ones, and let them kill themselves. Eric remained skeptical of the reliability of this method, yet agreed. Your will shall be executed, my lord. Raven nodded. Let training commence. Warm-up exercises began, with the recruits running 10 laps around the barracks. Watching the dust rise around the camp, Raven's gaze deepened. The idea of retaliating against the bloodied Highlands now seemed impractical, yet in the long run, it might not be unfeasible. There was no better place to hone the skills of new recruits. Current numbers were still too scant, but when the military strength expanded once more, it would be the time to set his sights on the bloodied Highlands. Passively enduring attacks was not his preference. If they could advance, he could as well. After a lunch in the barracks, Raven did not linger, instead taking a few personal guards to inspect the construction site, primarily to check for any deficiencies that needed remedying while boosting the morale of the craftsmen. Each time Raven visited, they seemed to work particularly hard, at least it appeared that way. Once all tasks were complete, the sky began to darken as Raven returned to Eagle Castle, covered in dirt and sweat. For Raven, each return to the castle was a considerable trial. Despite the refreshing breeze outside, the sun-baked Eagle Castle felt stifling, like a steamer, and the sweat that had faded would soon drench him once more. However, today, upon entering the castle, a wave of cool air greeted him, instantly dispelling the lingering heat and eliciting a contented sigh from Raven. Already waiting in the hall, Petty brought forth the essential daily red wine. My lord Baron, you have returned. Indeed, Raven replied, accepting the glass still glistening with condensation and gulping down the angel's tear. The icy liquid combined with the cool air sent a shiver through him. Delightful. What makes the castle feel so refreshing today? Have you taken ice from the ice house? Petty shook her head, joyfully announcing, No, it is Lady Denise. Following your instructions, she purchased a temperature control array from Morn City, and it was just recently installed. The core is located in the ice house. Raven paused, taken aback. He had not tasked Denise with such a purchase. She had spent her own funds, attributing the credit to him, a clear gesture of goodwill, yet her demeanor upon return had been so distant. Was it a case of feigned indifference? Petty continued sharing her excitement. Mr. Gordon mentioned that a system capable of influencing the entire castle would cost at least 600 gold coins. My lord Baron, you are truly considerate. 600 gold coins. Raven felt a jolt in his chest. He understood that nobles loved luxury, but he had not anticipated such extravagance. 600 gold coins could easily buy 2 bottles of first-tier divine potions. He would never spend such money on himself. He wondered how long a single magic crystal could sustain the operation of this array. Indeed, wizards were quite lucrative. In that moment, Raven's desire to become a wizard intensified. Uncertain of when the mage's potion would arrive, should I inquire with Lux? Thus, you are rather fond of this magic array, are you not? Raven asked with a smile. Indeed. Petty nodded vigorously, recalling how, while washing clothes and tidying her room, she would frequently break into a sweat. Previously, Baron, you even punished me for it. Raven chuckled silently. On that occasion, Petty's dress had become entangled, presenting an alluring silhouette. Petty joyfully declared, but now things have changed. Regardless of the labor, I remain fresh and clean. And I no longer need to change clothes so often. Petty merely represented the numerous maids in the castle. Yet the benefits of the temperature control array extended beyond just these servants. Old Gordon, seated at his desk reviewing accounts, wore a relaxed smile. He was a rather traditional noble steward, always dressed appropriately, even in summer, never daring to loosen his collar, even when alone. Often, after merely a brief sit, he would be drenched in sweat, needing to wipe himself continuously to keep documents unblemished, while the constant friction between his neck and clothing, soaked in perspiration, would cause large, itchy red rashes. But now, the room was refreshingly cool, akin to a spring night, allowing him to focus intently on reconciling accounts and calculating every expense. Humph. It cannot possibly be the Baron who purchased it. He is unaware of when Danis left. Old Gordon muttered discontentedly. It must be that Danis is trying to curry favor with the Baron. Undoubtedly, Lord Raven was a charismatic nobleman, his every action decisive and purposeful. Indeed, revitalizing the languishing Eagle territory with unprecedented vigor. Danis was undoubtedly a witness to this resurgence, her demeanor confirming that, at least for now, Lord Raven held a significant position in her heart. Yet, he had not anticipated that Danis would go to such lengths for him. That was a sum of 600 gold coins. He genuinely worried that the Baron might succumb to that woman's allure. If that day were to come, Old Gordon contemplated, I must guard the secret for the Baron. Eric, also a retainer of Raven, harbored fewer convoluted thoughts. He sat in the kitchen, downing a large mug of beer, exhaling a long sigh of satisfaction. What a relief. Previously, the ice cellar had been lacking, and I dared not request ice from the Baron. Now, I can finally enjoy chilled beer in summer. He raised his mug. Long live the Baron. Indeed. The Baron is truly remarkable. Beside him, Polo concurred. You are fortunate. I, as a cook, truly suffer. Not only does the sun beat down outside, but the furnace blazes within. By day's end, I sweat more than I urinate. Eric suddenly spewed his beer, laughing and exclaiming, Come now, Polo. I'm trying to enjoy my meal. Could you say something pleasant? Besides, just because you have it tough, does that mean I have it easy? You suffer only in summer, while I am clad in plate armor year-round. Summer feels like being in an oven, and winter is like being encased in ice. It is a relief now that I don't come home only to pour out a puddle of sweat upon removing my armor. Polo assessed him. When do you plan to return home? I must close the furnace. Eric replied. If you're in a hurry, go ahead. I'll help you with the fire later. I find it odd. You have a family, and every year your salary goes towards buying armor for your son. Yet now you refuse to return home? Polo inquired. My home lacks a temperature control array. It's unbearably hot, and my wife demands more each day. I'd rather delay my return until she has fallen asleep. Eric replied with a hint of trepidation. A kiss between middle-aged spouses can result in nightmares for several nights. Polo chuckled, teasing. If you don't take the initiative, be cautious of others stepping in. Another mouthful of beer erupted from Eric. However, it was Raven who most keenly experienced the convenience of the temperature control array. Without comparison, one cannot appreciate the discomfort. Others might say summer is hot. But Raven had truly savored the advantages of modern air conditioning. Initially, he believed he would never obtain a similar experience. Yet here he found himself once more. After bathing under petty service and donning a light nightgown, Raven reclined in a lounge chair, letting out a heartfelt sigh. This is the life one ought to live. The elvish language was indeed intricate, his eyelids growing heavy. The room felt as though it were a sauna, and the fabric of the lounge chair was soaked in sweat, making it hot and sticky, tormenting both body and mind. Previously, Raven would spend 5 minutes perusing elvish text, followed by 10 minutes calming himself, then another 10 to muster his spirits, and repeat the cycle, hardly efficient. Now, however, it was entirely different in the cool room. He could don his light nightgown and nestle into the chair with a book. It felt as comfortable as lounging with a phone in hand, enjoying air conditioning at work. It seemed that this time, she genuinely intended to stay for the long term. This she referred to Danis. Reflecting on his aunt, Raven's thoughts momentarily drifted. He found himself perplexed by her intentions. Clearly, she need not return, yet since she had come back with so many possessions, even purchasing the valuable temperature control array in her name, it was evident she intended to stay, yet she remained so aloof towards him. Why? At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The cool breeze shifted Raven's earlier irritability, prompting him to ask, What is it? A stranger's voice replied, My Lord Baron. Lady Danis has prepared some delicacies for you and sent me to deliver them. Come in, Raven responded. The door opened, and Danis's new personal maid, Anchi, entered, setting a tray on the desk and preparing to withdraw after a curtsy. Has Danis said nothing? Raven inquired. In response, Anchi nervously replied, The lady said that if you inquire, it is to remind you to reflect on your own actions. Anchi spoke with a hint of anxiety, clearly fearing Raven's ire. Raven waved his hand. You may leave. The door quietly closed, and Raven's gaze fell upon the tray, which held a small silver bowl and a wooden box. The silver bowl contained pudding, the coolness of which was evident to the touch, clearly chilled beforehand. As he scooped a spoonful, the pudding quivered enticingly. Upon tasting, it dissolved in his mouth, the aromas of milk, eggs, and a hint of sweetness enveloping him, invigorating his spirit. This is certainly not Polo's handiwork, Raven remarked with a smile. After finishing the pudding, he lifted the box, gently opening it to reveal a flash of golden light. Inside lay a brooch, the emblem of the Griffith family. It shimmered in a golden hue, heavy in hand. Clearly crafted from gold, an eagle soaring high, battling a dragon, its feathers meticulously detailed, the beak outlined in silver, sharp and clear, with a sparkling blue gemstone adorning its eye. This was Danis' way of acknowledging Raven's position as the head of the Griffith family, indicating that the viscount would henceforth relinquish any aspirations for the title. Simultaneously, it conveyed another message. Danis was also a member of the Griffith family. With a playful grip on the badge in his hand, Raven had come to comprehend the reason behind Danis' discontent. He resolved to personally rectify this misunderstanding. And that very night, with a buoyant stride, Raven arrived at the threshold of Danis' chamber and gently rapped on the door. Danis, it's me. Open up. Inside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, only to come to an abrupt halt, followed by Danis' voice. I told you, I'm tired today. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Yet, he was determined to speak today. Leaning against the doorframe, he whispered through the crack. It has been quite some time since we have been alone together, hasn't he? Danis stood behind the door, her breath catching at his words, bringing to mind the night 2 months prior when only she and Raven occupied the room. Reflecting on that night's events, a flush crept upon her cheeks. I am your aunt. It is inherently inappropriate for us to be in the same room, she retorted. Would it not be simpler this way? Raven's voice seeped through the door. I am Raven, and you are Danis. I am a man, and you are a woman. Danis bit her lip tightly. But I cannot possibly be attracted to a man who is so dishonorable. Ah, so you were truly angered by that incident. Raven remarked with a laugh. Do you truly perceive me as such a foolish individual? What has transpired is done. Discussing it further is pointless. A flicker of anger ignited within Danis, her tone laced with displeasure. I hope you recognize that I am also a person deserving of respect. Yet you have betrayed my trust. Very well, it is indeed my fault for not consulting you beforehand. But I shall not let my gold slip into another's hands without due cause. Our interests have always been aligned. Raven's voice bore a hint of resignation. Danis felt her resolve softening, yet her tone remained unwavering. Do not waste your breath, my lord baron. I am not the kind of woman who can be easily swayed into your bed with mere flattery. I am not so easily fooled. Well, I had intended to surprise you, but it seems that can no longer be. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from outside, and a piece of parchment slipped through the crack of the door. Danis took the parchment, and as she examined it under the dim light, her grievances dissipated, replaced by a fleeting smile that quickly vanished. Humph, it's merely a deed for the shining gold trading post. What is so remarkable about that? Outside, silence reigned, save for the whisper of the wind. Raven? Are you still there, Raven? Danis inquired, her brow furrowed. She had not heard Raven's footsteps depart. Perhaps she had been too engrossed in the deed to notice? Moments passed, yet the quiet persisted. Raven? She called again, receiving no reply. Finally, she unlocked the door and pulled it open, revealing Raven, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Ah, so you have finally decided to open the door? You, Danis exclaimed, initially taken aback, then allowing a hint of exasperation to surface. In what manner do you resemble a baron? Well then, esteemed Lady Danis, Raven said, placing a hand over his heart. Might I have the honor of entering for a discussion? Chapter 36. All things are illusory. All matters are permissible. Listening to Raven's feigned gentlemanly inquiry, Danis couldn't help but chuckle before swiftly adopting a stern demeanor. If you dare to do anything out of line, I shall throw you out. With the door closed, Danis moved to the window, gazing at the resplendent moon above. Meanwhile, Raven sat at the table, pouring wine while admiring the enchanting sight before him. After 2 months apart, her figure remained as captivating as ever. The delicate nightgown appearing like a semi-transparent veil under the moonlight, outlining her voluptuous contours. Her elongated neck resembled that of a swan, with graceful collarbones, while her alabaster arms rested casually on the windowsill, creating a mesmerizing tableau with the night outside. As if sensing Raven's gaze, Danis turned around. Her cheeks, hidden in the shadows, appeared round and alluring, with a hint of sensual lace peeking from her neckline. You came to see me, and yet you have not uttered a word? Certainly not. However, the beauty of the moment is too exquisite to ruin, Raven replied, raising 2 wine glasses and presenting one to Danis. She gently accepted it, taking a sip, her tongue brushing against her lips. I presume you possess more than just that single deed of land. What's this? Do you no longer think of me as a treacherous individual? Raven leaned closer, his gaze appraising her from head to toe. Humph, who told you not to consult me beforehand? Danis lowered her eyelids, turning her head away. I thought you intended to retract my exclusive sales rights. That is out of the question, Raven chuckled. While I did promise to sell Tears of Angels in Shanjin Town, I never stated it would be entrusted to them. As he spoke, his arm reached for Danis's slender waist. With a swift motion, Danis brushed his hand away. I thought of that when I saw the deed, but this hardly counts as compensation. Her piercing gaze locked onto Raven's eyes, dissatisfaction evident in her tone. The president of the Shanjin Town Chamber of Commerce. How could you hand it over to an outsider? I know that Phil, a petty merchant focused solely on immediate gains. Why should I be any less than him? Has he won your favor with flattery, or sent a few beauties to your bed? His offerings were not beauties, but rather his wife and daughter, Raven replied with a smile as he took a sip of wine. However, that was not the reason I appointed him as the chamber president. Danis surveyed him with a skeptical eye. Really? Why would I lie to you? Raven shrugged. Do you see me as a glutton with no standards? That remains to be seen. Danis rolled her eyes, but ultimately accepted his explanation, for as Raven said, he had no reason to deceive her. Yet you still have not explained why you handed the Shanjin Town Chamber of Commerce to him. Look at you, being so stingy. Raven teased, grasping her hand, and this time Danis did not resist. The incident happened so suddenly, there were no better options available. Moreover, I later discovered that while Phil may be timid and cautious, he does possess some capability and is easy to manage, which is why I chose not to replace him. Danis sighed. But the Shanjin Town Chamber of Commerce is not insignificant. Oh, Danis, do not dwell on the Shanjin Town Chamber of Commerce. Raven playfully rubbed her delicate hand. How narrow is your perspective? Are you truly captivated by the president of such a minor chamber? In my opinion, The president of the Mongan City Chamber of Commerce would be more suitable for you. Huh. It seems Tears of Angels is indeed a fine wine. You've become quite tipsy after just a few sips. Danny scoffed. What's this? Do you not believe me again? It seems someone's promises have yet to be fulfilled. Raven inquired leisurely. Recalling their previous conversation about washing his feet, Danny's awkwardly cleared her throat and emphasized, this time is different. This is Mongan City. With a permanent population of 520,000, not to mention a transient population likely exceeding that, alongside numerous unregistered residents, Mongan City conservatively boasts around 1.2 million inhabitants. The Mongan City Chamber of Commerce accounts for 70% of all trade in the city, providing a tax revenue of 147,662 gold coins just last year. The entirety of Fero's commerce contributed only 337 coins. Every significant merchant in the Mongan City Chamber is backed by powerful nobility, and some even have royal merchants among them, each far more substantial than the combined merchants of Shanjin Town. Raven nodded slowly. I am well aware of all this, as I too was raised in Mongan City. Since you know, you ought not to boast such claims, Danny's retorted. The probability of you becoming a viscount, no, an earl, in your lifetime is far greater than my chances of becoming the president of the Mongan City Chamber of Commerce. Precisely because of that, this endeavor holds significance. Does it not? Raven gazed into her eyes, his voice low and persuasive. Imagine, with my support, Fero Commerce could become Mongan City's wealthiest merchant, while you would reign as the queen of the Mongan City Chamber of Commerce, with all the merchants of Mongan City bowing at your feet. As Danny's beheld Raven's handsome visage and listened to his devilishly charming voice, her heart raced, yet reason prevailed. But why? Is it merely because of a humble eagle's territory? Or is it simply due to Tears of Angels? Tears of Angels is merely the beginning, Raven replied with a nonchalant smile. In due course, there will be even more unprecedented products, each one rivaling it. Danny's intended to retort, but thought of Tears of Angels and found her words faltering. Given that Raven could produce Tears of Angels, who knew what other ingenious ideas he might possess? She could not help but inquire, so, your workshop is for new products. What exactly do you intend to create? That remains a trade secret. I cannot disclose it just yet, Raven replied with a gentle smile. However, I have a new idea regarding Tears of Angels. He lifted the wine bottle before Danny's. What do you see? Danny's contemplated briefly. Rough, commonplace, lacking uniqueness. Precisely. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in Raven's eyes. You truly possess a talent for commerce. Is that so surprising? Danny's beamed. Are you planning to enhance the packaging of Tears of Angels with something more extravagant, perhaps porcelain? Raven shook his head. No, while porcelain is beautiful, it would obscure the color of Tears of Angels itself. I seek a different transformation. For instance, altering the bottle's shape to mimic porcelain while crafting it from glass, and imprinted with the unique label and slogan of Tears of Angels. To shape a glass bottle like porcelain? Danny's eyes lit up, her mind quickly envisioning a new bottle design with a rounded base, a bulging belly, and a narrow neck. A design exuding the elegance of porcelain while distinctly differentiating itself from other spirits. That is indeed a splendid idea. As for the label, it could feature the eagle representing eagle's territory, or perhaps a soaring angel, she suggested. Indeed, quite good, Raven nodded. You may have the label maker create samples, and we shall see which is superior. And the slogan? Danny's creativity surged, her gestures animated, even more excited than Raven. How about Tears of Angels, never forgotten? Or Tears of Angels, the noble choice? After proposing several options that left her unsatisfied, Danny's grew anxious and turned to Raven. Don't leave it all to me. You think of something too. Raven gently wrapped his arms around her soft and voluptuous form, the sin of a mature woman enveloping him. Whispering in her ear, he intoned, all things are ephemeral, all matters are permissible. All things are ephemeral, all matters are permissible? Denise initially thought it mere nonsense, yet she quickly grasped the weight of those words. The phrase echoed in her mind, becoming increasingly profound the more she contemplated it. It first reminded her of the state of intoxication, where many shackles are cast off and numerous taboos cease to exist. This phrase encapsulated that inebriated condition perfectly. As she continued to ponder, an indescribable sensation arose within her, as if those 8 words held an enigmatic and profound truth. At that moment, she felt a warm rush at her earlobe, followed by a tingling sensation spreading throughout her body. Raven chuckled softly, hazily remarking, now, do you still find the future so bleak, Lady Denise? His face descended slowly yet resolutely, savoring the delightful moment, while he could distinctly feel her body gradually yielding in his embrace. As their bodies pressed together, Denise sensed a fervent solidity. Raven's breath drew nearer, brushing against her shoulder, causing her own breath to grow heavier. You. Her words were cut short as Raven pressed his lips deeply against her neck. The room became saturated with a fiery, intoxicating atmosphere. Raven's hand traversed her slender waist, attempting to unfasten her nightgown, only to have a soft hand rest upon his wrist. Yet, This obstruction was as fragile as tissue paper. A series of knocks echoed through the room, accompanied by Angel's voice. "Madam, your supper is ready." Upon hearing those words, Denise instantly regained her composure. Extricating herself from Raven's embrace and sitting on the edge of the bed, her face flushed and her chest heaving, though a tinge of regret lingered. Raven did not pursue her. Instead, he leaned against the window, quietly admiring her enchanting silhouette, struggling to calm her breath. Denise spoke in as steady a tone as she could muster. "All right, I understand." She approached the door, opened it, and reached for the tray. "You may leave now. There is no need for you tonight." "Yes, madam." Angel bowed, yet inadvertently caught sight of Raven by the window, who raised his glass and smiled at her. Glancing back at Denise's slightly flushed cheeks, she felt a wave of astonishment. "Is there anything else?" Denise intentionally obstructed her view, her tone icy. "No, good night, madam." Angel swallowed hard and turned to depart, her heart racing. She could scarcely believe her eyes. Baron Raven had indeed appeared in Lady Denise's chamber. After 8 years of service, Angel had never witnessed a man enter her mistress's room. Denise gently closed the door, returning to her desk with an air of nonchalance. She scooped a small piece of solidified cheese into her mouth, suppressing the fervor within her. "Rest assured, Angel was raised under my care. She is entirely trustworthy." "Indeed." "I understand," Raven replied. As a woman managing a trading company for over a decade, if Denise were incapable of discerning trustworthy individuals, her family's fortune would have undoubtedly been depleted long ago. All things are ephemeral, all matters are permissible. Denise deliberately avoided Raven's gaze, stating blandly, "I will first order a sample of wine bottles and labels, but let us refrain from adding that phrase to the labels just yet. Once your workshop is established, we can amend the labels and include it then." "Agreed," Raven nodded. "In this era, there are no copyrights or patents if confidentiality is not upheld." The phrase could be widely disseminated throughout Nord province even before the next batch of Angel's tiers is launched. Furthermore, "I wish to customize a batch of smaller glass bottles with a rounded, luxurious design, ideally no larger than a teaspoon. Let us start with 50. Denise frowned and inquired, "What purpose could such small bottles serve? Is it related to your new invention?" Raven approached her, bending slightly to meet her gaze in the mirror. "You will understand in due time." Denise averted her eyes. "That's fine. But I want to cover the cost for this portion." "Huh, a shrewd one," Raven chuckled, running his fingers through her silky hair. "Does this mean you also forgot to pay me?" "Forgot?" A flicker of panic crossed Denise's eyes. "I don't recall such a thing. 700 gold coins." "I find it hard to believe you would forget," Raven stated. "I originally didn't wish to rush you, but my expenses have been mounting recently." "All right." Denise, slightly embarrassed, gestured toward the corner cabinet. "It's all there. Feel free to take it." Raven walked over, opened the cabinet, and his expression of joy swiftly vanished. He shook the coin pouch. "This doesn't seem sufficient for 700 gold coins, does it?" "Only 53 pieces." Denise averted her gaze. "That is all that remains." "What do you mean, that is all that remains?" Raven inquired. "Of course, it is for the temperature control array." Denise replied matter-of-factly. "As the lord of the castle, you expect me to bear the cost for the temperature control array?" While she had not initially intended to purchase the array, upon hearing Raven's plan to sell Angel's tears in Shanjin Town, her anger flared. It is well known that one of the best ways to alleviate anger is through shopping. So she had spent the 700 gold coins intended for Raven on something that would make her life more comfortable. That can't be necessary, can it? 647 gold coins? Raven was persuaded by Denise's logic. Denise meticulously detailed the costs. "Of course it is necessary. 550 gold coins is the price of the array itself, and that was with a discount. In addition, there are 8 magic crystals, each costing 9.7 gold coins, which will power the array for about 15 days, 8 crystals for a year. So, there are still 19.4 gold coins left?" Raven calculated in his mind. "For transportation and installation," Denise explained. "The array is quite delicate and requires specialized transport. While only the staff of the Deep Blue Trading Company can install it, the former costs 9.4 coins and the latter 10. "Very well." Raven sighed, resigned to this reality. He had initially thought Denise was genuinely purchasing the temperature control array for the sake of her conscience, only to discover she had indeed used her own funds. His heart bled at the thought. Observing Raven's despondent demeanor, Denise couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly asking, "Otherwise, should I contact the supplier to cancel?" "No need. As a noble, it is something I must procure eventually," Raven sighed. "However, my upcoming plans may require some effort." "Plans?" Denise inquired. "What do you intend to do? Is it another secret?" "For others, it is. Yet for you, it is not." Raven stepped closer, placing his hands on her delicate shoulders. "This matter requires your assistance." Denise initially suspected Raven's intentions were ulterior, but as he elaborated his plan, her brows furrowed in shock. "Are you out of your mind?" "No, I am not," Raven replied. "If you don't believe me, look into my eyes." However, Denise remained too stunned to jest with Raven. Are you truly certain? You want me to contact Angel's son, the one who failed to uphold his promise, Jude Lar? Raven confirmed. Indeed, Jude Lar Walton. But, what do you intend to do? Kidnap him? Danis remained perplexed. After ascending to nobility, I shall no longer engage in such despicable affairs. Raven revealed a mysterious smile. To be a noble, one must embrace the ways of the nobility, mustn't one? Several hours later, Angel's silhouette departed from Eagle Fortress, clasping a letter in her hand as she quietly boarded a carriage, steering towards Iron Furnace Ridge.